Hello everyone and welcome back to the Questline Open. We are getting ready for day 2. I am Newbeat, joined here at the desk with AHJA and also Jag as we are getting ready for another set of matches. And AHJA, what are you looking forward to today?
It's going to be a really fun day. I think we saw some really strong teams coming in here, making it out of that original round robin. And so I guess before we really dive into any of the games here, I do want to make sure that we got Jag in here with us.
Oh, there I am. Here I am, guys. I'm happy to be here. Good morning. It is early, but we've got a great day of games ahead of us, like you guys are saying.
Yeah, it's definitely a good way to get the day started with some very high-level Overwatch. We got day 2, start of the final round. And to start us off, we're going to have AHJA going up against Trqsttheprocess, and that is a just dynamite match to start, and it could be a possible preview of what we're going to see in the finals.
Yeah, I absolutely 100% agree with that. I think one thing that's really important to note is, the group stage, it happened. It was a long day. Some teams, didn't do as well as we expected. Some did just as well as we expected. You got to kind of put that aside. I think there are some things you can take away from overall what we saw yesterday, but it's a completely new ball game here. Everyone is basically on the same level playing field. It's double elimination, so even if you do fall here today, in this first matchup, Trqsttheprocess, #1 overall seed versus AHJA, which is the #8 overall seed, which is pretty crazy to think about considering that this is 4 parts of Redbird Esports. One of these teams is going to go down to lower bracket early on, but just as you said, this could be a rematch in the grand finals.
It really looks like there could be a situation here whichever team falls in that first match can just make a sweep right through the losers bracket and get right back to the top. So with that first match in mind, Jag, what are you going to be expecting between those two teams?
It's a matchup of kind of this EU contenders super team. You've got Psycho, I think the only active player in Overwatch League is playing this tournament with the Vancouver Titans, Dala from Falcon Esports EU, Quartz from O1 Esports, Krandop, who's, I don't know how, but somehow on the bench, I think one of the best main tank prospects in Europe. I know I've been a big fan of them since their days of Uprising Academy. This is a very, very good team, kind of brought together by Julian, who, isn't here with us on the desk right now, but I'm sure will be on the broadcast later today. But it's again that kind of question of how much time do they have practicing together. You know, this kind of seems like a bit of a pug team. Did very well during that group stage, went 7-0, but also had, I think, one of the easier groups overall. They were in Group A. They didn't have really that much competition versus teams we saw, especially like in Group D or Group C. So I don't think they were really pushed yet. I don't think they've really been challenged too much. AHJA had a much more difficult journey to get here. They had to face up against GeForce, which I think is one of the best teams in Tier 3, Tier 2.5, basically since the end of 2021. GeForce has been absolutely on a roll. I'll talk about a little bit about them later when we get to their matchup. So I think they just had, a harder schedule overall. And I think that, they have better synergy. I think we saw that they looked really in sync when they played more team-based compositions like the Rush with the Reinhardt. So it's really going to be kind of the same narrative that we were talking about a lot yesterday. Can newer teams be able to play kind of more mechanically and go through those 1v1 matches that they're winning? Or can AHJA just play better as a whole and be able to run over their opponents?
Yeah, the Rush seemed to really be playing into AHJA's strength. When they were given the opportunity finally to choose a map, they chose King's Row and Full Health, which I feel like is not really something we see every day. But there just didn't seem to be any sort of answer coming out to deal with this rush that was coming out for them. I think you're absolutely right. It is going to be up to Trqsttheprocess to try and take that apart. And I'm sure, they've had a chance to see this play style they have now, whether they adapt to do anything with it. I know we talked about bringing out a Mei, bringing out a Symmetra, bringing out some sort of more crowd control to isolate and kind of punish the amount of aggression that was coming out from AHJA.
Yeah, and it really starts with Gig. Just ran in and did so much. I think you got to either cut off Gig from the support to the supports from Gig. Like, there has to be some sort of separation there to be able to isolate either the backline or the tank line, because as we saw yesterday, Gig just went on a rampage. We saw a few clips in that in the highlight video too.
Gig was absolutely unhinged yesterday. There was just seemingly no way to stop him in a lot of those games that we got to see Gig in. A lot of big shatters, a lot of big plays by the main tank, and like we talked about yesterday, Jag, the support lines for Gig as well did a really good job of enabling him.
Yeah, and it's interesting because 4 out of the 6 members are coming from Redbird Esports, a very successful collegiate and contenders program. One thing that I always like to know is, like, this is a new roster, or new-ish, I guess, compared to what they had before. A lot of those players ended up going to Overwatch League teams, so this has, been our only roster that's been together for a few months overall, but that's still a big advantage over these teams that are a lot newer. I think we saw really the strategy yesterday from Liar and RuPaul was just we're just going to pocket Gig until we can't pocket him anymore. We're going to throw all of our utility his way, especially the immortality fields that I think we saw come out were huge from RuPaul. A lot of the time Gig would get pretty weak, knowing that, I've got the team at my back, I've got this immortality field that will keep me up no matter what for the next 8 seconds. Just swings, able to build up shadows really quickly, then gets the primary healing in from the Baptiste. And from there, just able to continue to just run over teams left, right, and center. And that's why you have to separate them somehow. I think, you could use the Mei to separate Gig and try to get them down. But honestly, I think you go for RuPaul. I think that's the big thing. Go for the head of the snake, try to cut off that main healing, try to cut off that main utility that they have to keep everyone alive. And if you do that, it's going to be a much weaker AHJA.
Yeah, and with that, it's going to just be such a fun map to watch between those two teams because they're just so strong. So, AHJA, any other thoughts about AHJA versus AHJA in that first matchup?
I guess it's if you're dealing with RuPaul, is this like a what do you feel about this, Jag? Is this like a double bubble? Is this just like full, the like Tracer, Sombra? How would you isolate RuPaul? Because it seems like, you can use a Mei, but also Baptiste has the Exo Boots.
Yeah, that's a very good point. The Exo Boots allow him to jump up, escape a lot of situations. I think the biggest thing is a dive comp or, the Wrecking Ball Chaos comp could work really well, because if you force Baptiste to use his utility really early on, he can be a bit of a sitting duck. He does have the escapability, but in general, the immortality field is used very early on in a fight. That is a huge win con that goes against AHJA. You know, that's gone off the table for 30 seconds, one of the longest cooldowns in the game for just a basic ability. So I think you force that out early on, and then you isolate them. So maybe you actually do force them to use their extra boots to get to high ground or something like that, and then you dive onto them there. Just forcing them out of position where they can't be saved, and making those abilities being used early on is a really great way to try to get any Baptiste out of the fight.
Yeah, it did seem like they felt quite comfortable wherever they were. Like they were able to, you know, pour in a ton of resources into the tank line with impunity. It seemed like, you know, we watched Gig and it was like, boy, I can't believe that Gig is alive. But at the same time, every fight was like, how is this happening? But at the same time, they're obviously feeling safe enough to continue this sustained support for Gig. So yeah, they definitely felt good about it. Apparently, they felt quite comfortable continuing that support.
Yeah, and I really think there's going to be a lot on Psycho today. I think, you know, we've talked a lot about AHJA just because we got to see them on stream ourselves during our deck segment yesterday. I think, you know, Psycho, like, again, is the only player that's coming in from an Overwatch League team to this tournament. So there's kind of a lot of weight on their shoulders as a Flex DPS player to be able to come out here and put in a lot of amazing work. I feel like Flex players yesterday, kind of relegated to like one or two things. We saw a lot of Echo, we saw some Sombra, we saw some Mei. There wasn't a lot of versatility, and when you look at Psycho's hero pool, I think one of the things that they're most known for is things like Doomfist, which is another thing that we talked about. You know, we saw a little bit of Genji from some people, a little bit, you know, kind of as comfort picks. I think Doomfist could be huge into a Rush comp, and I'm assuming I was just mostly going to run Rush. But you have to be really careful as a Doomfist, because if you go too deep, a little bit too close to the sun, trying to take out someone like RuPaul, they could try to evade you. You could be caught, you know, up a creep out of paddle, you're out of abilities. Doomfist is all about his abilities. When all of them are on cooldown, you're basically just an alt battery. So I really want to see how Psycho plays, and I really want to see actually how this team Trqsttheprocess plays around Psycho. Like, do they play to enable him, or do they play more where Psycho's on his own and everyone else is kind of playing as a team? It's like a, you know, five-man squad versus just the one person kind of doing their own thing.
Yeah, we saw the Doomfist not finding a lot of value on AHJA's pick on King's Row. Just kind of a little bit too much room for them to kind of find those slams and you know, connect the rocket punches and things like that. So I'm curious if they are going to probably, I imagine, keep the maps away from things that allow AHJA to be comfortable in that way. Because I think the Doomfist is definitely can be so disruptive to that Rush composition. And it's, you know, we talked a lot about RuPaul, but like Lyre has been instrumental in allowing some of these, you know, really aggressive rotations that we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just in general, like the team as a whole, like, was really strong with their positioning, really strong with their rotations. One thing, just really quickly, I want to note, we're actually down to 13 minutes. Wow, time has gone by so fast for that first matchup. I want to get to the other ones as well, but I think one last thing I want to note before we maybe make that transition is that Trqsttheprocess has a big advantage in terms of they get to pick the first map as the higher seed, and I believe should be able to through most of the playoffs as long as they stay in that winner's bracket. They had the number one seed overall. That's a big thing to consider, and again, I don't think their group was as strong as others, but being able to pick that first map, start off with a win potentially off the bat, maybe play into their comfort picks like control maps that prefer a Doomfist or Doomfist is best on. That's a huge, big of a deal. It's not as big as, you know, best of 3. It is a best of 5, so there's plenty of times for teams to make come back and go for those reverse sweep sort of situations. But just having that strategic advantage early on, it could be a difference.
It is going to be an absolute treat seeing those teams go head-to-head here in round 1. And as you mentioned, Jag, we should move on, take a look at the other matchups that we have upcoming today. And next up on the docket is going to be Dice Amplify up against Dysfunctional, the so-called stream team in this tournament. And once again, a very intriguing matchup coming up. Obviously, a little bit of a different feel. Dice Gaming looked really good for the most part yesterday. Kind of made me look foolish with a prediction near the end, but other than that, Dice Amplify, I think, is going to have a very strong chance at moving on through this match.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you 100%. I wasn't in their corner yesterday, even though I think this is a very talented team. I'm definitely in their corner today. I think one thing that's really important to know is they actually did get the first seed despite losing to Bay State. I think they won by a map differential of 1. So that's really nice because they do get a higher seeding. They are actually the higher seeded team coming into this match, I think, by 1. I think this is 4 versus 5. So not a huge difference, but still a difference nonetheless. They looked really good on Wrecking Ball comps. They didn't look really as strong on the double shield composition when they had to mirror match it on the second map. So that's probably something that they said, hey, this wasn't our strong comp. Let's try to avoid it today. We didn't really see them on Rush as much, so we'll have to see how they'd look if that comes to play. One thing to note is Petal did not play. Petal is on the starting roster. I think that's probably because of Collegiate yesterday. There was a lot of Collegiate matchups. They are a player for UTD full-time. I think they're actually at a LAN tournament in the Dallas area. I had a few other friends playing in that, UTA, the Firewall, which is the supporter group for Dallas Fuel. So there was a bunch of teams at a LAN event yesterday. So Petal coming into the mix. I'm really intrigued to see how that switches things up. If they play around a capacity style more, because I think that's what Petal's known best for. Dysfunctional, the streamer team, as you said. Necros is the only active competitive member of this current roster from what I know. I know they have Guru as well, who used to play for Maryville, but isn't on a team right now. And then you have Kefri, who's known really for the Widowmaker. Red Shell is known for Lucio. Gale, who's known for Ana. How much flexibility is there, when you have players who are known so much for these picks?
Yeah, it really seems teams are able to get a pretty serious read on them probably going into it. They're going to be relying a lot on the mechanical skill. And I guess, when you're known so much for these heroes, it's not like they can kind of lean into, or maybe they will, but you wouldn't expect them to lean into the Chaos comp either, like this Balls Zenyatta kind of like a pick apart, well-coordinated teams just with mechanical skill that we've seen some of the other like pub teams pick up.
Yeah, and you can play around these comfort picks. I remember Kefri was in Korean Contenders, what feels like a lifetime ago now. But when he came in for that team, it was literally, you're going to play Widow and we're going to play around you and make sure that you have all the resources you need so you can go for headshots. I'm not sure how much they can do that today, especially against Chaos comps, because Widowmaker, not as strong as she used to be. She was a 200 health pool at that point in time, now 175. There's been quite a few nerfs to her hook ability, so she can't get out as quickly. It's on a longer cooldown. I feel like this is going to be a match they're really going to struggle in if they try to play more for what they're known for. I'd love to see them, bring out something we're not expecting. I think that's going to be, if they have the surprise factor, maybe they can go for the upset.
That would be really cool to see if they could throw a curveball at Dice Amplify, because I think it would be extremely unexpected if they came out without some of the signature heroes that they are known for. And if it's all right, I'd like to move on to the next team in the bracket as we are continuing to take a look at the upcoming matches to start today off. And the third match of the day is going to see Hot Lava go up against Bay State.
Yeah, this one, I think this might be the second closest match, maybe the first one, honestly. I think that Trqsttheprocess and AHJA should be a close one. I feel like Hot Lava is one of the best kept secrets in this tournament. Hasn't gotten a lot of spotlight. I think they had one stream game on the B stream yesterday, which I got to catch. Honestly, this is like a NA super team for contenders. If Trqsttheprocess is the EU super team, this is the NA equivalent here. A lot of different components and pieces of teams that might have at one point been able to compete in this tournament. I think especially like you see a lot of Bear Claw Gaming here of Zira and Astronex, who have looked like the second best tier 3, tier 2.5 team, just below GeForce, in my opinion, seeing them in a few tournaments the last few months. Thunder, who's previously on DICE, and then probably the biggest name I would say is Vega, who's currently on Wisp, has been of a lot of contenders team over the last year or two. They looked really good in that one matchup that I got to see them in. It was a 2-0. But I think Bay State, even though they're coming in as lower seed, I think they might have a bit of an advantage here. I think we saw yesterday they looked really, really good. They were able to beat DICE Gaming in that 2-1 reverse sweep. They looked so good on team compositions. Their double shield was like absolutely flawless. They looked really good when they ran the Wrecking Ball hybrid, which was not with the D.Va but with the Sigma. So they play, kind of half dive, half just sit with your supports, I guess is the best way to describe it. They really have to understand situational play, though. They've really struggled on certain points of Nepal because they tried to run the D.Va in long distance poke situations against an Ashe Sigma, which really didn't work out. The Sombra play at certain points was kind of hit or miss. Looked really good as we got later into the series, but early on was a bit all over the place. The biggest thing is they don't have a crazy schedule today, or at least hopefully not as crazy as it was yesterday, because they played so many matches between this and Collegiate. And I think, with less on their plate, they might be able to play their best game that we haven't really gotten to see yet.
Yeah, I think having that focus today, they were definitely the team. I think they were still playing their matches even as we were wrapping the broadcast up for the day. So, not having to play a solid 8-9 hours is definitely going to be working in their favor. They did come in quite hot. Coming into the last parts of the day, they came in and won the rest of their matches after they had kind of taken that break. I think they took a bit of a break to play some of their collegiate round robin games as well. They came in real hot at the end of the day. Hopefully they can just keep that energy up.
Yeah, absolutely. A good night's rest, they can do a lot for you. We talked about how to keep your mental going. Well, sleep definitely can help with that, being able to be rejuiced and regenerated. They lost to the Baby, which I think was one of the bigger upsets of the tournament, but the fact that they beat Dice, I'm not worried about them whatsoever.
A very strong team for sure. And with that, we are switching gears to the final matchup out of the first four of the day. We got G-Force going up against Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch, a little bit of an underdog, maybe not as expected as some of these other teams to get this far. And with that, that is going to add a bit of an extra spice to that game.
Yeah, I am so on the G-Force train. I've been watching them quite a bit. They are definitely a wrecking ball team. That's kind of what they're known for, is their cult of personality. But I think the biggest difference between them and a lot of other wrecking ball teams is, this is a team that's been together for a while. You see the way they play this comp, and it's a lot more organized. There's a lot more strategy involved with how they set up their engagements. And they have Magic 8-Ball. I don't know how much more I can hype up Magic 8-Ball on the flex support role. I think just one of the best kept secrets in NA when it comes to Zenyatta play. I'm really excited to see them pop off here. I don't like to count out a team before, it actually happens, where the match is actually played. I think Sucker Punch has the biggest hill to climb in this first round of any team. Got in on a 5-2 record, one of the only teams that do so. Lost the Trqsttheprocess in OTC. If they were in another group, honestly, I'm not sure they make it through. I think this Group A was the weakest one, as I've said a few times. But this is the perfect time for them to prove me wrong, prove really everyone wrong here, make a huge statement win here, go for that Cinderella run. It's March Madness. You never know what could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked a bunch about how we always have a bit of a soft spot for the underdogs, and that is 100% the role that Sucker Punch is filling right now. And Angels, I know me and you got to cast G-Force yesterday, and their ball comp, as Jag said, looked phenomenal.
Oh, it was just relentless. There was no time for their opponents to, recollect themselves, regroup, get on the high ground. It was just constant aggression coming out from them, and you could see why. We talked about it even on the stream. It was rewarded time and time again. Their engagements were just so clean, and there was no room to breathe. They were just choking teams out.
Yeah, it's one of the cleanest wrecking ball comps you'll see in this, and I think it's because they've played together for so long. You've got a really good idea of the play style that your teammates have. One thing to note is this is a team that can be flexible. They are not wrecking ball comp one tricks. I have seen them move over to other comps when it's absolutely necessary. I just think that they prefer to play wrecking ball because that's kind of their branding. That's kind of who they are. But when worse comes to worse, they have brought up the Arista. They have brought out the Sigma. They brought out. I haven't really seen them run Rush, to be honest. But Double Shield is definitely something that's in their wheelhouse. Will we see it today? I think it's as unlikely as seeing Torbjorn, as we were asked to talk about here on the desk. I don't expect we'll see Torbjorn. I don't expect G-Force will be swapping over, but you never know. If worse comes to worse, they do have the capability.
Stranger things have happened. And looking at Sucker Punch for a quick second as well, what do you think is going to be the key for them as that underdog to maybe pull up that huge upset?
I think they have a lot of kind of I guess, question marks on their side, use that to an advantage. I'm not sure if they were on stream yesterday. I didn't get to see them on stream at least. So I think, there's a lot of information we're in the dark about what they run, what they like, stuff like that. Use that to your advantage. There's footage of GeForce. There's a lot of VODs on GeForce from the last few months that you can research, really find a way to maybe poke and prod and find out some of their potential weaknesses and kind of execute on that. I think it's kind of like the stream team. If you come out with something that no one is expecting, maybe you catch them off guard on that first map, and you can just ride that momentum throughout the series.
Yeah, that is a really good way to do it. Using that advantage of having the extra VOD reviews, trying to poke a hole or two with the current footage that you have, and keeping yourself shrouded in mystery, making sure that nobody knows if you're going to come out with a right hook or a left hand uppercut or a sucker punch. I don't watch too much of boxing, so that analogy is starting to get away from me quickly. But I think it's going to be intriguing. We always cheer for that underdog to make a kind of a Cinderella run deeper into the bracket. But I think as you said, Jake, the hill is going to be a very tough one to climb.
Yeah, but if you were able to I think the biggest thing is there is statement wins or statement losses. I think there's good ways to lose. I think for Sucker Punch, if they can keep things close, take a map or two, force that map 5, that gives you a lot of confidence, even if you do end up losing. You don't want to be seen as the easy team to beat. That's the biggest thing. Or maybe you do. Honestly, sometimes teams can underestimate you and you can take advantage of that. I think overall, though, you want teams to fear you a bit. Hey, this team was 5-2 during the group stage, but they did really well against GeForce. We can't take them lightly. That makes teams maybe question what they're doing, especially if what you're doing is unexpected. Maybe they try to mirror you, play around you, and then you force them to play to your style, and then you catch them off guard in the lower bracket. Or maybe they just go for the miracle run. We're looking for a St. Peter's here today. St. Peter's in March Madness has been absolutely phenomenal. As the number 15 seed, Sucker Punch, they could do amazing things here. I believe they're the number 7 seed overall, something like that. So, I think 6 actually. So there isn't a whole lot of expectations, and that's kind of the best place to be because, if there's no expectations, everything you do is going to be incredible.
No pressure, it's all just loosey-goosey. You can lay it all on the line, leave it all out there. And the nice thing too is, with it being a double elimination bracket, you don't necessarily have to, win out. You could lose the first game and then, maybe the fairy tale run takes place a little bit later in the lower bracket.
Yeah, you do have that one extra life. You don't want to rely on it too much though, because once it's gone, it is gone for good. So there is a little bit of breathing room. I think a lot of times first round matches when there is double elimination teams are more so filling each other out than really showing their true cards. I think they kind of save those tricks up their sleeves for a bit later on as they continue to go deeper and deeper throughout the tournament. But some of these teams, I think they're going to have to show their cards early. I think Sucker Punch and Dysfunctional, those are the two teams that really have to bring their best foot forward today. Because I think dropping to the lower bracket for them is much more devastating than for other teams, especially knowing that either Trqsttheprocess or AHJA is going to be there no matter what. That is not a team you want to face in the first round of the lower bracket. That is certain elimination unless you have the most amazing upset of your life. So just win for it. That's the best advice I can give to some of the lower seeded teams coming into this.
Because it's Dysfunctional is going to be up against one of them in their, or not just one, Dice or Dysfunctional. Sorry, is Dysfunctional would be up against one of them if they lose in their first map. So regardless, it's either Dice, Trqsttheprocess, or AHJA are their first opponents. So that is going to be a tough day ahead for Dysfunctional. But as you said, if they can come out and pull out some surprises, it could get really interesting real quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I was going to say, with that, let's take a look at some predictions. Let's see if I can start my own comeback story, my own redemption arc with the predictions after how the end of yesterday went. And starting off with Trqsttheprocess and AHJA, Jag, I'll leave it up to you to give the first pick here. How do you think it's going to go between those two teams? I know it's a tough choice.
I'm going to say it's a ping diff. I think it's really hard for some of these EU teams to be playing on ping. I know that Psycho actually is, I believe, in Canada right now, so that could be a bit of a difference maker, but I'm going to give it to AHJA. I think it's going to be a very close match. I do think it's going to be a 3-2. But I think AHJA just has a little bit more team synergy, and I think that will be what pushes them forward here in this first match. I think Trqsttheprocess will make that lower bracket. I think, honestly, whatever team loses here today will make that full lower bracket run to the finals, or at least has the best potential to out of any team here. But yeah, AHJA has my first pick.
And Aegis, what about you? What?
I'm not going to bet against Jag after yesterday. He made me look like a genius. So yeah, I do agree though. I think they're forcing, AHJA is forcing teams to play their game, and like pretty successfully. You know, they're not allowing themselves to be picked apart or forced to. You know, they're just out tempoing. It seemed like they were in control of the games. They were in control of everything, start to finish. It seemed like. I think that's going to continue, and definitely the pink definitely helps.
Well, with that, you're making it extremely tough for me because I either have to go with the flow or go against both of you again. And honestly, I think I've learned from my mistake. I'm going to take AHJA. I mean, Gig looked so good yesterday, and whether it was just him or with the sport lines as well, I think it would be foolish for me to try and swim against that current again. So I'm gonna go with AHJA as well. And that leads us into batch number 2, Dice Amplify versus Dysfunction. I feel like this one's gonna be a little bit easier.
Yeah, thinking about it, it's Dice. I think Dice wins in a 3-0, maybe a 3-1. But I feel like Dice just is overall the stronger team. I think there's some really great players on Dysfunctional. I think they've got some really great individual talent, but with kind of what they're known for and their hero prowess, it's gonna be really hard for them to play more meta comps, and I think that's gonna put them at a big disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree. It's going to be an uphill battle for them, and Dice just looked so good yesterday. Like they're just so cohesive as a team that I think I don't want to say it's insurmountable, but it will be a challenge for them. I'm definitely gonna join you on Dice.
You know what? Let's keep that party going. I'm gonna take Dice as well. I think the fact, Jag, that you said that it could even be a 3-0, and there's a likelihood of that happening. I think that shows the difference between those two teams in that match. So far, we're all on the same page as we get ready to look at match 3 here. Hot Lava versus Bay State. Again, I feel like this one will be a little bit closer.
Yeah, this is honestly the one I'm having the toughest time picking, which is, you'd actually think that'd probably be the first matchup based on who's in it. I don't know. I really don't know. I think Hot Lava, again, I think they looked really good for a team that probably hasn't been together for too long. To go with Bay State again. I hate being the first person to pick. I don't have enough time to think here. I think I am going to go with Bay State again. I am just a proponent for believing in team play over individual skill. Not to say that Bay State isn't individually talented. They have a lot of former contenders players on that roster. I'm going to go just the Cabe differential again. Cabe absolutely fragged out in that last series. I think when Cabe is alive, anything is possible for Bay State. And I think the fact that they're going to be much more well-rested today is going to be a huge difference maker. I think this will be another very close match. I could definitely see it going to 5 maps. I think Bay State, with the more team-oriented maps, like Hybrid, Escort, Assault, those kind of map types, I feel like they should have the edge there.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna agree. I think Cabe looked so clean on every single hero yesterday that it was like, oh, here's Cabe on the May. All right, well, there's 2 dead. It just seemed to be kind of everywhere. So I think they're probably gonna have the edge here, and I want to think that for the marathon that they had yesterday, they faced a variety of opponents. They've been able to kind of probably tighten up any of their compositional changes or anything they wanted to practice. That's a lot of practice against a lot of high-level teams. They're probably feeling pretty good coming into today.
Yeah, I'm gonna, once again, I think we got our team synergy together a little bit because I'm also gonna go with Bay State as well, and that is going to lead us into match number 4, G-Force between Sucker Punch and Aegis. I'll give you the first go on this one.
This one is, I'm going to say, less predictable, or I guess more predictable than some of our closer matches here. G-Force, an absolute gale force wind on this Chaos comp, on this Wrecking Ball Zenyatta. Sucker Punch, I want them to come out. I want them to come out swinging. But I think they're definitely going to have the most challenging day, as you said, Jag. So I'm gonna lean on G-Force for those.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is I think that the other match that we just talked about, hardest match to predict. This one feels like honestly the easiest. I think it's going to be 3-0 G-Force. Sucker Punch, they're just the biggest unknown in this tournament right now. So if they come out swinging and they end up making me look like a fool, all the power to them. All of the momentum really in their corner if they're able to get this huge upset win here. But I just have a lot of faith in G-Force, specifically Magic Mayfall. I think one of the star players that I really hope gets to shine more and more as we get into contenders later on this year.
And with that, I am going to make a hot take here, and I am going to take Sucker Punch. At some point, somebody has to go out on a little bit of a limb, and I feel like this is, the craziest limb to go out on, and I want to do it. But honestly, I've seen Sucker Punch play a few times. Like I've mentioned before, we have looked at their scrims as well. And I mean, Aspect and Havoc are a really talented DPS duo. And I think if I'm going to make the prediction, and I am, that Sucker Punch is going to pull an upset here, I'm going to hang my hat on that DPS line of Aspect and Havoc to see if they can carry them through.
Respect it. I would not make that bet, but someone has to do it, right? So finally, we're not all aligned on it. We'll see who's the prediction right at the end of the day. I mean, we could all, for all we know, we could be going into that last matchup and all of our predictions have been wrong. So that could be the difference maker where you're able to pull ahead here today.
I mean, if that's the difference maker, if that's where I pull ahead, that'd be pretty crazy. So
that's an exciting tournament.
Yeah, I'm gonna really hope it's fun because we have these hard predictions to make. There were a bunch of tiebreakers after the qualification stage, so it really shows to the parity in this tournament and the amount of talent that's on display.
I agree 100%. And also, we've got a lot of talent on the desk as well as in the casting booth. I just wanted to give a little shout out to Juggle God, who I know had a very tough time yesterday with the fires in Colorado. Really happy to see him here today. Another shout out to Lord Ethan, who did a great job yesterday with Julian. In a bit of an unexpected combination of casters, but when you're a professional like that, that's what you do. You make the best of what you got. Teams here as well today got to make the best of what they got. Sucker Punch may have a harder time doing that. I'm still going to ride that line of narrative until it burns out, but I'm just excited. It's going to be a great day. Again, everything has been reset. Playoffs are a whole new world, and any team can come out on top. That's the best part about all of this, and there's $10,000 on the line. All the teams have already secured a bit of that prize pool, but that $5,000 first place prize, that's what everyone is going for.
That's definitely a little bit of extra walking around money if you can come away with that 5K prize. And I just want to say I completely agree. I'm glad to see that Juggle God is back with us today. I am on record. I'm a big Juggle God fan. I'm a big Lord Ethan fan. That is no surprise to anyone. But before we get into this first match, as the teams are just about ready, we are going to step aside for a quick break, and we will see you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good morning and welcome to the Overwatch Questline Open. It is day 2 and we have moved on from the group stages to the playoffs. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond. I am joined on the mic by Lord Thethan. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing great, Juggle. I'm so excited to be here in the booth for day 2 of the Questline Open, watching the final stage here. We've been reduced to 8 teams now, and all of these rosters are just pure, unadulterated talent, just like what we've got on the desk as well. I gotta admit, Juggle, it's an early start to the day, and at least there on the desk for analysis, Jag briefly mentioned double shield. I found myself lulling to sleep behind my monitor, but I'm going to perk right up when I get to watch this matchup take place. It'll be Trqsttheprocess versus AHJA, and I mean, what exhilarating gameplay to start off the day.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a really exciting matchup. We've got the number 1 seed going up against the number 8 seed, but normally I think you would look at this and give it hand over fist to the number 1 seed, right? That's just the way these brackets work. But AHJA, as Jag had mentioned, had a very difficult schedule, right? And so their group was just packed with talent. So that number 8 seed, a bit of a misnomer potentially, right? I think that belies the true strength of this AHJA squad. Let's take a look at this lineup from both of them, so we can take a look at what we're talking about, right? Who are the people that we're watching out for? And of course, on AHJA, that's going to be Gig, RuPaul, and Vision, in my personal opinion.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And when you've got GTX and Liar to back you up, I mean, there's a reason that Gig radiates main tank confidence and energy there. Trqsttheprocess has a couple of heavy hitters themselves. I know Jag briefly mentioned the versatility of Psycho. I'm personally excited to watch Dala and Crook in action there on the support lineup. I mean, when you're going up against a roster as stacked as AHJA, you need every helping hand you can get. And there's a lot to expect in terms of help from Trqsttheprocess. You're absolutely right, Juggle. They did have a relatively straightforward endeavor through the Group A stage, but just like us here in the booth, they're looking ahead, and part of that road that lies before them, it actually doesn't involve dropping into the lower bracket. I think that although the desk are all inclined to think AHJA is favored to win this matchup, as all of the AHJA fans are as well, and Redbirds fans as well, I think that there's still a couple of surprises I think we can anticipate from Trqsttheprocess.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think they need to be counted out by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, you don't end up with a 7-0 record, taking every single game 2-0, might I add, by accident, right? This is a very strong team, and I'm curious to see how they're going to deal with some of the strengths, shall we say, of AHJA, right? Can they mitigate RuPaul, right? If they can get in there, mitigate their effectiveness as a support, maybe without that support, Gig and Vision start to crumble a little bit, maybe once they don't have the support behind them, they're not as effective. We'll just have to wait and see. Vision was on the Symmetra a lot yesterday. Can Trqsttheprocess deal with that? Right? Can they find a way to mitigate Vision strength on that hero? So lots of questions going into this matchup. And, the desk mentioned it briefly, but let's talk, or they mentioned it ad nauseum. So let's mention it briefly. We are now in the tournament stage. So this is round 1 of a double elimination bracket. So whoever loses here, not out of the tournament, they're going to go down to losers bracket round 1. In the loser C1 slot. So that's where we're going to see them. They're not out of the running by any stretch of the imagination. And as Jack even mentioned, or alluded to rather, this could be a preview of the grand finals, right? Whoever goes down to the losers bracket here could very easily make it a full run through to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And, if I had my way, I'll be honest, Juggle, it would be for all of our teams to succeed today. But invariably, we have to see someone drop to that lower bracket. And you and I talked a little bit about this before we jumped into the booth, Juggle, is, just that I don't think that this matchup ends up being a clash of the titans, if you will. One of these teams is destined to win. One of these teams is supposed to emerge victorious, and it's almost too intuitive that you shouldn't have to say anything. But whether it's AHJA or Trust the Process, whether it's by severing Gig's lifeline or by winning in the neutral, you're absolutely right. We will just have to see. It is a first to three, best of five, if you will, here in the final stage. So there's a little bit more margin for error. Things aren't so harrowing if you drop that first control point map. But still, the first control point, that first map, is going to be an excellent baseline. Jag mentioned this on the desk, is the opportunities that these teams have to really gauge each other's strengths here in the first round of the final stage. That's really going to be exemplified most as early as possible, and that would be in the control point game mode. I'm very excited to see these two teams clash. It's honestly, again, the desk was pretty one-sided. I'm gonna say it. Newbeat is a little bit of a sheeple there, as you can't stray away from the predictions of his contemporaries. I can't blame him. AHJA looked so good yesterday, and in the face of such immense adversity. We'll see if Trust the Process can look equally good against what is really, for me, Juggle, one of their best matchups.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an entertaining matchup. And, we talked about potentially Trust the Process having a few surprises in store from them. Crook might be someone who I actually know very well. I sent them a message in Discord just to find out, but they may, as a matter of fact, Crook was one of my former coaches. So if that is in fact who that is, then I know they are a very, very talented support player. So I'm gonna I'll update you all as we go to see if that is in fact the case. If it is, then I can't say enough good things about Crook's play, especially on Zenyatta. So that's going to be very, very fascinating to check out.
The Overwatch has gone through a lot of changes over the years, but at the end of the day, principles really have stayed the same over the course of its very long life, at times grueling life. It's always been an era dominated by tank and support gameplay. I don't hate to be that guy, DPS. It's the worst role in the game. Vision has their work cut out for them, and with proper setups accomplished by Gig and plenty of sustain to be found in the AHJA roster, you definitely are looking at Trust the Process's DPS roster, at Psycho in particular, to help equalize the amount of pressure and off-angling and just raw damage that can be output. But you're absolutely right. In terms of the support gameplay, there's really, I think, all eyes should be on the supports for both of these teams. At the end of the day, you can't accomplish anything without a good Baptiste, a well-timed immortality field, the perfect sound barrier, or a marvelous, a 4K healing transcendence, right? Just insane potential, not only in terms of raw healing uptime, but also insane utility usage. I mean, you don't need the transcendence to mitigate a nanoblade. It takes one sleep dart, and it's the common call in my solo queue ranked games is someone dies to a Baptiste and they're like, yeah, that's a support hero. But at the end of the day, engaging in the duality of the support playstyle of taking duels against the enemy DPS players, thwarting an off angle as Zenyatta or Lucio, who I'm very excited to see in action today, that's always something to look forward to.
No, it absolutely is. The sports a lot of times the unsung heroes of the Overwatch community, but we'll be sure to keep our eyes on them today for sure. I want to take us back a little bit to Vision now for a moment and to talk about them and their Symmetra play, right? Because I've been thinking, like, what is something that Trqsttheprocess can do to potentially mitigate the effectiveness of the Symmetra, right? And one of the first places my mind goes is to potentially like a double bubble or a dive composition, right? Get that Winston in there to start to deal with that Symmetra, start to deal with some of those turrets. But even if you have even if you do something like that and get Vision to swap off of Symmetra, they've got a great Cassidy as well, and that is very difficult to run into as a Winston, right? So, the depth of play as well that comes out from Vision, I think, is something that has to be commended, and I think we have to take into account as we look at this game as well. Like how is Vision going to adapt, right? And how will Trqsttheprocess adapt as well, right? Overwatch is such it's a game of adaptation, right? And whichever team is proactive in that adaptation is potentially going to be the one who comes out on top, especially when we're in these upper echelons of teams where, it's just a sliver of a difference between the skill levels, right? So you're trying to min-max everything. You're trying to eke out every single little advantage you can get. And that's something that I think will certainly come into play is, how quickly are these adaptations made? And are they made correctly as well? Right? Do you make the adaptation in terms of the composition, or do you make it in terms of the way that you play?
It's all about those mid-game adaptations. But, let's, while we wait for the lobby to finish rounding out Juggle, let's take a look at the mid-afternoon here. Going back to the bracket, let's do a little prediction game of our own. Here between Trqsttheprocess and AHJA, I'm going to, I'm not going to be sheeple like Newbie. I love him. He's so much fun. But I'm going to go with Trqsttheprocess. I think that they'll surprise us with the caliber of gameplay that they're able to come up with today.
Yeah, I think we could very easily see an upset there, and we're here today rather. So that's this is gonna be quite an exciting matchup to take part in. Of course, we've got Dice Gaming coming up next against can we get that screen back for just a second? Oh, it's against Dysfunctional. Yeah, yep. Dysfunctional. Dice Gaming versus Dysfunctional. I'm gonna give my prediction over to Dice Gaming as well. I've seen Dice Gaming play a lot. I really like their style. I like what I've seen from them before, and I think they've got what it takes to stay in the winners bracket, at least through this first matchup.
Despite my slander against Newbeat, I saw Dice Gaming in action yesterday. I have to look at them to win that matchup. But we all love content, and that delivered by the Overwatch streamers. It's so much fun. But these teams are playing to win, and I don't anticipate that match not being competitive. Don't get me wrong. But Dice, again, they looked really strong yesterday. I really don't think that things will change today. These players have gotten a good night's rest. They've they played a lot of games yesterday. Part of the value in playing organized competitive is that you always take things to learn out of your matchups. Dice playing as high level as they do, they're no exception to that rule.
No, they absolutely are not. Let's take a minute now and look even further into the afternoon. Let's you and I won't be on these games, but let's take a stab at the other predictions. What do you say, Lord Ethan?
I'm all for it.
Yeah, we've got Hot Lava and Bay State going to be that third slot. And, I've cast a lot of collegiate Overwatch over the last year, and I've seen Bay State quite a few times. I'm going to give the edge to them in that matchup. I think they have what it takes. I think it's a very strong collegiate team. I've seen them perform well in collegiate tournaments. They're no stranger to high stakes competition, and I think they've got what it takes to at least bring it out in this first round.
I gotta tell you, Juggle, my channel points are in danger. I'm gonna break the mold and say that Hot Lava has a pretty good chance to come out on top of that matchup, send Bay State to the lower bracket. it, even despite taking that map yesterday in their matchup against Dice Amplified. I'll be excited to see what Hot Lava is able to aptly respond against in terms of base state. Plenty of prowess on both sides, but Juggle, if we want to talk prowess, if we want to talk mechanical skill, insane game sense, let's take a look at that fourth matchup today.
Oh, absolutely. G-Force versus Sucker Punch. The desk talked about this one being a very, being I think one of the less clear matchups of the day, right? Potentially one of the most hotly contested. I'm going to give it to G-Force. I am just going to come right out and say it. I love what we've got from them. But it looks like we may be ready to get into the game now. It appears that we've got the pings sorted from both of the teams. So let's take a look at our map order for day. We're going to start things out on Control, moving on to Escort, Hybrid. If we need it, then we will visit the much dreaded Assault map, and then back to Control to finish things off if a fifth map is in fact needed. We're going to start things off, though, on Lijiang Tower. And looks to be, I think first it was Night Market. I just got a small glimpse of it through that window as we loaded it. And yes, it is in fact Night Market. Lots of different things you can run here, but right now, both of these squads coming out with a brawl.
Yeah, Juggle, I hate to break it to you. You got to reverse your contacts again. This is
Control Center.
And these are Control Center compositions. Look at Psycho there on that Junkrat, but JMars is ready and able on the Doomfist. See if they can break up the composition of AHJA.
We're going to see AHJA pushing forward very aggressively to start things out here. They're going to get to the high ground first. They're going to take firm control over it, but not for long as Gig goes down very early. And with Gig out of the fight, Trqsttheprocess is going to push forward very, very aggressively. 3 picks on the board for him. Make it for it. With that, Trqsttheprocess will take first control.
Yeah, and that was, we talked about a little bit, Juggle, kind of severing Gig's lifeline. Not necessary when Gig is free swinging as they want to, as they should, as Reinhardt. All you need is oppressive amounts of damage dished into them to slow them down. That's first progress to Trqsttheprocess, but a quick retake here into ultimates. Both DPS ults online here for Trqsttheprocess.
We're going to see Crook pop the amplification matrix right off the bat. It's going to be Psycho throwing in a lot of grenades through it. So much damage coming in, but it's going to be JMars who gets the first pick. Psycho now going to use that Rift Tower. Let's see if they're going to find anybody. The Immortality Field's still up. It goes down at the last moment. The pick will come in for them. AHJA at a severe disadvantage at the moment. Trqsttheprocess just has to clean these last few up. We're going to see JMars come in with the Meteor Strike, but it's not going to yield anything. Gig will go down, and with that, Trqsttheprocess takes the second fight.
Yeah, this makes me a little excited for 5v5, a little less visual effects clutter or vomit, as some players refer to it. But that was really good patience from Trqsttheprocess. And I mentioned earlier, winning fights in the neutral, they were really staged to win that fight as well. They were equipped with the ults. They managed to wait out the photon barrier from Vision. And then after that, they're just able to go in full aggression. Now AHJA wants to mirror that aggression for the next push.
That they do, but they're going to have a hard time because they don't have quite the old bank that Trqsttheprocess does. We're going to see 3 of them thrown out almost immediately. It's going to be Dala with the sound barrier. The self-destruct will catch one. That's Vision out of the fight. GTX is out of their mech as well. Now we've got a big disadvantage once again for AHJA. They're getting pushed back, and we are in last fight territory now, Lord Ethan.
Yeah, and the real deficit here is that Trqsttheprocess has the photon barrier and the amp matrix. You'll see Crook use that matrix in response to Vision's photon, or maybe just to open up the fight early here and make sure that they stay on.
A nice pin comes in from downtown via Gig. JMar is going to be removed from the fight, though. Jero misses his pin. That's going to send him towards the back line. But in the meantime, picks coming in favor of Trqsttheprocess. Riptire going to help finish things off. And with that, the first sub-map goes to them.
Really good stuff from Trqsttheprocess, albeit leaning into the meta game that Control Center and Lijiang Tower as a whole fosters so incredibly well. But you know what? A composition only gets you so far. After that, it's down to how you play it. Trqsttheprocess again. And I told you this before we came online, Juggle. For them, it's about winning fights in the neutral. It's about making sure that they are in the positions they need to be in. Look at the pretty insane amount of distance that Gig needs to cross, and then on top of that, how much damage is going into them while they cross that distance. You know, main tanking, it's honestly not too fun right now, and that's all that Gig wants to have. They just want to have fun. So here, as we see these mirrored brawl style rush compositions already engage on the point, we'll see if Trust the Process continue to hold. Ooh,
look at that. We're going to get a pair of environmental kills coming out from both Dollar and Liar to start things off. These are going a little bit more in favor of AHJA, though. At this particular moment, they're going to have control over the point. Dollar going to have to back off just a little bit. And AHJA will win this first fight, but they're not quite going to come away with control. It's going to be contested at the last moment by D.Va. Can they get them off the point? They're going to be able to. AHJA does end up with control, and they get a bonus kill in the process.
That's a marvelous stagger that AHJA secured as well. Great stuff from Liar. I talked about this yesterday with Julian. It's just, I'm here for the aggro support gameplay, and Liar's absolutely meeting those expectations. I do admit I really enjoyed Trust the Process's disengagement there. They know when to cut their losses, but they're ready to go back in.
Oh, they absolutely are. We're going to see Liar going in for an environmental. Not going to get it on that Reinhardt. The Steadfast going to be a little too much. JR going to win the Ryan 1v1 this time around. RuPaul pops the amplification matrix in response to some of their teammates starting to go down. They aren't able to save them. It's going to be Trust the Process taking this point.
You know, yesterday, Vision's Symmetra looked utterly unstoppable, but I gotta say, Ubisoft is really making a really good mirror matchup for AHJA. Albeit a lot of those picks were off of the amp matrix that Crook had placed, but you know, it's just, again, Gig has to fight through so much damage. At the very least, they'll be coming into this next fight, AHJA, with a sound barrier and the Earth Shatter. J-Mars is ready with the Blizzard in case they need it.
That they are. They're going to have to make sure, though, that there's Trust Me is either out of their mech or out of the way before they try and pop it, because I'm sure they're going to have their defense matrix primed and ready to go. We're going to see the Photon Barrier committed. Shatter is going to be laid out. That's not going to find any targets this time around, but the Blizzard is able to get at least one. Sound Barrier there from Dollar to try and keep Trust the Process up. The Immortality Field has to be used by AHJA as well. Now we see the Amplification Matrix used by RuPaul midway through the fight. That's going to give a severe advantage to AHJA, as we can see Jeru's shields going down very low, but they use the Shatter at the last second. Sound Barrier does come in from Lyle. That's going to save Jeru, at least for the moment. They're not going to be able to survive too terribly long. Another self-destruct gets thrown onto a point. This one's not going to get any kills like GTX's did. 67% on the board now for Trust the Process. AHJA falling by the wayside. Now it's going to be the Trust the Process coming away with the fight win, and now AHJA's left in last fight territory one more time.
That is crazy. Look at the amount of opposition on both of these teams, and Ubisoft still able to sit on this Photon Barrier, just waiting to put it up at the right time. It was J-Mars getting caught out, unfortunately for them, and the Venn diagram of the Blizzard cast. Trust the Process at a really good advantage, but AHJA with the Amp Matrix will be able to equalize.
Beautiful teleport on the point from AHJA. That's going to get them there in the nick of time. And completely full rotation on the point as well. We're going to see Ubisoft take out RuPaul, but they're going to be traded out very quickly. The Blizzard catches several members. Psycho gonna be the one who seals the deal for Trust the Process, and they will go up by 1 point in this first to 3.
Wow. What a great series this is already turning out to be. Trust the Process. You know, honestly, I'm not too surprised that they pick up this this first control point map. For AHJA, again, they have the margin for error. It's fine for them to drop this. They'll look really strong heading into Hybrid and Escort. You know, I gotta say, as a fellow BAP enjoyer with, I think, a 40 win rate in competitive, I feel for RuPaul. The amplification matrix there in that last fight was just cast in the midline of Trust the Process. So it definitely looking forward to a lot of amp matrix assists accrued for them over the duration of the rest of the series. But it's definitely going to be made, those casts are going to be made a lot more simple heading into the next map types that foster the more team play oriented style of AHJA.
Yeah, that is a very good point. That could very well play to their advantage. We are going to be headed to Escort Nap. It will be AHJA's map pick as well. So, if you are AHJA at this point, what are you thinking in terms of map pick? How do you potentially get Trust the Process off kilter a little bit, right? We've only seen the brawl come out from both sides at this point, right? And does AHJA start to rely on maybe some of these other compositions that they like to run? Do you try to take it somewhere a little bit different, or do you double down on your brawl?
Hey, Jag talked about this on the desk earlier, that these teams might be waiting to play their aces until they're in that lower bracket, until things are down to the wire. In the finals, in this final series, I think that for AHJA, they've already demonstrated so much. These are players that are well known as well. If you're even remotely familiar with the Redbirds, then generally you know the approach that AHJA wants to take. I think that at this point they double down. I think that we need to see a Havana game played next, and not one where you see double shield compositions. Unfortunately, I won't get my dose of the Dom Robotical Distillery liquor. I'll be getting the scenic view from the heights of Watchpoint Gibraltar.
That you will. It appears that AHJA wants to take things in a completely different direction now. They said, you know what, brawl might not be the answer for us today, at least on control point. So instead, we're going to head to the high grounds of Watchpoint Gibraltar, where Dive reigns supreme.
I'm excited to see Watchpoint Gibraltar. We didn't get to see, I don't think, well, at least I didn't get to see this map yesterday when I was casting with Julian. And just real quick, shout out to Julian as well. Trust the Process is, it's Questline Open's, Julian's very own Open Division team. And so it's great to see that squad in action. Anyways, heading to this next matchup, it's interesting pick here for AHJA because just that Reinhardt, it becomes more or less viable the longer you go through Watchpoint Gibraltar. At least starting here on the attack, it's going to be more of that verticality approach for both these teams to opt in to the fostered strengths of this map. So surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly, we see Gig on the Winston for a dive defense strategy here. I love the Vision Symmetra. I know I'm going to love the Vision Ashe.
Oh yeah, this will be exciting to watch for sure. They've shown quite the prowess on whatever hero they decide to pick up. Double Bubble going to be the name for Trust the Process coming out here. This composition got to be moving a little bit slower than perhaps AHJA's will be. It's going to be all about charging up that bubble, charging up that nano boost, and then throwing all your resources into Jeru. Cart's going to start to move a little bit. No hard commits yet, just a soft dive to start things out. Ubisoft trying to get in a little bit of damage as well, starting to build up their ult charge. And Jeru dives in, gonna be booped away at the last moment. Gets a little bit of a charge for Trust Me. They're gonna eat the business end of an anti-nade though. That's gonna cause problems for them. And it's gonna be J-Mars who actually picks up the first kill. But already we have to look at, I think, the supports. Despite AHJA taking this first fight, level 1 Crook has gotten a significant part of the way to their nano boost. But RuPaul just about to lap them.
Yeah, it's off the back of some pretty significant bionades that have connected early in some of these fights. Part of the reason that Trust the Process has, kind of relatively been a little bit slower. AHJA might look slow on their defense, but it's really just waiting for that opening. Trust Me now on the Diva as well instead of the Zarya. It's a step in the right direction, but they sacrificed some good self-destruct ult charge for it. Now it's just about finding the dive.
We're going to see the nano boost committed early, but both supports are going to be deleted by Trust the Process. Can a nano boosted Gig turn things around for them? They go down to just under 100 HP. It's going to be Bob finishing things off for Trust the Process. Jeru out of the fight, but they're looking pretty strong at the moment regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we do get to see a contest of the objective here, especially now that GTX is back in mech. That's plenty of point presence as Gig reconnects. They'll have the Primal heading into this fight. Trust the Process is only down a Psycho at this point.
Ubisoft briefly flirts with disaster. Both are going to be healed back up. Vision, however, not going to be quite so lucky as a primaling Jeru is able to take them out of the fight. We're going to see the nano boost and the rally committed by Trqsttheprocess. They want to put this fight to rest right here, right now. But Liar and Gig making it very difficult for them as well. Jeru going down dangerously low. Can they survive? They are going to get healed back up. Ubisoft, with just a sliver of health, comes back into the fight as well. And with that, Trqsttheprocess will take the first point. Whoa!
Nice destruct from GTX there. Kind of just, you know, kind of hey, you guys win this point, but at least I get my at least I pad my stats a little bit. I gotta say, you know, you had Jeru going in with the nano, and then as well their health pool is padded with a little bit of armor HP. That is ridiculous. That's a main tank right there, and now they are ready to shed more blood. Look at this aggro position that Trqsttheprocess is maintaining. They'll as well have Bob and self-destruct into this.
We're going to see both committed right away. Trust me, with just a sliver of health, they're going to be able to remech. But in the meantime, two go down by Ubisoft. That's going to be both supports out of the fight for AHJA and Trqsttheprocess. It's just going to be a few members of Trqsttheprocess left standing, and they will be able to continue to push this card.
What an impeccable bobcast. That was a beautiful position to throw that ultimate into. We saw the self-destruct proc from Trust Me as well, but you know, it's all DPS picks here. Still one final contest starting here with a nano boost onto Gig.
You're going to be able to get that primal rage built up relatively quickly as well. We're going to see Trust Me get demeched and de-lifed as well. Just a few meters left to go, but AHJA has control over the card once again. Going to see Crook committing the nano boost. Dala using that rally as well. Trqsttheprocess wants to put this card right through to point 3 right now, but they're coming up against some tough opposition. It's not going to last too terribly long, though. We're going to see one final contest coming in from J-Mars, but Dollar has their mark.
I'll tell you, man, Juggle, there is nothing that makes my heart sink faster than hearing that someone on the enemy team loves teen men. I mean, Rally is just... Rally is just, for multiple reasons. Rally is just such an incredibly powerful ultimate. Dala is building it up so quickly as well. Not only is Briggs' healing potential through the absolute roof, but you know, they're breaking the glass ceiling of the collective health pool of Trqsttheprocess as well with all of that Rally armor.
We're going to see Trqsttheprocess go down early in this fight as well. Another beautiful anti-nade hits from RuPaul. They just about have their nano boost ready to go again just as Gig gets their primal. This is going to be a slow demise of Trqsttheprocess, but they've got 3 minutes to get it halfway through point 3.
And this is interesting, Juggle. This is really the first fight that AHJA has really looked a little bit more comfortable. Ironically, it's on this third objective where you would see a Reinhardt come out from either side. But AHJA is stacked in terms of the ultimate economy right now. Currently, just a little bit more favored. It's not about the ults, though, or the amount that you have. It's about how you use them. I'm very excited to see Gig juggle some folks with the primal.
As am I. We're going to see a Bob committed early on. They're going to have to wait for that primal juggler. Here it comes, though, from Gig. We're going to hear the rally committed as well. Gig goes down early. Crook able to take them out of the fight right after their nano expires as well. Virus popped the rally, trying to push forward as well. Big anti-hits. That's going to cause a few players to back up as quick as they can. No supports left for AHJA. Once again, Trqsttheprocess all but has this completed. They're going to finish with potentially a sliver more than 2 minutes on the clock. Make that exactly 2 minutes on the clock, Lord Ethan.
I mean, if we want to be pedantic, we can say, you know, that was 2 minutes and 0 point, you know, however many seconds. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt there, Juggle. What a great push from Trqsttheprocess. You know, at one point, you've got to talk about the momentum that they had coming into that last objective, but we have to recall what I had mentioned as far as AHJA sitting on a couple of meaningful ultimates into that last, into what ended up being that last fight. For AHJA, it's It's interesting. You know, I do have to ask, why pick this map when you could play that star brawl composition on a map like Havana? Hell, go to Dorado and do the red building close hold. You know, that's something that you could possibly get away with. Put vision on that Symmetra. You know, not saying that that they don't devastate on the hit scan roll, but I think that you know, like I said, it's an interesting pick, this map. AHJA looking a little out of place on that defensive dive composition, partially just because, you know, Ubisoft, Psycho, constant menace, Dala, constantly building up that rally. But I think that things correct themselves here on the attack. I think that this is really Rupal and Liar's time to shine here, to enable the dives for Gig and GTX.
Let's see what they can put forward here on attack. Gonna see Rupal already starting to get quite a healthy ult bank built up, 16% just in these opening seconds. Ubisoft going down early, that is a big opportunity now for AHJA to start to push in. They're gonna have a lot less to worry about when they dive in. Liar gonna be able to take Dala out of the fight, but Gig dives in, fights off a little bit more than that monkey can chew. GTX gonna be able to follow up that dive though with a nice kill. It's gonna be Jeru though, in the meantime, who's found a lot of value in the backline of AHJA, taking out both support.
It's Gig and the comms going, off the back of my sacrifice, we find victory. You know, what are you doing on main tank if you ain't feeding a little bit? And Gig is right back in the formation for AHJA. That dive worked exactly as AHJA needed it to. They're going to be able to pad those ultimates, build up this nano, and get Gig to re-engage here soon.
We're about to find out where Gig wants to re-engage. They've got themselves primed up on the high ground. Now we're going to see Vision trying to push away the dive coming in from Jeru as well. Now we're going to see the nano boost committed onto Gig. They're going to dive in, try and cause a lot of damage on the back of a beautiful anti-nade from Rupal once again. GTX going to be demeched, though. That could cause a lot of problems for AHJA. Trqsttheprocess pushing back in. Jero asleep on the job, though. Presumably the nano boost on them as well. They're going to dive onto the high ground, but not find any value there. But you know what? AHJA hasn't gotten the card pushed much further forward. In the meantime, 2 picks coming in now in favor of Trqsttheprocess. We got the self-destruct committed. Gig just booping people around as much as they can. They take Trust Me out of the fight. But when the dust settles, the card really hasn't moved a whole lot.
No, but AHJA has they've rustled the jimmies, if you will, of Trqsttheprocess's formation. The neutral here is set to be won by AHJA. Now it's just we're looking at the pulse bomb and the rally to make sure that AHJA lives through the mid fight and is able to get pickoffs in the early fight. There's that pulse bomb deployed, though. It doesn't quite secure anything.
Not going to find anything this time around. We're going to see the rally now committed to try and give a little bit more mid-fight presence. Self-destruct has to be committed by GPX on the back end of themselves, getting demexed. Jerry now dives in, but look at how quick their health just disappeared. They have to get out fast, but it's not going to be fast enough as GTX chases them down. They're going to pay for it, though, with their mech as a couple of players from Trqsttheprocess find them out. The card now inching ever closer to that second point, and I think Trqsttheprocess just barely has enough time to try and stall it out. Dollar now the raid boss with the nano boost committed onto them, trying to survive as long as they can. They've bled precious seconds off the clock, but at the end, AHJA will cap.
You know, if finishing with a time bank on Watchpoint Gibraltar, that's pretty meaningful, but you know what? Finishing it all, that's the step that you need to take. Little things, so, you know, focus on accomplishable goals here to start off with. That's the name of the game for AHJA. Despite being down 1 member heading into this next fight, they've got ultimates to compensate for that man disadvantage. So this is really where momentum picks up. Getting stymied on this streets phase of Gibraltar, that would be a death sentence here. They've got to play really smart. And once again, they're staged to win this next fight too. Ooh,
yes, they are. We're going to see the pulse bomb get eaten by Psycho. Beautiful, or GTX, beautiful play there from the off-tank. Gig goes down. There's an anti-nade that's going to cause a lot of problems for the backline of AHJA as well. They're not going to be long for this word. Liar does have the rally, but with only 1 member down, do they want to use it? They do, as a matter of fact. They're going to pop it to try and turn things around in favor of AHJA. Trust Me goes down. Dala goes down. This could be AHJA swinging this fight back in their favor. They've got the picks. They've got the card under their possession. possession, and they've got Trust the Process on the run. We're going to see Trust Me trying to dive back in, but they're going to risk their life at the last moment. Now GTX causing so much mayhem for Kruk. They're not going to be able to heal Trust Me, and with that, the point gets capped.
Well, and there we go. One of the questions from the chat earlier this morning answered. AFL Lutz, there's our Torbjorn dosage for the day. Ubisoft flexes onto the hero, is already 81% to ult, doesn't get to reset with the rest of the team. I got to talk about that rally from Liar as well. You mentioned that, you know, they were down a couple of members, and Liar, you know, their armor stats aren't padded off of it, but they were able to stay alive, and that healing uptime, the ability to stay in the engagement is so important for the Brig player here for AHJA. Now we just got to not lose Gig.
Oh my gosh, Gig asleep on the job once again, despite all the mayhem going on around him. It's going to be J Mars out of the fight. Jeru has the Primal Rage and the Nano Boost committed to them. Trust the Process coming up with a fistful of kills. GTX trying their best to survive now in this back corner, but it's all going to be for naught as they are demeched and sent back to spawn. After a brief nap.
Yeah, getting a little bit of rest. Hey, no staggering in scrims. Oh, wait, sorry. This was, bro, as GTX gets staggered, Crook still has armor HP. That has dissipated now, but Dala is already 38% to that next rally. Absolutely insane. Again, the engagement for these support lineups, it's insane. And we haven't gotten to talk enough about Rupal's Bionades either. Now, we will get to talk about swaps on the composition, however. You've got Jaru on the Horsey, classic Orisa Diva composition for defense, and Trust Me is operating with a self-destruct ready to throw. Not the game, but the process.
Trust the Process looking in charge in terms of the ult department. AHJA has the Bob ready to go. Rupal building up that nano very quickly, but this pulse bomb, huge. No more DPS left for AHJA. GTX out of the fight. Trust the Process, gotta win this one and continue this defense successfully.
Small attainable goals though, right? That's what I mentioned earlier. Winning with a better time, or I'm sorry, capturing third with a better time bank, that's no longer viable for AHJA, and like I said earlier, that's perfectly fine. They just have to finish this map. They have a couple ults to push into this next fight. Really, the fights that they've won, again, I told you about this before we came on, Juggle, it's all about how they stage to win this. Going into the Molten Core, however, for Trust the Process, that's a little scary.
That certainly is. They definitely had a plan, though, and they are trying to execute it right now. Gig going to be delivered with an Animus. Beautiful kill right on the Crook. Nice. Dollar going to pop the rally in response. It's just Briggs online for both of these teams, but right now, AHJA has the one-man advantage. Gig going to dive back in. There's going to be a lot of pressure put on this Trust the Process crowd, especially after that. Nice dynamite hit, a beautiful dragon strike from J Mars, and you know what? AHJA might not have 2 minutes on the clock, but they will come very close to finishing. They will, in fact, finish. That's just a minute 15 separating both squads.
I think it was in the DICE versus Bay State game with Julian yesterday that we had talked a little bit about time banks, and I had mentioned that, you know, depending on the matchup, an extra minute, 15 seconds, it's everything and it's nothing, right? Yesterday in the Bay State versus DICE Amplify game, it ended up being absolutely nothing. It was a 1 minute, I think 43-second difference, and Bay State was still able to attain a 72-meter hold on Junkertown, and so we have to think about the principles, the precedents that come with that when we look at a matchup like this one. And we're going to get a brief pause here, wait for a player to reconnect. It goes back to, again, a little bit of a ping diff, if you will. That's my favorite call to make in a comp game. When I make a mistake, I can just, you know, blame it on ping. Going back to this matchup and the time bank that they have to operate in, I think that these teams are really both so talented, and they're coordinated as well. We see that AHJA thrives in the team-based team-based compositions. That's why, even though we might be a little bit more strangers to Gig's Winston, it's still attaining value. So at the end of the day, 2 minutes to one, I gotta say, that's not everything. That's nothing. If the dives are as impeccable on the attack as they were on the previous round for AHJA, who will be going on the the attack first, then they're looking really good to equalize the series.
Yeah, that's true. They absolutely could. Now, I am going to play the counterpoint to your point now, Lord Ethan, and say that, in my personal experience, I feel like the more time each team has in the bank, the less the time difference between the two matters, right? So if we were in a situation where it was like 2 minutes versus 3.5 minutes, right? I'd say, okay, both teams have a very equal opportunity, I think, to come away with something here, right? But when you're looking at just 1 minute for one of these sides, that's one good fight, maybe two, right? That means, they're going to have to win it in the neutral fight, or in the neutral fight. And so, that goes back to a point you made earlier in the broadcast as well, at the top of the show, that, that AHJA, they're going to have to, or rather, trust the process, they need to win these neutral fights, right? So if they can win this very first one against AHJA, that's going to put them in a much more dominant position, I think, right? Trust the process. They're going to have an opportunity to build up ults and build up an ult cycle with 2.5 minutes on the clock. AHJA, not quite as much.
You'll be able to count on the nano boost for sure, and possibly Liar's rally. J-Mars might be able to get that pulse bomb if they stick to the Tracer, which I would love to see them stick to the Tracer. She is, she's arguably one of the most difficult heroes in the game. I'll never complain about seeing good Tracer gameplay like we've gotten to see from J-Mars and Psycho. No, you know what? You're absolutely right, Juggle. I love it when people fight me, and especially when you do as well. You're so wise. But it's like I said, you're absolutely right. The thing that I ultimately have to go back to, right, and this is another call that I love to make when I play the Assault game mode. One of my personal favorites, and I mean that unironically, guys. I do like 2CP.
It's true. He said that as long as I've known him.
I know. Imagine not capturing both points of 2CP in the year of our Lord 2020. 2022. Holy moly. Jump back in time there. And so in that same vein, the full hold on first point of any escort map, it's not a complicated endeavor, but pushing all the way to the end with only a minute in the bank here on a second attack round, that's perfectly viable. Let's see if they can get it done. Albeit losing Gig here kind of sucks.
Yeah, but at least you lost them very early in this fight, right? This is going to give them a quick reset opportunity to come back in this. Not much time has been burnt off the clock, right? They're going to get their 1.5 fights in, right? We saw the half fight. Here's going to be their big one right here. Rupal's been able to build up about halfway to a nano boost. Vision about halfway to a Bob as well. But Yubasol has that Deadeye just about ready to go as well. 20 seconds left on the clock. Dive coming in now from Jeru. It's going to be Gig now pushing in with GTX heavily on that high ground. Picks coming in for each side. GTX looking to be on the brink of a DMEC, though. AHJA not quite able to get the momentum perhaps that they've needed. 3 seconds left on the clock. GTX is down. Is there anybody on point from AHJA? J-Mar is going to be the last person to touch right there. Crook has the nano boost ready to go for Trust the Process. That could seal the deal. Gig going to be boosted now by Rupal. They get the nano boost online in the nick of time. Going to be J-Mar going down. Vision with a big dynamite, though. That's absolutely huge. Bob going to be committed on the point. Crook going to be able to remove them from the fight, but Vision coming in huge for AHJA right now. Dala commits the rally as well, but there's just too many members of AHJA alive and on point. Vision going to be able to take Crook out of the fight. Dollar not going to be long for this world as well, but they do have 2 tanks with them trying to desperately stay alive on point. Jera has the Primal Rage. They pop it, but they just got hit by an anti-nade from Brewball as well. A furious fight taking place now on the choke to this point. Gig drops back. They are able to take Dala out of the fight. Primal Rage still going furiously. DTX the post bomb by Psycho as well. Liar now with the rally, keeping things alive for AHJA. Once again, it's gonna be AHJA capturing the first point against all odds.
There we go. Imagine not capturing the first point of Watchpoint Gibraltar with a minute in the bank in the year of our Lord 2021. Rupal sitting on another nano, and the collective health pool. I said 2020 again. It's 2022. and the health pool of AHJA was still at that time as the doors open, padded by rally armor.
We're going to see the fight break out almost immediately after the last one ended. Trust me, has already taken Vision out of the fight. GTX's DMX, this could be as far as the card gets now for AHJA. Trust the Process has come back, retaking control of it very quickly right at the gates of second point of Gibraltar.
I'm looking. Sorry, Juckle. I'm currently looking for things to praise, but that would launch me on at least 12 tangents, one for each of these players. AHJA, I can't give them enough credit for that first point capture, especially considering how flimsy the dive defense composition looked, and then transitioning into attack, how quickly the issues kind of got rounded out there. And we talked a little bit about mid-game adaptations. AHJA is epitomizing that to the nth degree here. Trust the Process. This is a tough matchup for them, arguably the first serious opposition that they're going to be playing in the Questline Open tournament after again a relatively straightforward Group A stage, and they're coming in clutch. I mean, they woke up today, or honestly, they've already been up, I think, and are ready to game. And if there's anything gamers do best, it's rising above adversity. I think Trust the Process are more than equipped to make a similar push against AHJA, but over the course of this series, already AHJA have identified those win conditions, playing around the flexibility of Psycho, making sure that Liar gets to live. An influential defensive bionade from Rupel kept Liar alive on this catwalk, is part of the reason why we saw the rally come out when it did for AHJA. So let's see if the defense dive composition works out a little bit better here as AHJA mounts their defense.
We're going to see a soft dive coming in now to the very first bridge, that high ground. It's going to be Jeru dropping down almost immediately afterwards. Gig jumps in to try and get a little bit of damage as well, briefly giving a taste of their Tesla cannon to Trust the Process. Dynamite going to be thrown in as well. Trust the Process able to get the card quite a bit of progress already. They're now within 2 fights. Roughly, of taking this map. Minute and a half left to go. Now we see some action really starting on the high ground. They want to keep control of Blue Box. At least Trust the Process does. They've got it right now. They want to keep it out of AHJA's hands. Rupal going to commit the nano boost now onto Gig. They're going down very low, very fast. They eat an anti-nade as well. Jeru does too. They're going to drop down into the back line. Picks come in for each side. It's going to be Dala and Gig out of the fight. Level 1 Crook has this nano boost ready to go for Trust the Process. They could commit it now. Jeru going to be diving in very hard. He's going to be met by the off-tank GTX, though, trying to get to that oh-so-squishy backline, but they're going to be just a little too far away. In the meantime, though, a couple of picks come in onto AHJA's DPS line. GTX out of mech now. They launch the self-destruct to get back into it. But in the meantime, Jeru's able to take GTX out of the fight, so they won't be returning to the warm comforts of that mecha. Meters away from completing, 30 seconds left to go. Can't Trust the Process keep this up. Can they get the staggers? Can they get the last few picks? They get 2 of them, courtesy of Psycho's Pulse Bomb. The card's still moving for them. I don't think AHJA has any hope of touching it. That's gonna be Trust the Process going up 2-0 in this first to 3.
So I mentioned a couple of times that there's a little bit of leniency in this final stage here, albeit only in the first round. It is still a first to 3 instead of to 2. So, I mentioned you can drop that control point map and, move on from that, evaluate what that path to victory really looks like. For AHJA, they're working on it. It's the information is rolling in. They just got to finish processing and then develop a solution there. But that margin of error, it's gone now. We're in map point territory, Juckle. And it occurs to me why I keep saying 2020. It's because these compositions look like they came out of that year. I'm loving this kind of default into a more classic style Overwatch. But I'll be honest, Juggle, I am eager to see a return to Rush composition.
Oh, are you now? Well, we are going to be headed to hybrid next. So if Rush is what you are craving, well, there's a King's Row that I would like for you to meet, and I have a feeling there's a very strong chance we are going to be headed there in just a few short minutes. But we are going to take just a few short minutes to give the players a little bit of a break, give you all a moment to hydrate, drink your water, and give ourselves a little bit of a break in the booth. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with what could be the exciting conclusion of this matchup. AHJA on their heels right now, coming up against quite the opponent, quite the foe in Trqsttheprocess. Both of these juggernaut teams are battling it out so far. It's a 2-0 affair. Trqsttheprocess in the lead. This is the do or die time for AHJA, Lord Ethan.
Yeah, and the only option here is to do this matchup. You know, whether you want to buy into the crazy superstition or not, it was fated to happen. One of these teams, I mean, obviously, one of these teams is supposed to win, right? And you and I got to talk a little bit over the break about how AHJA's looking, how they're doing. I gotta ask Juggle, because you've played an organized competitive Overwatch, an experience that unfortunately I haven't gotten to have quite yet. You know, how would your mental be? You know, it's an early morning, early start to the day. The last thing I want to do when I wake up is play Overwatch right off the bat, but here we have all sorry. Here we have all of our contenders already at their PCs and warmed up as well. You know, is the PMA really going to come through for AHJA, or do you think that it's going to be coming down to a more tempered focus? That, you know, the comms are more, let's get it together, guys, and win this third map.
You know, I think regardless of you know, what I would do in this situation, right? Because let's be honest, for me, early mornings do not typically mix. So my mental would be shot even before I, before I booted up my computer. But these players, they're pros, right? These are some top Overwatch players. Their mental, I think, is going to be rock solid. I think it's going to be very much down to business. Let's get this done. You know, keep your eye on the prize, keep your head in the game. Now, one of the things that I think we have to talk about is some of this aggression that we've seen coming out from Gig so far in this game, right?
I love it.
Gig, his aggression has been, I think he's been punished a little bit for his over-aggression, and I think that Trqsttheprocess has been able to pick him off a few times, and that, you know, maybe they need to put the brakes on a little bit as we head into this third map. We will be going to Blizzard World, Lord Ethan, so lots of different options in terms of what compositions you could run, but I think that if AHJA's coming back in this, they need to put the reins on Gig just a little bit here on Blizzard World.
We saw on Watchpoint Gibraltar on that latter round, the second defense round for AHJA, you know, that there was a little bit of capitalization onto Gig's hyper aggression, right? You had Vision able to come in on the Tracer and find an early pickoff. I'm pretty sure it was Vision on the Tracer, but I think that you are onto something here, Juggle, oh, sorry, I fell asleep at my monitor again. You know, it's not going to be that rush composition that I find so exhilarating, reminiscent of the GOATS era Overwatch. Long may Brig live or die, rather. And it looks like, at least for now, a double shield mirror matchup, which you know, can be exciting, especially when played between two high caliber teams such as these. You know, we've seen AHJA just suffer a little bit, but you know, we can't count them out quite yet. Overwatch, it turns on a dime, and you know, in terms of mid-game adaptations, both of these teams playing as high a level as they do, they're more than equipped to make calculated responses to each other, and I think that that's what we are seeing from Trqsttheprocess in particular. You know, they've identified Gig as part of their win condition. Man, Juggle, I wish people looked at me like Trqsttheprocess looks at Gig when he goes on a dive or an engagement.
They can't take their eyes off him. No, they really can't. I love that. I love that little comparison right there. You know, you're absolutely right. Gig is, you know, it's the main tank's job to take the brunt of the aggression, right? But Gig is definitely, I think, biting off a little bit more than they can chew. Either that, or Trqsttheprocess is just putting them in a position they don't want to be in, right? So, you know, what's the response to that? What's the adaptation that gets made here? Right now, it looks like the adaptation is a double shield, right? Let's just throw everything out the window that we've done so far, right? No dive, no brawl. Let's go to a third option. Let's go to double shield. And I like this kind of adaptation coming in. You know, whether or not double shield is the answer, is the key to the solution to the problem, if you will, on attack is another question. I personally think there are better options, but it can be done, and it can certainly be done at high levels as well.
Well, the default to double shield, I think, is part of a collective effort for AHJA to retake control over the tempo of these team fights. We saw on Watchpoint Gibraltar that when they were positioned, when they were putting their allies in positions that they could succeed in, we think about Rupal's bionades, whether offensive or defensive, Gig's dives being capitalized on by Vision. They found themselves succeeding in those team fights, almost clutching out that win, and able to withstand really an onslaught that Trust the Process represents in this matchup. I think that with potential questions that can arise of where do I position, how do I rotate, the complicated or answers that are complicated, say on a rush or a dive composition, particularly a dive composition, those can be made simplified by opting for a more traditional double shield style comp. I got to be honest, I'm still waiting on the edge of my seat for a more brawl-oriented style to emerge from really either of these teams. We saw Trust the Process put up a really good mirror matchup to that rush comp on Lijiang Tower. So really for AHJA, this is, they've mirrored us pretty much on every strategy that we'll play, that we've played so far. We'll opt into the double shield, we'll get them to do the same thing, and then we'll just beat them in that mirror matchup. But then you're down to that question again is how do you respond to the responses that Trust the Process has in these fights? They are setting up to win these. And in that vein, Juggle, I think that we do have to talk a little bit about the matchup between the DPS rosters. Ubisol and oh goodness, it's going to come to me. Ubisol and Psycho.
Psycho.
For Trust the Process.
On Trust the Process.
Are just absolute beasts. And J-Mars and Vision, they've each gotten moments to shine in this series so far. But I think that we do actually, despite the fact that I said earlier DPS is the worst role in the game, I think that we do have to pay a little bit closer attention to the DPS players on both these teams.
Oh, absolutely. You can't take your eyes off them for a second. Both in game and out of game. But if you do in game, you're liable to lose your head and be sent back to spawn. I like what you said about AHJA, potentially slowing things down with the double shield, right? And how when they got staged, they found success, right? Using a double shield, that's going to allow them to control the tempo. It's going to slow the game down considerably, right? That's going to allow them to have a little bit slower tempo, which I think could benefit them. We're going to see Trust the Process already pushed up onto point. Gig is going to use their Fortify early on in the fight, already taking a considerable amount of damage. Trust me now, forced to use the kinetic grasp to try and take away some of that aggression that's coming in. Immortality Field finally has to be used right by Rupal as several members go down low. Amplification Matrix now up by both sides, but it's going to be AHJA's who popped theirs first. That strikes first as well. The Process gonna have to go back to spawn.
Yeah, that's a support hero right there, as I hear so frequently. That was marvelous. A beautiful rotation. GTX ends up getting sent to spawn in the latter stages of that fight, but, even despite Gig's now higher uptime, they're still leading in terms of tank ultimate percentage in the entire lobby. So that was marvelous to have GTX kind of on that off angle with J-Mars on the Tracer. It forced Trust the Process to use a lot of essential cooldowns. Trust me got a big kinetic grasp, but it still wasn't able to live through it.
No, you're absolutely right. They weren't able to, mitigate that damage that was coming in from Rupal after popping that amp matrix. We're going to see a couple picks coming in early, no break to be found anywhere, but as the dust settles, AHJA once again coming in with the fistful of kills. That's going to be Trust the Process not finding any success again.
They do end up accruing 49% progress. It could be 50, but at least you got 49.2. There's an even number in there somewhere. There were ultimates that AHJA had to commit there to equalize. Maybe a healthier ult cycle could be expected from them, but hey, if that's what it takes to win, that's totally fine. Gotta watch out for Psycho's blade, though. That's gonna be destructive.
It absolutely will be. It's going to be popped early on here. Lyre uses the rally in response, but they're going to be sliced in half. That's going to be a Bob kill coming up as well. Ubisol finding the picks they need. Trust the process. Third time's the charm.
Yeah, and there's your first point capture as well. And now we see this commitment to strategy there. AHJA knew that GTX and Vision and JMars operating on that off angle succeeded in that first fight, but unfortunately they're just not present to help against the Blade. Even if it was a lost cause, I think that there might have been more to gain than by operating on that off angle. Still a reasonable hold here, and Ripple's coming into this fight to stabilize with an Amp Matrix. Ooh, watch out for the mirror dimension here, though.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see a Pulse Bomb come in. It's not going to find any kills this time around. And Matrix now on the high ground. That's going to keep AHJA at bay, at least for the moment, until they get theirs up and running. Now we've got Tree Trunks getting amplified via this Matrix Vision, finding a lot of damage that forces Trust the Process to back off momentarily. In the meantime, JMars has gone down. They're going to swap over to the Genji to mirror Psycho now. Fortify has to be used. Here comes a Gravitic Flux as well. That's going to find several members, and with that, AHJA finds the hold.
Yeah, that horse is flying and not galloping anytime soon here for Trust the Process. This is a reset, although good progress here on Streets phase. And again, every fight that Trust the Process comes out where ultimates had to be expended from AHJA is still, ultimately a net win, especially when you're operating with a 230 time bank, right? At the end of the day, though, neither of these teams are really sparing any of their expenses, and that's, that is competition really manifest between both these sides. It's Trust the Process to make this a quick 3-0, emulating the speed of their 2-0s all day yesterday, as well as AHJA making sure that they don't drop this series this early on.
We're going to see a Dragon Blade or Dragon Strike thrown out early. It's going to separate some of the members of Trust the Process, but they reconvene afterwards with impunity. Now we're going to see a engagement coming up on the high ground. It's going to be a Gravitic Flux thrown in, but it's not going to find the end of it as they are stunned out of it. Trust the Process coming away with a couple of kills. That's going to lead to a third and likely a few more.
Wow. I wish I connected with people like Trust Me connects these hyperspheres. That's absolutely nutty. And look at this as well as we talk about the staging, right? The neutral fights here. Ubisol and the rest of Trust the Process are already set up to move this objective, not by putting bodies on the cart, but by putting people on the high ground. This is putting their teammates into positions that they can succeed in. And now here's your frantic push on a point from AHJA.
There's going to be a pick on either side right now. Gig has the supercharger out and using it to its full advantage. Just 0.8 meters left to go. That is the Trust the Process capturing it eventually. AHJA forced to back off, but just 2.5 minutes to get it all the way through third.
As a horse enjoyer myself, it really pains me to see the superchargers deployed, and I'm just not seeing as much value attained out of them as I really wish I could be seeing from Gig. Who we look at the interview that they had yesterday, so much confidence, so much bravado, and I really want to see that in action. Whether or not they're doing a little bit of the feed on the main tank role, it's at the end of the day they need to be able to play the video game, and that's all I want to see at this point from AHJA. It's going to be able to be accomplished here now with the Flux from GTX. Can it be big?
We're going to see a supercharger used as well. That's going to get that Flux online very quickly. Just 1 more percent to go. There it is. It's going to catch several members of AHJA. They meet the ground and their demise. A beautiful Flux coming in from Trust Me, the namesake practically of this team, leading them almost to victory. Can anyone from AHJA even touch?
Well, now they're going full stall composition just to connect, but they're not going to be able to roll out fast enough. That's absolutely tragic, especially considering that Rupel and GTX were both sitting on their ultimates into that last fight. I'm a Zen main, so, you know, Doomfist players and we are born enemies. But I, you know, I'm not going to lie. I was excited to see Vision's romp on the Doomfist there, get to see some early pickoffs and possibly a stabilization from AHJA on this third objective. We go back to Watchpoint Gibraltar, you know, when we talked about kind of compartmentalizing the objectives, the recipe for success, if you will, and part of what has to be put into that pot is the win condition now for AHJA that they have to capture with ideally a minute or more remaining, but you know, now again going back to simplify things as much as possible. If, for example, with the double shield that we mentioned, at least capture that third objective. Correct me if I'm wrong though, Juggle. If they don't capture with any time remaining in the bank, they won't have an opportunity to win this third map.
No, you're absolutely right. They have to finish with time. Otherwise, the best they can hope for here is a draw, which will keep them alive in this, in this winner's bracket, in this upper bracket, rather. So they, they're going to be maybe not happy with the draw, but they'll take it if they can get it, right? Minute 18, that's what Trqsttheprocess put on the board. AHJA going to opt for pretty much the exact same composition as we saw Trqsttheprocess with. In fact, Jamar is going over to the Genji as well.
Ooh, I did not know that my Sunday afternoon needed a little bit of the Jamar's Genji, but hey, I guess I know that now. Very excited. It's there's no damage amplification to be tethered onto the onto the Dragon Blade. Oh, there's not going to be a Dragon Blade anytime soon either. Look, they're already gone. Man disadvantage right off the bat, and a quick disengagement from AHJA considering they lost the Immortality Field.
Quick disengagement, but maybe not quick enough to save every single member. Vision does go down in the process, and AHJA forced to back off almost completely. Nice push there coming in from Trqsttheprocess. 45 seconds burned off the clock now. We're going to see AHJA try to push back in. Rupel almost has this Amp Matrix up, and that's going to allow the rest of AHJA to get charged. Looking for it to come right as they turn this corner and start to push in. Maybe when they get to point. That's likely a better place for it. Glad they waited until then. As is Gig. Huge picks coming in very quickly. Dala and Jeru out of the fight. That Amp Matrix doing exactly what it needed to do, and AHJA will very quickly take first.
You know, I gotta pat myself on the back a little bit. I said early in the, I think I was on Lijiang Tower, I said I'm very excited to see Rupel accrue consistent Amp Matrix assists as the series goes on from that one misplaced Matrix there on last fight of Lijiang Tower Gardens. And hey, prophecy fulfilled. Now we just need to see AHJA push unfettered through Streets phase, which is a little bit harrowing. This double shield composition on Blizzard World, albeit despite the fact that this map fosters a lot of a lot of different compositions, double shield on defense of Blizzard World is very strong.
Oh, it absolutely is. One of the strongest places you can have it. Speaking of a strong place for double shield, Bob works well there as well, but Lyre going to be able to take them out of the fight very, very quickly. Going to be an early advantage here to Trqsttheprocess. They're going to turn that into an even bigger advantage as this fight goes on. Immortality Field briefly saves a couple of members of AHJA, but Trqsttheprocess has successfully defended, and look at this forward position they're getting ready to take.
You know, this is the close hold. You'd see it on maybe Dorado. You definitely are going to see it on Havana. Still kind of wishing that we had gotten to watch that map for our escort game mode, but I'll bite my tongue. And now it's the forward hold here. Amp Matrices coming up, and Vision ends up going down to Pulse.
You know, this is tremendous. Even if Trqsttheprocess goes down here, they have forced AHJA to expend so many resources just to try to get to the cart, and it isn't even barely out of spawn. Gravitic Flex going to be used by GTX to try and capture a few members of Trqsttheprocess. It's going to be a nice Dragon Blade that's going to get a kill onto Dala. Jeru falls as well. AHJA might be able to turn this around in their favor. A couple of picks coming in their favor, but again, Trqsttheprocess were able to bleed a lot out of AHJA to just get to the card here, and this fight still isn't over. Trqsttheprocess has a chance to come back in this.
No, they're not worried about getting staggered or being late to the next engagement, because look at how much progress the card still has to attain. Trust the Process has at least bought an additional fight here. They purchased, or Psycho purchased rather, a second pulse bomb. That was one at the beginning and one now at the end of the fight before the dispatch. Again, that's a support hero right there. But things are set to turn around here for AHJA as they commit the supercharger.
Yeah, because of that very forward position Trust the Process took, they weren't able to quite get control of this high ground, and AHJA's taken that to their advantage. But with RuPaul out of the fight now, things could turn the other way. We're going to see Gig use that supercharger for AHJA to try and push things forward, but going to be taken out of the fight. Trust the Process gets a pair of kills to try and turn things around. Trust Me briefly stunned, but they're going to be able to weather that. Storm GTX taken out of the fight as well. And with that, Trust the Process will pick up another defensive win.
Yeah, and the card is advanced to pretty much where Trust the Process had originally gotten slowed down on their own attack phase. Things are looking really good for them on this defense. Trust Me coming up on another Gravitic Flux. We might see a nerf to Sigma's ultimate just because of Trust Me on the Sig here. Absolutely insane how quickly they're building them. But Lyre does have the rally to mitigate the follow-up damage.
We're going to see an early pick in favor of AHJA. Gravitic Flux now committed by Trust Me to see if they can turn this around, but the Immortality Field is there. Excellent use by RuPaul. Lyre going to pop the rally as well. That's going to allow them to push forward, but massive pulse bomb from Psycho takes out 3, and with that, Trust the Process holds again.
Oh, trust me, give them the 6K. Give Psycho the 6K. They're popping off. They're demonstrating versatility and prowess on the support on the support role, on the DPS role. They're supporting their team for sure. I mentioned this earlier. I keep saying that. I'm just a big old box of repeats today. Tracer's so incredibly difficult to get value out of, and Psycho's really making her work in this lineup.
She really is. I mean, with as much CC as there is in the game, it's very hard to get out of a super squishy character like that. Speaking of super squishy, Dala is out of the fight. With that, Trust the Process on their back foot. Lyre gonna be picked as well. 2 picks on either side. Make that 3. Trust the Process with a 1-man advantage. But with Bob, that turns into a little bit higher of an advantage. And with that, they take the win. 30 seconds left to go. This is AHJA's do or die moment. If they can't get a fight win here, they will go down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and that's not part of the plan for this tournament. That's not the win condition. They want the rematch against GeForce. They want to continue competing, playing against other incredibly talented players. It can't end here for AHJA. They've got to make something happen. Gig has to be able to play the game with a supercharger they'll be able to envision with early pickups. Look at that!
That is absolutely huge. Now they just have to make sure they have touched the card. They've got it under their control once again. Supercharger committed by Gig, but it's going to be Trust the Process coming back in this fight. They've turned around what looks like a hopeless situation into one where they may in fact stop AHJA cold in their tracks. Overtime ticks over. That's going to do it. Trust the Process will go on in the winner's bracket.
Man, what a great showdown, Juggle. It's phenomenal to start the day off with this caliber of Overwatch gameplay, with this kind of action. That's the triple pulse bomb, absolutely devastating.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, and Trust Me doesn't give Psycho the 6K. I'm sorry, but what team synergy was displayed by both these teams and quickly dismantled as well as Strife manifests itself in the midline of the formation of Trust the Process. This is my prophecy here going forward. There's just a severe disconnection between Psycho and Trust Me, just for the not giving him the 6A. A little unlucky, but phenomenal stuff that we got to see from Trust the Process. We're beginning to learn why that all those games yesterday they played in Group A stage were decisive 2-0s. And honestly, we thought AHJA was the aggressive team coming into this matchup. Turns out it's Trust the Process.
Trust the Process did a phenomenal job today. They're going to move to the semifinals. They're going to be facing off against the winner of our next game, Dice Gaming and Dysfunctional. Whichever one of these teams ends up going against Trust the Process, I got to tell you, they're in for a tough time. Trust the Process to me, right? Like, I feel like if we were to anthropomorphize, we're gonna go with that. Each of these teams, Trust the Process was like the like the cool, collected, college professor who's got it all down. They just follow the instructions, things work out. Whereas AHJA, they were like the young upstart looking to rock the boat, and this time it was the shall we say the measured and standard ways that won the game today. I think Trust the Process. They do it by the book, and it looks good when they do it. It looks effortless. That's the thing, right? Is so far Trust the Process, they made it look smooth and effortless, and that's what the scoreline shows as well. They have yet to lose a map in this tournament.
That's crazy, actually. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And
that's 17 maps. 17 map wins, 0 map losses. That's incredible.
Absolutely. They're looking like a really heavy hitter in the tournament so far. And, as opposed to yesterday, I would say that the loss here for AHJA, isn't quite as devastating as it actually turns out being. They will end up dropping to that lower bracket. There still is a chance for a comeback for all of our AHJA fans, as well as our Redbird enjoyers. Keep a keen eye on the matches as they continue today and next weekend as well. There's still more to see from both of these teams, but there's more to see from all of our teams this afternoon. We're going to throw it back to the desk here, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you the Dice versus Dysfunctional game.
Hello and welcome back into the desk. Thank you, Juggle God and Lord Thethan, for bringing us through that map. And for us, a little bit of a surprise. 3-0 for Trust the Process over AHJA, and honestly, a pretty convincing win for Trust the Process.
Yeah, it was very convincing. I would say, Gibraltar in particular was a bit close from the other maps, but Lijiang as well as Blizzard World seemed to be much more one-sided affairs. Clearly, we did not expect that. None of us predicted Trust the Process to win. Clearly, we should have trusted the process. Not only that, but we all thought it would be at least going the full distance to that 5-map set. Instead, pretty clean 3-0 to start out the day. I think there are some things that we can talk about that really went into this. But I think one of them is, it just looked like AHJA looked a bit tired. We talk about how Bay State later we expect them to be a more lively team today. I think really maybe the early time zone of being, playing early on really affected AHJA and kind of their playstyle, especially in that first map Lijiang. I noticed it seemed like those immortality fields that were on point yesterday seemed to be a little bit late. In general, they weren't playing together nearly as well. So there's a lot of things that went into that, but I think that is one thing we got to touch upon.
It definitely is a way that allows the rest of the dominoes to fall. We were talking about how well that AHJA supported Gig in previous matches. And if that immortality field's not there, then maybe that Gig goes down, which Gig did at times in this match, and that starts the snowball rolling in the wrong direction for AHJA, and they couldn't really recover from that.
Do you think that might be a result of just some more pressure on RuPaul, like we were talking about a little bit earlier? Are we seeing the result of teams adapting to their play style, or is it just a little bit looser today, do you think?
I think it's a bit of both. I think that Psycho had an outstanding performance today. That was the one player that we highlighted that had to really, step up to the plate. Absolutely did. I think they really had 2 goals. One, outduel JMRs, which I would say 70% of the time I think they did. We saw them best them when they played Junkrat into Doomfist, when they did the mirror against Smeg, when they did the mirror against Tracer. A lot of the time they were winning that duel straight up. And then when you have that pressure kind of out of your face, you could just go straight in for the Baptiste, and that's kind of what Psycho's next goal was: pressure RuPaul into positions that RuPaul didn't want to be in. You saw, I think there's one really good point on Blizzard World where RuPaul's trying to get away after the cat first point, and the Sigma and Tracer are both there just pressuring them out, and unfortunately nothing could save them at that point. So I don't know if they listened to our pre-game ramble, probably not, but they definitely did what we said they should do.
100%. And now Psycho and Trust the Process are moving on in the upper bracket. And at this point, is there anything they have to change at all, or do they just have to keep trucking forward? Because it doesn't seem like they're making very many mistakes.
No, it doesn't. And I think the thing that's most impressive about this win is they won on Rush, which was kind of what we assumed that AHJA would be best at. And then AHJA goes to Gibraltar, which is really surprising. I think we were all surprised about that. I think they were trying to counter the fact, okay, we lost on Rush, well, we can win on Dive, right? Like, they're basically trying out every team comp they can except for Wrecking Ball there. They go to Double Shield and Blizzard World, and they lose out on all of them. I think that's a huge statement that shows that, hey, like, maybe this is more of a pickup team that we see from Trqsttheprocess, but they play everything to a T. Like, there was nothing that really stood out to me and said, all right, this is a group of people that have never played together before, haven't played together very long. They looked just as coordinated, if not more, in this standalone matchup than AHJA did today, or they definitely did against AHJA today, but overall, like, they did not look like a pug team whatsoever, which I think is the scariest thing if you're going up against them. And one thing to note, again, is they're the #1 seed, so they will always get that first map pick. That is a huge advantage to hold on to.
It makes me wonder if cycling through these maps, looking to pull Dive on Gibraltar, Double Shield on Blizzard World, is AHJA anticipating that they will be meeting again later in the tournament, and maybe just trying to force some looks into the different compositions and kind of poke and prod at, like, okay, well, we lost in the mirror for Rush. Okay, let's see what Double Shield looks like. Let's see what Dive looks like. And, we'll see you next weekend, and we're going to prepare a little bit better for whatever looks the weakest.
That's definitely a real possibility. I think it's a little bit of that, as well as, just trying to see if you can find something that works in the moment. You're trying to, it's a win now mentality, but if that's not going to work out, at least you'll have this footage of kind of learning from your own mistakes on these comps that you didn't really bring out yesterday, as well as seeing how you could potentially beat Trqsttheprocess later on. It looks pretty solid right now. I think one big thing I would say is don't run Doomfist on Lijiang Control Center. I think that was a big swing and a miss. I've only seen it work once in recent professional play, and that was, like, I think Hydration against the San Francisco Shock, and then that was the only professional game that appeared in the Overwatch League 2021 season. So I think that it's, like, one, you can kind of learn from your own mistakes from this, but two, you definitely have now a good idea of what could be brought out from Trqsttheprocess on map types that prefer those different compositions.
I am surprised that they didn't stick to Rush. The King of the Hill map type, I find, just plays so differently than some of the payload maps. So it surprised me a little bit that they didn't kind of just take another run at it. They were able to not necessarily force it, but just continually succeed with it yesterday in basically all situations, including, they didn't pick very many maps yesterday. So I am surprised that even if it didn't work for their first map, that things didn't change.
Yeah, and sometimes the strategy is, hey, like, maybe this is a map we don't scrim very much. We have that extra tournament life. Let's get some real-time practice right now. Let's see, if we can make this work. And if not, then we have this thing to work on later. Again, it's very scary because you do have that one life and now it's gone. So you know that your one last chance is now, that's all you got left. It has arrived at the station. You have to make the lower bracket run, which can be very tricky. There's a lot of things that I feel like could have been on their minds, and we can't really pinpoint all of them, but I agree that it would have been good to at least see them try to get another Rush matchup for one more map. I think Gibraltar was actually a pretty good pick, considering that was one of the it was the closest map of the series. Blizzard World, I feel like there's something, like, I'm not necessarily saying, like, pick King's Row, that seems like the default for Rush, but there are other options there that you could have tried it on to try to see if maybe outside of Control, where it's more like just head-to-head matchups the entire time, on a payload map where the objective is, kind of the main objective, there's less room on it. It's just a cart, positioning, all those different things. It's very different than Control, where it's a lot more hectic and everyone's running at each other the entire time.
And we did mention the play from Psycho already. Obviously, that was something we were expecting to be strong, given their Overwatch League status, attached to Vancouver Titans. So, Jag, going forward for Trqsttheprocess into the later stages of this tournament, who else are you going to really keep eyes on as this tournament progresses?
That's a good question. I was really impressed by Dala today. I feel like on the main support role, they really were able to hold their own ground against someone like Lyre, who is known for being one of the best main supports in Tier 2. They looked really good on the Brig. I think one of the best moments of the Lijiang Towers actually when they got the counter environmental elimination onto Lyre after Lyre took someone out. I can't remember who it was, but that kind of set up the pace of the game. It's like, well, anything you can do, I can do better. And, you know, they definitely were not a name that you mention quite a bit. I feel like that's kind of how main supports work. There's only two reasons you mention main support. They either get like a triple boop elimination or they are not doing very well. Generally, if you're just having a very solid performance, you kind of fade into the background a little bit. That's just how it is sometimes when you're playing the backline. I think they looked really, really clean today.
For sure. And with that, we do have Dice Amplify versus Dysfunctional coming up. Before that, we are going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with the next match in the Questline Open tournament. Hey folks, we are back. New beat here with AHJA and Jag as we are getting ready for the next map here in the Questline Open between Dice Gaming and Dysfunctional. And this should be another really interesting match coming up.
It should be, and you know what the prize is for winning this one? You get to take on Trqsttheprocess. Next, you lose, you get to take on AHJA. Like, it feels like a lose-lose scenario. No matter what happens here, it's gonna be a rough one in the upcoming series. I mean, good news, you win here, you do get that extra life. You can just stay in the winner's bracket, but going up against Trqsttheprocess, oh, it's gonna be a doozy. And this matchup has, I would say, some of the most well-known names in the tournament, whether it is the side of Dice Gaming, this new roster that they brought together recently that has some of the most well-known contenders players, to Dysfunctional, which has some of the biggest streamers in the industry right now for Overwatch. There's going to be a lot of star power here.
There absolutely is. It's just littered with names that are well known throughout the Overwatch community. I'm really excited to see how these tank lines stack up against each other. I think that will be an interesting way to look at this match, to see which tank line is creating, you know, more space, more room for their team to move forward and allow those extremely strong DPS lines the space they need to operate.
Yeah, and I really quickly want to make a bit of a change to what I said earlier. I think I had said incorrectly that I believe it was Necros is the only currently active member competing in contenders. That is not true. Brough obviously is in Wisp, but J-Bubs as well is currently active. So there are a few, you know, members of this streamer team that are more oriented towards the player side. But one thing that we had all talked about before on the pre-show was, can Dysfunctional be flexible? So I think that's the biggest question kind of on our mind going to this. We saw that Dice Gaming, you know, they can play basically everything, had some mixed results against Bay State, but they were at least able to flex to those different compositions. Specifically, the double shield is one that I think they need to work on. We don't know as Dysfunctional really can bring out. I think their tank line seems pretty flexible for what I know from the footage I've seen of these players previously. But it's kind of the big standout streamers, but I'm not sure like really how deep their hero pools can go. And there's a difference between, all right, I can play this in a comp game on my stream versus can I play this in a competitive match against a very well organized team.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be a lot on the tank lines of Dysfunctional to be there to flex, to kind of enable the, you know, the Caffrey Widow and things like that, or playing around, you know, Red Shell, things like that. Are they going to be leaning into, you know, allowing the tanks to, you know, try and carry that flexibility, or are we going to see, you know, these players that are well known for a specific, you know, one or two heroes, sometimes a little bit more, are we expecting them to move around?
Yeah, I think it's going to be definitely on the tank line to be kind of the ones that are adjusting here. I think that J-Bubs and Guru both, you know, have pretty good track records being able to play multiple heroes. I think Guru, and I mostly think of them, I think of D.Va in particular, and I think D.Va kind of is hit or miss right now with the meta. You can try to force it with Wrecking Ball. I still think Sigma's the better option just because then you can protect your backline a little bit better. But I really think it's going to be protect the Kefri. I think that's going to be the strategy here. Widowmaker is a very feast or famine DPS character. If you're hitting headshots, it's just a walk in the park. If you've got a Mercy Pocket, especially, becomes a lot easier. But considering that she is in a weaker form than she used to be, with less of a health pool, she becomes much more vulnerable to dives, especially if there's a Tracer that comes out. I want to see a Petal versus Kefri duel. That is my, you know, own request. So please, players, make it happen. We didn't get to see Petal yesterday. As we mentioned earlier, I do believe they were at a LAN tournament for UTD, a local Texas LAN tournament. But here, I believe they should be in this matchup here today. We did get confirmation about how to say their name at least, so that is good. Though I believe we've been saying it correctly. Anyway, yeah, I want to see that hit scan matchup. I think it'll be one for the record books.
Honestly, you can sign me up for that duel any day. And I think that would be just peak Overwatch, watching those two butt heads. And honestly, I know I've made a bunch of predictions already, but that one I would just stay away from completely. I just enjoy the spectacle of those two going at each other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a great day for Overwatch, and as much as we are on the desk, we're also fans of the game. So we get to see two powerhouses go up against each other, two pretty big names overall in the scene. It's always going to be fun. No matter who comes out on top of that one, I think it's just going to be a treat to see, who can kind of outduel. That's going to be the big thing. I'm not sure if Petal would go to the Widowmaker. They are primarily known for being a Cassidy player. I have seen them bring out the Ashe time and time again, but the Widow versus Widow duel, ooh, if that comes out, that's going to be spicy.
Yeah, maybe just hope for some Junkertown or something like that, a map, a situation that maybe massages them into taking on that Widowmaker a little bit.
Yeah, but let's make it happen. Production, just tell them it's Junkertown and no questions asked. No desk influence whatsoever. Just make it happen.
Just tell them that the other team has picked Junkertown. We'll tell them both that, and just hope none of them ever speak again.
Just no questions in all chat.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, going into this next game, Jag, do you have any main spot besides that DPS line that you're really going to keep an eye on, focus down? Do you think there's any of those micro battles that are really going to decide who's going to take this one home?
I think the support lineup battle is always one that we should be looking out for. I think Mauser looked really, really good yesterday on the Zenyatta. In fact, got bullied a little because of how well they were doing. Ended up getting focus fired quite a bit near the end of that series against Space State. I'm really interested to see how Gale does. Gale's always been known as an Ana player. I definitely think they're flexible onto other supports, but I'm not sure, how they would do on the Zen or the Baptiste in comparison against Mauser. So I think that in particular is just one matchup I really want to look out for, because as we talk about a lot, flex support, it's not just about healing, it's a lot about utility. It doesn't matter how many shots you hit on Zen, if you're not discording the right target and your team can't focus them down, then Zen's not nearly as effective as he would be otherwise.
And you mentioned what happened to Mauser yesterday with those solo ults coming on him when they're on the Zenyatta, and I honestly just take that as a compliment. Good, somebody's solo ulting me, they're really, trying to get me out of the fight, and that's 100% what was happening yesterday with Mauser. So obviously that is going to be a player that needs to get shut down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw in the last series, taking out RuPaul made a huge world of difference. So I think getting rid of one of DICE's star players, making sure that there's less healing, that Infected can't do the things that they want to do, especially if they play a Wrecking Ball sort of composition. It would be lights out for DICE, but it's going to be really tricky. I think that Mauser probably learned a little bit from yesterday. One time it was just they were walking back from spawn. There's very little you can do about it from that perspective, but in other circumstances, maybe could have been a bit further back instead of playing a little bit more in the medium range line of sight for the opposing team. So if they're able to be more of a sniper than medium range kind of support DPS hybrid, I think they'll be in a great spot to help their team win.
100%. And I did want to take a moment actually. I got called out by Lord Ethan in the last broadcast there, in the last match. He said I was a bit of a sheeple. He said I was following the group when it came to the predictions. So I'm just going out again. I'm changing my prediction. I know this is going to be controversial, but I'm going in there and I'm going to say Dysfunctional is going to win. So, Lord Ethan, you can deal with that now. I'm changing my prediction once again to be a little unique.
I respect it. You're definitely going for the two teams that I would say are the biggest underdogs in this. But my personal question for you is does that make you more of a sheep for giving into peer pressure?
That's a good question. See, but now I can't go back.
Already committed.
Either way, it's just gonna get worse. It's just gonna get worse.
Just
I'm really.
What you should make the prediction is that everyone gets to have fun. There you go. That way you're not leaning towards one way or the other.
Yeah, let's go with the very controversial prediction of, I think we're gonna see some good Overwatch.
I think we're all on board for that one.
Absolutely. Yeah, I gotta go home and do some thinking. It's gonna be a really period of self-examination for me.
Big day.
Just to kind of reassess what my priorities do. Do I want to make the predictions I want to make, or am I really following everybody else? It's gonna be me learning a lot about myself, I think.
I mean, those are the best kind of self-reflections, right? But maybe in the future we change the order so that way you can make the first prediction, and that way you're the one setting the pace and the tone.
That's a perfect idea. I'm definitely going to do that next time. However, right now we are ready to head into our next match. So we are going to throw it over to Lord Ethan and Juggle God one more time. So take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Deska. Appreciate all of that. And newbie, you know what? I'll join you. I was going for Dice Gaming, but you know what? I'll be the sheep this time. I'll follow your lead and swap my prediction over to Dysfunctional as well. Thank you once again for throwing it back to us, Lord Ethan. Welcome back. Glad to be here with you again for this second game between Dice Gaming and Dysfunctional.
Yeah, this one's definitely going to be a fun matchup, I think is the best way to say it. The best of the content creators, best of the best, really, in the entire tournament as a whole. But this one should be very interesting. And, you know, I gotta say, you know, you and Newbie breaking out of the hive mind and collapsing into whimsical folly. The slander doesn't end at any point soon from me. Well, I guess it will end soon as we head into the first map between both of these teams, because I don't want to slander any of these guys. I don't want to slander DICE because, well, there's nothing to slander about them. They're a strong roster, as well as Dysfunctional. Well, you know, those are the powerhouse of the content creators. Bad blood with them is bad news for sure. And there's definitely a lot of blood to shed between these two teams as well. Look at the powerhouses on these rosters. I mean, Horthic popped off yesterday, Infected, Aspen, and Moser. I'll tell you, Juggle, I'm very excited to see the matchup between Shark Candy and Moser.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic matchup. I mean, there's so much to like about this. Like you said, we've got you know, this support duel that could potentially happen right between Candy and Moser. We've got Petal as well, potentially going up as against Kefri, right? The potential duel that Jag was mentioning too. There's just so much here to love, and so much excitement I think we've got coming in this next matchup. This is the number 4 and 5 seeded team, right? This, I think, has the makings to be one of the closest matches we're going to see in this first round.
Yeah, especially after the you know, the devastation that I feel, considering that, you know, the last series didn't go to 5, and not just because I want to spend as much time in the booth here at Questline Open, but you know, also because the best kind of Overwatch is Overwatch that is filled to the brim with resistance and opposition. Teams forced to make changes either to their comp or their strategy or their play style, because, you know, there's lots of ways to play all of the different heroes in the roster. Unfortunately, stymied at 32 for the time being, but hey, news of Overwatch 2 coming in soon. Maybe we'll see Maga come into the tank role.
Yes.
Or maybe they'll make him a DPS since they're thinking about Doomfist as a tank. But enough looking towards that far in the future. Looking into this matchup, you know, I'm not changing my prediction from earlier, Juggle. I think that I'm still, as Jag had eloquently put it, I'm still in DICE's corner for this one.
All right, well, this is going to be an exciting matchup. I can't wait to see it. Is it going to come up 6s for DICE Gaming, or is Dysfunctional going to spread that dysfunction to DICE Gaming and stop what they're going to try and do here? We're going to be headed to Control first. That's going to be the first of our map types as we head into this next best of 5. And you know, I'm curious to see where we're going to be headed first, Lord Ethan, because to me, that always, it sets the stage, right, for the rest of the series, right? Where are we going to start things off today? What's that going to show us from both of these teams? A lot of questions, I think, are going to be answered very soon.
Absolutely. And, you know, to answer your question as well, actually, to not answer your question, Juggle, in the previous series between, oh goodness, I'm losing my mind here, between Trqsttheprocess and AHJA, we saw 3 maps played. Lijiang Tower, went to Watchpoint Gibraltar, went to Blizzard World. And I gotta say, on all of these maps, the compositions that you would expect to be played ended up getting played. That's a trend that I'm actually hoping to not see continue. Let's run Rush on Havana. Let's go full disruption on Route 66. I guess actually you could expect that as well. You can expect a lot of different things on any of the maps, but I'm hoping to break the mold a little bit here. I think the one map that I don't want to see starting off here in this series is going to be Lijiang Tower. You just end up in a position where you kind of have to meta game it out, and although you can see the Diva Ball disruption chaos composition emerge on Lijiang Night Market or the 6-man on Gardens, I think that I'd love to see the fluidity in terms of strategy that are offered or that is offered by maps like Busan or Oasis.
I would love to see Busan come out first here. That's King's Row might not be my favorite map in Overwatch, but Lijiang Tower is. If we're looking outside of one of those, one of the more classic maps, right? I feel like you have to love one of the classic maps of Overwatch. Busan, great one to go to, right? A lot of variance in the different maps, in the different sub-maps that you have there. So we get a sneak peek at, potentially a lot of what both of these teams are going to be about as we get into this matchup. Now, a reminder, the winner of this is going to have to go on and face Trqsttheprocess in the semifinals. The loser will go down to face AHJA. So, you know what? Regardless of where they end up, both of these teams going to have a tough ask in front of them.
I said when we first started today, Juggle, that if I had my way, I'd see every team, all of the teams, from the group stages as well as here in the finals. I'd want to see all of them win. Imagine being dedicated and passionate about Overwatch in 2022. I got it right that time. I'm not living in the past anymore. But honestly, as I talk about the desire to win, the desire to see competition, the thirst for victory, this matchup, whoever wins or loses, it's a lose-lose. I mean, you win, you'll go up against Trqsttheprocess, playing on EU ping, and you lose, you go up against AHJA, who is one of the most favored teams in the entire tournament. I mean, there's no winning to be had here. And on top of all of that, you're playing Overwatch. You lost as soon as you turned on your monitor.
Oh my gosh. Well, you know what? There's, as stale as the game has gotten, one way to put it is that it's the most balanced it's ever been. And that's the part of the reason I think that we can see so many of these different compositions on so many different kinds of maps as well, and I think, another interesting point, which, you and I haven't brought up yet, but I think it may have been chatted about before, is the fact that this could very well be one of the very last Overwatch tournaments we get to see. Overwatch 1.
Yeah.
One of the very last with 6 players with 2 tanks, right? And I mean, you could be feeling good. You could be feeling sad about that. There's a lot of emotions surrounding that because, we won't see double shield anymore, right? But then again, you miss some of that tank synergy coming with Overwatch 2. But regardless, this is our last time to kind of savor these, shall we say, the twilight hours of Overwatch 1.
Yeah, it's I feel like there are arguments to be made that every era of Overwatch has been a pretty interesting one, but this is definitely the most lively I think things have gotten, definitely in a long time. It's a refreshing change of pace in terms of direction, not necessarily for the game, but for communication between the community as well as the players. And the devs. I feel like the Overwatch community, it's tighter than it's ever been before. We poke fun at Overwatch and playing it, but there's a lot to appreciate about being part of this group. And Juggle, we talked a little bit about prophecies coming true earlier, and lo and behold, guess what map we're going to?
That's right. We will be headed to Busan, as a matter of fact. So I can't wait to get this started. See what both these teams are going to do. Which sub map we end up on. Great place for us to start. And As much as we do poke fun at Overwatch, and the fact that we're still here, we are all still here.
Yeah.
We're the holdouts. We're the steadfast. We are the core of the Overwatch community, right? That's what I love about this tier 3, tier 4 scene, right? Is that and even tier 2? Like, let's be honest, there's a lot of tier 2 talent in here today. This is the thriving. These are part of the community. These are the hardcore members, the ones who are, your ride and die Overwatch fans, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm here for the passion. It's it's the reason that we all woke up early this morning, either to watch the games unfold, to play in them, to produce or cast. It's really brought us together. And despite all the competition, despite all the ego, I think that is a sentiment that we absolutely are obligated to cash in here for the payoff of being able to play Overwatch with each other. A cheeky, stupid expression I used to say is, we all won as soon as we got to play Overwatch with each other, but definitely it's a little bit different here in this matchup. You're playing to win. You're playing for that prize pool. You're playing for the title, right? You want to say that you won what is potentially the last Overwatch 1 tournament, right? And that is absolutely the name of the game for these two teams.
Oh, it absolutely is. And we're gonna start things off on Mecha Base here on Busan. The gates are open. Both these teams ready to go. It's gonna be a disruption composition, butting heads against a very traditional brawl-looking composition. Let's see who's gonna come out on top. Both teams are now staging up on the high ground. We've got actually Infected on the Wrecking Ball down low, but J-Bub's going to find a nice pick onto Horthic very early without that Sombra in the mix. This disruption composition has lost a lot of its teeth. J-Bub's now going to charge over towards point to start to get a little bit of point presence there as well. Necro's looking to build up this blade. Infected down and out for the count now as well. And with that, Dysfunctional primed to take this first point. It's going to be briefly contested by Frosted. They're going to go down to about a quarter of a health before they can be healed back up. But in the meantime, the point was captured by Dysfunctional.
It's so funny. I was just watching VODs of these players on YouTube the other day, and now here I am watching them in action. Necros ends up going down. It's still the fight breaking out here. Interesting as well to see Crawley on the Zarya, although not on them for long.
No, not for too terribly long. Dice Gaming comes back in with a vengeance off of some great early picks to snowball to a fight win here. Dysfunctional does have 20% on the board. Dice Gaming will be able to equalize that relatively soon, but this next fight shaping up to be very interesting. Got a couple of ults online for Dice.
Yeah, Necros is going to be coming up on that blade here shortly. Gale, I think, has already committed the nano, though.
We're going to see that Infected go in with a minefield. They drop it over Dysfunctional. Necros goes down. Frosted going to get the final kill on them. A minefield does demech Crawley. They're going to be out of this relatively soon. No supports to be found for Dysfunctional, but Dice Gaming has lost all of theirs as well. Is there a possibility for Dysfunctional to come back in this? We've got a Mei and a nice block as well, but they're not going to be lasting for long. And now Dice Gaming has doubled the capture percentage of Dysfunctional.
Yeah, that's a great start. And also part of the luxury of this disruption-oriented comp is just that you're free to engage pretty much however you'd like. And it's going to start off with a rally here from Aspen. I anticipate seeing the self-destruct thrown when the fight breaks out onto the objective itself.
We're going to see Aspen start to push in from that high ground with that rally. Self-destruct not going to be thrown out just yet from Frosted. The sound barrier now committed by Shard Candy. Necros out of the fight, but it's going to make things a little bit difficult for him. Nice boot comes in from Infected on the Wrecking Ball. Almost takes Kefri off the map, but they're able to find their footing, but only for so long. Nano Boost committed to J-Bubs. A charge comes in onto Frosted. Crawley going down to very, very little health as well. J-Bubs once again tries to take Moser out of the fight. Going to be able to. Frosted now giving a lot of trouble to Moser, pushing them, or J-Bubs pushing them up onto the side ground. 92% on the board for Dice. They've got a couple of picks in the back, and they take it home.
It's going to be hard to. Look at the minefield strewn across the objective, and Aspen coming up on another rally. We talked about quick charging Brig ults in the last series, and you were going to see a touch and then a hack go onto Necros with the blade. Unlucky is what we call that in the Overwatch community.
That it is. That's going to be a rally from Aspen to potentially seal the deal here for Dice Gaming. Couple of picks coming in, overtime ticking over. One last person on to contest, but with a hack and some focus fire, that's going to be it. Dice Gaming takes the first sub map.
It's interesting to me on Mecha Base, Dysfunctional really opting in to the oh, we got a pause coming in. I'm sit up straight now. It's,
right? It's go from the natural caster and gamer position to
you should be sitting up straight anyways, because you got to talk from your diaphragm.
This is true. This is true.
It's so it is interesting to see Dysfunctional really opt into that rush brawl style composition and ultimately lose against the disruption comp there on Mecha Base, where that style, that strategy is purportedly the strongest to run, but again, I got to go back to the luxury of the Chaos comp is that you're free to engage, disengage. There's so much healing uptime as well that you can absolutely bank on Moser and Aspen to build up timely ultimates, and at this level of gameplay also find suitable uses for those utilities as well. We did a lot of praising of Aspen's support gameplay yesterday. Ended up being highly influential in the turnaround of a series against Bay State, who also ended up making it to this final stage. It's just more praise to be showered on to the Dice squad. And, that's part of the reason that I'm in their corner. I'm a very prolific Brig and Zen enjoyer.
Yeah, Dice Gaming has looked phenomenal so far. I think, one of the ways you can tell that, right now they're coming out on top is that this brawl composition, right? It should have flourished here on Mecha Base, right? But I never saw really cohesive thought coming out from this brawl composition, right? I think they were too scattered because of this disruption that was being thrown at them from Dice Gaming, right? And so if they're going to come back from this first sub-map loss, I think that we're going to have to see a much more cohesive game plan being executed, right, by Dysfunctional. Because right now they're just getting booped all over the place, right? They haven't been able to execute exactly what their plans have been, and it's showing right now. Dice Gaming is really done a great job of just throwing them into chaos.
That's your win condition as the disruption comp goes, and you've got plenty of explosive potential as well. Self-destruct, minefield, pulse bomb, as well as an EMP from Horthic to boot. Absolutely destructive potential on the side of Dice Gaming already off the bat. You bring up an interesting point, Juggle, and this is something that as long as we're paused, we'll have to save it for later.
You got time. You can finish your point.
I'll briefly mention that it is interesting. This is the dream. I mean, the stream team, right? And all of these players, they're familiar with each other, right? They know how they each want to play. They all play with each other on the ranked ladder, right? But this is where you kind of encroach that line of team synergy versus raw skill, right? And I think it would be fair to say that Dysfunctional, even if they individually play on teams or play at a high level, you have to wonder if there are opportunities for Dice Gaming to capitalize off of disruptions in the synergy of Dysfunctional, and that's what I'm excited to see really epitomized here in the strategies for Dysfunctional, who are now down around a map.
They are down around a map and a player right now as this matchup has already gotten underway. We've got a lot of action happening up here near the drum. Aspen going to be able to take J-Bubs out of the fight now. That's a 2-player advantage for Dice Gaming. They're going to be able to cap the point now and push back on Dysfunctional, who is going to have to regroup.
Yeah, and there's Candy on the well, they were on the Zen. No, maybe they've been on the Brig this whole time. Gale is actually going to be on the Zenyatta and is very close to Transcendence as well. Moser is definitely making waves of impact. Their engagement is obvious from the fact that they've already built that Trance. Ooh,
yeah, that just speaks to the fact that Dice Gaming as well is just there's a tremendous amount of coordination between the front and back line, which is exactly what you want to see in this composition. 2 players down already for Dysfunctional. Dice Gaming doing a fantastic job of slicing and dicing their competition apart right now. That's going to be a second fight win, 40% on the board for them.
The matchup between these teams is interesting enough, but even then, when you peel apart the layers in this series, there's a lot to observe. In particular, I've mentioned a lot of support gameplay this afternoon, but I'm definitely looking at the matchup between Gale Adelaide and Moser, as well as Necros, who's now under the duress of the hack from Orthic.
Yeah, that's brutal right there because they got this blade burning a hole in their pocket. Gale Adelaide going to be taken out of the fight early on. Moser forced to pop the Transcendence. Now with several members of Dice Gaming getting a little bit low, but it's going to be Infected coming up with a kill onto Necros. Kefri not going to be anywhere to be found either, and Dice Gaming once again coming out on top. Dysfunctional can't find a fight win.
No, and they're coming up into potential last fight territory as well. And look at this, you've got the EMP, you've got the minefield, the self-destruct. There's that explosive potential here. Dysfunctional does have the Nano Blade. It's very swingable here. It just is up to Necros to find out the right targets to engage on here.
The EMP is going to land, and it's going to land hard, though. Support's out of the equation now for Dysfunctional. Just 1 member left on board and alive. Overtime taking over. Dice Gaming will take this first map against Dysfunctional.
Really decisive here so far in this series. Dysfunctional, despite being able to accrue a little bit of objective progress there on Mecha base with a great start in that first fight. Ultimately, they're going to drop 2 rounds. Hopefully, they don't drop off too far. It's definitely Dice Gaming favored with this composition on this map type. It's the control point death mode. It's a big old glorified death match, and I feel like Dice Gaming really leaned into that. Now, Dysfunctional, as we talk about team synergy and whether or not it is present or stronger than that which would be found in Dice Amplify, I think we'll really get to see the answer for that question present itself as we head into those more team-based map types.
Yes, we're gonna be heading now into Escort, Lord Ethan. So team play gonna be much more the name of the game here. So this dominance that we've seen so far from Dice Gaming might be mitigated a little bit as we move on to this next map, or this next map type rather. So it's gonna be interesting to see how things shape up after Control. It's always a nice little preview, but it's hard to make too many predictions based off just that. There's so many times that we see, like a team great on Control, great at that more brawly death, or great at that more deathmatchy style play, just can't hang when we move on to Control, Escort, and Assault. So as we move on to that kind of map, where does now Dysfunctional take us after, seeing both their Brawl and Wrecking Ball disruption-based competition fall to Dice Gaming?
I want to go someplace with a view, somewhere with long sight lines, long angles, someplace that you could really just sit in or sit someplace and really take in the scenery of heads for Kefri to pop off on a hit scan or sniper character. We got to see Kefri briefly on the Cole Cassidy. Go ahead, Juggle.
Maybe someplace where you could sip a fine Dom Robotico? Is that what you're thinking?
That's what I'm leaning into. I like Havana. I really like that map type, or that particular map. But I know it's 50-50 a little bit with the Overwatch community, and as well, it's all too easy to run double shield there. But I want to see Havana. Let's see if another prophecy can come true here.
Yeah, let's see some spawn holds, right? That's when we go to Havana, that's what I love seeing, right? I think it's just such a fantastic strat, such a great place to do it. You don't get to do it very often in Overwatch, so you got to take that opportunity when it presents itself. I think. This you alluded to this earlier. This is such a this particular matchup, such a star-studded matchup, right? Kefri, Red Shell, Aspen, Petal. These names are just, they're what's the word I'm looking for? They're
I think you're trying to say infinitely better than me.
Yeah, well, they are that for sure. For me, I'm not sure if you were saying that about yourself. For me, they absolutely are. But Pinnacles, not Pinnacles. What am I looking to? They're well-known members in the Overwatch community. I can't exactly find the word that I'm looking for right now, but that's not going to stop me from making the point that this is such a star-studded lineup from both of these teams. It's going to be exciting. It already has been on Busan, and I can't wait to see more.
And I think that as well, there's an opportunity in this particular matchup to step back just a little bit, not too much, from the competition that we saw between Trqsttheprocess and AHJA, and into the territory of the sentiments we had expressed at the start of the series as well, Juggle. At the end of the day, Overwatch is a video game. At the end of the day, it's all about the game, right? You just want to play, and I think that that's something that Dysfunctional, whether they mean it or whether they mean to or not, that they end up representing. Hopefully here in the next couple of maps, maybe in the next 4, if we're lucky, we'll really get to see them have a little bit of fun. Put Kefri on that Widow, and as Jag had said, protect the president, protect that Widowmaker, enable Kefri to land those shots. You've got Gale Adelaide, referred to as the human aimbot on the support role, which is really interesting to me. I didn't understand how to play support until I started playing the other roles, and I began to understand what exactly they need. So Gale Adelaide, with an intimate understanding of how the DPS players want to play, is very well equipped to enable and foster the individual strength that is sitting on the roster for Dysfunctional. And as we talk about the team synergy, as we talk about the ability for Dysfunctional to be, functional with each other, we also can't forget the fact that, on a roster with so much star power, on a roster with so much mechanical prowess and peerless game sense, there very much is a possibility that it's down to the clutch factor, that it's down to the DPS carry or the big plays that can be made in fights that Dysfunctional is all set up to lose.
Ooh, yeah, that's a very interesting point. The way I think that Dysfunctional recovers, right, from this is going to say a lot as well, right? I think I think that the second map is going to be kind of pivotal, right, in terms of this series. And if Dysfunctional can come away from this first map loss, and say, okay, what do we do well? What do we do wrong? What do we need to hide? And what do we need to mitigate, right, from our gameplay? Then they can absolutely come back in this, right? But I think this is their do or die moment. It is a first to 3. It is a best of 5. But we need to see that adaptation coming out now. And if we don't see it on this map, then I'm not sure if we're going to see it on the 3rd, right? So to me, I think we're going to see a lot is going to be determined here on this next map.
Yeah, I agree. Something that Julie and I discussed ad nauseum last night was momentum, right? And so in a first to 3 series, you definitely don't want momentum to build for your opponents, but momentum might be easily acquired here heading into the next map. Plenty of times that, at least in my competitive journey, I've been rolled on on Rialto, but plenty of times as well, you'll see the first point full hold, which is a straightforward endeavor on any escort game mode. You'll see a stymie on Streets phase, or perhaps rounding around that harrowing corner of last objective, you do see the defenders stabilize, and any one of those expectations could come to fruition as we navigate the rivers of Italy.
It might not be Havana, but I think this is a very close map to it, right? If you're not going to go to Havana, then I think Rialto is your next best choice, maybe even a superior choice here. Time will tell. Going to Rialto as well, that says to me that Dysfunctional values flexibility, right? Because there's a lot of different comps that you can run here, right? And you can run a lot of different comps on every single one of these points. So this to me says that they want to respond to what Dice Gaming is doing. I think we're going to see a lot of adaptation coming here as this map moves forward.
Interestingly enough, you've got Gale Adelaide back on that DPS role. As I mentioned, intimacy with how the DPS wants to play. Well, obviously, they're on the Leg 76, and Kefri is going to be on the Ana. With Necro still on Genji, this sets up 2 potential win condition ult combos in the Nano Visor or the Nano Blade. Really, Moser is only going to get 1 Transcendence, maybe every fight, especially if they find early pickoffs like that one.
That is tremendous. Taking Caffrey out of the fight early on is going to set up Dice Gaming very well in this matchup. Dysfunctional has got this card moved around just about to the second corner now of this first point on Rialto. High ground now under the control of Dysfunctional, but only briefly Dice Gaming able to take it. But Aspen is out of the fight now by Shard Candy. So things looking a little rough now for Dice. Necro's going to go down to some excellent play from Infected though. So Dice seems to be weathering the storm fairly well right now. Infected going down very low. Horthic as well. It's going to be a lot of healing that has to be done by the support line, but they seem to be up to the task as Elva and Horthic combined for a couple of kills. Dysfunctional on the back, but once again, despite Dice having to back up quite a bit, they do come up with a fight win.
It's like I'm watching yesterday's Bay State game, just seeing Horthic light up the kill feed, and Infected and Elvar are adding as much participation to these fights as any other matchup. Very, very exciting. And already you see ultimates being banked here on the side of Dice Gaming as well. So Dysfunctional, they're playing into a pretty tough situation. I would really like to see a longer kind of neutral fight here between these two teams, just to give Dysfunctional the opportunity to come up and get an edge in this next engagement.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna be looking for that edge coming up into this next fight. Dealing with a little bit of an issue right here for the players. They're gonna be back in the game relatively quickly. Somebody disconnected, so hopefully we'll have them back in relatively soon. But if this first fight is anything to make predictions on, Dice Gaming looking really good. They were able to I think one thing we have to look at here is the fact that we've seen Dice Gaming go down by 1 or 2 members a couple of times early in fights. However, they're able to turn it around and turn it back in their favor. That's not something that I've seen so far come out from Dysfunctional, and I think that's something that's going to have to change. They need to transition these early picks into fight wins.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's something that we saw in the previous matchup, but it was more related to compositions. You would see mirrored attributes manifest in the hero lineups between AHJA and Trust the Process. Here you see really Dysfunctional has that solo carry pop-off potential, as well as Dice Gaming. They're exemplifying it as well. Moser ends up trading here.
We're going to see a little bit of advantage coming up for Dice Gaming, though, as there was one pick onto Kefri, too. Aspen with the Valkyrie trying to keep her team alive through thick and thin. We're going to see the Gravitic Flex come out, but Crawl going to be taken out of the fight. Hothic comes in with a big pair of kills, and with that, Dice Gaming holds again.
Seeing Kefri on the Mercy is just really entertaining for me.
It is, right?
You can definitely tell.
We saw somebody in chat say somebody screenshot this Kefri Mercy. I think that was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like I said, you can tell that these guys are just here to game, just here to have fun, right. And maybe also win, because look at that dive on the Moser to elicit the Transcendence out of him.
We're going to see this dive continue coming out. Elva has popped now the blade as well. Oh, that's going to be huge picks coming out for Dice Gaming. And now there's just a minute left on the clock for Dysfunctional to get something together and try to push through first point.
Yeah, that's a tough fight to lose. I gotta say, Elva with the ego dupe onto Necros there feels a little bit bad there, but Necros is coming up on the blade themselves with Kefri close to the Valkyrie. You might be able to see the Valk blade combo, especially since Candy is now on the Moira. Interestingly enough, not my favorite support hero, not gonna lie, but that is a lot of sustain here that Dice Gaming has to cut through. Easy to do when you have the Echo.
But just how long are you going to have that Echo as Elva is taken out of the fight by Gale Adelaide? Nice! Deadeye gonna remove that threat, but it is back just as quick as a blink of an eye as the res comes in from Aspen. She is right on that. There's going to be a lot of problems before Dysfunctional as the res still comes in. Kefri going to town with the murder moth right now, but are they going to be out-dueled? They are, as a matter of fact. Elva coming away with that kill right there. 8 seconds left to go. Can anyone from Dysfunctional touch the point? It's going to be a last-minute attempt here. Gale Adelaide good for 1 kill. Necros pops off. They found Aspen as well. Now there's a support out of the equation. Frosted comes back in, though, for a kill. It isn't over yet for Dice Gaming. They could be coming back into this, but Gale Adelaide going to be good for a pick on the Horthic. Frosted out of their mech as well. Dysfunctional could have the picks they need. They're going to keep this part moving, but Dice Gaming going to get one more contest.
Yeah, and they'll have the Transcendence to sustain here in this next fight, as well as Elva's. Oh, that was so close on the move. As well as Elva's duplicate form. I'd love to see Elva go for J-Bub's Orisa here.
We're going to see Crawley come out with pick onto Infected already. They're going to duplicate the Orisa. They're going to get that supercharger in record time. That's so much extra damage coming in now. Dice Gaming may, in fact, be able to turn this around, especially because the res has come in. Infected with the minefield, gonna catch Kefri out. Shark Candy trying to keep as much alive for their team as possible. Can they push this card right over these last couple of meters? It's not even a couple, it's just one. Elva has found the pick. The stick comes in as well. That's gonna be good. And with that, Dice Gaming primed to hold right here. Just a few staggers left to go. Overtime gonna tick over, and that will do it. Dysfunctional just about capped first point. Dice Gaming has to be feeling really good about that hole.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because pushing first point Rialto with the Chaos Diva ball comp, that is we talk about using something like double shield to simplify issues that might be difficult to solve. The same thing can be said about this disruption comp on attack Rialto. It's exceptionally powerful, really on almost every map, which is why we're getting tired of it, as well as Echo. But Alpha's really making it work. It's funny, Juggle. We mentioned last series that we were going to get to pay a little bit closer attention to the DPS lines for Trust the Process and AHJA, and that didn't end up happening as much as I wanted. Well, we're getting our fill of the DPS action this series. Alpha on the Echo, Horlick on the Tracer, as well as Necros and Gale Adelaide being able to pop off, albeit in small, more limited moments, but still, finally the blade is drawn from its sheath by Necros, and it gets Aspen out of the fight, who has been proactively reviving not just a target, but the right one to help Dice swing these fights. So it's still some meaningful plays coming out from Dysfunctional. We just have to see it really accumulate into a good defense here on Rialto.
Yeah, that's really going to be the name of the game, right? They have to coalesce this defense into something really, really solid here. I mentioned before that I think this is really the do or die time for Dysfunctional, right? And they needed to come up big, I think, with their attack. They didn't there, so they have to come up even bigger on the defense. They have to come up with something really, really big here.
Yeah, absolutely. A pause will give them a little bit of time to figure out how exactly to do that. Give them a moment to evaluate their win conditions and figure out how they're going to disrupt the disruption composition. There's a reason that Dice was favored by the desk in this matchup, with the exception of the whimsical Newbeat, as well. As the reason why.
No one else, right?
Yeah, Juggle, looking at you. And they're just looking good. They're playing clean Overwatch. In fact, the chat saying they're scared of EU. They don't want to drop to the lower bracket and risk that run-in with really AHJA or Trust the Process. Again, the outcome of this series is really a lose-lose.
I feel like Trust the Process as well. Just talking about the name for a second, it feels ominous to me, right? It's like the anime villain or something, like the corporate anime villain, like Trust the Process. I don't know. There's something ominous about that, and having to go up and face them potentially after coming away with a win here in this matchup. So that's going to be quite the game, right? Both of these games are going to be quite the game, I think, regardless of which team ends up facing which team in the next step of this tournament. But we're halfway through Rialto now, right? And we're not going to get to see the second or third portion of it. We're only going to see the first point of Rialto, and is that enough time for them to find their footing, right? Are Dysfunctional going to be able to come away with a cohesive plan here and a cohesive process? We continue to see them getting all of their plans just wrecked by Dice Gaming.
Going back to just the individual skill from Dysfunctional, I think that they can figure it out. I have, despite that I've admitted, I'm looking at Dice for this victory here. I still have every ounce of faith in Dysfunctional to bring it back. You mentioned, anime villains kind of coming out of this tournament. Well, I'm gonna argue that there's an anime arc in the making here. Top 10 anime comebacks of all time. I expect to see Dysfunctional in a Watch Mojo vid any day now because I think that they can bounce back from it. It's really going to be up to big plays from the DPS players, from Necros and Gale. Kefri, if they're able to get back onto that DPS role for the next map, onto that Widow, and honestly, part of what has to be beaten here is going to be the supports for Dice Gaming. Aspen and Moser are absolutely terrifying to go up against. You look at Briggs in a lower bracket or lower competitive bracket, and you're like, this is enough healing. Well, anything is enough healing when you've got Aspen and Moser on the support lineup.
Oh yeah, that is absolutely true. They have been standout players so far for Dice Gaming. I mean, they have enabled Infected to get away with literal murder, right? In Dysfunction's midst, right? So they've just done a fantastic job, and I'm excited to see what this attack is going to look like. I think it's going to be devastating coming up here. Infected already rolling in through Dysfunction, trying to get a little bit of ult charge, trying to push them back, trying to make it so that Dice Gaming really only has to win 2 fights here, right? If they can push back against this double shield composition really hard, then they can make this a 1-2 fight affair.
Yeah, and Dysfunctional is already at a little bit of a disadvantage here. That double shield composition, it's not the best response to a disruption comp. There's, what are the barriers for, right? There's 8 different angles around you from Dice Gaming, and they're already benefiting from those angles. Look at those cash-ins.
Oh yeah, Infected absolutely going ham right now with this wrecking ball. Aspen gonna be able to get the res off. 3 members down for Dysfunctional. They are going to have to come out very quickly if they're gonna have any hope of stalling out this point. We're gonna see a Roadhog lurking in the shadows with a hook, seeing if they can find somebody at the last moment. They push out. They're gonna get booped away briefly by Infected. Now Horthic trying to take an off angle. It's gonna be Infected once again, rolling in, trying to find a pile driver, trying to find a boop to get this Dysfunctional team off the cart. Frosty going to eat the business end of an anti-nade. Croy going down very low though, as is J Bubs. 2 off tanks now. Gonna be the front line of Dysfunctional. Moser though out of the fight. They had
Another Mega
content is
Dupe.
coming along. There's gonna be a huge self-destruct though, catching two. That's gonna be Kefri and Shark Candy out of the fight. Nothing left for Dysfunctional to do. That's gonna be Dice Gaming going up 2-0 in this series.
What a fun series it's been so far. Both these teams are having fun. You can tell that Elva's kind of having the time of their life here on the Echo with the constant care and attention of Aspen on that support lineup. We mentioned aggro support play styles in the matchup between Trqsttheprocess and AHJA. Here's the attentive support play style. You absolutely love to see it. And heading into third map, the compositions and strategies that Dysfunctional is employing have gradually started to make a little bit more sense over time. That attack composition was pretty funny to see in action on pen and paper. Just it doesn't make too much sense. But that evolution that we've seen from them so far, it might amount to a victory in map 3. We'll only have to wait for a little while to find out. Heading into our hybrid map after a short break.
Well, Lord Thethan, we may have started things off a little different on this second map, but we could be ending them the exact same way as we did that first matchup. We are going to be headed to Blizzard World for our third map for our hybrid pick. And, we talked about how on Rialto, this map, flexibility, I feel like, is the name of the game. I think you could say the same thing about Blizzard World.
It's a good map for a variety of compositions. I don't expect DICE to change their strategy. They are committed to the Diva Ball composition, and whether you have Aspen on the Mercy or the Brig, there's a lot of value that they are currently attaining with this strategy. I'm very excited to see Dysfunctional evolve as well. Like I mentioned before the break, I'm eager to see them really opt into those individual strengths of their roster and find as well as exploit opportunities for individual agency. I want nothing more than to see Kefri start popping heads for Necros to get the care that they need to get 6K with the Nano Blade. I want to see a Genji 1v6 and it actually work for once. Something I haven't gotten to see really at all over my Overwatch career. And so that's what I'm really looking forward to here on Blizzard World is just that the individual strengths of Dysfunctional kind of accentuated, and as well for DICE, keep it clean out there.
Yeah, I think the name of the game for DICE has been divide and conquer, and I don't anticipate seeing any change in that general overall strategy as we move into Blizzard World. But I said before that that second map I think was going to be pivotal, right? And we didn't see a big change coming out from Dysfunctional, right? And in fact, I think we just saw DICE Gaming getting stronger. So I think now more than ever, we need to see a massive shift in the approach that Dysfunctional is bringing to this game, either compositionally or in the way that they're approaching every single one of their fights. Because right now, DICE Gaming, like I said, it's like, yeah, we haven't even seen their final form yet. They just keep getting stronger.
As you would really expect of any of our top 8 teams here in the finals. DICE, they didn't have I guess arguments could be made either way, but at least in my opinion, they didn't have as easy of a time in their bracket. Definitely incurred a close matchup in Bay State, who also made it to top 8. So the expectations for DICE is you're absolutely on the mark is that they will continue improving over the duration of the series, and as the amount of teams that they will have the opportunity to compete against is constantly reduced, they will as well be able to figure out how to adapt to the different play styles, right? Say we got to see that matchup between DICE and AHJA. I think that they would thrive in understanding the win conditions of that matchup. If they end up going all the way and maybe we see them go up against GeForce, I think that a mirrored disruption style comp battle between those two teams would be absolutely thrilling for
I'd
one.
love to watch that.
So much fun, but it's again. I can't reiterate, Juggle. You're absolutely right. It's DICE steadily growing stronger, and that is not expected to change, not anytime soon.
No, I think we're headed potentially for more of the same here on Blizzard, where we would love to be proved wrong. Would love to see us go to a map 5, but right now I think everything's coming up 6s for DICE.
They're playing their cards exactly how they need to. You mentioned divide and conquer is their strategy, but the divisions are not happening within DICE Amplify's own formation. Divide a number by itself and you get 1, and that is exactly what DICE looks like. All 6 of them operating on the same page, playing the same win conditions. Maybe they go for a split push onto 2 different targets. Ultimately, it's all for the same cause, to win the fight, play the objective, and pick up another map in this series. That's their plan heading into Blizzard World. We are going to get a pause here. I think just waiting on a reconnection here from one of the players for Dysfunctional, talk about Dysfunctional. So we are going to head on for a short break, but when we come back, it'll be more Blizzard World action. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody. We have all of the players in the lobby. Everybody's connected and ready to go. Blizzard World got to be the next stop on this Overwatch Open Questline Open. Dice Gaming up 2-0 over Dysfunctional, looking to put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and there's 6 coffins actually to fill, and I think that Dysfunctional has a nameplate for each one of those, or rather, they have a coffin designated for them. It's going to be Moser, Horthic, and Infected, putting them 6 feet under. And I go back again. We've gotten to see this map twice today. I'll never complain about that. I love Blizzard World. Say what you will about Blizzard and their balancing, absolutely abysmal, but the map design, sound design, the visuals, that's beautiful.
It absolutely is. Dysfunctional rolling out now for what could be their final attempt here, or final attack on Blizzard World, hoping to make something of this. They're going to be rolling out once again with this double off-tank look.
Yeah, we got to see the double shield comp earlier this afternoon, but this kind of poke composition from Dysfunctional, I'm really liking that. There's plenty of CC here to slow down Infected for sure.
Yeah, there certainly is. Croy and J-Bub is going to make it hard for Infected to get done what they need to do. We're going to see them briefly take a nap, but they're going to wake back up and get into the fight post-haste. Dysfunctional now is pushed back pretty hard against Dice Gaming. Dice Gaming taking a very defensive position, a very far back position. They're going to give Dysfunctional a little bit of positioning on point, but here comes the counter engage. Infected diving in. It's going to be Moser, good for a pick on the Shark Candy. Croy going down very low, taken out of the fight, and Dice Gaming's defense looking strong.
Nice connections there from Elva as well. I do like seeing Kefri on the Ashe for sure, but the rotation from Dice there onto that upper high ground above the point, that was absolutely the play to make. Nano still ends up being committed onto J-Bubs. This means that there might be a stabilization to be found here in that position by Dysfunctional. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Oh my gosh, yeah. The support duo of Moser and Aspen once again coming in clutch for Dice Gaming. Pair of huge picks right there.
Yeah, and as well, Dice is rewarded for their proactivity in these fights with a handful of ultimates. It's once again, it's a tough situation. Dysfunctional is playing into a little bit of at a deficit. The nano expended really to no avail, but you do have Croy doing hog things in the backlines of Dice Gaming. That's exactly what you love to see. Oh, max range hook doesn't quite connect.
Not quite right there. It's going to be Tracer eluding that hook just barely. Going to see Bob come out on the point. They're going to be briefly dissuaded from shooting that gun for a moment, but going to pop right back up and get into it. Frosty getting close to this Gravitic Flux. It's online right now, right as that rally gets ready to is popped by Aspen. Infected out on 5. Frosty going very low as well. This could be Dysfunctional coming away with the map win, or with the fight win that they need. Orthic's not going to make it easy for them, though, as Croy is taken out of the equation. Can Dice Gaming come back in and recontest this? Just about 2 picks on the board. Kefri takes out Moser, and they had that Transcendence. That could have been used to stall out this point, get a little bit more time, but that looks to be accomplished by a couple of the other members of Dice Gaming. And Infected just barely off the point, unable to hold on to it. 3:33 left for Dysfunctional to push through the streets of Blizzard World.
I liked it. You know, it's honestly, even if Dice yields that objective, you could see the focus on securing the right eliminations was there. Infected foregoing the objective in the interest of possibly finding out Gale Adelaide on the support role, and it definitely distracted them. They're coming up a little bit slower on the nano boost here into this next fight. We'll wait to see if Necros actually commits the blade until that's ready. It's a bad time to commit that anyways, because Frost has employed the Gravitic Flux.
Yeah, that's going to yield immediate value. Here comes the blade from Necros. It is going to be popped. It does find Elva. Hook catches Frosted, but the follow-up damage not going to be there to finish off that pick. Moser, though, not going to be long for this. World Infected going down very low right before they get that minefield ready to go. Frosted doing everything they can to stay alive on that high ground. They do get the pick on the J-Bubs, but they follow them into the Beyond shortly after.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I wanted to see from Dysfunctional, is this individual license to not necessarily control the team fights or the pace of the game, but rather the individual duels that each of them are taking. Crawley operating the back lines, and Necros and Kefri popping off.
And we're going to see Kefri popping off in a big way as Infected is taken out of the fight. Horthic very low as well. They're going to have to find some health post-haste. Alpha going down low. It's going to be Dysfunctional getting this cart underway once again. J-Bubs has the Gravitic Flux. They're going to go ahead and pop it. Kefri gets Horthic out of the equation as well. Gravitic Flux finds 2. And with that, this cart will continue into third.
Yeah, and with a time bank as well. That's absolutely beautiful. So Dysfunctional now has a pretty healthy ultimate cycle. Necros is armed with the blade. Moser 50% to Transcendence. Now might not be a bad time to draw it, especially if it means accruing momentum here for this 3rd point push. Ooh, with Frost and Infected both going down, that's huge.
That's absolutely massive. No tanks left for Dice Gaming. That's going to be a very quick disengage, a very quick back off, and regroup, because there's not too much room for error left with this card getting close to the end.
Yeah, and again, I got to go back to Crawl on, on the Roadhog. Beautiful shot. Oh man, that's what we wanted to see this series from Kefri.
What do you expect from Kefri? Yep.
Looking for more. What else can they find?
Not going to be anything at the moment. They do find Horthic, throw a dynamite after them, but that Tracer is going to scoot away pretty quickly. Rez does come out onto Cry. Hook is going to land as well. Frosty going to have to back off and use that kinetic grasp to try and stay alive. J-Bub's going down very low, but the card has been stopped and stalled out now by Dice Gaming. They're going to have to get some picks, though, if they hope that trend do continue. Bob now committed by Elva. They find Kefri on the high ground, winning out that sniper duel this time, and that's going to be a beautiful hold for Dice.
Wow, yeah, beautiful indeed. Not only the connections, but again, the Bob placement is absolutely impeccable. One of the things to really appreciate about AHJA's position in the power rankings of the DPS lineup is just how over time the Viper, her rifle, has felt better and better, and Elvo really shows it off here.
That they certainly do. They're going to have to show off again, but never mind. Elva has taken them out of the fight. No opportunity for that to happen. Aspen does get the res, though, so maybe we will see some more fireworks coming out from that Ash. Horthic now trying to find an opportunity from an off angle to push in. Infected, though, going to be able to get the final blow onto Necros. And oh, look at how unfortunate that positioning was for Gale. Caught out in between a mine and a hard place known as Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, it says I'm safe here. I'm safe here. I'm on the mini pack, and I've got cooldowns ultimately to no avail. The follow up there from Dice is phenomenal, and as well, that's part of the win condition. Again, they're all on the same page here, and they're all banking a couple of ultimates as well. It's kind of a prolonged fight here. Dysfunctional maybe holding in a position that they shouldn't have been. At the very least, it gives them a chance to reset and make some changes to their composition. You do see Craw on the Diva now, which I think is going to be helpful in pursuing and dissuading Infected from the way that they're playing currently.
Yeah, that certainly could have that kind of effect on Infected. At least that's going to be the hope for Dysfunctional. Infected eating the business end of an anti-nade this time around, goes down to about half health. Frosted looking a little rough at the moment, but they're going to be able to get the kills. The res does come in. Kefri now looking to see if they can win out this Tracer duel with Horthic. This is getting really close. They are going to be able to take the win right there, but a trade is on the board as well. Infected has the minefield on board. Kefri with another pick. Can they find Moser? It's not going to be the case this time around. Minefields find another victim. Overtime ticking over. Necros trying to find some value on point. The mines have disappeared. There's an opportunity for them to come away with something, but it won't be in the cards this time around. That's as far as the cart will get for Dysfunction.
Yeah, for third point, but that is some pretty good progress, especially considering how things had gone on Rialto. Understanding at the same time that Kefri was having the time of their life on the support role. Now, with the Peacekeeper and the Viper in their hands, maybe we'll see the Widow's Kiss as well. There's individual license in these duels. Kefri comes out on top of a lot of these 1v1s, and it's not only fun to watch, it's also rewarding for Dysfunctional. So as we talk about how DICE enables each other, how AHJA in the previous series is focused on that teamwork, right? You've got Candy on the Mercy to make sure that Kefri has that competitive edge in these matchups. So Dysfunctional, the name might not be well suited. They are steadily becoming more functional. Just as DICE Amplify is looking stronger and stronger as time goes on, Dysfunctional is doing the same thing. It's so funny. It's a 2-0 right now, but we'll say something about one team. At the same time, it's also true about the other.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Dysfunctional has really started to find their footing here on Blizzard World. If they can continue to ride this momentum that I feel like they built up during their attack, we could very easily see a map 4 and 5 because they have started to make the adaptations that they've needed to make here. Now, it's just going to be a question of whether or not those adaptations are enough on defense. DICE Gaming, they don't want to make any changes. Why mess with success? Don't fix it if it ain't broke, right? They're rolling out with exactly what we've seen before. Alva looking to start to get in a little bit of ult charge now. Dysfunctional position very far back with this double shield composition. It'll be a hard, long stretch of field to traverse before they get the point. And Horthig not going to make it this time around. Kefri with a beautiful headshot to take them out of the fight. Frosted now weighing their options, seeing if they want to start pushing forward quite yet. Necros briefly flirts with the idea of holding that high ground, but they're going to give it up post-haste. Now with DICE Gaming back to a full composition, they can start to push it.
Yeah, and this is really the opportunity for DICE to get hyper-aggressive. Hard to do so when Infected is as critical as they are, though. Now it's Necros' time to pop off, but they're under the duress of the Discord Orb. Elva gets traded, but gets revived. This is winnable here for Dysfunctional.
It certainly is, especially now that they've committed the nano boost as well. Crawley going down very low. Shard Candy getting ready to come alive with this coalescence as well, right as that nano boost is ending. But it's going to be a barrage of kills coming in favor of DICE Gaming. They've got 4, 5 ultimates on board as well, compared to just 1 for Dysfunctional. This is DICE Gaming's fight to lose right here. Gale Adelaide out of the fight. J-Bub's gonna follow them as well, and with that, DICE Gaming will capture this first point.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of that disparity between these two teams, where we saw Dysfunctional's rotation onto that upper high ground. I'm sorry, DICE Gaming's rotation on their first point defense. Dysfunctional rotates in to DICE, and DICE totally exploits it. Frosted, unfortunate misconnection on the Grodic Flux, but they're going to be able to build it right back up. Look at those kinetic grass shields. They can stay engaged for as long as they'd like.
Yeah, they certainly can, but Infected can't say the same about them with that anti-nade, but you know what? They go in anyway. Beautiful disruption onto J-Bubs. I love that roll through. Going for another. They find a slam onto Shard on the stairs as well. Huge plays coming in from Infected. That is some smooth political wrecking ball play, but Necros and Cry coming in with a pair of kills as well. Dysfunctional not to be outdone, but striking back just as fast is DICE Gaming with a pair of kills themselves. Kefri out of the fight due to Aspen on the Murder Moth. That Mercy getting a lot of value.
That is absolutely terrifying. There's, the attentive support gameplay. It's there for DICE, and so is the aggro gameplay. Both support ults coming up online for DICE Gaming. You know, the question is, how do they lose this? A supercharger might make things more complicated, quickly resolved by a minefield.
Oh yeah, that is such a that's like a beacon for a wrecking ball minefield when you see that supercharger go out. It's like that with the supercharger as well. You just pounce on it. But speaking of pouncing, that's exactly what Dysfunctional is doing right now. Aspen with a Valkyrie tries to get something going, but she's picked up art relatively easily by Dysfunctional. A couple kills do come in favor of DICE Gaming, but I think it's going to be too little too late. Moser does pop the Transcendence, though they're not going to let this fight go. They're continuing to try and push this, seeing if they can turn a disadvantage into an advantage. The card's still getting progress. 4.59 meters left to go, and Frosted out of the fight. Gale Adelaide takes the trip back to spawn as well. They had the nano boost ready to go. That's crucial for DICE Gaming to have taken it out of the fight, but Dysfunctional going to come away with the hold here.
Candy with 2 melee finishes onto both supports for Dice. There were so many opportunities to stabilize in that fight for Dysfunctional, and really you see it resolved with a 3rd kill for Candy here, who, by the way, for the latter half of that fight was just hanging out with the Coalescence on standby. So the cool thing is that despite its relatively quick generation, they're going, I was going to say they're going to have it for this next fight, but Moser quickly strikes back. This is for 1v1ing me, but they'll come back from spawn with it.
That glass cannon proving more cannon than glass right there. Moser with a huge kill to start things off. Deadeye from Caffrey not going to find anything. They go for the flash fan, the hammer, but it's not going to be enough to stop Infected. The minefield catching them out as well. 4 meters left to go before they capture this second point. And it's being a hard-fought 4 meters. Pulse Bomb comes in, but Horthic is going to be taken out by it instead of the opponents. Shark Candy is down and out of the fight, but so is Moser. Aspen getting ready to pop this Valkyrie. Is it going to be used in this fight? They are going to put it online. They get the res out onto Moser, but in the meantime, that means Frosted goes down. Infected gets a kill onto Bub, so no main tank for Dysfunctional. The blade is out from Necros to see if they can find something. Now it's just 2 meters separating Dice Gaming from the next point, but Dysfunctional stops them again.
Yeah, and Necros was able to draw the blade in time, partially due to it's Candy helping to decrease Moser's uptime, which yields slower Transcendence generation. Means that Necros is able to freely draw the blade, shut down the Valkyrie. That was phenomenally timed. Watch out for the Bob here. Things are still winnable for Dice Gaming.
They absolutely are. They've got the Bob on point, causing a lot of disruption and damage, but J-Bubs is striking back with a Supercharger. Infected looking for an opportunity to slam. They find it on the Supercharger. That's taken care of. No more need to worry about that. Beautiful boob comes in from Infected, but it's still not going to be enough. 30 seconds left to go. Dice Gaming, if they hope to take this, they have to reset fast.
Yeah, because you're down to 20 seconds and a wire. Infected will be able to connect to the point, but Frost is the only one coming up on an ultimate. Meanwhile, the Nano and the High Noon available for Dysfunctional. The only compelling reason for them to lose this is if someone totally throws hard, but Dysfunctional is looking really good right now.
You're absolutely right. This is Dysfunctional's fight to lose right here. Caffrey has popped the Deadeye to try and stall things out. Not going to find any kills. Aspen getting hunted mercilessly by Necros.
Beautiful.
That's going to be no more mercy in the fight. Frosted taken out as well. Right after that, Gravitic Flux is committed. Necros now with the blade to try and finish things off. There's just a few members remaining from Dice Gaming, and they're not going to last long. This is going to be Dysfunctional coming back in the series and making a game of it.
All right, let's get a map 4. I want to see more of the stream team. I want to see more of Dice Amplify as well. But to see Dysfunctional really come into their own on Blizzard World, that is refreshing to me. And they've embraced that win condition. Just taking agency, taking matters into their own hands and resolving any issues that arise. Great mid-game adaptation, mid-series rather, adaptation coming out from Dysfunctional. They haven't equalized the series quite yet, but they're poised to do so heading into our next map type. That is going to be the Assault game mode, much beloved by the Overwatch community. I cannot imagine how thrilled the stream team is to play this.
I don't think that means what you think it means, Lord Ethan. Much loved indeed by the Overwatch community. There's a reason we're not seeing it in Overwatch 2, and that is definitely due to its popularity. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, probably for the millionth time, Lord Ethan, but Assault will be going the way of the dinosaurs, and I don't think anybody's going to be digging up those bones. So, we're going to be seeing Assault. This may be one of the very last times we get to see it, and it's going to be Dice Gaming with the map choice this time around, someplace they haven't really been yet so far in this series. And, I don't really have a good idea of where to go here if I'm Dice Gaming, to be perfectly honest. I'm a little bit stumped, and I'm curious as to whether or not they are as well.
Well, there's an obvious pick here for Dice Gaming heading into 2CP.
Is there?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You want to take Dysfunctional to Horizon? Oh wait, Sorry, that's a competitive map pool. Sorry for briefly. You know, again, I'm trapped in 2020, as we established earlier.
Hook, line, and sinker, you got me.
Back in the good old days. The only available maps are going to be Temple of Anubis and Volskaya and Hanamura. I think that really all of these maps can be fully utilized by the strategies that DICE is using to find fight win after consecutive fight win, and I think that you know they're at a really good advantage here.
You know, now that I think about it a little bit longer, I do think there's a place that they go. You inspired me with your Horizon Lunar Colony suggestion, Lord Ethan. And after considering the options, I think that Volskaya might be the choice to make here. I think that plays to the dive strengths a little bit stronger than either Hanamura or Temple of Anubis.
Okay. You know, honestly, I just want to see 2CP played. That's I wanted. I wanted a map 4. I wanted to see Dysfunctional take on DICE Gaming, an absolute giant in this tournament so far. So to see it all come to a head here on map 4, potentially leading into map 5, I'll be excited regardless of where we end up.
Well, we are going to be headed somewhere much more different weather, shall we say. We're going to be headed to Temple of Anubis. It's not going to be the frozen, frigid northern wastelands of Volskaya. We're going to be headed to the arid deserts of Temple of Anubis. So, this presents, I think, some opportunities once again for some snipers to come into play. Kefri is all set to succeed here. I mentioned earlier wanting to go to Havana, those long sight lines that can just be absolutely abused and shut down as well. We saw Frosted on the Sigma instead of the Diva on Blizzard World, and that barrier as well as the range, at least on first point defense, ends up being really helpful against a Widow who wants to take that catwalk position just over the first point choke. And conveniently enough, Dysfunctional will be going on the attack first. Craw is on the Sigma as well. I'm sorry. It's Dysfunctional on the defense first. I'm sorry. So it's Dysfunctional. They're actually going total disruption here. Looking to make space for Elva to make plays on the Widow. It's really going to be up to Elva to outplay the double shields here, and for Necros to shut down any of those off angles. I gotta say, Juggle, this is not the series that I would have anticipated going to map 4. I'm very happy that it is, though. As am I. It's more Overwatch is good Overwatch, right? So I'm not going to complain at all. DICE Gaming coming out on the attack this time. They've got the Disruption composition in tow once again. We're going to see Infected start to move into the back line now. Going to be looking for a big engagement once he rolls through onto this island, presumably from that high ground. Here he comes right now. Elva going to be diving in very shortly. Horthic on the prowl as well, but it's going to be Craw who gets the pick onto Infected, unable to quite disengage from that dive quick enough.
Necros' job in Dysfunctional's composition is made a little bit more ambiguous since Elva's no longer on the Widowmaker. Just a scouting chance for an early pickoff, but back on the Echo, which is a really good matchup against Necros' Genji. And you see as well all of the CC being inflicted onto Infected. Infected indeed, just with a lot of damage, no serious ailment.
Yeah, they go down very quickly once again. DICE Gaming having a hard time finding any kind of purchase, any kind of, crack in the armor with which to exploit. I say that, and then Necros finds 2 right off the bat. Again, for Dysfunctional, sorry, I apologize. Frosted will strike back with a pick onto Shark Candy, but Gale Adelaide is still up, and they have the Nano Boost ready to go. Kefri will take Infected out of the fight once again. So, Dysfunctional prime to continue this hold. DICE Gaming, now it's looking like they're the ones scratching their heads.
Yeah, just a little bit. There are solutions here, however, in the form of support ultimates now generated amidst tons of damage being dealt out by Dysfunctional. Oddly enough, without the Zenyatta in their lineup, who needs Discord Orb? You've got Kefri and Necros on DPS, and as well the Blade is drawn here too.
That Blade finding immediate value on the Aspen. Moser pops the Transcendence, but it's already expired. Necros looking for potentially an opportunity to continue to do damage onto Dice Gaming, but they back off after just winning the fight with one pick.
That's a really good trade. A pick on an Aspen and the elicitation of Transcendence for the Nanoblade. That's really good.
We're going to see the Gravitic Flux now committed in response to the dive coming in from Infected. Aspen pops the Valkyrie once again. Crawley looking to see if they can continue to survive. But Orthic
nice pulse.
Strikes with a couple of picks with a Pulse Bomb. That's going to be Dice Gaming making mincemeat out of Dysfunctional.
I love that Elva keeps echoing or duplicating the Genji. That is so funny to me. You couldn't catch me ever doing something like that. Partially because of a total lack of mechanical skill from me, but you know, it's resulted in fight win after fight win here. Where you normally want to see a duplicate onto the tank, Elva's really making it work. Ultimately, Dysfunctional still had a really good hold on that first objective. 4 minutes in the bank for a second point hold. Both support ults online. They're looking pretty favored here in the next series of fights.
Yeah, they certainly are. Frosted, the only one with an ultimate on the side of Dice Gaming, and you know, it's typically not going to be an ult that finds kills. It's usually just used for kind of clearing space, and so, you know, with nothing really in the pocket for Dice Gaming, this is going to be tough. Infected gets caught out early. They end up rolling in with about half health due to getting stunned by Kefri on the way in. Speaking of Kefri, Orthic going to win out the duel this time around. Both support ults committed now by Dysfunctional. Necros pops the Blade. Moser out of the fight right after the Transcendence expires. Looking to see if they can find more value, but Infected has gotten into the backline and found Adelaide. J-Bub is going to be able to get one of the supports out for Dice Gaming as well, though. Just one support online for either team at the moment, but it's going to be Dysfunctional coming away with the lion's share of the kills and the spawn advantage.
Yeah, and as we head further into the afternoon, we really see Dysfunctional able to wake up a little bit and capitalize on plenty of opportunities. That was Frosted almost getting staggered for a second time, and that is a lot of time bled out of this time bank here for Dice Gaming. 3 minutes for second point attack. It's really not as much time as you would like. You wanted the momentum heading into this next fight, and there it is, a pick on a Necros.
That's going to start things off in a huge way for Dice Gaming, but they need to get the rest of the picks coming in fast off this because the respawn advantage is huge. A massive sleep onto Hordic. The nade comes in as well, but he's able to recall out of it, barely surviving with his life. It's going to be Kefri finding the dead onto Elva, taking them out of that duplicated Echo form, but in the meantime, this Dice Gaming has gotten 2 ticks on the board. We're going to see a pick onto Moser that could be crucial for Dysfunctional because they have the spawn advantage. Shark Candy comes up with a couple of kills. Necros combines as well, and what could have been the end of this map for Dice Gaming is in fact not that at all.
That's a support hero right there. I was really excited, Juggle, to see the matchup between Candy and Moser. Both of them are brilliant Zenyatta players. And instead, for all my patience, I'm rewarded with a Moira v Ana matchup. But the funny thing is that I can't be disappointed about that. The defense is stable for a little bit longer, and this is meaningful for Dysfunctional.
That it is. The support lineup going to be doing a lot of work right here. Nano committed right before Gale Adelaide taken out of the fight, and that is going to be crucial to the success of this defense as Necros has to, but they're going to have to get back to point as Dice Gaming is quickly capturing it. Infected going really hard with that Winston, but they eventually have to back out.
I think this is the first time this series that we have not seen, or that we've seen Infected opt out of the Wrecking Ball. There's so much pressure onto them. They've been identified by Dysfunctional as part of the win condition. So Dysfunctional, again, the name is not really suitable. They're becoming more and more functional, and now it's Dice Gaming, like you mentioned earlier, really struggling to find an answer, especially now Frosted's out of mech, though. That's tragic.
Yeah, Dice Gaming, to me, they look like they're in panic mode at this point. Now that you've got Infected off of the Wrecking Ball, things are starting to fall apart a little bit for them. They got 2 1/3 tick on the board, or 2.5 ticks on the board, but right now, with only 30 seconds left to go, that could be all they get, as Dysfunctional is pushed up very, very aggressively, and they're being rewarded for it. Dice Gaming has a pick, though, on the Necros and Kefri. That's both DPS out of the fight. 15 seconds for them to try and get the point and see if they can push this advantage. It's going to be Infected, finding another pick, but Moser's out of the fight right before they were getting that nano boost ready to go. Rally committed now by Aspen. She's pushing to point as quickly as she can, but Infected taken out of the fight at the last moment by Necros. Ravitic Flex committed now by Croy, and with the blade as well, that's going to find success for Dysfunctional. Shark Candy going to end things with the Coalescence as well. Overtime ticking down. That's going to be as far as Dice Gaming gets.
83%. In a solo queue comp game, you look at that and you're like, okay, that is pretty good. We can work with that, right? 2 ticks captured. That means if we need to yield a little bit of space, we can. Ultimately, all good, as the kids are saying these days, right? But for Dice, it's, honestly, for them, that's not great, right? You're already being forced off of strategies that you have succeeded on in previous maps. Dysfunctional is really coming alive, and you see the what am I trying to say? You see the distractions, the disruptions really starting to form in Dice Gaming in the form of these picks. Particularly in that last fight, Moser going down to J-Bubs as a flanking Roadhog while they had the nano boost. That was absolutely critical for Dysfunctional success there for that 83%. And part of that is Dysfunctional just abusing the Roadhog, the best tank in the game. But the other part of it is that Dice Gaming is becoming less responsive as the series continues. Things might change here with a slight adaptation on strategy. Horthic on the Sombra popped off yesterday. Very excited to see that in action now. Infected off of the ball onto the Winston. Not entirely new, but we haven't seen that look prevalent so far in the series. And Dysfunctional now on a double shield composition for their attack. They're stable. They're looking really good.
Yeah, they really are. Dysfunctional. It's really been pulling things together here in the back half of this series. Dysfunctional trying now to rotate through to the left side of the island. Gonna be a DMAC coming out onto Frosted early on for Dice Gaming. That's gonna yield their demise relatively quickly. Cry now gonna collapse onto Infected, who's eaten an anti-nade as well. Just a sliver of health remaining for them. Elva not even that much to their name.
That was an absolutely brutal loss for Dice Gaming to incur.
Yeah.
A lot of people look at like Rhine or Winston-based compositions. They say, if you're down your main tank, you don't really want to push. I'd make a really compelling argument that if you are down your off tank, it is basically a lost fight, especially if the off tank is D.Va, especially if that's Frosted on the D.Va, who popped off yesterday, who's doing so well so far today, and now Dysfunctional at a really good advantage, sitting on 530 in the bank for their next point attack.
And they're going to have a significant ult advantage as well. Moser and Infected, they want this fight to go on for a little bit longer so that they can try to build up their ultimates, because that's absolutely going to be one of their win conditions. Dysfunctional already on point. They're starting to build up that first tick. But it's going to be Moser who falls first to Necros. Troy going to be traded out as well. And that's going to benefit Dice Gaming quite a bit because they have the spawn advantage. Rez is going to come in as well onto Moser. Elva going to be able to take Kefri out of the fight. Necros now asleep on the job. Oh, that's unlucky. Gale Adelaide taken out too by Elva. Now we've got a battle furiously happening underneath the point on the Mega Health Pack. Hack going to come out onto Necros. They're going to be taken out of the fight. And with that, Dice Gaming will hold.
Oh, and crucially, Juggle, they hold all objective progress. Totally stymied in that last attack. Dysfunctional is going to have to reevaluate their next approach, especially considering that they've only got the Deadeye currently to work with. I would actually like to see Kefri sit on that for a little bit longer, get Kron to come up on this Gravitic Flux, and see if they can thwart Elva's blade here. Oh, it comes out early, though.
Yeah, there's no stopping it now that it's been unleashed, and it is fighting tremendous value. Dysfunctional picked apart at the seams.
Well, Juggle, you know how you counter a brilliant Genji player?
With another brilliant Genji player?
With a better Genji. That's exactly right. And I was looking to fill that role. Can't say for sure yet if they are better or not. We've seen too much of Necros over the years to justify that assertion. But at least for now, they're doing exactly what they need to do. And look at this, Dice Gaming. They're coming into this next fight with an EMP. If Crawl goes for a Flux, that is a great shutdown ult.
Oh my gosh, they're gonna hit him with the EMP right off the bat though. 5 players caught in it. 4 go down almost immediately. Huge fight win for Dice Gaming.
Yeah, and only the EMP and the Valkyrie expended as well, right?
Yeah.
So you look at the EMP or say Orisa's Supercharger, BAP, Amp Matrix, and those are really powerful ultimates. Part of the reason is because it enables the rest of the team to generate ults of their own. Look at this, Elva's already 75% to another blade. That is absolutely insane. That's the win condition heading into this next fight. After the self-destruct kills, maybe 2 or 3. Oh, or no one.
Not gonna fight anybody this time around, but in fact, they get to pick up the slack, taking Gale Adelaide out of the fight. They had the nano boost, but it's not gonna be part of this fight. And Dysfunctional actually looked like they're just gonna back off. They're gonna lick their wounds a little bit and try again.
I do like the swap onto the Hog as well here as they get a little reset here. They're looking to temper the aggression of Dice Gaming here.
That they are, but Dice Gaming is gonna have none of it. Moser, though, taken out of the fight, but they did get the nano boost off. Necros, though, finds a couple of big kills. Make that 3. This could be all over for Dice Gaming. They do have the respawn advantage, though, and they have taken Shark Candy out of the fight. Gale Adelaide, the only support left. Orthic, able to take J-Bubs down, too. Huge anti-nade hits Necros and Croy as well. That's going to cause them to fall back. Caffrey tries to get something going with the Deadeye, but all they're going to be able to do is D-Mech Diva, and that's not going to be enough.
Oh my goodness, what a hefty investment for not even another tick of progress. That is that's really unfortunate for Dysfunctional as they mount their next attack. And now it's going to be Crawl with a swap on the tank line to the Zarya instead of the Sigma. You know, I couldn't possibly argue with the direction. It's going to keep Gale Adelaide a little bit more safe, and as well, that's a lot of damage to be pumped into Elva and Frosted in particular.
Yeah, this is very odd. I mean, when was the last time we saw Hog Zarya? I feel like that was briefly meta for like a month in 2020. In 2020, actually. We're gonna see a nice anti-nade hit several members of Dysfunctional, though, and that's gonna be the go button for Infected. Elva gonna jump in and try and catch some of the action as well, but they back off as Dysfunctional keeps on rotating. Now that they're on the point, they're able to get a pick onto Horthic. That's big. They had the EMP ready to go. Gale Adelaide out of the fight, though, for Dysfunctional. It's going to be a nice nano boost committed by Moser. And with that, Dice Gaming holds again. Now it's just 1:20 left on the clock. Dysfunctional, their backs are against the wall.
Hey, yeah, and I'll tell you what's coming up here, Juggle, is one of those good old-fashioned 2 CP moments where in the 11th hour with 6 ultimates, Dysfunctional somehow captures 83% progress. But look, Dice Gaming, you know, they're all too familiar with the 2 CP moments. They're all prepped for it. Look at that. You've got the Blade, the EMP. You can end this fight before it even breaks out.
You certainly can. We're going to see the EMP catch 3. 2 of them are taken out immediately. Blade committed by Elva as well. It's going to be Caffrey trying to do something, but taken out on the fight once again. Quick reset from Dysfunctional because they know this is their last chance to stay in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, either way, win or loss, it's this has been a great series, and you're going into some great matchups heading forward. However, winning here is very important for Dice to come back from a couple of map losses. But here's the Dragon Blade.
They're going to try and start things out with that. It's going to be Shark Candy and Necros finding a pair of kills. That's a little bit of an advantage for Dysfunctional, but Cry's out of the fight as well. It's a 3v3 now on point. 6 seconds left to go. This is going to be an OT finish right here, but these picks and counter picks, they only favor Dice Gaming. Overtime has been triggered right now, but Infected has a pick. Frosted finds another. Overtime ticking down. Dysfunctional has to find a way on the point. They have to find a way to stay alive, but they just can't do it. Dice Gaming will come back in this matchup. They will take Dysfunctional 3-1 and continue on in the tournament upper bracket.
Fantastic. fantastic series, especially after the unfortunate 3-0 onto AHJA. This was a breath of fresh air, an opportunity for Dysfunctional to show off their individual skills, have a little bit of fun with Kefri on the support line on Rialto, as well as for Dice to honestly be put in a position where they had to make minor adjustments to their strategy. Their playstyle was still hyper aggressive and also disruptive, but honestly, seeing Infected honestly kind of forced onto the Winston, I can't complain about that. It was really fun to watch that.
Oh, it really was. And, kudos as well to Infected for being able to make the Winston work in the face of a Roadhog, too. I mean, that's saying something. That's not an easy task. And Dice Gaming really showing, what was great about this is we saw the adaptation come through from both sides, right? We saw, Dysfunctional over time figure out exactly what Dice Gaming was doing and eventually come up with a solution to it and counter them, right? But then, even quicker, Dice Gaming comes back with even more adaptations, Infected going over to the Winston. That may have been part of what led to their success here on Temple of Anubis and will keep them in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, and for Dysfunctional, they will drop to the lower bracket. I believe they'll be fighting against AHJA next, and that will be a fun series to watch. I'll admit, Juggle, I am just a little bit disappointed. I didn't get my Moser and Shark Candy Zen matchup that I wanted to see, but that doesn't mean that there's only disappointment heading forward. Lots more fun series taking place here on the channel, but for now, we're going to throw it back to the desk, and when we come back, it'll be a brand new set of casters bringing you guys a brand new set of matches. Juggle, any last words?
Thank you very much and welcome back to the desk. It's second day of the Questline Open. We're in the first winners round of the top 8 here in this major. There's been a desk change, as you can see. Joining me today again is Tickety and myself, Julian, again here on the desk. It's always a pleasure to be here with you, Tickety. Break down that last matchup for us.
Yeah, good to be back. At first, going into that matchup, I was 100% sold that Dysfunctional was just going to be blown out of the water. The first 2 maps looked, in my opinion, incredibly one-sided, and it didn't look like they had the capability of bouncing back. But then we see the map pick on Blizzard World, we see the swap to a much slower composition on the Orisa Sigma, and being able to really absorb a lot of that pressure that's coming out from Dice Gaming. I think that map pick was actually really, really smart because it limited Dice Gaming's ability to play the Ball Tracer Sombra composition to its full potential, I think. I think the ranges on that map and the lack of strong flanking routes really limited the approach angles that they could find with the Wrecking Ball and really slowed down the pace of the game. It was interesting to see the 4th map pick from Dice come out to be Anubis. I think the same principles apply to that map. It's a very hard map to attack with that ball dive and stuff like that. And we saw Dysfunctional do very strong holds on both first and second point, just shutting down all those approach angles, really slowing down the game, making sure their backline in the Kefri Cassidy, in the Ana and Moira, not your standard backline support combination, but surviving much longer than their previous maps and able to put out that meaningful damage and healing and really sustain through those dive engages. Then eventually couldn't quite close out on attack, and as anyone who's played 2CP in ranked games knows, that spawn advantage on the defensive end is so strong. We saw so many defensive dives come through from Dice Gaming and really just trade out kills and just meant that Dysfunctional really couldn't close out the map. I do think, though, it was really good showing from Dysfunctional to show some of the swaps that they were willing to flex onto. I think the Roadhog especially made a huge difference in this matchup. And again, just being able to deny space and sustain throughout the engage against that Dice Gaming composition was everything in this matchup. I really think if they had taken that map 4, if this had gone to a 2-2 matchup, that Dysfunctional might have actually been able to close out the series and ride that momentum. But well played by Dice. Close things out with a 3-1 victory here. It's gonna mean a tough road ahead for them, however, because this means, as the winner of this matchup, they're going up against Trqsttheprocess, who we just saw take a 3-0 victory against one of our fan favorite teams, AHJA. So it's gonna be an interesting matchup there to see if Dice can really pull out the same strats and find the same level of success as they did these first 2 maps against Dysfunctional and be able to take that victory as well. But yeah, we got another exciting match coming up next if you want to introduce those teams.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be watching Bay State, which we already broadcasted yesterday, against Roadhog Rides again. So there has been a minor change in the schedule in terms of the team who's going to play against Bay State. So we see Roadhog Rides again against Bay State as our next matchup. But yes, you mentioned before, if we take a look at the bracket, it's going to be Dice Gaming facing up against Trqsttheprocess next weekend in the semifinals of the winners bracket, and that's going to be a super hard match because we got experienced EU players, contenders, Psycho and Owl, who has a lot of experience on that DPS role, and on the other side you've got Dice Gaming, who they're superior in the NA side of this bracket. And yet they'll face an unbelievably hard to beat enemy with the Trqsttheprocess team. Absolutely right. And Dysfunctional, they'll drop into the lower bracket. So we will see them again today doing their first loser bracket round matchup. And yeah, so definitely it's yet again a long day for the teams. And I'm looking forward to seeing what those next two matches got ready for us. Until then, we'll go into a quick break and then we'll be right back with the Dusk and hopefully the chance to start that next matchup as soon as possible. And after the quick break, we're back on the desk. It's still Tickety and myself casting, or like desk hosting, this third and fourth match for you now. So we've got Roadhog Rise again versus Bay State. It's an American duel. It's collegiate versus a bit of collegiate, as some of Roadhog Rise again players are playing for Maryville in the collegiate scene as well. So definitely an interesting matchup on many different levels. Tickety, give us some info on the Roadhog Rise again roster.
Right. So we haven't been able to see these players play on broadcast just yet, so this will be their first time on the stream, but we've got some big names coming in. We've got Redemption coming in on mid-tank. We've got Kaluge, famous tier 3 collegiate level player, also known as Cucumber and things like that, with a couple name changes going around. We've got a bunch of big names coming in here. And of course, on the side of Bay State, we did get to see them play yesterday, but of course, can't forget players like Neb popping off on the Lucio. We saw the 4K on Lijiang come through yesterday. We've got Forgotten on the DPS line as well. Lots of big names to watch out for this series. My biggest question to see is, since we haven't seen Roadhog Rise again play on broadcast yet, I'm curious to see what kind of compositions we're expecting out of them. There's a lot of difference between, especially at the collegiate level right now, these structured teams, these 6-stack teams that aren't just pug teams coming in for the tournament, to see what they've been practicing recently. If they're leaning more heavily into sort of like the rush-based compositions with like 6-man dive or Reinhardt-based compositions like we saw from Bay State yesterday, or if we're going to see something similar to our previous matchup in Dice Gaming, with a lot of the Wrecking Ball reliance and the more individual chaotic compositions with the DPS line like Tracers, Sombras, and Echoes that just take control of a map. I think what we saw from Bay State, they looked like by far a really well-coordinated team, but it's possible for them to get outpaced by more, like I said, chaotic, disruption-based compositions in the Wrecking Ball and things like that. It doesn't matter how coordinated you are if you can just never catch up to the Wrecking Ball, never catch up to the Tracer Sombra, never actually be able to actualize your win condition, which was seemingly a bit of a weak point for Bay State. But if they go into a more mirror-type composition, more rush versus rush, more 6-man versus 6-man, maybe we'll end up seeing some of that structure pay off for both these teams. Like you mentioned, we're seeing collegiate talent on both sides here, so again, worth mentioning that this isn't the only tournament some of the collegiate players are playing in this week. There's also a collegiate major going on, so these players are definitely in for long days, long schedules, a lot of stress going into these matchups, making sure that they're able to stay at their top physical performance, mental performance, keep their focus throughout these long days is a big factor in these. Luckily, unlike some of the last games we've watched, there's not going to be the EU NA ping difference here, so we are going to get to see these teams at peak, at least performance when it comes to latency, but making sure they're able to find their own unique approach to the current meta and find their own win conditions in this matchup is going to be key.
Absolutely, and I mean, you gotta just gotta pay the respect to Bay State here. They've played their 5th match on the last broadcast match yesterday. So not only have they played the 7 rounds of qualifier in the Questline Open, they've also played the collegiate matches on top of that. And that just shows how much work this team is willing to put into this, how much effort they're willing to pay to their training times, to the time they bring in on the weekend. There's no weekend when you're collegiate thing.
Yeah, there's no off time.
So there's no off time. You're going collegiate, you're going full time. And this just shows how much Bay State wants this and how much they deserve to be here now. And they've played 6-1, same as the 2 other top teams in their group, and then it had to come down to the tiebreaker, to the direct comparison in which they were better than the Baby Clan and moved on that 2nd spot, and they're now here playing against Roadhog Rise again in that third matchup of this round 1 winners bracket, as we see the full bracket here again. So after this match, G4's Sucker Punch is going to be an interesting one. Definitely G4's winning their group, Sucker Punch moving on as 2nd, and then loser bracket AHJA versus Dysfunctional. We've seen those 2 teams today already. AHJA losing to Trqsttheprocess, quite overwhelming performance here from the EU team. And then today's gaming, as we just witnessed, them winning over Dysfunctional already. Well, some of us were maybe expecting them to kind of give it out of hand at the map on Blizzard World, but yeah, they closed out the win on Anubis. Then you gotta love 2CP, and yeah, for this next matchup though, Bay State definitely one of the better collegiate teams here. It's going to be interesting to see how big the advantage of playing together, maybe even in a room and having like supported training times throughout the off season, is going to play out against a team like Roadhog. Again, many good players on there. We talked about Cyrus, we talked about King. There's a lot of talent in this matchup, and especially because they're not playing on a too high latency, because it's both NA teams. We'll definitely be up for a banger here. It's top conditions for this matchup. I'm so much looking forward to seeing those two teams play it out for a spot in the semifinals.
Absolutely. It's worth noting, too, both these teams coming off really hot streaks in our previous games. Yesterday, both these teams only accruing a single loss in matches each. And Bay State notably actually taking a win against Dice Gaming yesterday, one of the stronger looking teams as well. So they're coming in hot. They're looking to close out this win as well. Of course, Roadhog Rides again looking to do the same thing. I really think this matchup is going to be a close one. I do think our first map here, the Koth map, is going to be one of the most important game-changing maps, just because winning that map immediately puts your opponent on the back foot, right? It means that if it comes down to trading maps back and forth, you're going to get the final map pick to get that third win to close out the series. And I do think with both these teams, with the talent that we're seeing on both sides, having that counter pick potential, being able to take control of the pace of the game just by being able to choose what kind of maps we're going on. Do we want to pick something that's more favored for Reinhardt Rush? Do we want to pick something with longer sight lines that might enable more double shield spam and things like that? Is going to be a bigger factor in this matchup, more so than we've seen in previous ones.
Absolutely. And how great of you that you mentioned that matchup yesterday against Dice Gaming, because although it was only the 5th match in that round robin, it was do or die at that point, because if that would have lost that matchup, they would have gone 5-2, which would not have given them a spot in the playoffs. That would have been meant that the Baby Clan would have moved on into the playoffs. But now here they are, Bay State, against all odds, winning against Dice Gaming, who had an overwhelming performance in that group yesterday. And yeah, absolutely. So we're up for a pump matchup. The teams are getting ready in the lobbies. And yeah, I mean, let's look at this weekend overall. We've witnessed so much great talent on the player side, but also on the casters, on the broadcast, on the production side as well. And especially guys like Jack, who's been on the desk yesterday. We didn't really get a chance to thank him basically for his performance yesterday, since we closed out the stream rather fast, maybe a bit faster than we expected. So yeah, absolutely same thank you, which we roll out to the players day, goes
amazing
to
talent this weekend.
All the talent we've got here. That goes for production, that goes to all the guys on the Bat Pachamari League, that goes to T6, it goes to Questline, it goes to everyone here on the desk, everyone who's made this possible in the highest quality, which we're witnessing now. The broadcast is amazing, the in-game observing, it all comes down to this and to the next weekend, and the preparation which has been put into this is amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing this. But until then, we'll go into a short break once again, since we're having a slight delay on our matchup. And after the break, we're ready to kick us off. Your new casters will be ready for you. And yeah, until then, keep it cool, and let's go into a quick break here.
everyone, and we are back here at the Questline Open. You know us already. It's Newbeat and AHJA. We're getting ready for another match here between Roadhog Rides Again and Bay State. And AHJA, what are you looking for in this one?
I'm really looking forward to this match. I think we saw a little bit of a similar kind of matchup in our previous match with Dice Gaming and Dysfunctional. You kind of have this like well-oiled machine, really synergistic team. Coming into a more recently put together like pub team. I think we're going to see something similar here. If Roadhog Rides Again is able to throw Bay State off of their game and just kind of outpace them like Trqstth was saying earlier, I think they're going to have a real chance to upset this. If Bay State is allowed to just continue to play their game, set the tempo, set the pace of this game, there's a chance they could run away with it, but there is a ton of talent on Roadhog Rides Again. Like we have Kaluge/Cucumber and Cyrus from Maryville and King as well from Solaris. So a lot of star potential here. As I said, similar story to the Dysfunctional versus Dice Gaming. You can see the rosters here absolutely stacked. We saw Bay State yesterday. If Cabe was alive, it was bad. Like for the other team. It was unbelievable, just such a problem.
100%. These teams are chock full of a lot of collegiate talent. Not everybody's collegiate, but there are a lot of good collegiate players. You mentioned Cabe yesterday. Nev looked fantastic at times on the Lucio, getting a 4K boop at one point, which is, if you're a Lucio player, just the holy grail of environmental kills. And taking a look at the maps, speaking of environmental kills, we're going to be starting on Lijiang Tower.
This is going to be really interesting here if the teams are going to want to stick to more of these disruption concepts we see sometimes here, especially I guess depending on the submap, or if we're going to see maybe a move over to Rush, which I think would possibly favor Bay State with just how much they seem to favor yesterday.
100%. Bay State looked good when they did run the rush yesterday, and there's no reason to think that won't continue into day 2 here. And with that going forward, Bay State I think is a little bit of a favorite between these two teams, but the gap between them isn't all that big.
Yeah, I think it really is going to come down to who is going to set the pace and who is going to force the other to play their style of game. We have some really standout individual talent on Roadhog Rides Again. If they're going to, be able to play to their potential and cause those problems, I think if they can keep Bay State on the back foot, that's going to be what they need. As Trqstth said again, and Julian said, if they're able to walk with Lijiang Tower here, it's really going to set them up for success.
100%. And speaking of Julian and Trqstth before the break, they mentioned how long of a day it was for these collegiate players, especially some of the members of Bay State. And shout out to Julian. I know it was a long day for Julian as well, so it's good to see that he's back in the saddle, as it looks like Night Market will be the first submap we will get a look at.
Yeah, I think Julian took both hours off between the stream ending and starting, and now he's back. So happy to see him back. And also a big shout out to Jag, who we had on the desk with us earlier. It was such a treat to have him in, just great presence on the desk. So nice, so smart. Made everyone look really good. Although we got our initial prediction wrong.
We did get our initial prediction wrong. I'm actually 0 for 2 so far, so I can't remember my prediction for this game here, but I know the last game we have, or the next match we have, match 4, I'm looking for Sucker Punch to get an upset on that one. So we'll see how it goes as both these teams come out of the spawn. You can see TR33 going for a couple shots with the rockets over the top.
Yeah, looking for more of this disruption comp. You can see to re-up in this guy here with Neptune on the Mercy. So some pretty high sustain here with the Ana, although not if Faded deletes them.
So a bit of a trade coming there. One support player out of the mix for each team right now. Good plays by the DPS to narrow them down. Cucumber back in, goes down. And with that, Cyrus is going to push over. They get rid of Neptune with a nice resurrection onto Cucumber. So the D.Va is now back into the fight, even though Faded and Depresso are pushing forward.
Faded is just everywhere right now. Playing hardcore Frank Winston, it seems like, finishing off a lot of these kills here. You can see still playing this disruption comp from Roadhog Rides again, which is not unexpected. The 6-man coming out from Bay State with Cave on that Reaper. They're really going to be looking to enable Cave, which is exactly, I think, it's a great place to be. If you're trying to enable someone and that person is Cave, you're in good shape.
Cucumber going in on the D.Va, getting close to the point. They do have a self-destruct online right now as Depresso flying up into the sky with Abs throwing down a Coalescence, trying to keep the members of Road Rides again off the point. What a stick coming out there from Cyrus. That is going to blow up the ulting Moira and allow Tree to push in with the focusing beam and dust off Faded. A great fight coming out here from Roadhog Rides again, using their ultimates perfectly to get in on the point, and they are going to flip this over.
Depresso just not quite able to get to that D.Va bomb, trying to buy some time. Still plenty available for them here. So Faded, oh wait, they're going for the full contest here.
Admirable stall coming out right now from Bay State. Faded back in onto the point with that Primal Rage. Has to contend with the mines coming out from Redemption, but is able to get away and stay alive. You can see Bay State is still in possession of the point with that cap percentage ticking upwards. This is a wonderful stall coming out, getting more of the cap percentage coming in. Tree coming back with another focusing beam. Focusing beams all around right now. Both Echoes burning everyone down. Tree comes back in with us. Death Blossom and gets 2. And now with Redemption with the roll through onto Infernal, finally Roadhog Rides again flips the point.
They needed that too, so both teams have exhausted almost all their ultimates. Abs now up to 90% of the Coalescence, but that's about it. So Cyrus on the other side with the Pulse Bomb, so just one ultimate apiece for these teams. Roadhog Rides again needed to come out with that win.
And luckily they did. It did take them a little bit longer than they would have originally planned. Now you can see setting up on the side is Faded with that Winston. Cyrus coming in from the back, hoping to be undetected with a Pulse Bomb, but detected they are. Infernal with the eat onto the Tracer ultimate. That's going to mitigate a lot of damage coming in. Cave gets 1 kill with the Reaper. Cucumber's able to trade that back by getting rid of Faded. Trying to stay near the back of the point here, put some pressure in, split the attention from Bay State right now as they have set up once again on the objective with another fight upcoming.
This 6-man is working so well for them. You can see just a lot of point presence here. Once they're on the point, they're just so brawly.
And now we are into overtime. Roadhog Rides again is going to have to keep contesting, and a nice start with Redemption throwing in the minefield, and Pink in the backline hits a nice headshot onto Cave. Now Roadhog Rides again surging forward, able to get another 2 eliminations. They flip the point over and they're still alive here on Li Zhang.
This kind of disruption comp it doesn't have a ton of point presence. You're seeing ultimates being deployed just to kind of retake the point, and it completely makes sense. They like playing in the neutral, and the ults are not necessarily playing around ultimates as much as you are with this 6-man. So that said though, Bay State coming up 3, 4, 5 ultimates coming into this, so this is going to be a colorful fight.
Starting off right now, Neptune is going to pop the rally to start proceedings on this fight. Tree wins the Echo battle, gets rid of Depresso, and now we see a self-destruct coming over the top from Cucumber that's only going to zone people out, not take any lives. And Tree doing a great job staying alive on this Echo, dealing in extra damage, some more sticky bombs onto the D.Va. And with that, Bay State is going to be on the front foot, trying to get back in onto the point. But so far, they haven't been able to make any meaningful progress, and here it comes.
Almost getting the flip here. It's a big kill onto Neptune. So a lot of staying power no longer available, and oh, it's all coming out now.
And with that, we can see the minefield on the point not really doing much. Overtime burning away quicker and quicker the longer that Wick stays active. And with that, Bay State getting so close to the end. Neb gets a boop onto Cyrus. That's going to be the Tracer gone. That pesky Tracer will not be able to keep contesting right now. Cave just staying on the point, throwing in damage with those Hellfire shotguns, and Infernal's able to find 2, 1 with the remake and 1 with the bomb itself. That is a huge play coming out from Infernal on the D.Va, and with that, we have finally got a winner in our first sub-map of the day, and it's going to go to Bay State.
Looking great here. You can see playing to all their win conditions here. They're so much more brawly and have so much more point presence. They're able to just get on there and hold it. They're forcing Roadhog Rides again to be using large pieces of their resource pool. you know, putting ultimates in, putting big cooldowns in, just to be able to get some sort of a point presence going and get some cap percentage up. So we did see that was, you know, obviously very close in the percentage there towards the end. So I hope this continues. This has been a really good match.
Yeah, it's only been one sub map so far, but it was very close, 100 to 99, as close as you can be, and it's up to Roadhog Rides again to make those adaptations and see if they can get back ahead.
The Depresso on the Sombra here. We saw them, they started off a little slow on the Sombra yesterday, but by the end of the day, they had really found their stride.
Going for it, getting rid of Redemption on that Wrecking Ball. That ball was also hacked up, so not a lot the main tank could do there. Pink's able to trade that back and get rid of Infernal. So once again, this fight starting very early on, basically at a 5v5 with one member going down on each team. Point is now unlocking, and Roadhog Rise again is going to be able to get the first cap, but with the players going down, we'll see how long they can hold it.
Yeah, definitely Bay State opting to take the fight off the point here, probably anticipating they could just kind of walk back onto it, as I said before, they have so much more point presence, but now they're just being picked apart.
A lot of damage coming through from the DPS line of Cyrus and Tree, and they're going to finish off too as Abs goes down, and that's going to be a lot of work coming out for Roadhog Rides again. They're going to get a bunch of kills, and with that, they're going to hold on to the point and really start making their mark here on Gardens.
So almost got a little sneaky back cap there. They are going to have that EMP available. Probably going to be, definitely going to be looking to pick up Pink and Cucumber in this. So if they're able to connect with this, it could be huge. Pink can undo all of this.
Gonna have to keep our eyes on the Zenyatta in this upcoming fight. That Transcendence can be so important. And Roadhog Rides again is going to engage once again with the rally coming out from Neptune, using that Brig ult to keep their team armored up. You can see Tree has a duplicate online if they want to use it. Cyrus playing a bit of an off angle with the Tracer, just trying to put some added pressure, and goes in for the stick, and once again Infernal with the E. What a play coming out with that D-Matrix self-destruct over the top, finds nothing, but that's going to allow Abs to push forward and get rid of Cucumber, and now Bay State is on the point, and they are looking good. Cave dealing out a lot of damage on this Reaper, and it looks like it's only going to be a matter of time before Bay State is going to start and get this flip through.
Up to 80% now for Roadhog Rides again. They're playing so smart. They're not letting Bay State set up on the point like they were in the last map. Everything is being forced to, they're punishing their rotations, not allowing them to take the space that they really want, and really forcing Faded and Infernal to really commit to all these engagements.
We'll see how quickly they want to commit this time. They're almost able to take down Pink early, but it's not going to matter. That's Zenyatta stays in the fight, and the rest of Roadhog Rides again, once again coming in as a group and just wiping the floor with Bay State right now. That is going to be a tough pill to swallow for Bay State, losing that fight. Roadhog Rides again up to 83% cap percentage and counting. Bay State's got to win this next fight.
Yeah, this is going to be really key. They do have some big pieces here. They like Death Blossom, both tank ultimates available for them here.
And Faded coming in early with the engage with the Winston. They're going to pop that Primal Rage and see if they can sow Discord in the backline with a lot of extra displacement. Depresso's able to get a headshot onto Cyrus. Advantage out Bay State. They're up 1-2. Faded's able to knock Neptune over the edge. Cucumber comes back and trades it out. Tries to punish Faded, but it's not enough. Neb with another signature environmental kill, and that's going to do it. Bay State is going to stay alive in this fight. Some great plays coming out. A great engagement by Faded at the beginning of that fight.
Holding on to the Death Blossom here as well. So no Sombra, run the Echo here, so there no real ability to deal with Cucumber's defensive matrix here as far as like a manual hack goes. So it's just gonna have to be really smart with the positioning here. Not as much potential, I'd say, for a really clean Death Blossom, especially if you're in the ground.
What a great shot by Pink. That is going to open the door for Roadhog Rides again to get right back in on the point. They've already made the flip and procced overtime for the second time. Tree comes up with a duplicate. They're able to throw off a bomb, but not get much. And with that, Roadhog Rides again are getting all the eliminations required to take this next point at 99%. Great play by Cyrus.
This is great. Best case scenario here for Roadhog Rides again. They're playing so smart. not allowing these kind of like big fights on the point. They're punishing all of the rotations, catching them while they're trying to make their way to the point and making it costly to take any ground.
And with that, we are off to round 3. We are off to Control Center. And this is where we can see the niche picks come out. You can see Tree already looking at the Junkrat. Not a lot of other places in Overwatch at this time where you're going to see the Junk. So that could be a fun one to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, Control Center, you'll see, some junk, some sim, and it's not just the Symmetra like teleport out of spawn or, teleport directly to the point, things like that. You'll sometimes see them stick with this. We'll see if that is the choice here. Looks like both teams opting for it.
A lot of damage is about to come out in this room. Both teams with the Reinhardts trying to get forward, and already Faded getting a little bit isolated, but they're able to get back to their team before they're burned down. Can't really say the same for Cucumber. Yes, nice immortality field coming out there from Pink, able to keep their tanks alive as Cucumber got so very low at the start of that play. And now Cyrus is charged up and pushing forward. They're going to get the final blow onto Neb, and Roadhog Rise again is also going to push forward, get these kills. They are going to get the first cap.
The amount of spam damage coming out between Cyrus and Tree is just devastating. Trying to take any of this space here. Faded. Oh boy, taking space here. There's a window here.
There's a lot of ultimates coming out quickly. Apps threw down the window, and Cyrus tried to mitigate that by throwing out the stem wall as well. Roadhog Reds again just staying on the point. Shatter comes out from Faded. That doesn't find anything but Faded going to the ground. Cucumber was able to finish them off through the amplification matrix, and with that, Baystate is going to have to back up here. They've just lost too many members.
We talked a little bit earlier about how Baystate was definitely thriving, running the rush here, and I think that's probably why we saw as heading into Lijiang Tower, it doesn't seem to be working out quite the way they wanted to.
This time, Baystate coming in, spending ultimates, and that is going to be met by a Sound Barrier from Neptune. That's going to allow Cucumber to go for it, hit 2 with the bomb, and Roadhog Rise again is sitting pretty on the point. There's nothing right now that Baystate can do to answer what Roadhog Rise again is putting out.
No ultimates to speak of for this fight. We'll probably see Infernal and Neb build theirs up. Cave seems to be building them pretty quick. Depresso is actually swapped over to the Doomfist here. We did talk about this earlier. It didn't really work out. Teams were trying to run Doomfist on Control Center. So we'll see if Depresso can flip that narrative.
Starting off this fight is a Shatter coming out from Redemption, but the rest of Baystate can kite that and just back up a little bit here. They're not going to have to take extra damage. Tree gets an early pick on the Cape. Once again, Roadhog Rides again gets the first kill in the fight. Infernal throws a bomb over the top to get Cyrus as a team comes out from Neb to get Baystate onto the point as they want to fight this on the objective. Not a lot of time left in this round if they don't take this fight. Depresso in the backline throws down a rocket punch through the window, but they're going to get punished by Pink on that Baptiste. That is a very important kill, getting that DPS out of the fight. Cave has a death loss online with very little HP. It's not going to matter. They're going to heal themselves up by getting rid of Pink. And with the help of Neb, they are going to delete Redemption as well. And just in the nick of time, Baystate is going to flip this point and stay in the game.
They need to play perfectly, though. 99% for Roadhog Rides again. Trees moved over to the Doomfist as well. Cyrus on the Cassidy. So going for a little bit more of that CC for him.
Depresso trying to find an early limb, goes in and gets punished immediately. They weren't able to get back out, and Redemption's Rocket Hammer finished it off. Made it up in the air for the Shatter coming down. Is going to get stunned out of the charge. It's not really going to work out in the end. That was almost a highlight reel. Shatter coming out from Fader. Now Cucumber coming back in with another remech kill onto Neb. Roadhog Rides again, trying to get back in onto the point. You can see they flipped it over, and now the overtime is burning away. A big Shatter coming up from Redemption, finishes off Cave. That Reaper is going to have to go back to spawn now. Overtime burns away. That's going to do it. Roadhog Rides again is going to take the first map of the day, and now they're up 1-0.
This is what we had seen at Tickety, and what we talked about as well is just we're seeing the tempo just get ratcheted up here by Roadhog Rides again, and Baystate just kind of struggling to keep up with it here. They're playing so well. We are seeing the well-oiled machine coming out. It's just the amount of disruption that's coming in and not really allowing them to play their game that has really caused some problems.
It really has. There's a lot of disruption out there, and we could see that it just really worked for Roadhog Reds again. They've come in with a little bit of a strategy, even though it is a bit more individualistic, and it's really paid off for them so far.
Yeah, we were expecting both Cyrus and King to come out and make an impact here. They're obviously well-known players. They're absolutely doing it. Although Cucumber as well and Redemption, like it's been just so good. All the pieces are working together, just picking apart Bay State, not really allowing them to play as cohesively as they would like to and as they're known for.
And with that, what does Bay State have to do differently going forward here to get back to that?
I think they either need to absolutely embrace the chaos, or they're just going to have to play like even tighter. They are going to get their map pick, so they might be able to force something that is maybe a little bit more cohesive to what they would like to do. I think moving, they're not doing even well in the rush mirror. So maybe trying to force something that's not going to allow Roadhog to really have this pick them apart style that they are using with this Balls End comp.
And right now, like we saw Depresso on the Sombra in that last map, and you mentioned it during the last round, is that they kind of gained steam over the course of the day and got better at that Sombra. But what I thought yesterday was Depresso looked really good on the Ash, so I'm thinking maybe they go back to that.
Yeah, I think definitely some changes here, and you're right. We did see them warm up throughout the day, and they have had it's been a lot of Overwatch this weekend for Bay State. We've talked about it quite a few times on the desk, on the cast. This is a lot of games. We're probably going to see them once again warm up throughout the day, throughout this match, and you will see their kind of game come online. If they're able to stick to their game and really force Roadhog to play their game and force them into positions where they have to play much more cohesively and they can't run this full chaos that kind of picks them apart as they go, I still think they have a really good chance to turn this around. But they are now down this one map. So if we are going to be trading maps, it is going to be going for the side of Roadhog Rides again.
Yes, and Roadhog Rise again absolutely earned that first win. I think the tank line looked fantastic. Redemption and Cucumber, also known as Kalush, were looking absolutely great in that first round. And that is going to be a tough nut to crack if you're Bay State having to get past that tank line.
Yeah, I also think that there's a lot of pressure going on to Cabe, especially. I think teams have definitely identified what a threat they are. And we saw, just a lot of pressure constantly on them, not giving them the space, because as soon as they are given that space, it gets really rough.
Especially with the DPS being able to use that space and utilize it, it's going to be really tough. And a shout out to Pink as well. Looked great on the Zenyatta in that last round.
Absolutely. I think it really is just going to come down to one of the teams being able to just out-tempo the other, outpace the other, and kind of exert the style that they would like to play. We saw it in the last map. We saw it in this map. Some of these pub teams, they can come in, and the meta does favor right now. It allows teams to play these more disruptive, chaotic compositions and really succeed. It's not it's not as reliant on having that synergy, on having that cohesiveness. It doesn't give you as much of an advantage as you might see in previous metas, playing together for 6 months, playing together for a year. It's not as advantageous now when you're playing these comps that are just so much more focused on individual play, on just kind of picking apart and, as we said yesterday, just like testing the fence. And seeing where those weak spots are, waiting for those mistakes, trying to force out some sort of an overcommitment.
And with that in mind, Aegis, what would you like to see them try and pull out for the next map if you're Bay State? They're going to have that map pick. What do you think they're going to go with for the next map pick?
I think they're going to go with Havana.
Yeah, that was good timing. That was pretty good timing. I got to give it to you. You know what? Actually, I'm going to take credit for that. I set you up for success with that. So yes, it looks like we are headed to Havana for the next map. So Aegis, what do you think Bay State is going to run here on Havana to get back and tie this at 1-1?
I think they're going to come out here with some double shield and really try and force the point to maybe just slow the game down a little bit. They've been, really struggling dealing with the chaos comp. They might be able to slow things down with a double shield composition.
Yeah, the double shield sounds like it's going to be a good move coming up if that is the route that they want to go. So we can see Bay State is going to be up first on the attack. And something I always find interesting about Havana is where the defending team decides to set up for that first hold. Every once in a while, we'll see the very close hold almost at the spawn doors. Most times we will see them back up a little bit, play the first corner. And with Roadhog Reds again going out with the Reinhardt Sigma combo, you gotta think that they're going to get a little bit forward.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go for a close hold here, especially with Tree on the May. And will they get spotted out? You can definitely see some scouting going on here by Bay State. Yeah, who are still looking like a rush mirror here. So not really surprising seeing them want to run and try and force a little bit more of a cohesive comp.
I don't know about you, Aegis, but I always like seeing the rush come together on both sides. Those Reinhardts going toe-to-toe, swinging away. Both Maywells coming out a bit of an ice cream sandwich coming out in the middle. And that Immortality field coming out from Abs almost immediately is not able to keep Faded alive and in the fight. Cucumber's able to find two, doing so much work with that Sigma right now, and that is the perfect start if you're Roadhog Rides again.
Yeah, this is best case scenario. They're going to be able to eat some time off the clock here. It's basically just a free fight. For every one that you win here, there's still no part progress being made.
It's the name of the game when you're on defense, is stalling out the attackers as long as you can. And with that, Redemption's going to get stunned up, and now they're pinned. That's the main thing out of the fight for the defense. Abs throws down the Immortality field. And this time it is keeping their team alive. Forgotten pushing forward on the Cassidy, gets rid of Neptune, and all of a sudden it's been flipped on his head. Advantage Bay State, they're going to push this forward.
Yeah, just cleaning up the kills here. Bay State does manage to hold on, so they are going to have the Deadeye here. They're going to have the window coming out from Abs for this next fight. This ended up being a pretty good scenario for them. They didn't need to invest a ton of ultimates. Sometimes you'll see, like, you need to swap to the Thara. You'll see, like, a Blizzard come out just to clean things up around the spawn. So a pretty good scenario here going for them. Tree does have the Blizzard coming into this fight. We're going to start off with a Gravitic Flux.
Flux for the initiation, slams that punch down, then Cucumber throws out the accretion right after. Unfortunately, all that is really going to take care of is an Immortality field. Not going to get any mortal lives out of that fight. Now we're seeing the Ant Matrix come out for Pink. Nice Maywall is answered by Cave to make sure that that's not doing too much damage. Cyrus went up top with the Deadeye. Isn't going to find anything. Flashes Cave, and Cave is going to finish him off. Cyrus out of the fight. Once again, Roadhog Rides again, losing those members, and with that, this is going to be Bay State pushing forward.
You can see why they wanted to play this style, and it seemed to be faring quite a bit better on the payload map versus the kind of deathmatchy that we'll see from the King of the Hill maps. They're able to play their game now. They're playing their rush. Cave's doing really nicely on the May, which is unsurprising here. Tree's now onto the Doomfist.
Alright, trying to come in again and get another contest happening, and it's working! Although there was one remake kill in there, Cucumber and Redemption are on the front foot. The tanks pushing forward, and they are going to be the rocks the waves break on right now, and that is going to be a stabilization for Roadhog Rides again, and they're going to be able to catch their breath and burn even more time off that clock.
A little bit worse for wear in the ultimate economy here. Bay State, plenty of tools coming in here. They are going to have the Ant Matrix, Shatter, Deadeye, Cave already coming up to another Blizzard here, so 67% already.
Once again, Roadhog Rides again is going to engage with the Gravitic Flux, and that is going to force a lot of utility out from Bay State if they want to withstand all the damage coming in. Cyrus is able to get rid of Abs. That could be devastating. Huge Shatter comes out from Faded. They're able to get multiple. What a play from Faded. Drops down the Shatter, and that's going to do it for the first point. The Reinhardt is strong, and right now they are in charge.
Yeah, it's very much Reinhardt Rides again here with that Shatter. Unbelievable. And again, Caves hold on to this Blizzard. This is a big piece that they can use to just keep snowballing the distillery portion of the map.
That's a great chatter. It looked tough for Bay State. Cyrus was able to get the pick early with the Widowmaker, but at the end of the day, when you drop a shatter like that, you're not going to stand a very good chance. Good kill coming up from Tree, though, and Forgotten.
Forgotten, I looked like was Forgotten there. It's quite low health for quite a while.
That game maybe trying to sneak in, find spot for this Blizzard to come off. It's going to hold on to it just a bit longer. Bay State's going to push through the door, get the card moving into this distillery. But right now, it is good for RRA. They have the high ground, and that is really going to help them out.
Yeah, just able to pour some damage in here. The meteor strike comes in.
And that's going to get rid of Cabe. That is so important, getting that Mei out of the fight. And now you can see Roadhog once again pushing forward. They know that they have this fight in the bag, getting a bunch of kills at the end, and that is going to do it. Oh no, that's going to be Forgotten going out late. And now only a minute 50 left on the clock, so even though they gave up the first point, the defense is still holding pretty strong.
Faded really getting the main tank experience there. Gets the rocket punch, the accretion, everything heading their way. Now Cabe is held onto this Blizzard. Just hasn't found a good time to use it, it seems like. They have built up quite a bit here. The nice wraparound. I like this rotation. Going to try and take away the high ground a little bit faster.
Getting up on top. Forgotten has a Deadeye in their back pocket, not using it quite yet. You can see here the Blizzard coming out. That could be big from Cabe. Aiden is able to get Tree with the charge, but Redemption gets 2 with the Fire Strike. Redemption making a play there. It's going to help out Roadhog Rides again. They're going to be able to clean up these kills. Even though that ad major just came out from ads, it's not going to matter. Bay State is once again crumbling under the damage coming out from the tank line of all places from Roadhog Rides again.
Including 0 Roadhogs. Included in all of this so far. Redemption and Cucumber doing a really nice job keeping that pressure up. Cyrus with the Dragon Strike, and Pink with the Amplification Matrix is going to be coming into this. Cave has moved back over to the Reaper. Maybe hoping to just keep that pressure up on the shield.
Starting off here, Pink's going to throw down that Amp Matrix early and make Bay State weary of moving in onto all that extra damage coming out of that ultimate Faded. Just trying to play it safe around the corner before he can engage. Cyrus is already able to get a pick onto Gabe, and that is going to be Bay State down to Memphis once again. Now they've lost Faded. This fight was over almost as soon as it begun. Cyrus into the back line, able to finish off Infernal with a melee, and that is almost going to do it here. 1 second remaining. The time is burning away. Overtime has started, and Gabe just out all by themselves. Shatter coming in. That one's going to hurt, that Shatter at the end.
Just absolutely stymied coming into the second point. Wow, what a flip, what a twist.
What a twist indeed, AHJA. So with that, Bay State not really getting too far on their attack. Roadhog Rides again, setting them up for another great win condition. They don't have to get too far, and that will give them a stranglehold on this series, as it is a 1-3.
Yeah, Bay State needs to find some momentum here. You could see just glimpses of when they are able to put all the pieces together, when they're able to play the game that they want. They look great. With the amount of disruption that is being, they're being just pulled apart at the seams, it seems. Like by Roadhog Rides again here. Oh boy, is this? They can't be serious.
We might be seeing a Bastion here coming up in this next round. We'll have to wait and see if that is in fact what Cyrus wants to go with. I'm not entirely convinced that that will be the case, but this could be our first Bastion sighting of the day.
Bay-State sticking to the rush, so not super surprising here, hoping to shut down some of this tank aggression and probably a close hold. No, they're opting to sit back here, so not the normal close hold that we'd see when we usually see that Mei roll out.
It looks like Bay State is going to get a little bit closer, just using that payload for cover right now. You can see Cyrus has switched over to the Mei, so we are not seeing a Bastion, at least not right now. Mei wall coming up from Cabe to keep Roadhog Rides again at bay for the time being, as they move over onto the cart. push forward a bit, but they gotta start getting some kills if they want to keep this payload moving. Forgotten getting a nice angle here. They're able to take down Cyrus. Flash comes out, gets multiple members of Roadhog Rides again, but doesn't take any of them down right now. Tree trying to get into the back line with the Hanzo already very close to a Dragon Strike.
Yeah, a really nice flip had come through. Bay State kind of turns the tables there, and with a really nice rotation, putting themselves on the defensive side of the map there, and that's when they are able to exploit some of those weaknesses, and that's when you see the real strength of the synergy of this team.
Doing a great job on the Hanzo right now, a couple eliminations, and that allows Redemption to swing freely. They get rid of Fate at their Reinhardt counterpart, and with that, Roadhog Rides again is back on the road.
Bay State's going to have all sorts of ultimates here, almost all 6. Redemption looking like some sort of a top road play potentially.
This is looking like an ultimate party waiting to happen here in the next fight, and Cucumber is going to oblige right away, getting multiple members of Bay State up.
Abs getting a nice final blow there onto Redemption. Seem to be getting some nice stabilization here. Yeah, this is nice clean.
Good job by Bay State. They're finally getting back into the fight. A lot of ultimates spent there on both sides. I mean, Infernal is back. They do have a bomb online. Redemption on the other side with a shatter. So a couple ultimates still available coming up here. But Bay State is going to hold this corner as we see teams so often do and get ready for this next attack coming in from Redemption and the rest of Roadhog Rides again.
Cyrus might be able to kind of clear the road a little bit with this Blizzard, and there it is. It gets eaten.
What an eat coming up from Infernal. Cyrus's ultimate goes down the drain. Over to the back. That's going to be 3. What a play by Infernal, blowing everybody up. Unbelievably done by the Diva, and that is going to be unequivocally Bay State's fight on the back of a huge ultimate from Infernal.
This is just all Infernal. Like, eat the Blizzard, get a 3K with the bomb, shut that down. That's a big piece out of the fight as well. This has completely changed how Roadhog Rides again was hoping that this was going to play out. They're going to have the Gravitic Flux, they're going to have the Amplification Matrix here. Cyrus has moved over to the Widow, hoping to catch someone unawares.
State does have one ultimate, and that's going to be Abs. Amplification Matrix puts it down, has to use an Immortality Field. So many members of Bay State so incredibly low on HP, and McCann throws down the sound barrier, and that is going to allow everyone to get in and get rid of Cucumber. Amp Matrix coming out on the other side now from Pink, but not a lot doing there, especially with the Shatter of Fate and zoning out the rest of that ultimate, and another fight win here for Bay State. So not only are they still on the defense on the first point, but they only need to hold for another 30 seconds to tie this match up.
Basically one more fight here. 20 seconds left on the clock. Cape still has the Blizzard. This is going to be down to Cucumber. They must know that Cape has this Blizzard ready to go. You can see already that Matrix is out looking for him.
Cyrus once again coming out with the Widowmaker and getting an early pick, this time beheading McCann on that Lucio. So no speed in the fight now for Bay State. Aiden trying to push forward. They're able to get the swing in and finish off Redemption. And Roadhog Rides again is trying their darndest to fight this fight. Cucumber able to finish off 2 more. Cyrus doing so much extra damage on the Widowmaker, seeing if they can finish off Abs right now, getting Abs low, but not finding that decisive shot to take down the bat, but they are going to get McCann again. Cyrus is on fire.
Redemption coming up here with a shatter. They have all the pieces. They're cleaning everything up. I think this is going to be the first point, and they're going to be coming into the second point here. They don't have very far to go once they get on the other side. And now we'll flip on the other tree, coming up to that Blizzard. Redemption with the shatter, Cucumber with another bomb. They have all the pieces here. They need to wrap this up.
And Forgotten got killed late on in the fight, so they're going to get a long spawn on the defense. It's going to take even longer for that Cassidy to get back into the mix. The payload already getting so tantalizingly close to that golden box of victory. You can see it inching forward. Roadhog Rides again trying to push up create some of that extra space and get the payload in. So close to the end here. Somebody now has to touch from Base State. Blizzard in onto the point. So it is going to be a frosty reception for the defenders as they have to deal with that ultimate. Redemption's able to get a charge kill in onto Az, but McCann comes back and the Lucio gets 2. Can Base State really hold this up? Fada gets a kill onto Tree, and Base State might just hold on here on this, and with this fight, they are still breathing.
McCann, massive plays towards the end there. Forgotten has made their way back. They've sauntered their way back to the payload. So close there. And a lot of these pieces are gone now for Roadhog Rides again. They used a lot of big ultimates there. Cucumber still with the bomb, but that's about it.
Still a very precarious position for Base State. That payload is not going to go far away for the golden box of victory. It's not going back through the door. Forgotten goes into the backline, gets one with the flash and fan, and Base State making another decisive fight happen. Forgotten looking great on the Cassidy, and now the clock is once again down to a minute as Cyrus falls. And with that, this has been an absolute nail biter of a round, even though the payload never really got that far.
Yeah, this is like strikingly close, considering we're only going into the second point here. Cave back with that Blizzard here. Oh, they could shut this down.
Is going to use that amplification matrix early on in the fight, trying to use that proactively to get rid of some of these members of Roadhog Rides. Again, bomb comes out, does not get anything. And with that, the Blizzard is onto the point. Cave down to half health, isn't able to finish anybody off with that ultimate as the Divas come together on the payload. Vader trying to push forward. They do have the Earthshatter online. Does it underneath the payload, and at the same time, Tree's Blizzard gets eaten. Base State pushing back in on this fight, doing everything they can to win this, but Neptune's able to finally finish off Faden, and now there's only 5 seconds remaining on the clock, and Roadhog Rides again is going to ride this payload through and get another victory. They're going to take a 2-0 lead in this series. What a round!
Oh, Infernal had done so much work again towards the end of their eating another Blizzard. I think I caught it right at the end. Unbelievable play. We're gonna see Faded. This could be a variety of plays that came out from Faded here. Yeah, it's not even. It's one of these incredible shatters that came out here from K-State.
Just I know, and I'm hopefully not peeking too far behind the curtain for everyone at home, but I know you are the one that puts together some of these highlight videos, and I've got to think that Shatter's going to be in there.
Oh, I think when we're making the highlight videos, we're actually required to have a shatter from Havana. So yesterday we had gigs, so we usually just inform the Reinhardt players to just absolutely wipe the floor with the team with a huge shatter at some point on Havana because we like how the background looks. So a gig did it for us yesterday. This time it was going to be Faded.
Yeah, you got when you're looking at a shatter, you really got to worry about the lighting. So that's a very conscious decision on your part. I really like that. But man, I kind of mentioned at the end that both teams didn't really have a good attack, so to speak. They only really got barely past the first point. But at the end of the day, it was so exciting because they really both had the same result. It was so close.
Yeah, for an attack that got stopped so early, you don't usually see it get that close. So yeah, absolutely right. Both teams having a really successful defense, and one of them definitely more of an uphill battle than the other.
100%. And with that, now we can see Roadhog Rides again is up 2-0. And that is going to mean that the next map is going to be game point for Roadhog Rides again. If they take one more, they're going to move on in the bracket and send Bay State lower to the lower bracket.
Yeah, this is going to be a big time do or die for Bay State. They've been in this position before, even yesterday. In this same tournament, they had come in. They needed to win the rest of their games to make it into the into the elimination bracket. They're back, and you know what? It seems like they play pretty well under pressure.
And that's exactly where they're going to be as we continue this match. There's no other way to put it. Their backs are against the wall. There's nowhere left for them to go in this particular match. And Bay State really has to pull out some sort of surprise or some sort of different play if they want to unlock the door and get a map of their own.
Yeah, and like that was their map pick. So they're going to have to force some sort of a different look. And, they did lean into that cohesion, into that synergy there. at this point, do you just embrace the chaos and play and just try and beat RRA at their own game?
Yes, and so we are headed to a hybrid map next. And keeping that in mind, we have seen a lot of Blizzard World today. That could be picked once again for Bay State.
It wouldn't really surprise me to see us heading back to Blizzard World. In the meantime, while they are choosing those maps, we're gonna go to a quick break though.
Hello everyone, we're back. Newbie here with Angels for the Questline Open as we get ready for the third map between Roadhog Rides Again and Bay State. And so far, Roadhog Rides Again on top, won both maps, and it's up to Bay State to finally start turning this around, going for the reverse sweep. And it looks like the next map we will be heading to is Kings Row.
Not really surprising. We've seen that Bay State seems to thrive in the rush. They've been, struggling a little bit so far today, but it's not a huge surprise seeing us to be heading to Kings Row. This is kind of like the home field of rush, as it were.
Yeah, and they're going to hope for home field advantage, or at least some kind of advantage, so they can get a W on the board right now. 2-0 is not a good thing to look at if you're Bay State and you got the 0 beside your name. So with that, with us going to Kings Row, I'm expecting another hotly contested map. Honestly, both these teams have been pretty close so far.
Yeah, it's really just kind of come down to ultimate usage and, you know, getting these initial picks and things like that. One thing that I noticed on Havana was that Bay State was starting to use some really creative rotations, and that forced RRA really out of their comfort zone. You can see that synergy starting to shine through for Bay State. Specifically when they started that close point hold, and they were kind of like hiding behind the payload to start things off. Not quite up against the spawn doors, but just a little bit further out. As soon as they rotated and kind of flipped the attack defense sides, RRA looked completely lost. And they were able to capitalize on that and kind of just take them apart on the rotation. I'd like to see them continue to do that. And you do see that coming out as teams, you know, start getting like more back against the wall. You'll see the great bamboozle kind of stuff, speaking of Kings Row. You know, some Hail Mary plays or some more like creative plays that play to their strengths. And I think those rotations, that shot calling, that synergy as a group of 6 is really where that shines. I want to see more of that coming out from them. I want to see them really playing to their strengths, not like, oh, okay, we're really good at this composition, we're really good at this play style. Really push the envelope, pick something that is just you know, almost completely out of reach for a team that hasn't played together as long as they have.
And you talk about playing to strengths, and speaking of strengths, Redemption and Cucumber on the tank line for Roadhog Rides Again have looked absolutely stellar so far. They have been the linchpins of Roadhog Rides Again. Everybody is following them into battle, and as we get ready for Kings Row, you know, running into that rush, the tank lines are going to be pivotal in this next map.
And I feel like as soon as we talk about our tank lines, especially when we're talking about the rush composition, Pink and Neptune doing a fantastic job keeping their team alive, really enabling a lot of that aggression and a lot of that just kind of like chaos. It's difficult to follow all of that. And oh boy, Roadhog Rides Again, looking to be taking, sticking with the Reinhardt Sigma. Cucumber has looked so nice on that Sigma today.
Yes, a very nice Sigma so far. And on the defense, Cabe has looked good on the Mei. We know Cabe can hit headshots with a character. Cabe does it all the time. And it's really going to be an interesting watch to see what Bay State can do to really stem the tide of RRA's attacks.
Yeah, I like the Mei pick. I think they're going to be able to control the tempo of these fights a little bit better, kind of control some of the chaos that's coming out from RRA. Looking to isolate some of these tanks and take advantage, like we were saying, the fact that they haven't played together as effectively here.
A good Mei wall started off by Cave, was able to split a couple members of Roadhog Rides Again off, but not able to really capitalize that until they do get Tree on the Doomfist. So 6v5 right now for Bay State on their defense, and that's a decent start.
Yeah, going to slow things down a little bit here, which I like. That if they can slow things down and really play their game, Bay State's going to be in a good position here.
And now it seems RRA is just trying to decide which way they want to go around the statue, and it's going to go right around the left-hand side, and it's not going to be the right pick. Infernal and Forgotten are already going to get a couple eliminations over that's traded out, and Infernal is trying to finally cement the advantage that Bay State started with.
The spawn advantage is going to be key here, though, as you did see that Pink had gone down and Trees moved over to the Doomfist themselves.
And Roadhog Rides Again knows exactly that, and they are going to try and press the advantage, push forward. You can see Forgotten getting back into the fray on that Cassidy, but Cucumber and Cyrus are making their presence felt, getting forward. Redemption's able to get one with the pin. Forgotten is going to be a quick victim to that, and that is going to be first point taken for RRA. They are off to a great start.
You can see them pushing the aggression here and really not letting Bay State find their feet again. This is exactly what they need to be doing, is just keeping them on their heels.
Bay State with an interesting amp matrix there a little bit. They are going to claim the life of Pink, however they're really going to respawn right near the fight, so now which means there's a nice flash coming out for Forgotten. They're going to finish off Tree, and just like that, I think this actually worked out in the favor of Bay State. Obviously they're getting the picks, but they're going to be able to hold a little bit closer, although it looks like Faded has elected to back up.
Yeah, giving up a lot of free space here and this initial choke. So hoping, you know, with no supports, it is pretty difficult to be holding that close. You kind of just get eaten alive and, there, you know, a lot of free push to begin with. So Tree, I think it switched to that Doomfist initially just to get back to the point quicker. Has stuck with it though.
Big shatter coming out there from Redemption. Not going to get too much done. You can see a Blizzard on, or almost onto the field as well. Cave's at 98%, but Faded's going to get back in with another shatter of their own and get two. Push that forward, and that's the defenders really making their names on that last play. And with that, Bay State might now be able to hold at that choke.
Yeah, this really worked out. They had given up a lot of free space here, but they're going to be able to hold it in a pretty advantageous position for them here. Straight space is great. You're going to see Cape, these May walls coming in real clutch.
Cape sneaking in around the back, and they're going to throw that Blizzard down this time, and it is going to hit the floor, freezing up multiple members of Roadhog rides again, but they're really going to be able to escape that even though Neptune goes down late here.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a lot of follow-up available as Bay State just absolutely dropping now.
Yeah, Bay State back to the drawing board, hoping that they're going to get one more contest here before the payload goes in. But you can see RRA is really pushing forward and doing everything they can to prioritize holding on to the space that they've just earned.
Yeah, just Cucumber and Neptune right now bringing the payload up. They're going to get a nice big fight. Both tank ultimates are going to be available, both DPS ultimates, but we're going to start out with some windows.
A Flux, a couple windows out. Everybody's coming to the party. Fully equipped. Infernal's going to get rid of an Immortality Field, but Tree's going to get rid of McCann. That's a massive pick coming out, getting rid of that Lucio. Tree's on fire, but nice uppercut onto Infernal to get another. Even though Abs is able to get rid of Redemption, that is going to be a drop in the bucket. It's just not going to be enough. That payload's going to hit the second point. Keep trucking forward, and there's still 3:45 left right now for Roadhog rides again on their attack.
Tree didn't seem to be finding a ton of value with the Doomfist on the second point, but right at the end you could see really coming alive. As soon as the fight is focused around that payload, it gets really dangerous.
Unfortunately, just while you're singing Tree's praises, they got cut down, so they won't be back into the fight quite yet. And that is going to be a Deadeye coming up from Forgotten, and the rest of RRA is just going to back up here. They're not going to deal with that, and they're going to push forward now with a window of their own coming out from Pink, and an off-angle punch coming in from Tree. Pink's able to finish off Abs, a little bit of a BAP diff there. Forgotten trying to go to the side, stun somebody up, but they have to get back, and it's not going to matter. Tree with a seismic slam is going to delete them. Cyrus throws a dragon on the backline, claims the life of Cave, and this payload's getting very close to the end. It's going to be so hard for somebody from Bay State to get back in and touch. Can they even do it?
That was so close. They couldn't touch.
They could not touch, and that is going to be the end of round one. Roadhog rides again, putting a nice sparkling time bank onto their side, and with that they're going to have 2:45 remaining, and that's what Bay State needs at the very least if they want to have a decent chance of coming back here in Kings Row.
McCann was really counting on being able to touch there and use the beat to stay alive through it. It was really well played there by Tree, spotting the Lucio out and then kind of disrupting their beat. They almost died on their way down to the floor.
And once again, it's Bay State backs against the wall, but really there's no more room for error at this point. If they aren't able to do something meaningful on their attack, it's going to be curtains for them in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and you know, they needed to win all the, you know, the end of their games, the last like 3 or 4 games they needed to win yesterday. They might just like being in this position. They love the lower bracket. They thrive under pressure. So this might be what they need here to turn things around.
Well, I know I'm hoping for Bay State to have a good showing here on their attack as we're getting ready. And it looks like Roadhog rides again. It's going to have Tree on the Junkrat, so a lot of damage coming out, a lot of spam damage from the Hanzo Junkrat composition.
Attackers incoming.
Yeah, really hoping to punish any of these kind of like clean rotations that we have seen from Bay State, and try and disrupt the nice synergy that they have. So I like this play. I think it's not even like playing necessarily to the strength. It is just completely focusing the strength that Bay State has. Oh, and there goes Cabe.
Bree is already able to cut the life short of Cabe, and that is going to make it very hard for the attackers now. You can see Tree and Cyrus getting into the kill feed, getting rid of a lot of utility coming out from Bay State, and Bay State's gonna have to back up here, go back to square one. That was not the start they wanted.
Yeah, definitely gonna need to rethink this, or they're walking into just so much damage here. Cyrus and Tree are just pouring damage. They're not able to take any space without being punished.
And now Roadhog Rise again, just sitting on the right-hand side, backing up a little bit behind the hotel, making sure nobody gets split off by the Maywall, but Tree gets split off by the Cassidy. Forgotten's able to get a pick with the Basekeeper. Cyrus push forwards and trades that back, getting rid of McCann. Forgotten has a Deadeye online, on the point, trying to lock that down. Infernal in the back is able to get rid of Cyrus, so that's a lot of poke damage gone that Bay State does not have to worry about as they try to hold on to this point. You can see Roadhog Rise again throws down a window of their own. Pink making sure that it's going to be tough for Bay State to get in onto the point, and with that, Roadhog Rise again comes in with the re-engage, and it's working. Flux Dragons, it's all coming up aces right now for Roadhog Rise again. They're going to win another fight. They give up a couple ticks to do so, but I think tactically that was the right decision because they're able to hold on to point A and keep whittling time off this time bank.
Got down to just 2 minutes here. They are going to have the tire and shatter here. So these could be some big shutdown ultimates. Forgotten has the data on the other side. McCann with the beats. They're going to need to be moving a little bit faster here. I know Bay State is trying to just control the tempo a little bit. Oh, that was a big flash coming up from Forgotten there, and now Neptune throws down the sound barrier, but it's not going to matter. Forgotten is going to die. What a pin coming up from Redemption. Infernal trying to get to the back is going to punish Redemption with the micro missiles. Cabe over to the hand zone now is going to pepper a bunch of arrows into Cyrus and get them back to spawn. And you can see the cap percentage ticking up, and it's going to be even more difficult this time around with not a lot of members on the point, but Cucumber's going to try and even this out. They're going to get rid of McCann before Cabe gets rid of Neptune. Both Lucio's down, but the cap is going to go through, and that is going to be forward progress for Faded, and they're going to hit a nice fire strike at the end before they go down to a fire strike from Redemption as well. Just fire strikes everywhere. And this came down to Cabe really enabling the rest of the team. You could see a couple really big picks towards the end. It looked a little rough. Really nice flash out of Redemption's Shatter there, though. I thought that was going to be the turning point. But then just back and forth for like the following 30 seconds as they kind of kept sparring at it. Cabe on the Hanzo now. I like this. It puts them in a pretty good like carry position if they're able to hit these shots, which they have shown they're perfectly capable of. And now everybody's going to go window shopping as we have both Amp Matrixes on the street. Fire strike coming through from Faded is not going to find anyone. Cyrus on a bit of an off angle here. Not going to get any targets with the Deadeye. Going around back here. What's Cyrus going to do? Hit a couple of shots, do a little bit of extra damage from the back, but Faded was able to get another fire strike on a Pink, just sniping with the Reinhardt right now. Somebody's got to deal with Cyrus right now. Somebody look behind you. There's a Cassidy right there. Somebody get rid of him. Cyrus gets rid of Forgotten before he's finally sniffed out by Abs. But a good rotation from Cyrus to sow some just absolute mayhem in the back. Abs coming up so clutch there. Gets the pick, the lamp comes out, saves Faded from the gravitic flux that had come out from Cucumber. Big plays coming out from the main support, from the flex support. I'd love to see the great flex support play, and Abs already has another amplification matrix online, and Pink's up to 57% and also dead. So a couple problems there for Pink as Cabe is showing up on the Hanzo. They're able to get two and push back here. A lot of damage coming up for the Hanzo. Deadeye and Dragons, both DPS ults spent for Bay State, and they are spent well. Some good, efficient moves coming up from Bay State in that last fight, and they're going to be able to keep pushing this forward. They have the second point. I really like this play from them. You can see they're engaging really decisively. They're engaging with ultimates. using things really aggressively, which it seemed like they were very much on their heels for the last couple maps, and not the case now on this attack.
Cyrus gonna open proceedings here with Deadeye. They're gonna get 3. Tree gets 2 on the Death Blossom. The DPS ults for Roadhog rides again. Claim 5. That is absolutely filthy.
Oh, just bonkers. Cyrus catches everybody unaware. They've had a couple really nice little like flank plays with that Cassidy's. The amplification matrix has come out here from Abs.
Abs is going to try and use that ult as a counter punch. Redemption gets forgotten with the shatter. And now Tree is into the back, dealing damage, getting 3 more. Tree is all over the place. Somebody has to stop this Reaper. They're an absolutely terrorizing force. And with that, Roadhog rides again. It's going to win another fight. And they are looking fantastic right now.
Bay State already cannot match the time bank that Roadhog rides again has set coming into that 3rd point. You know, Cave is now over onto the Reaper, so they do have some big pieces that they'll be able to put together here in Infernal with the Gravitic Flux from the start. Oh, actually the other side with Cucumber's Flux there.
It's gonna be a bunch of fluxes coming out. Pink threw down the window as well. Cucumber hits Infernal with the accretion. That is absolutely clutch. Getting that off tank out of the fight. They are completely irrelevant now. Cucumber just pushing forward with no remorse. Pushing back the members of Bay State. You can see them back hiding, almost cowering in their spawn now. They don't know what to do with all this damage coming at them.
Yeah, it's not as often you see the close hold on the 3rd point, which is what is happening now from Roadhog rides again. Bay State Faded does have this shatter. Oh, okay, yes.
Faded walking forward, so determined outside Shatter Online. They were at least able to block for Forgotten with that Deadeye. Cyrus has once again switched over to the Widow. We can see this usually get a couple sneaky picks for Cyrus when it comes out initially. Another window coming up from Abs. These Baps are building up ultimates extremely quickly. Death Blossom into the backline, plus the sound barrier. Abs is going to decide to kill themselves. They say, you can't kill me, I can kill me. And once again, Roadhog rides again is going to reign supreme. I'm sorry, Faded. You can try to spin to win with a Reinhardt, but it's not going to work. And now Bay State is really at the death. They have one more fight.
Yeah, last fight here in Redemption with the Shatter. This is an uphill battle for them coming into this last fight. They don't have anything left in the tank here. McCann does have the beat. This is all going to come down to this usage.
Sneaking into the backline, and Abs is going to have to use the Immortality Field on themselves. Sound barrier comes up from McCann as well, as you mentioned, Aegis. That is going to be a big tool in this last fight. Cyrus getting low, gets an Immortality Field used on them as well to keep that Widow into the fight. Infernal has lost their mech. That could be devastating for Bay State. Forgotten's able to get a kill and punish Cyrus for their hubris of switching back to the Widowmaker. Pops out another Deadeye. Nice fade coming out from Tree to deny that, and no! Forgotten couldn't finish off Tree. Tree's gonna get the job done. Overtime burning away. Redemption swinging away, and that is going to do it. Roadhog rides again. Is gonna take a 3-0 and move on in the bracket.
Incredible play. Roadhog rides again, just keeping up that aggression and keeping Bay State on their heels. On the desk, they were talking about this earlier. If they can keep the tempo up, Bay State just cannot seem to get back in it. And once they get caught off guard, they struggled to get that tempo back. We saw some really good glimpses of it as the match went on. Just not able to quite find it again, though.
No, not at all. And that was not the outcome some might have expected. You know, Roadhog rides again. Maybe I definitely wasn't expecting a 3-0. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it seemed like, especially once Bay State had started using their map picks, they were hoping to play their game a little bit. And again, we did see glimpses of that where they were able to come alive, and you could see the talent that's available on this team. They're just not able to consistently utilize those pieces.
And so many, speaking of utilizing pieces, I mean, Roadhog rides again was great. We talked up their tank and their support lines a bunch throughout the match, but on King's Row, it was really the DPS that started shining.
Oh, Tree just absolutely came alive there. That was, frankly, just unbelievable.
It was totally filthy. And I don't even know how to describe my amount of surprise with the result that we just witnessed. So with that, Bay State unfortunately is going to drop down to the lower bracket, and that is going to see Roadhog Rides again move on, and they are up next, or they are going to take on the winner of our next match, which will be G-Force and Sucker Punch.
Yeah, G-Force a little bit more favored, I think, in that matchup. Although, everyone's thinking like Bay State, looking real good yesterday. They're probably, they're probably favored to move on here. So it's been a day of upsets. Maybe we see another one. Maybe we see Sucker Punch really give it to G-Force and continue to move on. This lower bracket is looking just absolutely deadly, though. With AHJA, Dysfunctional, Bay State, this is a scary losers bracket.
There's a lot going on down there. I'm not gonna lie. And with that, we are going to be able to see a lot of like interesting maps, even one more matches, even one more today, seeing AHJA take on Dysfunctional. Like that's going to be fun for everybody. It's going to be fun for the whole family.
It's fun for all ages. And with that, we should just stop. We're gonna just send it to the desk now. I will let you talk to Tickety and Julian.
Yes, and within that, welcome back to Just Tickety and myself. We've been watching that matchup, and not gonna lie, there've been some moments for Bay State, definitely, but in the end, it's a clear result. 3-0 Bay State losing against the Roadhog Rides Again team. Tickety, what was the winning condition for Roadhog Rides Again on this matchup?
Yeah, first of all, like you said, a deceptively close game despite the 3-0 scoreline there. I think more than anything, Bay State might be suffering from a little bit too much structure in their team composition and team play. They looked really, really, really strong when they were able to execute their win conditions. The problem was the sort of chaotic and more individual playmaking potential from Roadhog Rise Again, from Tree's Doomfist, from the aggressive Reaper play, from the angles that they were finding on the Hanzo and the Widowmaker on Havana there. They're just creating situations that Bay State maybe hasn't had enough practice against and didn't quite have the discipline to keep themselves closed off to, and Roadhog Rise Again just able to take momentum off those engagements. I really think this was just a textbook matchup of really strong team play versus really strong individual playmaking from Roadhog Rise Again there to be able to open up these fights. It seemed to me like every fight that Bay State was losing was either because they got caught off guard by a Doomfist rollout or a quick pick from a Hanzo or a Widow, or they just weren't ready for like another ultimate that came out in the middle of the team fight. So they didn't quite have the depth in their team play to really be ready for all those different threats, but they did put out definitely a strong performance there, and I do think they'll be able to bounce back into the losers bracket.
Yeah, absolutely.
So speaking of which, do you want to take a look at the schedule?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the schedule. And you said totally right. There's been a lot of individual class in the rows of Roadhog Rides Again. So I'm looking forward to seeing them in the winners bracket round 2 next weekend. But next up is G-Force against a Sucker Punch. So G-Force been going through their group, I think even undefeated yesterday. So definitely a strong enemy which Sucker Punch is facing in this next matchup. But themselves, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm quite surprised to see them here. Because what I've seen till in the group stages from them, I wasn't super sure whether they would make it. But against odds, here they are. And they're facing off a super strong enemy in this last matchup in the winner bracket round 1. Let's take a look at the full bracket as we go into next weekend soon.
Yeah, so Sucker Punch coming in a little bit under the radar, it seems, but definitely off a hot win streak as well. They've taken 2 losses in the group stages, one of which being to Trqsttheprocess, seeming to be our dominant team in this tournament. So not too surprising there to take that L. But yeah, definitely coming up off a lot of hot wins as well. G-Force, we did get to see them yesterday. We got to see some big plays from Pummy and Ultimate Wep on the DPS line there. So definitely looking forward to seeing more big plays from them. Another one of these matchups where I don't think it's going to rely too much on really heavy team play or things like that, but a lot of individual focus and individual playmaking, whether that's on the Rhine comp with some more specialization coming in, or looking at the sort of Hammond the Wrecking Ball, Tracer, Sombra kind of compositions where it's all about individual playmaking, all about all these individuals being aggressive all at once and being able to play the map really effectively.
Absolutely, and after we've witnessed GeForce against Sucker Punch, we'll go right into the loser bracket round 1, which is going to be AHJA versus Dysfunctional. So AHJA, we talked about it before, there was no land for them when they faced up against Trqsttheprocess in their round 1 winner bracket matchup earlier today, and Dysfunctional, They had that momentum against Dice Gaming, but in the end, they ended up losing to them, falling into lower bracket as well, where we'll see them facing up right after GeForce versus Sucker Punch. And then Bay State will await the loser of the upcoming matchup. So one of those two, which we'll see now, will have to play again today, which is in terms of mentality and in terms of like what you can take as a player, right? It's a lot, especially with that break in between. You'll have to think about how to keep your level of concentration high enough in order to be able to go back into the second matchup of the day which you're playing without losing too much of that momentum, without losing too much of you being warmed up, basically. And that's going to be super hard for Bay State as well as for the loser of this upcoming matchup.
Keeping in mind, too, these matchups, even though a lot of them are ending 3-0, 3-1 here today, these matchups are lasting almost like an hour and a half up to 2 hours in length. So keep in mind, teams like AHJA, who took that early loss against Trqsttheprocess, now just waiting for their chance to bounce back against Dysfunctional in the losers bracket. This is a long day for these players. Being able to take that same focus that they came in with their first match and be able to transfer that all the way throughout the day, stay focused, stay hydrated, stay well fed, stay awake in some cases, and be able to bounce back and take a win in the losers bracket is a feat in and of itself. Whether they're able to play to their full potential or not remains to be seen. So we'll hopefully see some good hype matches as the day continues. Teams are able to bounce back at some of these wins, off of some of these losses. But looking at our next match, GeForce Sucker Punch, do you have any predictions as to which team's going to take the W here?
I mean, GeForce has been looking super strong in their bracket, in their qualifier group. They've gone 7-0, and they've got some names in the roster. Magic 8 Ball, Pommy, a lot of names which are known to the high Tier 3 scene in NA. And this is definitely one of the teams which I am sure we'll see on the highest level, on the last steps in the upcoming Open Divisions this year. It's a team we have to keep an eye on when it comes to contenders, when it comes to higher competition this year, despite from all the collegiate teams, which will of course also try and participate in the Path to Pro system, which is going to happen this year, hopefully quite soon. And then Sucker Punch, kind of the underdog in this top 8 here. They only got Void, who's got any previous super strong like T2 experience from last year, but an Aspect, for example, of Bandit, known players for the NA scene. But for somebody like me coming from EU, it's not that I'm too familiar with. So I'm looking forward to seeing them on stream here in this next matchup. We'll probably start in about half an hour, so we'll definitely go into a bigger break later. But it's going to be a close matchup, definitely. But I think it really comes down to the skill as a team, because GeForce, they've been together for about half a year now. I think they've got that advantage of playing in a team, doing regular scrims, having communication, which is simply on point, and you need that, because in this, although it's double elimination, every match counts, and they don't want to go down to losers bracket and play again later today.
Fight that uphill battle, Like you said too, GeForce going undefeated in their group stage, not just impressive on its own, of course, but according to Gig on AHJA, they were both in the same group together. So they took a win off of AHJA. They took wins off teams like Mind Goblin, like Angels. According to Gig, the self-proclaimed hardest group in the stages here. So to go undefeated in that group is really impressive from GeForce, and definitely looking to see if they can carry that momentum forward today and really close out a quick win and secure themselves a spot in next weekend's games. So definitely hard not to be hyped up on GeForce here. Like we said, undefeated in their bracket, but it'll be up to Sucker Punch to see if they can catch them off guard, come in, take them off balance, and really take control of the match themselves. Lots of talent on both sides. At this point in the tournament, all these teams are chock full of talent. It's really hard to underrate any of these teams, but we'll be seeing what goes on next in our next match. Like you said, there is a little bit of a delay before we are ready to set up our next match. So sounds like we'll probably be going into a bit of a prolonged break here as we're waiting for the teams to get readied up. Interestingly enough, I think the meta, I was a little bit worried. I mentioned this yesterday, but I was a little bit worried that the meta would be all about the ball comps, the ball, the Tracer, the Sombra, the Zen Brig, the plague of NA comp right now in high elo and things like that. It's very much this composition that it tailors well to competitive play, to ranked play, that is. But in a team setting, it's all about individual playmaking. It's all about constant uptime from not just your DPS, but you've got tanks that behave like DPS effectively in the Wrecking Ball. You've got supports that behave like DPS in the Zenyatta. So it's all about this constant onslaught of pressure. But it's been really interesting to see how teams can take that matchup, like we saw earlier today. What was the match I was thinking of? And Dice Gaming versus Dysfunctional. We saw Dice Gaming leaning really heavily into that current meta composition in North America, but Dysfunctional being able to answer back with some potentially unorthodox picks like the Roadhog and things like that, and be able to slowly take control back of the match. So recently, we've been seeing a lot of rush, obviously, with Bay State and Roadhog Rise Again, both opting for the Rhine comps. A lot of that, I think, dependent on the map picks. Both Havana and King's Row that we saw in the previous match don't really lend themselves well to dive-based compositions. There's just not really enough flank routes and things like that available on the map. But even on maps like Blizzard World, say, where they do have options to play more flexible compositions like that, we're seeing more teams leaning to the slower, more double shield-based approach for forcing space and things like that. So it's definitely been interesting for me I'm sort of myself catching up with the meta. I haven't been involved in a lot of pro level play recently or anything like that. So it's interesting to see the level of diversity that these teams are pulling out. I'm not sure if that's because half these teams were put together a week ago, or it's because this is what the actual meta is starting to look like. But it's definitely been interesting to see the asymmetrical matchups.
Absolutely. And talking about that pressure, it's been here all day yesterday. You've got to think about this tournament is showing who's got the highest durability to stand through this really super hard, super long qualifier, which we witnessed yesterday. 7 full rounds having been played. And then teams like Bay State, they fall here maybe as well because they've been up for about 14 hours yesterday only playing Overwatch because they play in 2 tournaments at the same time, and you just got to give them the respect there, man. So it's really like they show that they're willing to give everything here. I'm looking forward to seeing them again in the lower bracket later tonight. But for now, yes, I indeed suggest we go into a break until the next matchup is good to go. And it will be AHJA and Newbeat who'll cover that next matchup for you. Until then, let's go into a quick break. See you later. Hey everybody, welcome back after this quick break. It's still ticketing me on the desk here, and we're about to witness the last matchup of the winners round 1 in the top 8 here in the Questline Open Major. And it's going to be yet another banger. GeForce versus the Underdog versus Sucker Punch. We've been talking about them before. Tickety, break down the roster of GeForce for us.
Yeah, so we did get a look at GeForce playing some games yesterday. Like you said, rounding out the winners bracket round 1 today. We got Strider and Anyhow lining up the tanks, and we got Pummy and Ultimate Wep. These are the two I'll be looking at on the DPS line. Yesterday, we saw Ultimate Wep absolutely crushing it on the Tracer, Pummy holding it down on heroes like the Ashe.
Did you lose audio? We should look at OBS for a second. Okay, good. No, still moving. That's a bummer. I really wanted to hear what they were saying.
Yeah, something you mentioned there too that we haven't really touched on is seeing Sucker Punch here with more than just a 6-man roster, having those having those subs available for both support and the DPS lineup might mean they can pull out some tricks that might catch GeForce off guard with only their 6-man roster. Seeing that we are in such a flexible state of the meta, we're seeing picks being chosen on a map by map basis, so it's not just the same composition everywhere. It's not just goats everywhere, as some of you might remember, but we're seeing a lot of Reinhardt on rush-based maps. We're seeing a lot of Wrecking Ball on open maps with lots of flank routes. We're seeing Winston Rush. We're seeing lots of different variants, and even within those compositions, variants upon themselves, like we saw in Roadhog Rise Again versus Bay State. We saw Bay State playing a very classic Cassidy and May Reinhardt brawl comp, but then Roadhog Rise Again pulls out the Doomfist and then throws them off balance and things like that. So lots of potential for flexibility here, and we'll see if Sucker Punch can make use of their full roster.
Yeah, absolutely. So that flexibility they bring in there is definitely going to be an advantage for them, especially facing off against such a strong enemy like GeForce here in that last round, in the last matchup in the winners bracket. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that matchup, as we have two super good casters here, but it seems like we've got technical issues, do we? Seems to be something wrong with the audio. But yeah.
Yeah, we've
However,
got Ageless and
we'll just
Newbie
keep
coming in to
talking.
cast this game here. Yeah, we'll go over a few more things. Like we said earlier, GeForce on a huge hot streak, nothing but wins in the group stages. So we'll see if they can keep that momentum going forward. I'm personally hyped up for GeForce to see them play again. I loved the permanent POV on Ultimate Web because he's just always all over the map, taking control, taking fights, and for the most part coming out ahead and being able to purely individually influence those games, and a lot of playmaking off of his back. From what I was saying, of course, not to be understated, the pressure following up from the rest of his team, of course, but definitely looking forward to the individual playmaking potential from GeForce and to see if they can really take control of them this match the same way they had yesterday. But like you said, this has been a long weekend, potentially last game of the weekend if they manage to close out this win and they get to take a break until next week. But yeah, losers bracket, whoever loses this match will be going up. Who are they facing when they go up? They'll be going up against Bay State. So obviously Bay State hungry to bounce back off that loss. So winning is a good sign, means you can start planning for next weekend, start practicing again, take a few breaks here and there when you need to reset, but obviously looking to close out the win just to make it further in the tournament here. The competition is going to be tough no matter who you're playing, winner's side, loser's side, wherever it is. So it's time for these teams to give them their all and make sure that they are able to perform to their peaks.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to this matchup, not only because we're facing two super good teams, but as well because it's teams who we'll keep seeing in this year, because I'm sure that GeForce as well as Sucker Punch, those teams have been around for some time, and I'm sure they're here to stay. So especially GeForce, one of the best teams which is not in the T2 scene yet, they're going to be one of the ones to watch when it comes to Open Division, when it comes to the next tournament, which can bring you into those higher circles. And talking about higher circles, we're going right over to the highest circles here. Ageless and Newbie ready for the casting booth here, casting GeForce against Sucker Punch. I think we're good to go. So Ageless and Newbie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Julian, and thank you, Tickety. We are also looking forward to this next match. Once again, that's Ageless, I'm Newbie. We're getting ready for GeForce and Sucker Punch, and it should be a really fun match, and I'm really pulling for Sucker Punch in this one so I can get at least one prediction right.
Yeah, it is going to be an uphill battle. I think we saw an upset, obviously, with Roadhog rides again against Bay State in our previous match. It really does seem like everything is up for grabs, though. I think Sucker Punch, as we said a little bit earlier, coming in as the dark horse, they haven't been, they're not as well known as GeForce is, especially. So definitely have an advantage being able to look at VODs, and they know their play style a little bit. It's whether they're going to be able to mitigate the kind of like unbridled aggression that it just comes pouring out of GeForce the entire game that they play. They give no room to breathe, no time to set up again. We saw them in Junkertown, not even allowing like second spawn.
Yeah, and GeForce yesterday was frankly a force. There's not a better way to put it. I don't think they looked absolutely fantastic yesterday. And today they are the favorites going up against Sucker Punch. I mean, Cuffle looked great on the Wrecking Ball when they were playing. I know Tickety and Julian just mentioned, how good Ultimate Web looked on the Tracer. There are a lot of bright spots for GeForce, and it is going to be an absolutely gargantuan order for Sucker Punch to take them down.
Yeah, we've actually seen Sucker Punch a little bit ourselves in the past, especially Star and Void have been really strong on those tanks and pretty flexible as well. I think we've seen Sucker Punch play a pretty wide variety of compositions. So if they're able to come in and maybe, be a little bit more prepared for what GeForce has to offer, it could be their chance to catch them off guard a little bit, force them to play a little out of their comfort zone, which is kind of what GeForce has been forcing everybody else to do. It's like, even if you're playing, the heroes you want, the composition you want, the map you want, they're so good at making teams uncomfortable no matter where they are.
And with that, I remember our talk this morning with Jag, which seemed like a million years ago in our pre-game show kind of this morning. And Jag was really talking about how good Magic 8-Ball was on the flex support role as well. So there are really a lot of strong forces for GeForce coming up in this match. And one role I'm going to be looking at for Sucker Punch is Aspect and Havoc on the DPS line.
Yeah, you had mentioned that earlier. They're definitely some of the highlight players from Sucker Punch. You can see here it's going to be Aspect, Jesco, Trqsttheprocess on DPS. So definitely having more of those substitutions, as Julian and Tickety were saying. Star and Void are going to be on the tanks with Ross, Bandit, and Fiza on the supports.
Yeah, and you and I at least are familiar with GeForce as we did cast them yesterday, but just a refresher for their roster as well. They got Pummy and Ultimate Web on the DPS line, and then you got Strider and Anyhow for the tanks, and rounding out the support line, as we just mentioned, Magic Meatball and Madero.
Yeah, we did see Kuffa yesterday in there, so it seems like today is going to be Strider and Anyhow. So a bit of a different look. We'll see if they can keep up that same pace and that same tempo that they were setting so consistently.
Definitely points to maybe a different composition coming out yesterday with Kuffa. GeForce was running a lot of Wrecking Balls, so maybe Strider and Anyhow want to run a different main tank, specifically Strider, who I'm assuming will be starting in that main tank slot.
Yeah, I think with GeForce, they're so well known now for these Wrecking Ball compositions and kind of like just taking teams apart with them. I don't think we're going to see like too much, but you're right. Like there is a chance here that they're going to have a little bit of a different look.
And I would normally say with GeForce having a hamster on their logo, you'd expect a lot of Wrecking Ball, but we did just witness Roadhog Rides again play with no Roadhog, so really not indicative with the logo of what you're actually going to see. But I think GeForce, whatever they come out with, they are going to be a very strong team.
Yeah, definitely the favorites here, and it's as the desk said, you win this, you're up against Roadhog Rides again, which just looked so thoroughly oppressive in their match against Bay State. Or you lose and you get to go face Bay State.
Yeah, either way, it's not going to be a fun time. And it's really interesting to see how strong that lower bracket is shaping up to be. There's a couple teams in there already that we did not expect. And just hypothetically, if GeForce was to lose this match, that lower bracket would be pretty stacked.
Yeah, that is a scary bracket all on its own. Like AHJA, Dysfunctional, Bay State. This is a scary lower bracket to be in, especially when you are out of lives. There's no more chances left when you're facing into those. And with AHJA and Dysfunctional is going to be our match after this, and then either GeForce or Sucker Punch is going to have to face Bay State, who are just playing so much Overwatch over the last couple days.
Yeah, you gotta kind of feel bad for Bay State just adding one more game onto their workload. But I think Bay State, they mentioned it on the desk too, they're gonna be hungry. They're gonna want to win after that last performance against Roadhog Rise again, and they are going to be out for redemption.
Yeah, and they're going to need it. They did come back and win all their games at the end of yesterday, including an entire day in collegiate. And they're going to need to keep it up. I think either way, whether it's GeForce or Sucker Punch, this is not going to be an easy game. We've seen Sucker Punch give it to quite a few teams. We've seen a few of their scrims before, and they're not pushovers. They're the lower seed coming in here. I think they were 5-2 at the end of the day yesterday. By all means, this is not going to be an easy match, I don't think.
Yeah, they were 5-2, right? So they won 5 games. That's nothing to shake a stick at. Obviously, they do have some skill, and it is going to be interesting to see how they decide to go about beating GeForce. What roster do they want to run? What compositions do they want to run? They do have a lot of options open to them. As the desk mentioned just a moment ago, like there's not as much known about them, so maybe they can throw a curveball or two.
Absolutely, and especially with how the meta has been going, where you can choose to lean more on that individualistic play, on the mechanics coming into it. Star is a fantastic tank. We've seen some really nice play from them on the Wrecking Ball, on Winston, on Arissa. They can be quite flexible and stay really competitive across a variety of content.
Yes, and I won't ask you for any kind of a prediction now because we already covered that earlier. Aegis, you're going for GeForce. I'm taking Sucker Punch as far as predictions go in this one. But for starting with GeForce, who are you most excited to see today?
After yesterday, I gotta say, Ultima Web was absolutely disgusting. It was so terrifying. I wasn't playing, and I was still worried about like my life. Like, am I gonna get one clip somehow?
Yeah, that is how good Ultima Web is. And like I mentioned, Jag really talked up Magic 8 Ball this morning, and there's nothing wrong with that. Magic 8 Ball looked absolutely fantastic yesterday, and it is going to be a strong showing for GeForce. I just have a feeling that unless there's some wild surprise, they might have the better chance, even though I'm still taking Sucker Punch.
Yeah, definitely a set up for success. You can see obviously a pretty successful track record there for GeForce. But you know, we've said it a few times. Sucker Punch, there is some advantage to kind of coming out of nowhere, and people are like, who is this team? What are they going to be running? You can hopefully prepare a little bit better versus a team like GeForce that has a pretty established track record and a pretty established play style, even if they are making some of these roster changes today.
So the teams right now just getting everything ready to go, just looking at some map sets, and we are going to be going to Ilios to start us off.
So definitely a variety of compositions available here on Ilios, especially it seems like this kind of like chaos comp. You can kind of play it anywhere. You can see why it does well in rank. It's like Ghost, but kind of the opposite at the same time. No one really needs to be talking to each other. It seems like just like go out there and kill.
Yeah, it's like Ghost, but almost nothing like it. That is some insight there for sure. Ilios is going to be fun. Let's take a look at what sub-map we're going to first. It looks like Ruins. So Ruins is kind of the odd map out when it comes to Ilios. You can see some more sniper compositions that you might not see on other maps just because of the longer sight lines. And the tactics that go through and work here on Ruins might not carry over to the next two maps.
5, 4,
Yeah, not
3,
quite the
2,
same availability for
Round
environmental
one.
kills. You can go to the
Capture
coast
the
and things like that, but it plays a little bit tighter with the little pit where the point is.
Aspect using the teleporter there to get Sucker Punch going towards the point. We can see right now both teams running a Sombra, so the EMP is going to be a point of focus when those ultimates come online in a moment. Start looking at a little bit of a just engagement from the left-hand side.
We actually do have Kuffa in here, so it's going to be Kuffa and anyhow on the tank line, so probably seeing more of this really aggressive Wrecking Ball play.
And with that, you can see right now Eugene just sitting up on the top ropes, throwing in some shots right now. Not really finding any targets, but anyhow, as Minty Mech, that is going to be the opening salvo coming in. Ultimate Weapon is able to get rid of the Mech of Void, so no mechs to speak of right now in this fight. Kuffa's taking on the high ground, looking for an engage with that Wrecking Ball, maybe a pile driver, but Void is able to finish off anyhow, who's once again been taken out of their mech.
You can see this kind of like similar playstyle from Roadhog right again, where trying to catch these established teams a little bit off guard by just investing more resources than you would expect.
Kuffa had to roll out momentarily. They were getting pretty low on health, and with that, Icy Bandit is going down. That's the Murder fight. That's a lot of fallen. Healing gone for Sucker Punch. Trqsttheprocess was able to get one back, getting rid of Magic 8 Ball, but finally it looks like the fight is turning, and it's turning the way of GeForce.
Fairly expensive fight for them there, though. They ended up using the minefield towards the end, whereas on the other side, Sucker Punch has now moved over to more of a, they're on the 6-man now, keeping with the Sombra, but Aspect is on the Reaper. Hoping to have a little bit more, I guess, quick fight, trying to isolate, especially Eugene. Eugene
is always going to be a target with that Zenyatta, especially right now as they do not have a Transcendence. And going in first is Bunny, they're able to take down the Icy Bandit once again, really focusing down that Moira, it seems, so far for GeForce, and that is allowing them to push forward, knowing that healing isn't available for Sucker Punch, and that is a very quick fight when pushing Sucker Punch back. They're not even able to get anywhere near the point right now.
Ava had rolled through and pulled a ton of aggro, forcing a little bit of an over-investment. Force just collapses as soon as everyone turns towards Kuffa.
They were able to get Kuffa in the end that time around. Pummy's going to throw in the EMP. That's going to get a couple members, but not too much happening right now. Sucker Punch is still trying to get onto this point and take it back over. Big Diva Bomb coming in over the top is not going to find anything, but Aspect gets one with the Death Blossom. And with Ross following that up, this is Sucker Punch taking over right now. Able to get the third pick. It's a 6-on-3 fight, and that usually means a win, and that is going to be the case here as Aspect gets rid of Ultimate Web as well. And a good fight for Sucker Punch as they're just getting through the cleanup.
82% for the side of GeForce here. This is really gonna, they're gonna have to play very carefully here. Sucker Punch is gonna need to play pretty perfectly. Trqstth does have this EMP. They're gonna need to capitalize on this in a major way. It's the only ultimate they have, and Aspect is gone.
That's big. That's no Aspect in the fight. They don't have to worry about that Reaper now. Luckily, Ross was able to trade that back, and now Star pushing forward. This looks like it's going to be just okay for Sucker Punch. Not a big deal at all. Kuffa gets the roll through onto Trqstth, but that's going to be a little bit late as the minefield comes in onto the point. Can Ultimate Web turn this around? It looks like it's going to be a tall order right now. Throws in the Pulse Bomb, but that goes wide. Self-destruct in onto the point right now from Void as Aspect gets a kill onto Ultimate Web. So little Tracer v Tracer action. Eugene back to the fight, throwing in those destruction orbs, able to destroy Aspect, and now back on the point. GeForce has taken it back over with that Transcendence.
You see now just stacking these ultimates on top of each other. The EF from Pummy, it's just unrelenting. Oh wow, quite the whip shot there to finish things off. His Magic Mate Ball. We talked them up before, and you could see why they're extremely dangerous. But with these kind of like this Chaos comp, this Ball Zen comp, you go down 1-2 members, and in a lot of other competitions, you know, you could even see even with 6-man there, you lose your Reaper, you lose your Diva. Things are not looking great. Turn the fight around. Running this kind of self-sustained composition, the way it works, it's like, oh, we're down 2. Yeah, I think I'm going to use my ultimate. And it might work. There's just this swarm of bees that are just constantly around the rest, you know, Sucker Punch there, pulling them apart.
Way too many different areas to put your attention, and at the end of the day, when you can't focus on one, it's all going to fall apart. So now we are headed to Lighthouse, so a little bit of a different change here. Not too much in the ways of compositions. A Star still on that Winston and Kuffa on the Wrecking Ball for those main tanks as both teams coming together once again.
Spec now on the Sombra. Oh boy, Eugene.
The Icy Bat has been unlucky, getting picked very early on in at least 3 of these fights by my count so far. And once that pick comes through, GeForce knows a lot of that utility coming for the Moira is just not irrelevant anymore. You can see Kuffa finishing off Ross with the pile driver. Point unlocked and point taken right away by GeForce. Another quick start.
Yeah, with the Moira gone, so much of that sustain disappears. And again, we're seeing Kuffa and Ultimate Web just so much aggression here, not letting teams set up. If someone goes forward a little bit, tries to get that poke damage or tries to do any scouting, they're just on top of them. They're keeping teams in the dark just consistently as Trqstth goes down.
That's going to be unfortunate. That's going to delay any meaningful push Sucker Punch might have. Now they're already down one of their DPS players. Don't really want to take this 5v6, even though they are slowly advancing forward here towards GeForce.
You see Kuffa collapsing on those discorded targets from Eugene so effectively here. And almost up to another minefield.
Getting very close, and the minefield is now unlocked. They try to throw it down. They were hacked, but the mines did get out before the hack came through. So very lucky there for Kuffa to get that ultimate off. Now the fight has moved over here, and with the Tracers both going for pulse bombs, they're both going to die to each other. Okay, so there's no Tracer diff there. That's a Tracer save. Both Tracers going down, and now Sucker Punch trying to get over onto the point again. Not really able to take it. Kuffa doing so much work right now on that Wrecking Ball, and of course, as I say that, they get hacked out and thrown over the edge, but anyhow is still on the point trying to hold this out.
Ross does have beat available. Pummy waiting on this E as well. So 80% on the side of GeForce. You're walking into an EMP, you're walking into the bomb, the rally. This is going to be really tough for Sucker Punch. I feel like we're going to need to see a really aggressive and really effective EMP. They do have 5 ultimates coming into this fight, but they've only got 9% before they got to use them.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit telegraphed as GeForce knows Sucker Punch has to get over onto the objective. You can see the rally coming out early. Cuff is already able to get a pick onto Aspect, who wasn't able to get anybody with the EMP. Bomb comes up from Void just so they can get back into the mech right away and move over, contest onto that point. Primal Rage coming up from start, trying to juggle around Magic Mateball, and they're able to help finish them off as Icy Bandit is back into the fray. A nice boot coming out there from Ross as well. Star just sticking in onto this point. 2 members of each team on the objective. Ross finishes up Ultimate Weapon, but Eugene is on fire once again, and they're out for blood, getting a third. Eugene, what are you even doing? And Aspect has to translocate out. They know Eugene's going to take him out if they stay around too long. Cuffa just cleaning up the low health targets that are left on the point. That's going to do it for Ilios. A superb start for GeForce.
Eugene, the one kind of member of the composition that's able to find a lot of neutral value and having no trouble doing so. I think we'll probably see this is probably towards the end. No, this isn't even that. This is just a different super frag play from the Zenyatta.
Yeah, this is definitely finding value in the neutral game, as you can see Eugene getting over another point. So this was the play at the end of the round. And with that, we are up 1-0 GeForce over Sucker Punch. And so far, so good for GeForce. Back to the drawing board if you're Sucker Punch, and you got a lot of ground to cover if you want to figure out how to get back at GeForce.
Yeah, they're just meeting all their win conditions. We're seeing Kaffa pull a lot of attention, a lot of cooldowns away from Sucker Punch with these roll-throughs, with these slams, and Eugene, you know, playing the Zenyatta into this role so perfectly here that the Discord targets have been on point. They're finding a ton of value in the neutral, and there's not really any real or meaningful pressure being put onto them. It seems like the attention is just so scattered amongst the different members here that no one can really be tracked down, that they're using that mobility to their full advantage.
Barring any substitutions, do you even see GeForce making any changes with the composition they're running, considering how effective it's been so far?
No, it's absolutely bullying. You're seeing, you know, members kind of just like poking their head out. I think there's Icy Bandit on the Moira, just trying to do a little bit of scouting, like not far from spawn. And Kappa is like, no, get back in there immediately, and punishing any sort of misplay, any sort of positioning errors, and not even just trying to get out, just trying to play the game.
Yeah, just wanted to get back out, hang out with their friends back at the spawn, and it's not even possible.
Yeah, just trying to touch grass.
Yeah, exactly. And now it'll be interesting. What do you think Sucker Punch is going to do with their map selection?
They're going to have to try and force, I think, some sort of more point presence here. They're going to go Havana. I guess you can maybe, yeah, you just roll right into it. I think they're going to choose Havana. I think we did this last time. I think they're going to choose Havana. Maybe trying to force GeForce off of their game a little bit, make them play into like a double shield or something.
Yeah, I gotta get on that question a little bit quicker, but with Havana coming up, it can be a little bit rough for Wrecking Ball at some points with the extra open space that you got, especially a little bit in the first point, but especially on the third point.
Yeah, they might be able to bunker up a little bit here, go a little bit more like poke or spam. Just try and shut down some of these heroes that are just, as I said before, like a swarm of bees, just continually circling around them, not giving any space. They're just choking teams out. We saw it yesterday, and we're seeing it again today. It is oppressive.
It truly is. And considering kind of how Sucker Punch started, they do have a couple players on the bench as well that we haven't seen yet. Jesco hasn't come in, neither has Visa. So maybe that's the cure to what ails them, is just bringing in a fresh face.
Yeah, and you know, maybe it comes down to just some hero pools. We've seen usually when teams start getting behind a little bit, we're more likely to see a Genji. We have seen it on both sides a couple times, especially on like Blizzard World, where it'll be like a double shield running the Genji in place of a Tracer. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is time to pull out some comfort picks, pull out some you know, like kind of tried and true ranked, and try and throw GeForce off.
It's worth a shot. We'll see what happens. It's going to start up with the GeForce on the attack first, so they will be able to set the pace and see if Sucker Punch can match it.
That's really what it comes down to, is they are setting the pace and they're not giving anyone any time to even collect their thoughts. It seems like they're just out-tempoing everyone. And it looks like, I like this from Sucker Punch. You can see looking to punish a little bit of this play style that has been coming out pretty consistently from GeForce. This is not a one-trick team though. They can be rolling out in a variety of compositions. They've been, you know, I don't want to say forced, but persuaded to make swaps a couple times.
And we are seeing a substitution as well. Jesco has come in on the DPS line. So we have seen them play Doomfist before. They can be very effective as GeForce elects to go out their right-hand side, out the door. And they've already got a kill. They've claimed Star's life. Jesco's able to get one back with the uppercut. But will it be enough? Now with the main tank gone, it's going to be hard for Sucker Punch to hold on to the space, and that is the Icy Bandit going down again. Jesco into the backline, has a couple kills with the Doomfist, but it doesn't look like it's going to stop anyone to keep attacking right now for GeForce.
Yeah, they were fully prepared for all of that to be happening. As soon as they walked out of spawn, there was the Mei wall, there was the flash from Cassidy. Everything was ready for what was coming their way. So Sucker Punch, I think, hoping to get a little bit of a drop on them. Unfortunately, not the case. Look, pretty standard rush composition coming out from GeForce. So not holding true to that, like, you know, maybe that perception of just the wrecking ball.
Kappa starting that one off with the shatter. There was a window spent as well from Eugene. So a couple ultimates spent for a couple feet forward. Kappa just trying to keep everybody locked down on this right-hand side right now as the payload continues its journey forwards, and nobody from Sucker Punch once again can get onto the point and contest. Use the ultimate weapon on the far side on this Cassidy. Cup is able to claim Jesco's life with a fire strike. Trqsttheprocess throws down the Deadeye through a window. Nothing doing there. Immortality Field comes out, and that is gone almost instantly. And another fight win for GeForce, and they are burning rubber right now.
Just under 5 minutes coming into the distillery, and you can see that this aggression and the tempo that they're setting isn't just a function of the composition. It's not just a function of having that wrecking ball as Racer. We're still seeing you know, Kuffa and Anyhow really up in the faces of the defending team here, even on this Reinhardt.
Sucker Punch trying to engage once again, trying to stay on the high ground. They don't want to give that up, not right away. Making sure that they can stay eye level with the enemy. GeForce pushing through, bomb coming through from Anyhow. That's going to force members of Sucker Punch out of position. Jesco's able to get out with 13 HP with a meteor strike into a health pack. Stay alive, stay in the fight. Sound barrier comes out for brough, and that is going to be the key for Sucker Punch to push forward here, but they are going to have to be aware of the window coming out from Eugene. They don't want to get in line of sight for that for too long. There's going to be a lot of pain coming through that window. And with that, we got Star coming in on the back line. They have a shatter on. Trqsttheprocess is able to get rid of Eugene, and now with Icy Bandit getting another one. This is Sucker Punch turning the fight around. They have 3 picks now. Looking good. Stars on the point. They're frozen up. Low HP. A lot of healing coming up from Icy Bandit to try and keep them alive. It's successful. Well, they are unsuccessful. GeForce is getting rid of that Reinhardt. The rest of Sucker Punch walks around, cleans up, and now they're able to stabilize.
This is a big stabilization. It looked like they kind of just been pushed out as GeForce had just rolling the cart in behind them. And it ended up working in Sucker Punch's favor. Oh, wow.
It was a great start there for Sucker Punch. They were able to get 2, and then as a bonus, Kuffa threw down a shatter that was never going to get too much done. Jesco popping off the Doomfist with a couple more final blows. Jesco has looked fantastic when they come in, since they've come in on this Doom.
We have seen this in previous matches before, where the lower seeded team or the underdog has managed to catch these teams off guard with unexpected like Doomfist rollouts and stuff like that. That time we saw the flashbang. The fight is completely shut down. Not only that, but Ultima Web no longer has the Deadeye there.
Trqsttheprocess knew nobody was going to suspect the Cassidy coming in for that left-hand side door, and that is about as quick as a fight you will ever see. And so the only silver lining right now for GeForce is there's still a decent amount of time on the clock, partly because of their quick start and partly because Sucker Punch has been winning these fights so quickly.
Yeah, it has worked in their favor. They came in here with, but they, with 5 minutes, but already down to just 2. Jesco doing so much work on this Doomfist.
Magic 8 Ball had a bad time there. They got shattered and then finished off by the Meteor Strike. Now coming getting very low and taken down after throwing out that Blizzard. Once again, Sucker Punch winning these fights in convincing fashion, and they are right back in this.
Really liking Jesco on this Doomfist. It seems to be a hero that has been consistently brought out in kind of a losing situation to just kind of like mix things up again a little bit and throw these fairly synergistic teams off of their game. You get a strange rollout, unexpected. You can catch everyone off guard.
GeForce hoping this time this rotation works. Big flux coming out from Void. They're getting a lot into the air. That's going to do a ton of damage. And you can see with Pummy switching over to the Torbjorn, that's meant to mark Jesco on this Doomfist just a little bit. Icy Bandit had to use that Immortality Field. Luckily, nobody went down right there. Jesco trying to get into the backline, but the job's going to be that much more tougher with the auto-shooting turnaround, but it doesn't matter. They're able to get in and get Ultima Web. Great dive in there from Jesco. And once again, Sucker Punch trying to get the kills they need, but this time it is getting turned around by GeForce. They are staying alive in this fight, getting over the point payload and moving that forward once again.
This is exactly what Sucker Punch wants to be doing. You've seen Pummy move over to the Torbjorn. They're not allowing them to play the game that they want to be playing. They're forcing some swaps, forcing them into uncomfortable positions, which is what GeForce is usually so good at doing.
Oh, Ross gets taken down there by Ultima coming through the window. Jesco barely flew behind to avoid that Deadeye. They get taken down by anyhow on the Diva, and that's going to be the second point taken. But a better defense on the second phase by Sucker Punch. They were able to get a lot of time stripped off that clock.
Yeah, that got a little rough for them on the first point. Cruised right into second, but now 90 seconds remaining, and this is a long point on Havana. This is, a very defensive position for Sucker Punch to be in. If they can shut this down, I think if they continue running these kind of like creative approaches, they have a chance at pulling this away from GeForce.
Speaking of creative approaches, Pummy just taking a bit of a rest on the payload before they throw down the whole floor, seeing if they can catch anybody unawares. One pick coming through now, 2 for Sucker Punch. Once again, doing some work. Enio was able to find one in the back with the bomb, so those 2 ultimates spent get 2 eliminations for GeForce. But Sucker Punch is still holding tightly to this payload, coming back in through Star, swinging away, trying to get some extra damage done. Plummy with a nice shot onto Icy Bandit to get them taken down, and once again, that's a big source of healing con, this time from the Baptiste.
From Trqsttheprocess now doesn't find anything there. Magic Ball has another beat to match. Both support ults coming out here from Sucker Punch. This is still really defensible for them.
30 seconds remaining. Big window coming out here from Icy Bandit. That is going to make the payload a no-fly zone momentarily, and with that, Jesco is going to finish off. A turret beat comes out from Brough. That's a lot of extra shields coming down, but it's not going to matter for Star. They get absolutely deleted. A lot of picks very quickly. A great window coming out from Eugene once again, and that is going to get this payload most likely over the finish line here. Getting so close, that is going to do it. 1.1 seconds remaining for GeForce.
That's incredible, and you can see nice Pummy just having a seat on the front of the truck there, rolling it in. Sucker Punch seems to be figuring it out a little bit there, looking a lot stronger, taking advantage of the surprise that they can be bringing. We saw the surprise Cassidy coming out and flashbanging the Deadeye out, the surprise Doomfist coming out. Jesco getting a ton of work done, especially on that second point. They chewed through so much of the time bank. I gotta hand it to GeForce though, to be coming in with 90 seconds, third point Havana. To finish with any time at all is really impressive.
Yeah, and 1.1 seconds is going to be good enough for them to get another attack if they do so need it. And it's going to be up to Sucker Punch to see if they can secure a larger time bank.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're going to continue kind of running this like strange disruption here, as we do have a pause coming in here. Let's see, maybe some sort of a technical difficulty on one of the teams. I do really like Jesco though on this Doomfist. I think it's been really solid, and it's exactly what you need to be doing to kind of catch these established teams off guard. And we've seen it being a really consistent strategy throughout the tournament.
Yes, the Doomfist has been really good, at least in this match so far. And I mean, looking at what Sucker Punch was able to do once that Doomfist was introduced, it gives you hope that this could be a closer match than we initially expected.
Yeah, and I also wonder if this is something that, of course, is going to kind of adapt to as they move forward. Or if it's something that Sucker Punch will be able to continue to capitalize on, and really shows a crack in the armor of GeForce here. I feel like if I'm a team that's facing GeForce further in the tournament, which they're a powerhouse, I wouldn't be surprised if any of these teams would be facing them further in the tournament. I'd be taking note of this. This is like really interesting. We have an Australia moment, which is what we're seeing here. So Kaffa most likely having some Australian ping moments.
So we're going to have to wait for Kaffa to come back. I mean, it's hard enough to play Overwatch with all 6 players, so I wouldn't want to see GeForce try and take it going down with just 5 members and no main tank.
There's something I should tell you about Overwatch 2.
I said no main tank. I thought the off tank was one. I guess it doesn't matter. There's just one tank, so there's still a tank.
But yeah, so Kava gonna work out some of those technical difficulties while we try and sort that out. But yeah, I like this from Sucker Punch. I think they're playing to what they need to be doing. They know they're coming into an uphill battle here. They've seen GeForce play before, and it is oppressive. So being able to disrupt that constant motion that GeForce seems to be in, it's very fluid. They're everywhere, kind of all the time. Being able to catch them off guard is, I would say, rare, but it seems to be extremely valuable.
It is, and I think another valuable thing that Sucker Punch could do going forward is maybe protect Icy Bandit just a little bit more. I'm not saying it's Icy Bandit's fault by any means, but Icy Bandit has been going down quick and early in a lot of these fights, whether they were on the Moira or the BAP. And I think if they're going to want to consistently take these fights and get these wins, they're going to have to make sure that support stays alive.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they're losing a lot of that sustain early in these fights, and it's so difficult to stay up after that. You lose your Baptiste, you lose your Moira, you're really banking on the amount of healing that's coming out of that, especially when they're running like 6-man and things like that. Your 3 players disconnected. International networking moment is actually, okay, so we're gonna try and figure that out. I think we should just go to a little break here and we'll let the players sort out all their internet connections, and we'll be right back.
Everyone, we are back. Newbie here with Ageless. So we're about to dive back into the action between G-Force and Sucker Punch after some connection issues, but we are ready to get back at it.
Yeah, we're gonna head back to Havana. I think we got everything smoothed out. Really liking what Sucker Punch has brought out so far. I think they managed to chip a lot of time off of that attack from G-Force. They've set themselves up for a winnable situation here, which is, coming into this, they're definitely the underdog. They're looking good, and we saw earlier, I think it was Tickety was saying, you just don't want to be the easy team to get knocked out, and you don't want anyone to feel like, oh, okay, we're good, we're playing Sucker Punch, this will be okay. Providing some sort of a threat there is looking good. It's looking good for the players. It's looking good for the team. I think they've achieved that so far. Like, we're going to get a bit of a close hold here from G-Force.
And just a quick note as well, the Diva that you're seeing now is still anyhow just on a different account to avoid some of those connection issues. And with that, we are back into it. G-Force trying to hold up close and personal right now to get this going on their defense on Havana. We want to remember that Sucker Punch already did their defense, so G-Force ended with 1.1 on the clock, and now it's going to be up to Sucker Punch to best that.
Completely flip sides here, just go back on this Doomfist. Really happy to see this, although hunt down. Pummy gets knocked out though, so this is going to be a lot of this kind of like sustained damage, no longer available for them.
Good peel coming out there as well from the Diva and Void to make sure that their backline was safe, and now it's going to be Icy Bandit getting rid of the mech of anyhow. Star goes down as well, finished off by Magic Maidball. So G-Force so far so good. They haven't really given up a lot of room on the payload, but now anyhow coming back in and getting rid of Icy Bandit with a remake.
It did look like Sucker Punch had to stabilize on their offense. Completely the opposite here, and some big ultimates have come online for So Ultima Web does have this Dragon Strike. Kappa has a Shatter. Big pieces online for them here. Star has a Shatter. Oh, again, Pummy gets taken out.
Window coming through as well, and Ultima Web is going to finish off Ross with the Dragon Strike. Now the Shatter coming out as well. Void pushing forward, getting rid of Kappa. Star trying to put everyone on their back at 200 HP. Has to back up at the end just to get themselves healed up as quickly as possible, and they're going to come back and keep trying to push this forward.
Looking to finally get some space created here for Sucker Punch, and we're seeing G-Force make a hasty retreat. Ross has the beat available, Trev stacks with the wall. Nothing really, explosive as far as the ultimates go, but definitely some staying power available here.
And now we have some ultimates coming out to start this fight off as well. Pummy throwing down the sim wall right away. Trev stacks as well, almost mirrored walls. Look at that. It's a very hard time to get damage through for either team right now, waiting for the walls to go away. Doomfist does not care about shields though. They're going to go right through, get rid of Pummy, and now Jesco is going to work. Gets in there with the Meteor Strike and cleaning up in the back. This Doomfist is here to stay.
And I am so glad to hear it. I think this is a good substitution. They brought Jesco in, and you're absolutely right. Has no regard for either of those photon barriers that came through. Ultima Web does have another Dragon Strike though, so they are going to get a good contest.
And that contest is going to start off with the amplification matrix coming up from Eugene, as well as that Dragon Strike. A lot of ultimates being thrown in. Anyhow throws that Diva Bomb into the back, and that gets 4! What a bomb coming out from Anyhow, and now this is just cleanup after an absolute nightmare for Sucker Punch, watching that Diva Bomb fly over their heads and then just detonate.
There was a boop there. I think this was Magic Maidball that actually set up this play. You could see all the members of Sucker Punch, it looked like they just been blown towards the bomb there. So really nice heads up play from Magic Maidball. This is why this player has been so lauded coming into this match. Is just plays like this.
Sucker Punch going for another Shatter. That's a big one from Star. I don't know if Kappa was trying to play cute or they were unaware about the Reinhardt coming behind them. Either way, they are back in spawn. Trev Stacks gets a kill onto Eugene, and Sucker Punch is going to win this fight. It looks like they're getting a lot of picks very quickly.
do manage to get the payload in here, and Optimal Web isolated at the end for a late kill. Kuffa does have the Shatter coming into his Magic 8 Ball. With the beat, actually a lot of ultimates going to be available here for GeForce here. They're going to have to keep up this aggression. I like Sucker Punch. The way they've been playing here, they're still playing their game. You see Jesco has moved over to the Hanzo, looking for a little bit more of that long-range pick potential.
And already a couple final blows for Jesco as well. We can see a window coming out from Icy Bandit. These windows used for initiation tools time and time again, but Magic 8 Ball is going to try to turn the tide in their favor by throwing down that sound barrier as well, and that is going to allow Anyhow to get forward and get rid of Star. 2 gone now for Sucker Punch. It is a 5v4. GeForce has the advantage, and Anyhow is getting into the back. That's going to do it. GeForce is going to stabilize here. They are back on top as far as this team fight goes, and they are going to burn a lot of time off the clock here. It looks like nice shot by Jesco though.
Yeah, Jesco was in a pretty dire situation there. I'm surprised they made it out. So, going to manage to stay alive here. Void with the Diva Bomb, Ross with the beat. So we're probably going to see that come out on the other side from Anyhow's bomb.
And speaking of Anyhow's bomb, it comes in over the top. This time it's only going to get Ross, but that's not a terrible pick to get that Lucio out of the fight. Magic 8 Ball gets a kill of their own, and the bomb in from Void is going to yield nothing. Coming back in, Plummy is pushing forward, getting charged up fully on that sim and doing so much damage. There comes the Shatter out from Star. Can that turn it around? With that sound barrier from Ross, a lot of ultimates being spent here by Sucker Punch just to get into the door, and Ultimate Web has those dragons online, ready to push him back once again.
Just ended up being a really fortunately timed bomb from Anyhow. Ross was at 99% to that beat, so there was just nothing available to deal with it.
Right now there is a bit of an advantage for Sucker Punch because Trqsttheprocess was able to get a kill, but it's not going to last too much longer. Window and dragons coming out. A lot going through, both dragons being spent. It is very dangerous coming through that door, no matter which color you are right now. Plummy's able to get another kill in on the Star, and it looks like the added danger is now going for Sucker Punch. They are losing members Void out of their mech. And even though Plummy falls to the ground, that's going to be Anyhow finishing off Ross. Kuffa spends the Shatter to get rid of Jesco. Overtime burning away. This is looking like Sucker Punch isn't going to get too much close to anywhere right now. Charge into the back from Kuffa. Finishes off Icy Bandit. There is a bit of contesting happening on the point as Star was able to get over there and keeps this overtime going. But for how long? Spinning in circles, taking damage from every conceivable direction. They are finally going to succumb, and with that, overtime burns away, and it is now 2-0 GeForce.
What looked like a very hopeful third point hold there for Sucker Punch. Unfortunately, not able to be matched on the attack. Anyhow, coming back, we're gonna get a chance to see this bomb here. So I really felt like there was something else at play. Oh, we're not gonna see it. Oh, that's really unfortunate. I was hoping to be able to. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, Lucio assists on all the way across on.
Eagle Eye Angels once again finding the clue that solves the case. That is a great boop coming out from Lucio like that. That's honestly better than like booping people over the edge sometimes. It's just such a surprising move. So a big shout out to Magic 8 Ball there. That is a massive Lucio play. And honestly, that's something that bugs me about Overwatch and has forever. Is the Diva, when Diva gets a self-destruct kill like that, you see the perspective of the pilot Diva and not the bomb. And I always wish you could see it from the bomb's perspective when it's like the play of the game.
I feel like it comes up on like Reddit like every 3 months. It's like, but what if you could share plays of the game and then we could show both perspectives? And that's a pretty good argument for it right there. Having the ability to see exactly what was going on there. This is going to be do or die now for Sucker Punch, and they're otherwise going to be going down into the lower bracket. I think in the meantime, though, let's take a quick break here. We'll give the teams a chance to recollect themselves. I know at the last map we did have a little bit of a break there, but it wasn't a real break. It was more like a panic break. So we'll give them a moment to get everything sorted, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, friends. It's Newbeat here with AHJA at the Questline Open as we're getting ready for map 3 between Sucker Punch and G-Force. So far, mostly everything has gone G-Force's way. They are up 2-0 at the moment, but there's always a chance for Sucker Punch to come back. They did have some bright spots in that last map, specifically Jessica.
Jesco has been playing fantastically. I think the Doomfist is really effectively catching G-Force off guard. We did see the Torb switch at the end of G-Force's attack, which kind of turned the tables a little bit, and you can kind of find out it'll mark the Doomfist pretty effectively, it turns out. So I wonder if they're going to be forced to do that again. I thought, like, yeah, you move to the Torb, yeah, it's going to mark Jesco, but at the same time, you're throwing G-Force off of their game, which is really what Sucker Punch should be doing here, I think, and needs to continue to be doing. They've looked the best when they've done it. They don't let G-Force play the game that they would like to do.
Right, so then it becomes, what else can you do on top of that to make it even more effective? How are you going to deal with things like the Torbjorn that G-Force brought out at the end of Havana on their attack that kind of really limited Jessica's effectiveness?
I think at that point you've already made steps towards success. You force the swap to Torb, and yeah, it's reduced your Doomfist ability a little bit, but at the same time, they need to be dislodging G-Force, and I think that's the closest they've looked, was destroying them off their game and not allowing them to play with the amount of kind of like synergistic aggression that we've seen throughout. We are heading to King's Row, as you can see here. This worries me a little bit. I feel like we've seen a fist on King's Row A, and it hasn't really panned out. I don't think a single time that we've seen it.
That's true. It seems to be pretty ineffective when the Doomfist is brought out on this map, so we'll have to see what Jesco elects to play this time around. Sucker Punch is going to start on the defense as well, and Plummy looks like, at least for now, they're showing the Pharaoh, which could be a very interesting pick.
Yeah, I guess that's the other way that you deal with a pesky Doomfist, is you just don't touch the ground anymore, which seems to be exactly what they're looking to do here. So a bit of a different look coming out here. So this is Sucker Punch's map pick. They're aiming to come in here with what looks like a pretty standard rush composition here. Jesco on the Doomfist as expected. And I like this. I still like this. G-Force is now running, double bubble with a couple flyers, which is not, oh boy.
That one was unfortunate for Magic Mateball. They got hit by a bunch of damage just coming out of the spawn door. So that's going to put a momentary pause on this attack while they wait for the Mercy to get back into the fight. But even then, Plummy's going to push forward with a Plum and see if they can get an early pick. Ross getting the final blow so far on that Lucio.
Yeah, that's 3 final blows for Ross. Okay, maybe this is the secret that Sucker Punch really needed. It was like, everyone look at the Jesco Doomfist. JK, here comes the DJ.
Yeah, no kidding. Ross really the bloodthirsty support at the moment. G-Force finally mustering their forces, getting ready to go in for another attack, with Plummy and Ultima Web coming in over the top, and the rest of their forces going right down the middle. Window coming out from Feza to start this off, who has been substituted into the game this time around for the Icy Bandit. So no more Icy Bandit. We got Feza on that flex support line now for Sucker Punch.
So much pressure coming onto Star here, and you can see Trqsttheprocess making a nice little wraparound.
But it doesn't look like it's going to pay off. They did get the flashbang, but it was too little, too late. Plummy over the top with Ultima Web. They're able to get 2. This is going to be the first point cap for G-Force. They're going to get the payload moving. They're above 5 minutes, so nothing wrong with their attack so far.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty here. Pretty cheap there. They still have 4 ultimates, coming up to 5 in the bank. Just under 5 minutes to be pushing through Streets phase, which can go really quickly on King's Row.
And there are a lot of ultimates online for GeForce right now, and not too many for Sucker Punch. So depending on how these ultimates are spent, this fight could be won. Ultimate Web is going to start it off, copies the Sombra, seeing if they can build up an EMP, but they are evicted from that duplicate form almost instantly with a lot of damage coming their way. Coming going through the side, they throw down the barrage, are able to get 2 before they get hacked out of it, and Void finishes them off. A lot of rockets going both ways there.
I like this beat at the end from Ross too. It seems to be the way that Thunder teams are, taking full advantage of the surprise they have. And it doesn't quite work out as well as it has in the past for some of these teams. I like it though. I like the engagement. I like the decisiveness there of just, putting more resources than maybe GeForce expects into some of these fights.
And on the plus side for GeForce, Kuffa was able to earn a lot of real estate there at the end of the fight with the Primal Rage. Trqstth's getting sped forward with the ultimate. They're able to take down Plummy. That is absolutely huge coming in there. And with that, Void is going to come in with the micro missiles. Kills are coming through, and Sucker Punch might have a shot in this fight. Kuffa getting very low, but they're able to get healed up and stay in this fight.
Ultimate Web, very sneaky on the Echo. I don't think anyone knew that they were there. Almost managed to sneak in a strange little back cap with everyone around.
But luckily for Sucker Punch, they were able to make sure that didn't happen. And now, if you're a defender, this is a good place to hold. You're taking these fights a long way from the attacker spawn, and a couple fight wins can really burn some time off the clock.
Moving over to the Genji now. So no more Pharah for them. And we start off with the Nano here.
The Nano going into the backline onto Kuffa. Seeing if they can once again make worse than the work of it. Eugene's able to get 1 kill, and now the kills come real quick for GeForce. Getting a lot in a very short amount of time. Kuffa juggling Star at the back, and that's going to be the end of Star's life this time around. Second point taken, still 4 minutes on the clock, and GeForce is looking pretty sharp at the moment.
The Jesco's move on to the Echo as well. So matching Ultimate Web, although Ultimate does have the copy available here as well as Anyhow's bomb.
GeForce just hanging out on the high ground. Ultimate looking to go for a bit of a cheeky flank here underneath, coming out the other side. Beautifully done from Ultimate Web. Now the bomb coming in. Everybody was looking at the Echo in the back, and that's going to get 2 from Anyhow. That is how you play it. They planned it. Hey, everyone, look at this Echo over here. They throw the bomb over the top. That's going to get 2. And with that numbers advantage, the rest of GeForce is pushing forward right up to the spawn doors. Kuffa's able to get another kill, and the duplicate comes out from Ultimate to give everybody some extra damage with a duplicated supercharger. And this payload is getting perilously close to the end if you're Sucker Punch. Plummy in the backline with the blade. They get 3. Plummy is on fire, trying to push forward, slicing and dicing, seeing if they can get rid of Jesco on the Doomfist, and they do. That's another one, even though Void is able to get rid of Kuffa. That might be too little too late. Star just staying on the point with the Orisa. Finally goes down to Ultimate Web as well. Luckily, the spawn advantage for Sucker Punch is buying them a little bit more time as they're getting back in on the point.
Yeah, this is a really key stabilization here, but they're going to need to hold on to it and not let their foot off the gas. You can see GeForce already, again, giving them no room to breathe.
And with Kuffa getting back into the fight, that's going to be Jesco having to go back to spawn. Trqstth gets killed to trade that out, but Ultimate Weapon's up high in the sky and still at half HP, doing so much extra damage, almost up to another duplicate as Star falls to the wayside once again. Ultimate Weapon doing so much damage from up in on top, and with Jesco going down, it's going to be the end right here. It looks like Ultimate Weapon just doing too much damage right now. Sucker Punch has nothing to deal with that.
We've said it again, just the oppressive play of GeForce on full display here. What looked like a stabilization coming out from Sucker Punch is just denied.
And now they have to deal with those mines on the point as well, as Ultimate was built up the duplicate and copied Star almost immediately on that Wrecking Ball. That's going to do it. Round 1 is done. So a lot of time burnt off the end relatively from where it started, but 141.7 in the time bank is not so bad.
Yeah, they're super happy with that. I think Sucker Punch probably not expecting the continued engagement from GeForce there at the end. You know, the spawn advantage, as you said, very much in Sucker Punch's favor, and I think maybe took some of that urgency away. GeForce not the case on their side. Still feeling every bit of urgency on their side, and again, just keeping the pressure up.
And with that, the situation is clear for Sucker Punch. They have to get all the way to the end of King's Row if they want to continue in this bracket for the time being. If GeForce is able to hold a defense anywhere before that, they're going to go on in the bracket and send Sucker Punch down to the lower bracket.
I also just want to give a shout out to our observers for what we're looking at right now. This is like an art piece. This is a beautiful shot of King's Row. Not to take away from any of the action, but this looks great.
Yeah, it does look fantastic, and thanks to that comic that came out about 2 years ago, I learned that it's actually an underground city. Like,
oh, yeah.
5 years after the game came out, so it really took me a while to get there, but we are going to see Sucker Punch coming out on the offense here, and we're going to see a Zarya sighting with Void on that Zarya.
Yeah, going with the double bubble, Jesco onto the Echo again. Oh, taking a little bit of damage coming out of the spawn. Pummy on the Junkrat.
And Pummy looked good on the Junkrat earlier, so why not try it again? You can see Kappa and Star on the Winstons just tickling each other right now. A bit of a tickle fight happening at the choke. Pummy, no one's seen Pummy yet. Pummy's about to do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, not able to get any final blows, but they were able to disrupt a lot. A nice sleep coming out though from Eugene to make sure, or sorry, from Feza to make sure that Pummy can't get any extra value on that Junkrat.
Yeah, got really sneaky there for a rat that's on fire throwing landmine. Shut down there completely by Feza, who just got Goomba stopped.
Absolutely flattened there by Kuffa, and now Ultimate Web getting another kill onto Void. The focusing beams are out in full flight right now. Anyhow coming back in and getting another kill. GeForce is really trying to hold on here, even though they are losing members.
There just seems to be no giving up for GeForce, and that's kind of defines their play style. It seems there's not really any retreat.
And now they have more or less stabilized, staying and holding that choke, and they are burning so much time off the clock. Already 2:30 left for Sucker Punch to get this first point.
Yeah, chewing through a lot as the rally does come out from Ross.
And now the rally that EMP has also been thrown onto the field, not doing too much. Only one member, Pummy, looked like they were the only one hit by that EMP coming out. Bomb coming in over the top, and Any who's able to get two, but Ross is able to get two of their own. The trades are coming through between the Brig and the Diva, but at the end of the day, GeForce reigns supreme once again, just getting a little bit more value.
Oh, that's a big bomb from Anyhow. Oh no, Kuffa on serious ping, opting to emote on the top of the statue. A little dangerous here. Sucker Punch does have the spawn advantage, and they've swapped Void over to the Diva to get back quicker.
And now Sucker Punch re-engaging once again, but Pummy's getting two in a blink of an eye. Getting into the backline, de-meching Void. Void's not long for this world now. The Baby Diva is also gone. Star got into the back with a Primal Rage. They were able to get one of their own. But that's really not a lot right now, even though Jesco has popped the duplicate.
Oh, unreal, and oh, Kuffa. The sheer confidence of Kuffa on this.
And Kuffa is finally going to have to back out here. I think another couple kills coming through. Trqsttheprocess has switched over to the Widowmaker to get a couple surprise kills, and it seems to be working, and now they've switched over to the Tracer.
Oh, that might have been a little bit too overconfident here, by doing a little bit of spawn camping. I do like Pummy on this Doomfist. I think sometimes it's like, this hero's giving us some trouble, and instead of just trying to counter them the whole time. Just create your own problems.
And now Sucker Punch is on a attack of their own, but Pummy's going to go into the backline. They do have the get out of jail free card in the Meteor Strike if they want to use it to escape. And it looks like that's what they're going to do. Nope, they're going to keep engaging with it, putting some extra damage down, getting down to 115 HP. But Kappa is going to use that confusion to get into the back and get one kill of their own. And GeForce, trying to hold this choke, is doing a pretty decent job so far.
I really like this play from GeForce, and it seems to be their whole philosophy. Oh, they're disengaged now. you know, with Pummy on that Meteor Strike, no exception.
Anyhow, able to get another D.Va bomb kill. I have honestly lost count of how many there has been in this match. And that is once again opening up some area for Pummy to get forward. They were the ones to finish off Star. Obviously, they had help from other members of their team. And Ultimate Whip just hanging out on the side, seeing if they can find a quick duplicate target.
Trqstth's trying to get a little bit sneaky there, and oh yeah, the copy comes out from Ultimate Web.
And they are going to lose their mech before the self-destruct comes in, so unfortunately that's not great when you're the copied Echo. And we can see that happening again. Jesco is also elected to duplicate the D.Va, getting into the backline, getting closer to self-destruct. Can they earn one up of their own? Yes, they can. Not going to waste any time. They're going to throw that in. There is a Primal Rage out there from Star. Jesco was able to find one with that copied ultimate. And I really think Star helped out there by using that Primal Rage and knocking a bunch of people around.
Jesco has absolutely been a big highlight player for Sucker Punch so far. Pummy wrapping around here, so they are going to have any house bomb, and here comes that nano from Eugene.
That has been popped in. Star is nanoed right now, seeing if they can push forward. Both Winstons with the nano boost applied. Two glowing scientists go in the same direction, flying forward. Kappa is going to fall victim to the D.Va, and with that, this is the payload just kind of hanging out at the moment. Nobody for Sucker Punch left to get on cart.
Yeah, I think they're going to have about 2 fights here. This could be a really good place to be using Void's Bomb. Magic Mate Ball, though, does have the beat. If they're going to have to use it, like, now, I think, if they want to miss it.
Trqstth is going to get an early pick onto Pummy, and that is going to allow Sucker Punch to walk forward here, press W, see if they can get any extra distance away from their own spawn. Bomb coming into the backline once again. This one isn't going to be as fantastic as some others have been today. Sucker Punch pushing forward. I think G4 is trying to reload here for one last contest.
This is it, 15 seconds left as the bomb comes out and Void gets one.
Beautifully done by Void. You can see Kappa trying to stay alive by using that Primal Rage, getting the extra HP. Star foraying into the back, seeing if they can hunt down that Winston. They are able to hunt down the pilot D.Va there, and with Void getting another kill. Void popping off a little bit, probably just finishing off low health targets with the quad cannons on the D.Va, and that's going to do .2. So not going to be able to match the time bank, but the payload is still going forward.
They've managed to keep themselves into the game. And, oh, that's a nice bio nade there from Eugene. Ends up just shutting down any sort of aggression that Star can get out of this nano, which is like a single cooldown.
This time, Pummy using the Meteor Strike to get into the back once again. And Ross greets them with a whip shot to the nose. And that's not going to feel good if you're a Doomfist. That is a very tough play there. You can see as Sucker Punch still pushing forward, getting close to the end of this map. Now Duplicate comes out. Jesco is now going to take the form of a Winston. Ultimate Web was able to get rid of Ross. That's the Brig out of the fight.
4 Winstons currently on the field. This is definitely an oops all Winstons moment if there has been, and they're all primaling, it seems like.
That's absolutely insane. They were just bouncing Winstons going every which way. Just a veritable planet of the apes.
30 seconds or 25 seconds left remaining now. Ross does have the rally, so it's going to be a good engagement tool for them here. We've talked a lot about Jesco. Ross has been so consistent on this Brigida.
And with that, we are coming to the final fight here. The best Sucker Punch can really hope for now is to get the payload all the way in and then fight for a draw on an extra round of defense. Trying to soak up some of that armor coming up from the ulting Ross on that Brig. Overtime is now ready, and that means that anyhow is going to throw the bomb in over the top. That's not going to get anything. There were some shields available. High Noon into the backline as well as Pummy pops that ultimate. Both teams throwing in ultimates, but the kills coming through in the neutral. Pummy staying into the backline. Nice flash and then a shot onto Trqstth. They weren't really at full health anymore, so didn't even need the headshot.
Oh, just folding things up here. Kappa against so much aggression coming up. They can't even touch.
That's going to do it. G-Force is going to take it. They're going to win this match 3-0, and they're going to move on in the Questline Open upper bracket. And that one hurts for Sucker Punch, but they will get a chance once again in the lower bracket.
I think if you're Sucker Punch, you're still happy with this. They knew they were coming in as the underdog. Hummy just slicing through everyone on GeForce's attack. But yeah, Sucker Punch, you're happy with that. I think they're a fairly newer team. And you're going up against an absolute juggernaut in GeForce. We saw some really bright spots, some real highlights coming out. We talked about Jesco, Ross as well on the Brigida. On that support, I thought did such a good job throughout that, dealing with the amount of pressure and the amount of aggression that was coming up from GeForce's tank line.
Yes, and looking at the winners, I mean, hats off to GeForce. They played a great game in that last match. And speaking of bright spots, we've talked before about how good Cup is, and people know how good Cup is. But I think anyhow on the off-tank role looked fantastic, and you know, Magic Maple made them look even better with that boop.
Absolutely, and I think we had the Australia moment there with the internet connection. I think the real Australia, but it just Kuffa's performance consistently from Australia. There's been a, you know, it's always tough playing international tournaments when you're dealing with ping. That's serious ping, and that's a serious performance.
100%, and congratulations to GeForce. It was a good showing. We know that they have been a strong team, and they will be going forward into the next round, and they will be playing, I believe it'll be Roadhog Rides Again is who they will be playing in the next round. So that will be the next match that they have to look forward to.
Yeah, and then so for us, this is going to be our last cast of the tournament.
Yes.
We're going to still be on the desk, but this is going to be for us casting matches. So it has been wonderful. So big thanks to BPL and the production team, as well as T6. And we'll hand things off here to Tickety and Julian.
Hello there, and welcome back to the desk. It's still Tickety and myself last time for today, as we just witnessed this 3-0. GeForce taking the W against Sucker Punch. They'll move on into winners round 2 in this playoff matchup, and Sucker Punch, they'll have to play again later against Bay State. Tickety, again, GeForce cleared 3-0 here. Had it been close at any point?
I will probably say this was one of the most one-sided matchups we've seen throughout this whole tournament. GeForce really just playing on a whole nother level and proving that even on maps like Havana and Kings Row, they can take the game at their own pace. We saw them come out really dominantly on the first map on the ball composition that we know them for, on being able to maintain that constant pressure. So I think what Sucker Punch did was the correct call. They took them to more closed sightline maps like Havana, not many flank routes, very long sightlines, things like that. Typically the tools you need to shut down that aggressive dive. But then GeForce hits right back, and being able to mirror the Rhine comp and take a better time on Havana as well means that they were able to just punch right back at Sucker Punch's own game. And then we see almost like a victory lap on Kings Row. And I had to shed a little bit of a tear as I was watching, because Kings Row, I mean, in my day, I don't know about you, but I always think of Kings Row as like the Rhine map, right? If Rhine's good nowhere else, he's still going to be good on Kings Row. And we see Sucker Punch lining up their defense with a more classic Rhine brawl, playing around the Doomfist stuff like they've been trying to do on Havana. And GeForce just says, maybe not, maybe we'll play our game instead. And they roll out with this funky composition on the Echo and the Pharah, both flyers, and just prevent Sucker Punch from being able to do basically anything they were originally planning to with that Rhine-based composition. They started out with a decent hold. I remember their Lucio Ross getting a bunch of quick kills in the early times, but then quickly found their pace, and GeForce just absolutely steamrolling through the majority of that map. Definitely a tough one, but if anything, it shows just how dominant GeForce can be in the current meta, and showing that they're not just like a one-trick ball team. They're confident in playing multiple playstyles, some of which we might not see again on some of these compositions and some of the sillier stuff. But definitely more than confident on a lot of these compositions, and looking to make those finals at a breakneck pace with how fast they're finishing out these series. So well played, GeForce. A nice attempt truly from Sucker Punch, but I think just across the board, individual skill level, macro fundamentals, team-wide adaptations, all these kinds of things, they didn't do anything explicitly wrong, but GeForce was just playing on a whole nother level and managed to close that one out quickly.
Absolutely, and GeForce, the superior force in this matchup, so they'll they'll be seen again next weekend, while Sucker Punch has to go through the loser bracket now, facing up against Space State, who earlier lost to Roadhog Rides again. So yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say about this matchup. GeForce, as you said, steamed through Sucker Punch right there, and I think for now it's goodbye from our side, as Tickety and myself are done for the day, and we'll have some new desk hosts right after the break we're just about to go into. And yeah, for now, thank you very much to Ageless and Newbeat casting those 2 matches, and after that, after a quick break we're going to go into now, let's see who's welcoming you at the desk. Thank you very much, and yeah, let's go right into that break.
Hello, welcome back, folks. A change of teams, a change of caster, and even a change of brackets. Sir Waltham MFG here to bring you into the losers bracket for today. MFG, many fandoms, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling really great. Excited to come back for another fun round of these lower bracket matches. Don't be mistaken, although this is the lower bracket, that does not mean good matches are not afoot.
Absolutely true. These two teams, we talked about it yesterday on our stream, MFG. These teams still going to be fighting tooth and nail, perhaps even harder than they did in the round robin series, because if they lose here, well, they're out for good.
Yep, this is an elimination round, so stakes are even higher than before. As we take a look at the bracket right now, we have our lower matches today. It's going to be AHJA going up against Dysfunctional, followed by Bay State going up against Sucker Punch, whereas we see that the semifinals have been decided up at the top there.
Yeah, of course, we saw all the games that led us to these moments here earlier today. Trust the Process going to be defeating AHJA. That's going to be a name that stumps me the entire day, I can promise you, MFG. Dice Gaming coming over 3-1 over Dysfunctional, leading us to the match we're at now. And like I said, both these teams going to be fighting hard to not leave here today.
I'm very interested on how these teams are going to perform. I managed to check the tail end of the round one matches. I did not get to see these teams play yet, but judging by what we've seen, there's been a lot of 3-0s and 3-1s today.
I absolutely have to agree. Sometimes there's just some teams that are just a touch bit stronger, and they show that in very good numbers on the leaderboards. And for those of you who didn't catch it on the bracket screen, we do also have a change of format from yesterday. If you're tuning in for the first time here today, instead of best of 3 first to 2, it is now going to be best of 5 first to 3, which does mean we have a change up a little bit of the map format. It's going to be the same control escort hybrids that you saw before, but as well, when we get towards that 4th map, if necessary, we'll be seeing assault. We'll also be seeing control as well.
More variety makes up for more things to see, different comps, different players, different subs. So it's going to be all the more exciting to stick around, even if it is going to be longer matches.
Absolutely, and it's interesting that you mention subs as well here at MFG. I did get word, at least if this is still accurate, I don't know if our production crew has necessarily updated this, that it's going to be Necros in for Chopper for Dysfunctional. So that might be an interesting thing that if you caught the earlier games, maybe you don't see that come through this time around, or you don't see the exact same lineup you saw this time around.
Speaking of lineups, both of these teams look pretty stacked. Both sides have very memorable names. AHJA, I remember seeing Gig. I've also heard of RuPaul. And then Dysfunctional, of course, we have Gil Adelaide, Red Shell, Kefri, Necros, just to name a few.
Yeah, very familiar names on the side of Dysfunctional. AHJA, though, not to be undersold. I recognize a couple of these players for the longest time that I've been casting. Gig, particularly Psy, as well, Malvo. All names I get personally very excited to cast for here, MFG. But overall, what are we thinking? We are still waiting for these first few map selections to come through, but I believe it was going to be Dysfunctional who gets that first pick. What do you think we can expect to see out of these?
Judging by purely the scores from their previous matches, Dysfunctional did lose, but they lost 3-1 as opposed to AHJA lost complete 3-0. So Dysfunctional on pure paper looks like they might have the edge here, but I think that everybody watching knows that Overwatch tournaments are no strangers to producing the underdog as the victor.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Twitch chat will tell you that the underdog effect can absolutely be real. Sometimes just being in that situation where nobody's really kind of having that full expectation, it can lead to some fantastic things. It can lead to some great moments and perhaps even better stories, if I'm being sincere here. Overall, I can't tell exactly which of these teams is going to come up from, at least the eyeball test at first.
I love how you mentioned stories, because that is something that's so unique to these tournaments and that I love to see, because there's little individual stories that can be created when specific players just make plays that are just out of this world and coming in clutch for their team. And then of course there's the overall big story about one team making a clean sweep through upper bracket, or maybe coming from lower bracket like one of these teams has the opportunity to do and win it all.
You're absolutely right. We are still waiting on that map pick, but going back to the stories things, there's so many ways we could see this develop, especially since we're now just out of the round robin. We kind of get into the more, I would call it a linear story, because now this is kind of where everything tends to converge into one moment, to those grand finals, to those finals where we see those two top teams going at it. But you could see a David versus Goliath match. You could see a fan favorite kind of match. You could see the underdog story. There's so much we don't know as far as who's really going to be coming out on top between these two teams.
It's all the more important to keep tuning in, because I guarantee you throughout the course of the remainder of this week and going into next, there will definitely be a lot of unexpected plot twists and more developed storylines. We just keep hammering that topic because it's just so integral to these types of things, because it really makes them special. It's not just, oh, we watch tournament, team that's expected to win wins automatically. It's more to it than that, and that's what makes it exciting.
Very much so, and a little bit of excitement. We have officially gotten word of our first map that is going to be Busan coming through. An excellent choice, I would say. Not the standard Ilios, at least I usually expect to see when it comes to map selections.
So far, I have seen Busan be one of those popular picks here for the Control Ilios as well, but I remember talking about this yesterday, where the different layouts on Busan gives the opportunity for a lot of different compositions to be seen.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about the different submaps of Busan, the mini maps if you prefer. You have Mecha Base, where you can sometimes run a little bit more of a brawly close quarters composition. You have that downtown where there's so much high ground that can be used by those hit scans. We were talking about this, as a matter of fact, I think yesterday, MFG, about the different types of things you can see come out on Busan, and it's a factor of most control maps where they're very differently built for each submap.
And that's the beauty of it all. It's a great way to start out the match, because it lets us really see the full scope of each of these teams, since they have those opportunities to run more. Looking right now, we see pretty different compositions for both sides.
See very different compositions for both sides, but it looks like, as far as the tank line goes, it's still going to be that very aggressive, try to get up in your face composition. We see Boger, J-Bubs on that Winston Diva, Gig, GTX on the Wrecking Ball Diva, so different but similar in some senses.
I like how we're seeing the sniper battle too, because typically on downtown, that is something that is very popular to run. We see Kefri on the famous Widow, and we also see Vision battling it out on the Ashe.
Exactly what kind of angles Kefri's going to allow to open up for their team. We can see him slowly aiming down that alleyway, managing to get a body shot onto the Baptiste, but it's not going to be enough. And now, in fact, Kefri's the one having to take a little bit of a back step here, but it's opened up enough space for Dysfunctional, get their tank line in there. Boger, as well as J-Bub's, going to be looking to apply some pressure. And right now, Chopper looking a little bit disoriented on this Tracer. Can't quite seem to lock onto a target, or at least get as close to a target as you would like. Both teams suffering one loss, but no healing for AHJA means that they're going to be a little bit more vulnerable, especially if Kefri's able to open things up here with another Widow pick. So far, it's going to be first initial cap going over to Dysfunctional, but AHJA is still not out of this fight yet.
I like Dysfunctional's rotation there, but AHJA's rotation there was smart as well, because you see them on the high ground and they're still trading kills. Things are coming up for Dysfunctional though on that kill cam, but I still think it's a pretty fair fight.
So far, it looks like it may have been, but that's not going to be the case. Gig going down. GTX probably going to get demeched here, and that's going to be a long stagger. No, in fact, Dysfunctional just going to put GTX out of their misery right away.
Looking at the alt economies here, AHJA making a little bit of adjustments. We see RuPaul now on the Zen. The alt economy for Dysfunctional though, Chopper and Gale both have their ultimates ready to go. Kefri coming up close behind. But now that these swaps have come in for AHJA, that's a good sign of adaptability. So coming into this next push, despite that Infrasight being popped out, I think if they play it with enough tempo, they can definitely catch some members off guard.
We're going to be going in a little bit heavy, but goes face first into an Orb of Discord and immediately has to back out. Otherwise, they will take a little bit of a walloping, and you have those sights online. You don't necessarily want to throw away your life as Winston. Chopper goes in for the pulse bomb. Can't quite connect it. Haven't been seeing an excellent performance out of this player so far, but it's only the first map after all. And now with 2 kills going in favor of AHJA. Big pile driver potentially coming through from Gig. It's going to be the primal rage from Boger just to buy a little bit more time, a little bit more space, but it's only going to give away more ult charge to AHJA.
It's very critical here that they finish this off and cap the point, because if you notice, Dysfunctional is now in their 80s in terms of point percentage. RuPaul getting those cleanup kills, but now if you look at how they can combat these next few pushes, they have a lot of great things to utilize. The bob to distract, the bomb to scatter. Dysfunctional now still sticking to their composition, but Kefri is now on the sim.
Interesting that Kefri's going to be trying to go onto the sim. It looked like they were trying to set up for a teleporter up onto the high ground. Instead, that's going to be a pivot onto the Sombra. Nice pile driver with some mines coming in from Gig, immediately taking down that Brig. And that's a hugely effective minefield. You get a couple 15% maybe just off that push that now has to regroup from Dysfunctional.
That's exactly what you want to see there if you are an AHJA fan, because they didn't use all the ultimates they had in some big rush to try to kill off Dysfunctional without knowing what ultimates they had. They only used one and they used it effectively, and that is definitely going to continue putting them in that good position to win if they keep playing with this style.
Right now, Dysfunctional knows that they have a little bit of time to play with. They still have quite a bit of percentage built up on the point for their own possession. It's going to be Diva Bombs being traded back and forth, however, just trying to create a little bit of space. RuPaul going to be throwing into Transcendence, but it can't save GTX. A nice anti-nade coming in from Gale means that that healing is going to be null and void. Now Gale able to take this high ground from Ana. Nice comfortable position, doesn't have to worry too much about being hassled, except maybe by that Zen, but a Sleep Dart will push him back just a little bit as the retake comes through from Dysfunctional.
Dysfunctional is going to be taking this into last fight territory for AHJA. They do not have anything to work with as of yet, but Liar and Gig are close to those ultimates, so they can play this in a way that they just take it a little easy, let them aggress use it if they can touch. And so they're doing the touch right now, which is obviously what you need to do so you don't lose. But I was gonna say, like, play it a little slow in the sense, get your ultimates and then attack, so you can go ahead and kill with an easier capability like they're doing right now.
Boger, Gale using that nano primal really early on into this fight, trying to prevent anybody from even being able to touch, but it kind of backfired on them. They lost the Winston. Pulse bomb goes out, but Chopper gets a double. They may have heard me talking about him a little bit earlier. It's now just coming down to the baby diva, the wrecking ball, trying to maintain this point presence. A pulse bomb from the other end is now going to be taking down the diva of J-Bubs. The EMP goes out, only catches Gig, but that's all it needs to catch because the objective has now been secured.
I admire AHJA for how they handled that fight, because even though they did not come out on top, I still thought that they were thinking in the right way. So now coming into this next part of Busan, if they keep that same type of momentum and starting it earlier rather than later, that's gonna give them a good advantage here.
Certainly has huge opportunity to give them advantage, and as we look towards the next map and what compositions might give an advantage in that context, we look at Mecha Base, and I was talking about it being a little bit more of those brawly maps, and AHJA certainly feeling like they're going to be comfortable with the brawl coming in with the Reinhardt.
I like these different plays coming out here from both teams. Nothing that we've completely seen before, like we haven't seen the Mei yet here on Busan. I'm glad that both of these teams are playing her because I'm mainer. But also I think that it's a smart choice here because of that close corridor where you mainly like to fight, especially right now here. The wall's set up, so it immediately splits off Dysfunctional's team.
And a huge opportunity from AHJA. Without that reinforcement, Dysfunctional just kind of gets rolled over. Now AHJA going to have the time, get themselves to point, build up those ultimates, get themselves healed all the way back up, and now Dysfunctional has to go in for a retake.
They're also going to be switching up a little bit of their composition. We now have a Rhine Diva there for the tank line. And in terms of getting past this pseudo chokehold here that AHJA is attempting to set up, you can already see it kind of through the wall. They're going to be doing a rotation to try to catch them on the backside, but that teleporter is going to allow AHJA to catch them wherever they are. So they're just going to have to rush in as best as they can in order to just try their best to break through that line of fire.
Almost a moment of weakness there for Gig. Gets sectioned off by the May wall, not through the choke, but vertically in relation to it. We now see Vision has that proton barrier up, but it looks like this fight already ended just as fast. Gale not able to get away, just clipped by that hammer.
This is such a smart setup, and I've actually never really seen it before. Like, thinking about it and seeing it now, that sim teleporter is so perfect because Dysfunctional can't even catch them off guard because they can immediately zip over to wherever they're going to be. The only real win conditions here for Dysfunctional is either building up enough ultimates, we see Kefri's close to that Blizzard, or maybe having that sheer opportunity to take down one of the members of AHJA by sheer surprise.
Earth Shatter goes in, but Gig is not able to connect with it. Immortality Field has to go in just to save Gig, and Vision actually comes in huge onto Boger, able to take them down, making sure that they're not able to get the pressure applied there. Gale barely able to turn that corner before they get taken down. Chopper is going to get a consolation prize with the sim, but Vision should be back fast enough if AHJA is able to get themselves coordinated.
Hopefully so, but now it is going to be Dysfunctional in terms of spawn advantage because Vision has to make that way. So they need to be extra cautious here to make sure Dysfunctional doesn't go on that rotation that they are taking right now because they're not going to be able to get there as fast. Kefri, though, looks like it's going to try a sneak attack onto the point while the rest of Dysfunctional pushes in.
Oh, Gig manages to take Boger off the map while that nano is in effect. J-Bub's doing some nice peel for their Reaper, but it's not going to quite be enough. Chopper throwing in the Deadeye, can't quite connect, gets the sound barrier as a little bit of reinforcement there. We'll have that hardier health pool to keep themselves alive, and things still looking potential here for Dysfunctional, but they need to come up with a couple of quick kills before those reinforcements starts to come in from AHJA, especially before the Diva mech can start to mitigate a lot of damage. J-Mars now taking possession onto the high ground with their Baptiste. That is a very powerful position for a soldier to hide in or to have possession of. Earthshatter comes in, cleans up one. Thing's looking so good for AHJA despite what was looking like a shaky fight. They managed to come out successful.
See, what did I tell you? They started off with that momentum and they managed to take it 100-0. That is really what you want to see from a team. You want them to be able to bounce back, learn quickly from their mistakes. That sheer adaptability is really what makes a team shine. So I'm curious to see if they're going to continue with that or if Dysfunctional is going to learn from their mistakes and maybe make this one a little bit more close.
Well, Kefri going to be looking like they're leaning towards that sim to go ahead, but Dysfunctional once again with the more rapid comp, should we say. AHJA not going to be opting into a Lucio, at least as far as the the final 5 seconds of countdown go here. So they're going to be looking for a little bit more of that glass cannon backline, the Brig and Zen.
Looks like the rotation is going to be coming on to the right side, which is not typical. Normally both teams like to go immediately down center, but judging by the composition that both teams are running, particularly with that Brig, it's smarter to fight in these close quarters because it gives her more of a chance to gain her ultimate quicker.
Oh, a Gale goes down. That means it's just going to be up to the Brig for the side of Dysfunctional to try to keep the team alive, but that's going to be very hard. Dysfunctional, probably not a team that wants to play too close against this composition. Accretion goes out, barely misses that Sombra. Kefri able to get away with his life, but points slowly being capped by AHJA, and if that's the case, it's going to be very good for them. They'll continue to build up progress here as Dysfunctional has to regroup.
I like the way that they played that because when you start off early and catch Dysfunctional off guard like they did, you're going to have that great ability to set up wherever you want, especially as we saw last time on Mecha Base. But now Dysfunctional is starting their push again. Kefri on the Sombra, hoping to get a hack to allow the rest of Dysfunctional to push in with ease.
Kefri will get the hack, but it immediately is forced back, so can't really push in with the rest of Dysfunctional. May have been a momentary lapse. J-Mars almost taking themselves out with a pulse bomb. Has to barely dip out of the way. Vision has Bob, has Dynamite, has the Coach Gun, has everything to keep this Winston at bay. But Boger is going to have Primal getting shredded, though. Won't even be given the opportunity to use it. So many stuns coming through from AHJA that there is no opportunity for that Winston. Kefri has EMP, though. Might be looking for it. RuPaul, a juicy target if they're able to connect. But with members looking so low already, I have to think they probably save it to the next fight.
Something I have noticed on the side of Dysfunctional was the nanos given by Gale have not been as successful as probably wanted to, because we saw where Gig was able to take out that nanoed Reinhardt, and even just then keeping nanoed Boger at bay. So maybe Dysfunctional might want to try a different support line if that ultimate is not getting the full usage it should.
Ooh, the Transcendence comes out. RuPaul, I think, anticipated Kefri's Translocator to lead into the EMP blast, and this is probably what Kefri's going to be going for. Does connect with it, is able to take down that Zenyatta, but it comes at the cost of his own life. Now, with the Primal Rage also leading in, Boger just trying to cause a little bit of mayhem, a little bit of havoc, but gets caught in the Gravitic Flux, brought dangerously low, eventually cleaned up, and despite what was looking like a very solid engagement, Dysfunctional have not quite locked this into pocket just yet. In fact, AHJA still managed to hold on to this point. They have mines as well. They're going to be dropped right onto the support line. The support line needs to be very careful. They can't move too recklessly here. Gig continuing to cause such havoc, and this is all good because it's all progress. Dysfunctional is not getting MFG.
Man, I really was rooting for Kefri there because I thought that was a really smart play, baiting out that Transcendence in order to pop that EMP, but I guess just enough members of AHJA were able to dodge it or anticipate it themselves, and now as the kills trickle down for Dysfunctional, it is going to look like AHJA is going to be taking Busan.
That is so amazing. The plays that came through from Dysfunctional, but credit where it is due. AHJA were able to temper themselves. They were able to come back. It looked like Dysfunctional had a lot of set plays that AHJA just knew how to handle.
And you really love to see that, like I mentioned earlier, that sheer sign of adaptability. And going into these next maps, I'm really excited to see how these teams are going to evolve, because we've seen that evolution from AHJA quite early. But on the side of Dysfunctional, I'm pretty sure they get next map picks, so they're going to have a chance to show their adaptability too.
You're absolutely right on that in both senses. They will have next map pick. Loser does decide the next map that we will be going on to, as long as it's an escort map, that is, but they will also have the opportunity, because of that choice, to flex whatever they feel most comfortable on. And, you know, if I'm a gambling man here at MFG, I feel like we see something a little bit more dive-centric. It's something that Winston, D.Va, Wrecking Ball can perhaps play a little bit more favorably towards.
I agree, especially just because of what we've seen earlier with Boger on the Winston, and also I've seen D.Va in play probably more than that Reinhardt. And Dysfunctional now has that ability to cater to their strengths, because maybe the maps they played on Busan were not as dive favorable to other comps. So if they do decide to run that, or if they decide to run a different comp of their choice, they're going to have a great time with it.
Certainly fair to say. I think it's also a little bit fair to say that Dysfunctional really looked like they were struggling on that Sanctuary map a lot more than I think they tended to towards on downtown and towards even Mecha Base. I mean, AHJA kind of swung back during Mecha Base. That's when we saw them, I guess, kind of flip that tempo, but it still didn't look like it was completely in pocket for Dysfunctional.
Exactly. They had those little moments of stumble, and AHJA were able to capitalize on it. But at the same time, Dysfunctional, let's not forget map 1, where they looked pretty dominant as well.
Yeah, no, I certainly don't think you can count any team out of this matchup just yet, either team out of this matchup just yet. Of course, we've talked about the sheer manpower, the sheer player power coming through from these teams that just allows them to perform at such a high caliber. And I think we're getting a pretty good example of both these teams giving it their best.
I'm super, super happy to see that, because even if it is the lower bracket, none of these teams are giving up. Both of them are still going strong, making this such an entertaining evening for you and I to cast, and I could not be more happy.
I certainly tend to agree, and folks, we have just gotten word about our next map. It looks like Dysfunctional will be processing the thoughts that are also in my head. They'll be leaning towards that Dorado, something a little bit more vertically favored.
I like this pick from them because Dorado is a great map to practice that dive on, particularly on attack. And on the multiple areas of the objective, particularly on that point B objective in front of the door, that's going to be a really, really great place for them to thrive, because open spaces generally fare better to those types of compositions, if not specifically dive. But I'm curious as well to see if AHJA would have also picked Dorado as their map had they lost.
certainly comes down to question, although either way, we're going to see how AHJA has prepared for this map. I highly anticipate that Dysfunctionals, had a little bit of prep time considering it's their chosen map, but also getting word that there is going to be a swap of sides. AHJA is going to be opting into the attack, which means we'll see them on the right side of our screens here.
Alrighty then, AHJA on attack. It gives them an opportunity to kind of set the tone for the match, obviously wanting to cap with the most time as possible, but it's also going to give Dysfunctional the opportunity to create a really good win condition for themselves if they're able to stop AHJA really early on.
I think that there will be plenty of time. There's a lot of opportunities within Dorado to really get things going, both defensively as well as offensively, and you can hear the music in the background, the trumpets are blaring. We are about ready to head off to Dorado. Maybe I'll pick up a piñata and get some sweets as well, MFG.
Piñatas always have los dulces mejores. I missed piñatas. I haven't had one of those since, man, years ago.
It's been a while, but hopefully we get just as sweet of a matchup going in between these two teams. Just a few seconds remain, and we will be seeing what their starting rosters are going to be looking like, at least for the defense.
So far, we see some similarities, but also some key differences as well. Dysfunctional here on the defense. Looks like they're going to be doing that double bubble with the Winston Zarya.
Certainly a very good option if you're looking for that Winston. You can get a very aggressive dive going in. The Zarya projects the bubble right onto you. Then she has a lot of damage to kind of lean into. Certainly a very fair pick, and one that I think one that I enjoy seeing a lot more recently.
I really like those kinds of picks as well because it does really provide that aspect of enjoyment because you don't really see it every day. And going here, starting the match here in the next 5 seconds, AHJA is going to be sticking to that Echo Mercy, an obvious variation on the oh so popular Farmer Seed that has been a fan favorite on Dorado for the longest time.
We do see if AHJA is able to maintain that sky control. It's going to be hard with Kefri on that Ashe, ready to pull members out of the sky. Chopper immediately picking up onto Liar as well. And AHJA, they don't suffer too much. They're going to lose the fight. At least they start off weaker in this fight. They have the opportunity to get regrouped here, but the changes can come through rather quickly. We do see a change up. Jmar's going to be, I believe, switching to the Ashe and then immediately back to the Echo. Interested as to why they see that. Maybe a bit of miscommunication there, MFG.
I don't know, because I would think that Ashe would be the smarter choice because we know how good Kefri is at hit scan, obviously, but also just more of the sheer, if you're an Echo and if there's a sniper on your team, you don't want to be in their line of fire.
Well, fortunately enough for Jmars, you don't have to worry about being in line of fire. No mercy to bring Kefri back up. The Ashe gets taken out by a nice cluster bomb, and now AHJA coming in here, really trying to lean ahead, and we see the DPS trying to go around and trying to suffocate the defense of Dysfunctional. Self-destruct is going to come in. GTX gets taken down, and it looks like Dysfunctional, they were suffering for manpower earlier on, but they're going to manage to make it happen. Chopper coming in huge off the back end. I might be regretting what I was saying on Busan about Chopper.
I really like, though, the aggression that AHJA was just doing because, yeah, the fight did not go in their favor in the slightest, but I think that's what you really need to do here because even though they did lose, I did see some bits where Dysfunctional had to kind of back up, regroup, and get themselves together before they could have that counterattack. And now we see Vision coming around the side.
See them trying to make an angle here. J-Bubs has that grab. Will they opt to use it? There's a lot of targets here that might be a little bit too clustered up if you catch the drift. GTX gets demeched in the meantime, and so far with that, you got to think that Dysfunctional being a little bit more up can be a little bit more conservative on those ultimates as well. J-Bubs gets stuck, doesn't have the self-bubble. Vision equalizing the field just a moment here. AHJ has an opportunity to try to swing ahead. Kefri trying to take a couple shots at J-Mars, but not able to connect, and may cost him as now all the pressure looking to be put towards him. The tanks, however, providing a nice bit of peel, and AHJA has to take a step back, especially as they lose their Tracer.
AHJA has a lot of great things to come into this next match, so yes, taking a step back is the great call there for them, because once everybody is back and ready to go, they could go in, but it looks like they decided to go in a little early. Jmar's already popping that Duke Winston.
Oh, and Gig gonna be separating these supports. Gale getting left out to dry because of the Moira fade. It's gonna be popping the Primal as well. Just needs 1-2 swats maybe onto this Moira, but she has that fade back up. It's gonna be taken out immediately. Dysfunctional now looking to suffer and play a little bit slower considering they don't have their supports, nothing to keep them healed. But with the tank line now gone for AHJA, there's not a lot of staying power. That Winston dangerously low, can't play towards the health pack, otherwise they'll suffer, taking a couple of shots. But AHJA getting the cart slowly moved ahead. Dysfunctional will have time to contest.
And this might take it into final fight territory. Dysfunctional gonna be looking to draw out this fight for as long as they can so AHJA doesn't have another opportunity. J-Bubs has that grab to work with. Gotta be careful to make sure Diva's not in range. There it goes.
Make sure that the Diva's not in range, but that means he can only catch the Brig with it. The Brig does eventually get taken down, but not a huge high value grab. Does get the Brig though, does ensure that that healing, Inspire healing won't be online for the entire fight, and more importantly does ensure that Dysfunctional wins that fight.
You do not want Dysfunctional to win this last one with 10 seconds left. They are going to be able to touch, hopefully with that Monkey Diva combo, but Dysfunctional popping out the rest of their arsenal. Kefri does the Bob, Chopper does the Pulse, but it still looks like AHJA is holding strong.
This is an uncomfortable position. Now Dysfunction has to try a touching. They have to start getting something done, but Bob has created enough of a time space in order to really get some damage onto those tanks, weaken AHJA while they have to put in that effort. But Vision looking to go on a little bit of a tear here, but one Tracer might not do it all by themselves. It's going to be the Moira trying to keep everybody alive. Now with that Winston bubble, it's going to be even harder. J-Bub's getting taken down by a Pulse Bomb, but the Tracer just not able to make it happen. Not even reaching first point for AHJA.
Dysfunctional has to put themselves in a really good position because I mentioned it at the beginning of Dorado. If you are that defensive team, you want to try to stop the offense at a point where it's going to be easy for you to take. So assuming they have that capability, Dysfunctional could very well be taking Dorado as they had planned.
As they have planned, and I mean, I think we're seeing exactly why they chose Dorado here. No big surprise, given that, you know, this was their choice, and they've had an excellent defense so far. Now it's all going to be up to them to get it just over that 85.27 meter line.
It is going to be a little bit of a challenge, though, because if I'm AHJA, I'm going to be fired up and going to be going 100% to make sure that Dysfunctional is not going to be up 2-0 by the time we finish here.
30 seconds left, and we can already see the defense rolling out from AHJA. Once again, a very fast composition. Gig on the ball, GTX on that Diva. So we're not going to be seeing a Winston come out from the defense. Why do you think that is, MFG?
I think it's because they may not be as confident on dive as Dysfunctional is, because Winston's kind of generally more of a dive tank. And when you're on defense on Dorado, you don't really have that much to work with on the dive, because normally with the dive, it's better if you go low to high rather than high to low, just for pure physics, really. So I think that the comp that they chose to run anyway is smart in the sense of their playstyle, because Gig on the ball so far has actually been very useful in a lot of situations.
See if they can find more usefulness as we proceed here. RuPaul going to be looking for that jump in deep. Winston to try to get that Discord online. Kefri going to be holding some hard angles, but not able to really leverage too much pressure onto that high ground. Has to decide to just back off. And already we're seeing AHJA have to start contesting here if they want multiple fights. J-Mars seeking that Moira, knowing that she's low and immediately going for it. Sees the Tracer, trusts that perhaps the duel won't be taken there, but Gale now stuck in a corner. That is a rough spot to be in, but the Zarya going to be nicely body blocking for her, enabling GTX to get taken out of the mech. Vision now with the kill onto the Winston. Things are going to be looking very difficult for AHJA here if they don't start getting kills without losing any of their own, and that's exactly what happens, but that cart still moving.
They gotta be careful here because they won this fight, but the time bank's still looking pretty strong for Dysfunctional. Nano already up from Gale to pop out, even if it's not with another character with an ultimate. AHJA, though, they have a lot of defensive tools to use, particularly that minefield coming up, even the Bob to just even provide some stall time where they go and rotate. But speaking of rotations, Dysfunctional gonna be going up on the high ground yet again.
Hopefully they don't overexpose themselves here. Coming through this tight choke point might make them a little bit more vulnerable, but the nano comes through and the Transcendence does connect from RuPaul, and that's going to be ensuring that everybody's kept alive, and Boger has to pop that primal just to ensure that he doesn't explode from all the damage. Chopper now creeping around into the back, but can't quite get that backstab damage. Has to be very careful. Instead, eats a couple of orbs of destruction from RuPaul, and just like that, Dysfunctional, who looked like they had a set play once again coming through here, and managed to get defeated by AHJA.
I honestly thought that Dysfunctional had forced RuPaul to pop the trans on purpose, because looking at their ult economy during the fight, I thought they were going to wait till RuPaul finished and then kind of go out with their full arsenal, but AHJA either got lucky with those kills or maybe even predicted what Dysfunctional was trying to do.
Excellent attention to detail, though, as far as your backline is concerned. If you're on AHJA, and Dysfunctional, not going to be trying that same strategy once again. Instead, just going to be holding right underneath this overpass. Might be because that train has started, or excuse me, the payload has started to move a little bit further back. It's going to be Bobs coming out from both ends. Kefries gets taken down rather quickly. Diva Bomb as well, clearing up the point just a little bit. It's going to be clearing out that Moira as well. Candy no longer in this fight, and J-Bubs only 1% away from the grab. They're going to be looking for it, and GTX now has a job to do if they want to avoid this.
Exactly, and it's going to be super, super huge and important for GTX to be there at the right time, because coming down to the less than 1 minute mark, this is going to be that win condition for Dysfunctional, the ultimates they do have, because even if it's not everybody's favorite tactic, it is a tactic that exists, the pure alt rush just to clinch the point in the last hour. But it looks like that is what they're going to be trying to do. Grab already popped out, and it's pretty huge. 2 on the pulse.
It's huge as well, but the Transcendence is there. Pulse Bomb catches 2. Pulse Bomb doesn't really care about Transcendence. It's going to deal burst damage either way. Dysfunctional managed to take a couple of losses, but as long as AHJA can't get here before them, they're going to be feeling pretty fine about this. It's going to be a last hold moment for AHJA. We're seeing them try to swap onto as many fast characters as we can. Vision on the legs trying to come in, but Boger has intercept plans. Pile Driver coming in from the Wrecking Ball onto the Tracer as well. J-Mars taking a sleep off point. It's going to be hit by the dodgeball from Kefri as well. Liar going to be eaten 1-2. Wrecking Ball won't be able to hold for that long, and with that, now we're looking at a 1-1 series.
Oh man, this is getting good. I am really glad that Dysfunctional was able to find their footing and get that last minute cap at the end, because things were looking kind of scary for them. Because if you're a team, you don't really want to go up to the next map 0-2. But now it's an even tie, so both teams have equal footing in this next map, so no one's going to be going home just yet.
Not quite yet. Nobody in the hot seat either. Nobody only 1 map away from defeat. AHJA, Dysfunctional, both once again taking it up 1-1. So far, this is looking like a nail biter MFG.
It is a true nail biter. My nails are kind of short, but I can make them shorter.
And folks, I hope you will stick around with us as we see the conclusion of this. We are going to be taking a brief break, let the players catch their breath, but then we'll be right back with Questline Open. And we are back, folks. A quick break, but a break that is necessary so we can all catch our breaths after that pretty fast.
It was a very fast one indeed, so fast that you went into speed of light mode, talking so fast we can't even hear. But that was a very riveting match, as you were saying. We saw a lot of great things coming out from both sides, and we see that as reflected on the score, 1-1, AHJA versus Dysfunctional. Next map gonna be King's Row. I'm really looking forward to this too, because King's Row is definitely the most popular map by far, and that's for a variety of reasons. But I think the number one is that there are a lot of strategies that can happen on this map, but it's also able to be so that there's just a lot of things that can happen that teams can take advantage of really quickly. Like, for example, coming into that first point there where you need to unlock the payload, that little area is just so able to be controlled as a chokehold if your defense is able to split up the attacking team, whether that be through a May wall, maybe even far rockets, anything that can displace. And so I think that these teams are going to be taking that to their advantage. I believe that it's going to be AHJA that was going to be picking King's Row, so I think that they definitely will have that in mind. And speaking of that, though, having things in mind, it's also going to be up to Dysfunctional to kind of predict that. Because if you go into this thinking one way, like we've seen AHJA play, we think they're going to do X, and then they end up doing Y, you're going to have a long struggle ahead of you, because even if you manage to find your footing in the end, it's kind of going to take you longer, and it might come back to bite you in the butt. But like I did say before, it is still 1-1, so we're not quite done yet. So even if one of these teams does lose here, it's not going to be the end of the world for them. But, you know, you always want to go in swinging and win at the easiest way you can. But easy is not always easy, as the old MFG vented just now saying goes. So just waiting for these teams to get ready. Sir having a little bit of audio issues. Hopefully we will have him back soon. But I am happy to take you through this journey, seeing it right now. There we go. Beautiful Big Ben lighting up the night for tonight's epic matchup. Just a lot to anticipate. I'm bubbling with excitement, chat. I'm bubbling with excitement. In terms of general predictions, in terms of who I think personally will take this match, I feel like it's up in the air, because Dysfunctional looked pretty good there towards the tail end of Dorado. So it might be one of those cases that we saw earlier where one team is going to be finding their moment and carrying that in. But we'll see.
I think we will have to see. Hopefully we'll be seeing if there's no other technical issues on my end. My apologies, folks at home. You don't get to hear my fantastic dulcet tones for a few minutes. I'm sure you're all appreciating that brief break. MFG, thank you very much. But going on to King's Row, looking very forward to seeing what these teams have to offer.
There's a lot of variation so far in the compositions. We see Dysfunctional running the Ball Diva. AHJA is going to be doing the Diva Rhine. But there's that Pharah I was talking about. Not sure if they're going to be sticking with this, since they are going to be the attacking team, looking to go into the Widow. But Pharah's not a bad idea here.
Pharah is certainly not a bad idea, especially what we see a lot of times is just, that Pharah coming out for the first few moments on King's Row, maybe getting a lucky pick. I say lucky, a very well-placed pick, offering perhaps one of the supports, one of the weaker DPS, or, even putting the tank lines into a position where they can't necessarily push up, and then we'll see that switch come through. Vision going to be looking for that first shot, can't quite connect. That Sig Shield going to be going up rather immediately, and as anticipated, looks like it's going to be the switch onto the Cassidy instead.
I like what AHJA is running here, because I was personally thinking this type of composition would be, run by the defense, but the fact that the offense is running it is very interesting to me. Particularly, I see that May, because I mentioned it when I was talking about Kings Row. This first point can be very, very choke-esque just because of all these narrow pathways due to that big statue. But AHJA is going to be taking kind of a non-traditional rotation. You don't see very many teams opt to go high ground immediately.
There is some conventional wisdom here, an unconventional strategy, or perhaps a less common strategy. J-Bub's immediately getting swarmed, caught out by the flashbang. That gives them enough time to focus him down with a little bit of the Mayfrost and then immediately tear that ball apart. But looks like the first tick will be achieved for AHJA. Kefri now stuck in a very vulnerable position, and now it's actually like the sides have swapped. AHJA are going to be holding point, not letting Dysfunctional come anywhere near it. Boger continuing to try to throw shields, throw utility out there, but can't really connect too much. That big blasty damage from Sigma not able to connect onto anything, and AHJA already using an amplification matrix as well. J-Bub's getting
You were saying
in place
exactly
once more.
what I was thinking. Like, I was thinking the same thing too, how those sides really managed to switch, and that's just incredible that they were even able to do that in the first place, because I was just caught completely off guard. I was like, wait a minute, who's going where?
We see a nice pulse bomb coming through, and it's going to be Gig taking the break into the back line. And AHJA have gotten themselves 2 big victories here. They've gotten the first point captured, but they've also done it in a way where Dysfunctional can't hold Archway now. That is huge ground that they'll be able to gain.
That ground is going to be super, super useful going forward, because the more ground you can gain, the greater momentum you're going to have. You can already see how far up AHJA is pushing, making sure that Dysfunctional has a hard time getting back on their feet.
Immediately going to be tempering back a little bit just so they can get their full team regrouped. They know that Dysfunctional has the opportunity for that ball to come in at a moment's notice. Boger going to be looking for the opportunity to do some real damage. Boger taken down, however, by that Deadeye immediately. The backpedal from Vision into the mines causes a trade 1-for-1 there. Earthshatter goes out. It's going to be the Brig taken down now. Sound Barrier coming through from AHJA, and they are looking very good here. Once again, another example of why I anticipate this is the map that they picked.
And yeah, you can perfectly see why. They look very clean here in their style of play, particularly picking off the Wrecking Ball, because they know that is going to be Dysfunctional's main source of trying to rattle their team synergy, because of how the ball can presumably go in and out pretty quickly. But with that level of CC, I think they might need to make a swap.
But I mean, Boger actually frozen out, I believe, before the kinetic grasp could hit ground. That means none of the damage is gonna stick. Second point gets capped. Chopper able to get 2 kills, but it's a moment too late, my friend. The support's gonna be coming in, cleaning up in revenge for their fallen teammates.
Great to see it. You make all those great plays, but it doesn't even end up mattering. But almost full clean slate here for Dysfunctional. We now see Orisa, Hanzo, Widow, Zen. And this third point does cater well to that double sniper comp because of those high ground areas, whether maybe you could get behind AHJA or just wait for them to come at enough range where you can do the snipe. Kefri already guarding that leftward door.
And a nice Diva Bomb coming in from GTX, meaning Kefri has to either back out or eat the bomb. Chooses to eat the bomb, and with that, AHJA now just has full manpower to push ahead here. They didn't even get stopped at third point.
That was very, very, very impressive from them. All the way through Kings Row, they just looked so, so clean. Like, we talked about it in the beginning, like, they even managed to make it look like they were the defenders despite being the attacking team. You don't see that every day. I think Dysfunctional was caught off guard as much as we were.
I think so. AHJA looking to set a very good time, just under 4 minutes. And now not only does Dysfunctional need to capture the third, not only do they need to do it with more than a minute on the clock, if they want to get anywhere near that same time, they have to have a really stellar performance.
It's going to be hard, but I don't think it's going to be impossible, because we've seen Dysfunctional come back from situations where it didn't look like it was going to be in their favor, particularly Dorado capping in the last second. So now when they choose their offensive picks, we see kind of maybe rushy with the Reinhardt Cassidy. Obviously, we see Widow, always a nice option to go out on attack, hoping to get a first-minute pick there.
Very interested to see how Chopper reacts with this Genji. Of course, I've been fooled enough times, I've been casting enough times to know that the attacking team's never really locked in until they run out of spawn, so we might not see the Genji come through, just like we might not see this Bastion come through. Although with the sim, we're going to see Mondada's hat come through here, the teleporter likely onto top of the statue, giving a nice high ground advantage to Dysfunctional. We're going to see Kefri set up, but the teleporter gets immediately destroyed. An excellent reaction from AHJA. Immortality Field goes down, and Dysfunctional's just not built for this kind of pressure. Ryan tries to get away. Kefri gets taken down, and it looks like the attackers are coming up with a couple of kills, but it's certainly not the pace they'd like to set initially.
I don't know what kind of strategy is happening here. Whether AHJA just knew they were going to try to do that, getting lucky, or maybe Dysfunctional knew that they knew. Because right now it doesn't look like all hope is lost. They are on point. They have a tick. Kefri's still set up on the Bastion, even if it's not on the high ground. It's as if both teams predicted what each other was going to do in that moment.
And I love this from GTX, just staying on top of Kefri, making sure that he's not able to get that damage outpour that Bastion is so good for. It's going to be 33% achieved for Dysfunctional, but they might be a little bit stubborn if they anticipate staying on this Bastion. Kefri's going to be switching to the Widow, Chopper going to be switching to, it looks like, the Ashe.
I like this double sniper out here because that communicates to me that both these players are comfortable on those heroes, because if they're not, say that snipers aren't the necessary pick here, meaning that they don't have to play sniper if they don't want to. But the fact that they're choosing to means that they're that confident in their abilities, which is something you really like to see a player be.
Vision going to be throwing in the Deadeye just to try to restrict the movement that Dysfunctional is able to take here. It's going to be the Mercy popping the Valk. Kefri throwing a mine down. I think it might have meant to go out a little bit farther. It doesn't look like they were in any threat of being dove. Either way, AHJA going to be playing a little bit conservatively here, but the amplification matrix comes out, and so does AHJA in force. May trying to throw these icicles down. If Kefri catches even one to the head, or excuse me, if Chopper catches even one to the head, they will be dead. Much like Liar right now, Kefri will be taking down the Diva as well, but she has the self-destruct, can't get away, and GTX turns an almost certain loss into a victory for their team. AHJA are going to be able to stabilize here as well. Boger on a little bit of a later death.
AHJA putting themselves in that dominant position. Their odds economy looking great. They're able to take care of the members of Dysfunctional with relative ease, and now we've got a minute 38 left on the clock. Dysfunctional still has time to take it. Getting those great staggers already with GTX is gonna give them a bit of an advantage here, especially now. More kills coming in. They're not backing out.
AHJA has no supports, and the Blizzard goes out onto the point just in time for a few members from AHJA to come in and help clean up the Rhine. Bubs gets demeched as well. Things are looking rough for Dysfunctional, and they've already burned so much time off the clock in comparison to AHJA.
I'm wondering why now Chopper is deciding to go on the Genji, because we've seen them switch to Genji, switch off to Ashe, switch to Genji, but now it looks like they're going to be sticking with it for this last bit here, but I don't think they're going to have enough time to build up a blade or any useful bit of ultimate, so I'm very interested to see what their planning is behind this.
We're going to be seeing the Deadeye come in. A nice pin means that shield's not going to stop any of those bullets, particularly the one that connects onto Boger. The flashbang goes out onto Chopper. Chopper has to slow their roll just a little bit here, but is able to regroup with their team. The tanks of AHJA pushing so far ahead, but it's not going to stop still. A couple of kills coming through that Maywall. Going to be meaning that Kefri can't quite get sights onto too many people, but does still manage to find Liar. No sound barrier available for this fight, and that's fortunate because Dysfunctional needed to win it.
Man, Chopper was just proving me wrong there, getting 3 kills there to win that fight. AHJA not going to be able to recontest here at all, despite popping out that Matrix.
But it's the exact opposite of what we talked about with Dysfunctional on defense. AHJA is now going to be able to hold this archway, and this is such a good defensive position, especially with sound barrier, especially knowing that that Widow can only take 1 or 2 different select angles unless she wraps all the way behind you. Liar now just going to be cruising the walls, waiting for anybody to overexpose themselves so they can get booped right into the waiting arms of the team. Diva Bomb goes out, but Gig shields the entirety of their team. Genji gets the blade, or gets the nano, but can't quite get that last shuriken for Blade. Gets immediately taken down. No nano blade this time around. It's going to be AHJA saying good luck, try again next time, and that Diva's going to get stunned out or frozen out. J-Bub's on the slow walk back.
Really liked how Liar used that beat there, because in my mind I was thinking that they're going to be saving it for when Chopper did have that blade, but instead they decided to use it when there are other ultimates being popped out, and it worked really well in their favor. Gig though shattering the entrance.
That's an unfortunate moment there from Gig. Chopper finally pulls out the blade, but isn't going to be able to get too much with it. We hear that Blizzard go out as well, just to keep Dysfunctional within that spawn room. This is all time being burned off the clock, and it's time that AHJA will still probably have to be able to get a regroup here for one of the later holds in Streets phase.
And even if it is going to be a later hold than they had originally hoped, it doesn't mean that all hope is going to be lost. But especially Vision up there on the Cassidy looking to do a sneak high noon, but Chopper on the Doomfist probably not going to be letting that happen so easily.
Oh, Boger goes in for an optimistic Earth Shatter, doesn't quite make it connect, gets stunned out, frozen. That's the main tank experience of Overwatch. Self-destruct comes in, forces the redirect of the shield from Boger. Boger now getting torn to bits, dangerously low, almost gets saved by the Maywall. Can't quite make it happen though. Vision trying to saddle their way across the Maywall, but once again, can't happen. Chopper now trying to play from within the inn. A lot of people getting frozen. This is a small killing room for Doomfist.
I like this swap a lot. It's definitely going to fare well on part 2 of King's Row. Especially also, the Doomfist is able to make sure that AHJA doesn't get to try any funny business. For example, how Vision kind of tried to do that sneak high noon from the back line. Because Doomfist is so fast and can kill so easily when played with that level of skill that Chopper's shown.
Keeping AHJA honest, perhaps we'll say. A nice May wall is going to come through, bisect the team. Blizzard goes out, not quite eaten. Looks like GTX might have had it, but Kefri going to be taking down the opposing May. Sound barrier comes out. AHJA wants to win this here, but they don't quite have the manpower. They have the sound barrier, however. Vision trying to dance around, but Chopper managing to land those abilities. Time still looking very slim for Dysfunctional, though. It's going to be a question of can they get it without overtime.
It will have to come straight down to the wire. They have a lot of tools to use here. Almost all of their ultimates on the table. AHJA, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them, but it's still not going to be impossible. Jamar is already finding Shark Candy, essentially taking that beat out of the fight right now.
That's going to be so brutal. If you're Dysfunctional, you either have to commit to a fight that you're not going to have beat for, or you have to wait. And once again, waiting for that regroup means you're not going to be able to do it in overtime. And then you're going to get pushed on by a Blizzard. Excellent performance coming through from Jamar. Both Rhines charging into one another, getting stunned out, but the reinforcements are there for AHJA. That means Dysfunctional, near impossible for them to get it in time now.
That was beautiful from AHJA. I was worried at first just because of how much Dysfunctional had at their disposal. But Chopper now on the Junkrat. They've been on a lot of different heroes so far on King's Row.
Rav goes out, that Zarya dangerously low, gets taken down. Immortality field as well, but now the self-destruct coming through with no sound barrier to protect anybody, including Chopper. Tanks looking like they're having a great performance for AHJA right now, but the Blizzard comes through, trying to disrupt everybody's plan. Kefri not able to make it connect, gets almost the Diva frozen, but instead takes an icicle by their opposition. And now with this, overtime hits the clock. It's all going to come down to how well can Dysfunctional stall. Can they stall well enough to get some major plays coming through here? But with this amplification matrix and Gig playing like they are, doesn't seem possible. And in fact, it's not. AHJA comes out the victor in this 2-1 now.
I am so happy about that work. Their play, their synergy. AHJA knew exactly what they were doing, and they did it so well. Dysfunctional, I kind of felt that they forced Dysfunctional to be in a situation where they didn't know what to do, because particularly just seeing, for example, Chopper switching on so many different heroes, it was almost as if they were they were having a little bit of trouble trying to find the composition that was going to work best for them.
Absolutely right, and this is once again just a case of AHJA just picks a map that they have to feel really comfortable in. Dysfunctional, perhaps not as comfortable, which is, to be fair, interesting for King's Row. Normally teams have King's Row right known as well as the back of their hand, but in this case, Dysfunctional just not looking as sharp as AHJA, and they lose the point for it.
But now they're going to have that opportunity to come back because their map pick is going to be coming up next. Hopefully they're going to be able to take it 2-2 rather than seeing a repeat of how they lost, which was the 3-1.
And I think that they already knew what they wanted to do when it came to that assault map type, because they've already told us that it is going to be Anubis. No big surprise if you're looking to lean on Kefri with that massive hit scan potential there as well. Some huge opportunities for some nice montages.
I definitely know that Anubis is the favorite assault map if an Overwatch player had to be forced to pick an assault map, because we obviously know that no one likes assault. But you're right in the sense of the Widow being a super valuable tool here, and I think that they are definitely going to use that to their advantage, which is what you like. You like seeing a team picking a map based on their team's arsenal, because obviously that's gonna give them the best chance to keep going.
It certainly will, and we're also getting word that there is going to be another swap of sides. AHJA is going to be on the defense, which is a little bit smart. You would expect that you don't want to let Kefri build up that steam beforehand by starting off on defense, having a really good defense, potentially really good defensive hold, and then going in very cocksure onto the attack. You know, you want to start Dysfunctional off on the attack where maybe they can't leverage Kefri as much, and then you go and have them defense when they're perhaps a little bit more shaken.
It is a very smart strategy on the side of AHJA, because I think they knew, oh, we're going to Anubis. Oh, that's probably because of the snipers. So again, like I said it once and I'm going to say it again, adaptability is so important for both sides.
Speaking of adaptability, very interested to see JMars on this Echo coming through, knowing that the hitbox, or excuse me, the skybox of this allows for that Echo to be taken down a little bit more by those long-range snipers. I anticipate that there's going to be a dynamic between JMars and Kefri, both kind of keeping eyes out for one another and one trying to get the best of the other.
Definitely so. And I like the general composition Dysfunctional is running, because it looks like they're going to be doing double bubble divey, and then AHJA has more of like a fortified double shield type deal. So I think that if they play super aggressive, Dysfunctional can definitely get past those defenses. We already see that happening right now. Boger going in.
I like this from AHJA, using that halt to try to lock down Kefri as soon as he steps onto the high ground. That means that hit scan player not going to be as effective, and as a matter of fact, Dysfunctional already investing that res into that star hit scan player, just trying to get that full value coming through. JMars keeping onto this Tracer, however, keeping her honest, trying to make sure that she can't wrap around to apply any early pressure, and just like that, that Tracer is dead. That means that Dysfunctional might have to temper their movement a little bit here, or the Wisdom can just go in full. It looks like the Nano was being committed as well. Boger, however, getting stunned out. That's the story we've been seeing from Boger this whole tournament so far.
I'm not sure if that is going to end up being the play, because I get what they're trying to do there with that double bubble, but as you mentioned, there's not really much that's getting done as much as Dysfunctional would like. RuPaul taking out Boger. Again, Chopper also falling pretty low.
Falling pretty low, but not quite dropping out just yet. Chopper still in this fight. And if they weren't, you know, Dysfunctional as a very quick regroup from spawn. JMar is going to be throwing out the cluster very close to that duplicate. And they have quite a few members to choose from. They could go for that Ashe. They could go for the Tracer. They could go for the Winston as well. Both, or excuse me, rather, all very viable options. And Boger not quite able to get up onto that high ground immediately, gets it created, has that Primal though trying to knock the opposition off that high ground, going for a little bit of a different look, but it's not going to matter because Boger's not there to protect the rest of their team, particularly that midline. That Tracer eating a headshot, RuPaul able to get that clean up off the back end of it. JMars now, I did talk about that duplicate being committed, and it was onto the Winston.
I'm really impressed here by how AHJA is playing, particularly with JMars on the Echo, because if you notice the lineup, it's kind of hard to give JMars a lot of healing when they're all up in the sky, just because Baptiste and Brigitte aren't very suited for being long range healers, especially up in the sky in the vertical motion. But it doesn't even seem to matter. AHJA has been holding their own on all fronts, yet again stopping almost every push that Dysfunctional's been trying.
My goodness, if you are Dysfunctional, you have to be so frustrated right now. You've tried the same approach 3 times by my count, and every time Boger has just gotten exploded. J-Bub's now looking to suffer the same fate, and you have to try something different, in my opinion, if you're Dysfunctional. Just because you're committing ultimates doesn't mean the result's necessarily going to be that much different.
I agree, because if you keep trying and trying with especially ultimates, hoping that you're going to break through, you're going to realize, just like we are at this point, it's below 1 minute now, and you don't really have much time left to keep trying and failing. You got to figure out something quick.
That's exactly what we see. We do hear the amplification matrix come out, and AHJA now going to be in a very juicy spot where they have the entirety of Dysfunctional enclosed in this small space. Dysfunctional. You tried a different route. I appreciate you for it, but it did not work.
Really hate to see it because I feel like as a viewer of Overwatch matches, you can't help but just get a little frustrated when you see a team try a strategy over and over again and it just keeps failing. It's as if like, come on guys, you gotta do something else. But now in the last fight territory though, they don't have as much time as they'd like to switch, especially since ultimates are there.
Ultimates are there, but Kefri is not. Chopper actually gets the stick, but the immortality field comes through. Dysfunctional really trying to commit everything they have. We've seen the primal, we've seen the grab, we've seen the pulse bomb, but so far Jamar is going to be the first kill I believe that we've seen come through from Dysfunctional. That looks like it's going to be sticking. Chopper trying to go in onto that Baptiste, has the rewind, however, not going to be able to follow up with any kills. Will have to get a last moment touch just to keep this game alive for them. Mercy taking a couple of shots, and it looks like the best Dysfunctional is going to be able to hope for here is a draw.
And Dysfunctional is now going to have to really hold strong here if they don't want to lose, because this is it for them. If they don't have that solid defense, then AHJA, all they need is a tick. You can't help but wonder what they could have been thinking there, because on the surface, as we have reiterated, are they trying this again? What's their point? Yada yada. Like, it's interesting to find out what was their course of action. Did they think that they were gonna run down AHJA? Did they think that they were gonna be able to catch one of the supports off guard? Just kind of that speculatory. It's
ready for battle.
But AHJA is going to have the opportunity to flex on them a little bit. Potentially here, Dysfunctional going to be running out with their defensive comp to start. Chopper is going to be the one on the Ashe, Kefri on the Cassidy. A little bit of interesting moment here to see that dynamic kind of change up, MFG.
I think maybe they may be doing it on purpose, because just as you noted, I think that AHJA is also going to be like, oh, interesting, a swap change. I wonder what they're going to mean by that. Because it's almost as if they're playing the unexpected at this point. Like, I certainly wouldn't be expecting a Roadhog.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assumption. Dynamite goes out early from Chopper just to see what it can find. But AHJA, at least Gig's hovering the Roadhog right now as well. It's going to be the Roadhog Zarya. Very interesting to see how these two teams interact, knowing that high lethality potential is there. Jamar's taking up that high ground, not able to find too much. Has to be very careful, doesn't want to get hooked, but a nice sleep onto Boger means that Winston's not going to be in action, and AHJA is going to be aware of this. They're instead opting to let Vision in on the Genji, who might be looking to build up a blade here fast enough, but Kefri gets taken down on that Cassidy. Might already be too late, although AHJA able to get a couple of kills back into their favor. Boger on this Winston can't quite make the connection. Vision with the cleanup, and AHJA now have to just put a little bit of pressure on the point. Some nice reaction from GTX. You love seeing this from AHJA if you're a fan.
I like their target selection because Vision went in and got the main support out really quickly as well, along with Kefri. And those are the kinds of people you want to take out immediately, your biggest threats. It's going to give you the easiest opportunity to go in and get the point, which is exactly what they just did to win it all.
They did win it all, at least within this matchup. And unfortunately for the side of Dysfunctional, that means that they are not going to be proceeding. AHJA coming in with our second 3-1 victory here of the day.
I really enjoyed this match. I think that Dysfunctional, even though they are eliminated in full, I want to let them know that I was really proud of their gameplay. I really thought that they definitely fought hard, especially on Dorado, especially on the map they won in the first place. I want to give them the credit where it's due, because I do truly think that there was a lot of greatness in that match.
I absolutely have to agree. As hyped as we might be for, the way this match turned out, we're only that hyped because these teams put it all out there. They gave us an excellent performance. I don't think Dysfunctional has anything to be upset about.
Definitely so, but AHJA are going to be the victors, so congratulations to them. They played very cleanly. They had a lot of awesome strategies. So now as we see the bracket continuing to unfold, AHJA is going to be playing the loser of the C6 matchup. Whereas next up, we have our other decision to see who's going to be going and who's going to be leaving.
That decision will be between Bay State and the graphic left before I can catch the other team. But it's going to be another fantastic game here at the Questline Open. Stick around, folks. We're going to be taking another break. We will be right back with Bay State versus Sucker Punch in just a moment.
Drastic Pelican. What? The Danish Dynamo laying it down the floor. Just one map away from
Hello, welcome back to the Questline Open. I am Newbie, and I am joined by some very special guests from the Vancouver Titans. Gentlemen, if you could please introduce yourselves.
I'm the assistant coach, Pew, or Ali.
I'm the head coach, Steven, or Flubby.
And I'm the general manager, Justin Hughes. And we're happy to be here today for the Questline Open.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're extremely excited to have you here. So I know you guys mentioned that you did take a look at some of the games just a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts so far about what you've seen, or?
I think more so just glad seeing like the talent and people kind of just try to have it like a tournament going, and I appreciate this. This is like exactly the kind of exposure you want.
Yeah.
So I think I'm really appreciative of that, and I'm excited to watch some Overwatch in general. So.
Yeah, this is probably one of the last, I'd say, Overwatch 1 tournaments with the beta announcement coming out.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Just, you know,
Yeah,
good that people are participating.
But I kind of wonder today too. Do you guys like when there are tournaments like this? Do you guys kind of watch them, or are you like scouting out for talent and like looking for like a hidden gem or anything? Or?
I think it's like hit or miss in terms of like what we're watching for. Sometimes we're watching for we're watching just to see, because I mean, that's just what we do. But sometimes you just you like to watch a couple of games, see where everyone's at, see what what the talent's like, and
plus we're already familiar with a lot of the players, like at least by name, even if you haven't seen a lot of their gameplay.
Well, I mean, obviously, like one player in the tournament that you'd be pretty familiar with is Psycho.
Oh yes, yes.
I don't know that guy.
I know where Psycho.
No, I don't know that guy.
So
if he wins, we know him.
And speaking of the Vancouver Titans, like, what's your feelings about the upcoming season? How do you feel going into it?
Excited. Like I don't know. I just I'm excited to display or showcase these new guys that we got. Their mental fortitude, their drive. I want to show it to everybody, and that's kind of what I'm excited to show.
As somebody from Western Canada, I've always been a bit of a Titans fan, so I'm really excited to get the season started as well. And you guys have like a roster from 7 different countries. So how are all those guys like liking Vancouver so far?
I think everyone's liked it so far. They're going out to the clubs quite a bit since they've been here. Just really been very good with just like exploring the city, going out with each other.
Yeah, just whenever you're in a new environment, like as long as you're experimenting in it and kind of like understanding it, I'm glad that these guys are they're going out, they're experiencing the food.
Friendships are building.
And friendships are building, and that's probably like the best thing you could ask for. But yeah, I think they're enjoying Vancouver most definitely, and it's quite arguably the views from pretty much any part of downtown is quite stellar. So.
Yeah, I used to live here about 10 years ago, and I miss the views.
Yeah, that's
where I
crazy,
am now, so it's definitely very nice. So what do you guys say we jump into a game here and check out some of the action?
Yeah, let's get started.
Let's get it.
Okay, so it looks like the game is not quite ready yet. So we'll have to.
All right.
We'll have to wait a minute. So while we're waiting, like, how do you feel about like the Vancouver Titans? What do you think are some strengths you guys are going to have in the upcoming season?
I think a very bright spot people can look forward to is Aspire, obviously, just because he had this short stint on Toronto towards the end of the season, and he performed really well. And he has really high expectations for himself as well as a player. So, like...
I think people will also be pretty happily surprised with False. Yes. I mean, he's a pretty known talent from Tier 2 as well, having been on a very successful team for quite a while. But I think having performed in Overwatch League, a lot of people will be impressed.
Yeah, and it's good to see False on the team too. Like for me, it's always nice to see a Canadian face. On the Titans as well.
Representation, baby.
Yeah,
I think he's one of 2 this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, him and Crimzo.
Yeah.
I believe so. I'm just gonna make sure this got on mute. So yeah, just taking a look here at what other I got for you. So we kind of mentioned Psycho as well. He's been a bit of a carry so far in the tournament. He's done quite a good job. So speaking of him specifically, like what do you think makes his play like so effective?
I think it's mostly his decision making and his mechanics. Like he's always a player who's thinking ahead, maybe 2 steps, maybe 3, you know. So that's something that Psycho is like really good at. And obviously his mechanics are pretty insane as well.
Yeah, I agree.
His mechanics are absolutely wild. We've seen some plays for sure.
But we don't know him if he loses.
Not yet. Yeah, we don't know him.
We don't know him. If he wins, then yeah.
So,
he's like,
Psycho, if you're watching somewhere out there, the pressure is now on. That's definitely going to be some pressure. Like now it's really like it's almost like a second tryout. Like, you gotta win now.
Yeah, he does. He better win.
So like, and I know you guys can't obviously say anything about Overwatch 2, but I'm sure you're excited to be getting ready for the season with that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
A very good. I don't know.
It'll be a change of pace.
Yeah,
change
exactly,
of pace, new atmosphere. I think it's a refreshment that is much needed, and that's what you're excited for. So.
For sure. I mean, it's going to be crazy this year too. Just kind of getting back to like having teams together. Like obviously, last season everything was mostly remote. And I know you mentioned kind of the team building element of like having your team together and having everything kind of in one spot. But once the season gets rolling, what are some of the good things about having everybody together? Like when you're going through that grind of a full season.
Well, I think the most important thing is just building experiences together. And sure, like going out at night or going out for lunch, whatever. But I mean, you win and lose together at the end of the day. And that kind of experience building, it builds character, it builds your team culture, it builds everything. And so I think that's arguably one of the most important things, just the experiences you make.
Yeah. I think people being comfortable with each other. Yeah. Because honestly, player-to-player interaction is very, very important in terms of feedback, because whatever, they're your teammates. At the end of the day, me, Steven, or Justin will not be playing in the game for them. It's just going to be those 5 players in the game playing at one time.
Yeah.
So, learning how to talk to each other, how to take feedback, how to quickly snap out of what's it called? Like a dip. You know what I'm talking about? Like a lull. Like a lull.
Slump?
Yeah, like a slump, a lull.
Yeah,
exactly. How to snap into that in the game. That's really important.
It's us versus the world by all means. So.
Yes.
Yeah. So with that, the teams are getting ready for the next game. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our next game.
All right.
They're just kind of making it harder for them to
find a way to enter this point. They need to find a way to bring
world, and they'll have looking to push forward. However, a pulse bomb
Hello, welcome back, folks. We are heading into our 6th and final game of the night, of the evening, of the day, wherever you are in the world. Heading into our 6th map, Sucker Punch versus Bay State. Sir Waltham MFG still here to bring you the action.
Action indeed. This is going to be a fun matchup. I caught the tail end of Sucker Punch's last matchup, so I do have a little bit of an idea of how this is going to go, and I can tell you right now it's going to be a thriller.
I would expect nothing less from what we've seen, especially last matchup. It was a very good game between AHJA and Dysfunctional, and now I'm hoping we can finish it up with an even more exciting game, give the fans something to really watch for here, MFG.
And I believe that they will deliver. I'm super stoked that this is going to be our last match because I feel like this is going to be a great one to end on. Both of these teams, albeit in the losers bracket, have been looking really cool to me throughout the course of this tournament.
Yeah, as you mentioned, MFG, we are, of course, looking at the losers bracket. This does put us in the unenviable, rather puts the teams in the unenviable position of being only one bad match away from getting knocked out of the tournament, sent back home with nothing left in their pocket. It's going to be putting a little bit of attention onto everybody performing here, including Bay State and Sucker Punch. For those of you who are just tuning in for the first and last game of the night for yourselves, we are only going to be seeing a best of 3, or excuse me, rather a best of 5 first to 3, as opposed to what we saw yesterday. It was a best of 3 first to 2.
And it is going to be longer, which means there is going to be a lot of opportunities for each of these teams to show us what they are made out of. First map is going to be a control, as is the usual for the evening.
Absolutely. We're going to be starting off with control, and then we'll be moving on to a nice escort map, maybe some hybrid after that. Well, let's be real, definitely some hybrid after that. And if we're lucky, we'll get to see multiple maps beyond just the third. We'll see assault, we'll see control. And then if any other issues arise, such as ties or as one team not necessarily having 3 points by the end of it, we'll see another control the end of the night. We can see the first map set here. It looks like Lijiang Tower was selected as our first control.
This is not one that has been new to the scene. A lot of teams have been picking Lijiang as their choice for control. And I think it's a really nice and versatile map because the different sub-maps on Lijiang, kind of like Busan, kind of like Ilios, they provide a lot of area for the teams to kind of show different compositions based on either what they're comfortable with or what they think is going to be meta. So we're going to see what they are going to be rolling out with here shortly.
You already kind of see what they're hovering, what they might anticipate going for. Sucker Punch looking like they're having the Winston Diva online so far. Not a bad option for, I believe it was Gardens, if I managed to catch it properly the first time we panned out. And on the other side, Bay State going to be going Faded and are going to be going with Sigma and Diva as their tank lineups there. So quite a bit of a different compositions coming through from both ends.
We've seen a lot of that Winston Diva tank line today through a lot of these teams. On this map, I can kind of see it working, the Winston, especially with primaling on that bridge. But in terms of like that inside central area, there's not going to be too much room to move around, but we have to see which team is going to make it there first.
Now, as we see, the difference in these teams going to be primarily that DPS slot. Both teams going to be locking into a Reaper, but it's going to be a Sombra versus an Echo, and it looks like Bay State, the team with the Echo, is going to be coming out a little bit more successfully than that. A nice cluster bomb as the translocator gets taken down. Trqstth's not able to get out of that situation. Depresso now going to be taking an off angle, trying to get as much damage, build up that ult charge as fast as possible.
I like how Bay State is kind of going in pretty deep here. Sucker Punch is going to have to try to either evade their fire or stop them here and there, but Faded already finding a pick onto Ross quite early.
Aside from the fact that you just get a really early fight, it enforces that that Sucker Punch can only come in through that one gateway. You don't have to worry about whether they go cliffside. You don't have to worry about whether they go indoors. You know which way they're going to be coming from, and you can just immediately respond to it.
On campaign can always come with its risk, but so far, like you said, I think Bay State has put themselves in a position where they can monitor where Sucker Punch is going to go. The only thing that could jeopardize their plans is this ult rush that's coming out right now. We see the beat pop from Ross, the primal pop from Star, even Trev's awesome EMP. Finally, now they're starting to make some progress onto the point, but Depresso responds with an EMP of their own.
Ooh. And Ross just used the sound barrier as well. Anybody with those barriers left over, not going to have them, as that EMP will tear to shreds and remove all barriers and shields coming through. We now see Bay State continuing to hold here. They suffered a couple of early losses, but they're still managing to grit their teeth and get through it.
Depresso got the majority of those kills there, both with the dupe and just with Echo's regular toolkit. You gotta hand it to these kinds of DPS players who are able to make those happen, because even in all of the controversy going on the point where Sucker Punch is throwing out ultimates, you're not really sure where your team is, if you're able to still successfully make those pickoffs, even if you're low, that's gonna help the rest of your team clean up, which we have just seen here.
Oh, and it looks like Cade going to be rotating on that Reaper, dropping the Death Blossom, but the Wraith's form is there. Cade getting just washed over by both defense Matrix, so damage can't go or be taken. But now it's going to be Jesco's turn. It throws in, spinning like a top, manages to get both supports. That means that Bay State is not going to have the healing. They're going to have to play around health packs. They're going to have to play with their tanks, trying to stay alive as long as possible. The Diva Mech, the Winston Primal, both going to be looking to get those tanks back up to full. That Moira gets taken down, and despite what was looking like a solid start for Sucker Punch, they're not going to have it right now. Faded performing absolutely monstrously on this Winston overtime, now slowly ticking down. The Reaper not able to get toes on point. Bay State having that coalescence as an extra punch. Bay State going to be coming in 100-0.
Really liked Bay State's aggression there on that first round of Lijiang. I really felt that they took a risk there trying to spawn camp Sucker Punch, but they did it in a way that paid off, because obviously they weren't able to hold that spawn camp for the entirety of that match, but it didn't even matter because Sucker Punch couldn't even get a single percentage point. So if they keep playing that kind of strategy where they're forcing Sucker Punch into those kinds of situations, they're gonna have a relatively easy time dealing with whatever ultimates they manage to gain.
We look ahead now, where you see a little bit of a change of composition. I say a little bit, but it's going to be the biggest characters on the field. Reinhardt coming in, and no surprise, it's Command Center, so you like seeing those Reinhardts being able to swing in those tight, closed corridors as well. Both teams thinking that Sim is probably the option here. I like Cave on this Junkrat, can throw in a lot of pills in these claustrophobic areas, get a lot of damage as well. They have the Doomfist, which Sucker Punch does. You can lay the trap down as well, ensure that Doomfist doesn't get much benefit, which Sucker Punch didn't really get a lot with it this time around.
I think the Junkrat is a smarter pick here in terms of the DPS line, because both Junkrat and Doomfist can fare well in those tight corridors, as you mentioned. But I think that Junkrat kind of makes it so where the Doomfist kind of has to be a little bit careful. But I think they're going to be all right so far.
As you say, that Sucker Punch going to be coming through, sweeping in 3 kills in their favor. Faded getting pinned off point, that immediately cleaned up by Feza. It's going to be the Baptiste actually getting quite a few of those kills, but Sucker Punch going to be happy with getting the point no matter who gets the kills.
Now that Sucker Punch has gotten the point, this is going to be easier for Jesco to move around, because beforehand you kind of had to go through that narrowish area to make sure you even set foot on the point in the first place, but now you're in a position where your Doomfist can run free, finding that kill on Defeated, for example, and not really having that Junkrat to catch you out so easily, and which is why Cabe switched back over to the Reaper.
And this was an interesting proton barrier coming through from Trev. They cut the field in half, but they do it a bit too early. Bay State's able to just pull back and immediately wait it out. They even get a kill onto the Diva, who will be back soon. So Bay State, we're seeing, trying to get aggressive, capitalize on the fact that the team is temporarily down a member, but they're going to have to contest the sound barrier. Nice! Earthshatter comes in, gets 4. Jesco cleaned up off the back end of it. Cabe ready to respond with the rest of their team. And now it's just Depresso who has that proton barrier up. Star managing to try to get that Earthshatter off, but gets interrupted during the middle of it.
This is good for Bay State here, because I don't think they really overcommitted to get that point back. If you look at the alt economy, CJ is very close to that Amp Matrix, getting it as we speak. Infernal close to a bomb as well, and not to mention that defensive Photon Matrix there from Depresso. Sucker Punch, meanwhile, still gonna make a push into there, avoiding that Matrix's power by just walking right into it. Jesco already with that Meteor Strike Slam.
Eva Bomb goes in, doesn't connect onto anything from Void. Infernal has theirs up now, might be looking to get some huge connection there. Trevstack's going to be using the barrier to their benefit, allowing it to just charge up their weapon. Bay State now going to be trying to hold on for as long as possible, but Sucker Punch not looking content to give this up just yet. Cabe taking a brutal pin, and Star continues to swing through. Bay State are going to have to leave and try to get out with as much progress as they can, but it's only going to be 56%.
I'm really happy the way this match is going so far, because it seems to me that Sucker Punch has quickly adapted based on what we saw before, because it looked super one-sided on Bay State's end, but now it looks like Bay State's gonna have a little run for their money, already approaching 70% territory for Sucker Punch.
We do see that Death Blossom from Cabe. Look for perhaps Cabe to go up to the high ground or try in any way possible to get navigated around the back end of Sucker Punch. Uses the teleport. This is exactly what I was talking about. Holds onto it though, immediately meets the sound barrier and a Doomfist punch. Not able to connect, and Sucker Punch now having a very good run. Very fitting that they're coming out victorious with this Doomfist Sucker Punch.
It's almost as if the punch is in the name. But I do think that, in all seriousness, the composition they decided to run and stick with was a really smart one. In the beginning, it may not have fared too well in terms of getting to the point itself, but once the rest of Sucker Punch were able to do that, it really fared well, especially since the Doomfist has more freedom to move. So now going into this last bit of Lijiang, we're gonna see a little bit of variations. We see now an Echo coming out, a Moira as well. But I think that Sucker Punch could very well stay on the Symmetra Doom comp and fare pretty well.
Absolutely agree. Jesco has been playing spectacularly on this Doom thus far. Really no complaints there. And Sucker Punch, if they go with the Sim, they're going to have the opportunity to set themselves up in the best position possible with their team already on point and Bay State having to push in.
I wonder if Bay State chose the Echo to make sure that the teleport is destroyed, because Stack's Sim is probably expected just because it is a popular strategy. Nonetheless, it is going to work, so it looks like Bay State's going to try to either circle around. We kind of see the Echo looking to go there from the right, or just go head on in. Star already pushing in, but looks like Cape finding first kill.
Potential opportunity here as that Doomfist does go down. It's going to free up a little bit more liberally on point, meaning that Bay State might try to lean into it, especially with Star going down. That's a shield that's not going to be in this fight, and Bay State's really going to want to push ahead of this Amp Matrix. Neb managing to find Ross off the edge. Now, so far, it looks like it could be anybody's fight here, but Neb continuing to try to play around this outside exterior. It's going to be the Proton Barrier coming through, but the Sim dies to a Moira Orb as soon as it happens. Jesco and Reinhardt both able to come back in with full effect, and they're still taking benefit of that Sim, even if she's not still in the fight. Inferno going to be baiting out a lot of cooldowns from Jesco, who doesn't manage to get the kills, and because of that, Sucker Punch only going to hold on to this point about 31%.
Bay State really did a good job there in making sure that Sucker Punch could not hide from the attack, because it looked like Sucker Punch had that solid setup, but Bay State was able to maneuver themselves in a way that they kind of entered from almost all corridors. And now looking at their ult economy, they almost have everything on the table, whereas Sucker Punch getting close but not quite there.
Sucker Punch will have the Meteor Strike, will have the Self-Destruct, will they have the Earth Shatter Bone when it counts? Gonna be the Self-Destruct coming in, Void trying to catch Depresso out, but can't quite make it happen. That Doomfist could be a powerful option, though. It's gonna be the Meteor Strike coming in. The Immortality Field needs to be taken down if possible. Try to fish for anybody. Doesn't quite connect, however. Does get two with the Seismic Slam. Depresso now putting the composition of Sucker Punch to task with that Doomfist duplicate.
Echo's such a strong character in that regard, because she's able to take a strategy that another team is running and basically reflect it without having to swap. For example, Depresso got those kills on the Doomfist, and we've been talking about how Jesco's Doomfist has been faring very well for Sucker Punch. So I know a lot of players usually get mad at Echo just kind of because of that sheer ability, but the fact still stands. If you know how to play Echo in that way, it's going to be very useful to you to win these kinds of fights.
Depresso in the air has such an easy time relocating themselves and just putting so much pressure on the shields on that Reinhardt himself. It's exactly what we're seeing. No shield means that focusing beam is going to be very potent here. Almost gets the Lucio, but it will be faded. Cleaning up for the rest of their team, and this is one fight territory potentially for Bay State.
Both teams looking pretty balanced right now in terms of what ultimates they could use in this last fight. Sucker Punch obviously needs to make sure they win this, and they win this cleanly, so they have enough time to set up on the point. But alas, they're not able to touch. almost got there, but it looks like the Lucio may have blocked the ball from stepping on in time. Bay State gonna be taking Lijiang Tower.
Excellent body block coming in from the Lucio. You don't talk about it enough. Body blocking, such a useful tool at times. And Star coming in with the play of the game, getting a nice Earth Shatter pin, carrying things away. And Bay State now starting off on the very good foot.
Sucker Punch is going to have to try their best to catch up, but it is going to be their map pick, so it's not too out of the water for them.
Certainly is not, and if you're Sucker Punch, your mentality has to not be too shaken here. Once again, you're standing on the edge. You are right towards the potential of falling off the cliff and not being able to proceed in this tournament. If you're Bay State, on the other hand, you're going to be taking a sigh of relief. That puts you a little bit more at the advantage for next map.
I really liked the momentum that Bay State showed there. They were really, really clean on the first part. Second part did go Sucker Punch's way, but they were able to rebound there in the third match, albeit a little bit closer than their 100-0 victory before, but they still managed to clutch it. Whereas Sucker Punch, they started off strong there in the second bit, but then they kind of dwindled there in the third, but that doesn't mean that the momentum for them is completely lost.
Yeah, I have to agree. And one thing you're kind of hitting on with that line of thinking there, MFG, is I like the way that Bay State is starting to come in. You know, they take a couple losses, but they're analyzing their opponent. They said, oh, that Doomfist was really powerful. Well, what do? We go and Echo. We go something that Doomfist isn't going to be as strong at being able to pick off. And then we just fly into the sky, and then, you know, maybe we turn into the Doomfist. Maybe we become the Doomfist, the bad guys, if you will. And then, you know, fortune favors us instead.
Signs of adaptability are just so satisfying to me because it's like doing it so perfectly in terms of combating what the other team is throwing at them. And so I feel like taking that mindset going forward, they're gonna have a relatively easy time dealing with Sucker Punch. But on the other hand, Sucker Punch could very well easily do the exact same thing in this next map.
And that's honestly a little bit of what I would be hoping for. I would love to see a battle of adaptation between these two teams. Who can play the comp that counters the other team's comp more effectively or for a longer amount of time, that comes out victorious. Now, I don't know if we've mentioned it yet in this specific matchup or particularly off the back of Lijiang, but it will be Sucker Punch's opportunity to pick a map, and that has a lot of potential because that means you can pick a map that favors your compositions. And when we're talking about this tic-tac-toe of, you know, who might be playing what to counter the other, being able to pick the map helps a lot.
It'll definitely give you that crucial advantage in terms of getting that freedom to play what you're comfortable with. So I'm curious to see whether Bay State is going to be able to continue this win streak or if Sucker Punch is going to be able to take that advantageous opportunity and put it towards their favor.
Certainly be finding out. We did get word that our map 2 is, as you can see it here on the screen, gonna be Havana. So taking it a little bit tropically for our escort map. I can't say I'm disappointed here, but Havana, a very risky map to start off on the attack because you can get held very far up on this map.
That's very true. A lot of teams have been liking to do that close spawn hold as of late. I've seen it a lot, and we've been working really well. And Havana is also another map that I call it predictable in a way where, based on just what we've seen from previous tournaments and games, you can probably get a sense of what some teams might run. For example, especially on the third point pictured there for you to see, snipers are usually a really great pick for both offense and defense.
Remains to be seen if we'll be seeing any snipers come to fruition here, but we do have word that there are going to be a couple of swaps coming through. Depresso going to be pulled out, Forgotten going to be going in instead, as well. Neb going to be pulled out. It's going to be Myken coming in instead. Bay State's going to be starting off still on the left side, which means they will be on the defense first.
I wonder what these subs are going to be communicating here, because Sucker Punch looking like they're going to be sticking with what they had before, whereas Bay State, these subs are telling me that they're going to want to try something a little bit different. So far, nothing too out of the ordinary. We see a Cassidy, which we have not really seen too much of from them, but Sucker Punch here kind of doing what I mentioned with like the Widowmaker sniper. Keeping the Doomfist, I think that is a very wise choice.
can be a wise choice, but there's going to be a lot of CC on Bay State. Again, we talk about these teams adapting. There's the Mei to freeze the Doomfist. There's the Cassidy to keep him stunned. There's the Reinhardt, who doesn't get affected as much by his abilities. Lucio, if he's riding the walls, might have a little bit of a better time avoiding those abilities. So a lot of opportunity here. CJ might be one of the most valuable targets for Jesco.
Definitely gonna want to look to pick off those crucial targets to begin. But to begin, Bay State is going to be doing that close hold. I feel like these holds can either be really, really good or really, really bad, depending on if you hold them enough for the time bank to be in your favor, or if they're expecting it and just completely obliterate you.
That immortality field's going to be helping out a lot, as Sucker Punch already losing 2 members. Forgotten looking a little bit sharp on that McCree, like seeing it to freeze onto the Diva Void, barely able to get away, but gets frozen again, then demeched. That's going to be brutal because they can't throw themselves off the map here. They're just going to swap and come back again.
Exactly so. So Sucker Punch is going to have to figure out how to crack this quickly because, like you said, if you get staggered out or if you get demeched in the case of Void, it's going to be a lot harder for you to kind of get that respawn and get back to your group. Jesco, though, still trying to pump out enough damage here.
Crucial thing about the way this first point can be held is that there's not too many ways for Jesco to really get out of spawn. It's all one angle. A 4-man shatter comes through. Sucker Punch still safely within those doors, so can't get pushed up immensely by Bay State, but it's still a little bit of a flex, Faded. Come on.
Definitely so. Sucker Punch having more ultimates to work with on the table. That High Noon coming up as well as some Meteor Strike. Bay State, though, Blizzard almost on deck there for Cave. Gonna be very, very dangerous if Sucker Punch does not avoid that correctly. High Noon doesn't seem to get anything, though.
Now it's going to be Forgotten's turn, seeing what they can get. That immortality field needs to go down, but nobody can bring it down. It doesn't matter, though. The Baptiste actually outside of his own immortality field. Cassidy able to pick him off there. And this is looking horrible for Sucker Punch. We're already about halfway through their time bank, and they have not moved the card a single meter.
This just shows that Bay State's strategy is just so unexpected for Sucker Punch. I think that Sucker Punch was not really expecting this much of a struggle here because I guess they didn't think that Bay State really was going to be able to A, either do this in the first place or B, do it as well as they had.
Oh, and the remake kill coming in from Infernal. Seems like they were waiting for it. The Cassidy and Mei were on one side of the wall. The Diva was behind the spawn of the other. There was no winning there for Sucker Punch. And there's going to be so many ultimates online for Bay State. They can continue to hold here pretty aggressively.
I really like how you kind of mentioned it. They're kind of splitting up in the sense that they are guarding all doors. And that was really smart play just then from Cave, because Cave made sure that all the CCs came out before they popped the Blizzard, and it looked like it worked into their advantage. But on the other hand, that nade coming out from Ross, helping Sucker Punch a little here.
That Reinhardt star barely able to get away with his life. It will be the backup. Bay State are now just going to be once again dragging out this cart for time. They still might get a second hold here. The cart wasn't moved up literally at all, so the regroup will still be there in time.
There's Sucker Punch. Ooh, Widow Duel already won there. Cade taking out Phasa. I was going to say, if you're Sucker Punch, you kind of want to make sure you catch Bay State off guard here while they're looking to refine their footing, just because of such low time that you have now to get that card across. But if you're on the side of Bay State, you're going to want to come back as soon as possible and set up quickly, which is what they're aiming to do.
Deadeye comes through just to clear out that main angle, and we're going to be seeing the Deadeye try to connect onto the Lucio. Does not seem to do so. In fact, Lucio going to be skating around, but Cave taking advantage of the fact that Sucker Punch is looking in a totally different direction to get the kill onto the back of the Reinhardt.
I really like how Bay State kind of switched what they were running once the spawn hold failed, because Cave, judging by what I'm seeing now, really confident Widow player. So even though they couldn't play Widow on the close hold spawn, when all else fails, the Infernal Bomb and also pop the sniping rifle.
This is looking so brutal. Sucker Punch not able to get the cart more than barely 50 meters off the ground, and that is such an unfortunate spot. It really goes to credit for Bay State's very forward hold here. We talked that it's a gamble, but this time it's certainly cashed out.
Wonder if Sucker Punch is going to be making a similar gamble here, because obviously they have to hold them here the same way, if not more, than Bay State had held them. And I think it is going to be a challenge for them to do so, but it's really their only option. So they're going to want to pick those, maybe the heroes that they are best played at, so that they have the highest probability of holding Bay State back. Or should I say holding Bay State at bay.
Very appropriate. And overall, if you're Bay State, you're very, very comfortable with where you held it. You'd have liked to not let it left the gas station, but the fact that it did and only got 50 meters, you're very comfortable with it. You have time to play around. You just need to win basically 1.5 fights. Win one fight, push forward a little bit to where Sucker Punch has to kind of meet you before the actual contest point. And they're in a very good spot to do that, especially since they have enough time to build up a good set of ultimates.
Definitely so. And on the side of Sucker Punch, I like the DPS lineup they're running here. Cassidy and May are really good at making sure that the CC comes in and also that heavy damage. Like if there's the duo of the May freezing, then the Cassidy getting those clean headshots. And like I had predicted, they are also going to be opting for that close spawn hold.
No surprise, not many other places to hold when you have 50 meters to choose from, and immediately CJ is going to be taken down. The question is not, do Bay State win this fight? It's how much of a disadvantage can they put at Sucker Punch at for the next one. Hog manages to get the hook, but can't pull the D.Va through the spawn doors, so it will be the reset. Bay State trying to get some early picks, but not going to be finding anything.
Sucker Punch is going to have to watch out here because we kind of saw it there with Forgotten. Tried to go around the back line and get some possible picks. They did fail the first time, but I have a feeling they might want to try that strategy again, especially since it looks like the majority of Sucker Punch just focusing on one entrance, whereas Bay State kind of spread themselves out more.
A nice read that the immortality field, or rather the anti-knight, hit the D.Va, meaning that she wasn't able to keep herself up, had to back off. That means the Reinhardt's by himself. You put pressure and then Star drops. The Mate going to be sectioned off from the rest of her team. The shield means she can't get any healing from Feza. And now with this, Bay State, sure, they've taken their losses, but the cart's moving and Sucker Punch has to do something.
Star does have the Shatter to come in here, so if a member of Sucker Punch, probably Ross on the Lucio, able to touch, they definitely could lay down the Shatter and regain that defensive hold.
Oh no, but Forgotten as well has the Dragons. It's such a great ult to just separating the opposing team, and if they can bait out the immortality field, even better. We see it go out, doesn't get eaten by the D.Va, does split up the team just a little bit, but Forgotten gets taken down. Faded throws in the Earth Shatter, not able to find anything. Jesco has the Blizzard online as well. Will they decide to use it with that D.Va down? It looks like they will. Sound Barrier being committed from both sides just to try to keep each one alive. Trqstths with the Deadeye, not going to be opting into using it this time around. They want to save it for next fight. And Bay State, so close, but so far.
I'm proud that Sucker Punch was able to win this fight because looking at what they used versus what they have now, they didn't do too many losses. They still have that high noon and they have that bomb coming up too. And as you mentioned how Dragons are good at splitting up the team, I think that the bomb does a really great job of that as well. Bay State now kind of switching again, Forgotten now on the Doomfist, kind of mimicking what they saw from Sucker Punch on Lijiang.
Oh, Trqstth's going to be holding this high noon, but in a very vulnerable position, has to walk right in front of the amplification matrix. That is a little ill-advised right there, my friend Cape. Now has the Blizzard, going to be looking for it. That D.Va just looking to get swept off point. The self-destruct comes in, and that means the Blizzard is going to be free if they opt to use it. Cape might just hold on to it, not even gonna need it. It's the self-destruct coming in from Infernal. Blizzard does come in way high into the sky, not even going to be landing before the cart gets delivered, and Bay State gets their second point.
Man, you do kind of hate to see it, those little unfortunate instances, because obviously there was no way that the Cassidy could have known that that was when and where that amplification matrix was going to be laid down. Smart on Bay State, though, for getting that read, allowing them to get up there 2-0.
Excellently done here, and Bay State now going to be leading in Sucker Punch in what we professionally know as the hot seats, an unfortunate spot, but if you're looking at bright sides as a Sucker Punch fan, you get to pick map next, so maybe they come through. What do you think, MFG?
I definitely saw some signs of life there from Sucker Punch. Like, you gotta give it to them. Like, they looked pretty clean in a lot of those situations. Like, I think that Personally, I really wasn't expecting Sucker Punch to do that close spawn hole as well as they did. I kind of thought that Bay State may have broken it a little earlier, so I give them major props for holding out and almost giving Bay State a little bit of fear there.
Maybe, and as we look, we're going to have a short break. Maybe Bay State can wipe away that little remaining fear. Sucker Punch can recompose themselves, come back stronger for the third map. So stay tuned. Bay State versus Sucker Punch after this. Hello, folks, and welcome back to what might potentially be our last map of the Questline Open for tonight. Sir Waltham and MFG ready to bring you perhaps the thrilling conclusion of Bay State versus Sucker Punch. And MFG, we just got word that Blizzard World is our third map.
I am really interested to see why Sucker Punch decided to choose this one, because Blizzard World, to me, I feel like you can't really predict what's going to happen here, because it's the way it's situated, where on one side it's completely narrow, on the other side it's really open, then it goes right back to narrow again. So I feel like there's not really any opportunity to just have one solid comp throughout the entire map.
Well, so far it looks like both these teams have been very anticipatory towards what the other one might run, so perhaps a little bit of flexibility is exactly what they need either way. Sucker Punch really has had their number taken down by Bay State. Bay State seems like they have an answer for everything Sucker Punch tries to do, and when Bay State comes out with something that Sucker Punch needs to overcome, it's a lot more questionable about will Sucker Punch be that successful.
I hope that Sucker Punch has taken these last two maps to readjust and kind of not predict what's coming, because it is going to be hard to do that on Blizzard World, but more so heighten their sense of adaptability, where if they see that something's not working, maybe after the second try, change things up a little bit, maybe go something unexpected that State's not ready for, or maybe even switch to your comfort picks, even if it might not be the meta.
Certainly have to agree with that. Maybe just, some a little bit more in pocket, something a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more favorable, familiar is the word I'm looking for, might do you some good. But overall, I think that with the option of Blizzard World being so kind of hard to read, one thing that gets me excited is that that means that you do see the potential for a lot of different compositions. For example, you could see something like the double bubble with that high ground on first point being a very viable target for some teams to take. You could see the Ash as well come through with the Dynamite being able to get a lot of damage down with that choke point as well. Wrecking Ball, totally not an unfamiliar pick within this realm. So overall, a lot of options that I expect we might see Bay State and Sucker Punch kind of mull over in their mind.
Very eager to see what's going to be happening here, depending on who is on attack and who is on defense, because depending on which team is going to be starting out where, it's going to be all the more important for them to set the tone in their own respective ways. Whoever's on defense first, obviously you want to make sure they don't even touch the point or push the cart very far. And if you're the attacker, you want to do both of those things with preferably a lot of time in your bank.
Yeah, if you're the attacking team, which it will be Sucker Punch to start, you want to get to that final point. Not only do you want to get to that final point, you want to get to the final point with more than a minute. That guarantees you that your opponent has to match your performance, at least as far as distance goes, and then also has to be time conscious, because they want to be able to maintain over that overtime limit where they won't even get to win if it goes to multiple rounds. That being said, Sucker Punch has the onus on them to perform as solid on attack as they can, and Bay State gets to kick back, hold a defense, and after the way we saw Havana go, I think they're going to feel pretty comfortable to start on defense.
Definitely so. So it's going to be all the more crucial for these teams to essentially both keep playing how they've been playing, but also incorporate those small changes that'll just put them over the edge of the other, because this is going to be it. Don't forget, this is also another elimination match.
Absolutely, and if you're Sucker Punch, you are teetering. You have one hand holding onto the cliffside that you might potentially be falling off of it here in a second. 3 maps lost, and you are out of this tournament within these brackets. And Sucker Punch, this could very well be their third, and that is not something they want to face.
Hopefully they're going to be taking that fear and channeling it into the will to fight back and the will to push this, possibly even a reverse sweep. It could happen. I'm not going to count that out as a possibility.
Certainly will, but I think we'd have to see quite a different Sucker Punch than we saw, particularly on Havana. I think Lijiang, things were looking perhaps a little bit more equivalent, a little bit more competitive, but Havana just really showed the true colors of, to be fair, it's Bay State. I think Bay State had a really good Havana, and Sucker Punch just didn't quite have the response for it. It's not as much against them.
Definitely. Sometimes that can happen where you pick a map that you feel confident on, but it just so happens that the other team, had they had lost, they would probably have picked the same thing. So I'm going to be interested to see if this is going to be another one of those scenarios, or if Sucker Punch truly does have the edge here on Blizzard World, because again, you want to pick the maps that you feel the best on. So I have some faith in Sucker Punch's decision.
Now, if you're in the mind of Sucker Punch here, MFG, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, so I apologize. What do you think's going through your mind in terms of these compositions? What do you think you might anticipate, being more favorable for you for this high ground, for this low ground, for whichever route you decide to take?
On Sucker Punch, I would probably focus on the DPS line that they have been running, because I feel like there have been a lot of instances where they have been able to kind of mess with the back line of Sucker Punch a little bit, or like split the team up. Like, for example, we saw that being done with the Dragons there from Bay State. So I think that my number one thing would be enhancing focus fire as much as possible, because picking off those important targets, even if that team is better than you on paper, it's going to help you no matter what, because any team is not going to be as good if their main support or if their main tank is missing from the equation.
Yeah, it's a very fair point you put there. Sometimes 5 is just never going to be as good as 6, especially if you're able to take out some of those MVPs, some of those big El Presidente type figures that really seem to hold this team together, whether it be through shot calling, whether it be through mechanics, or whether it be through playmaking. We are going to be seeing, as I mentioned, Bay State on this defense, and for the defense, they're going to be rolling out with Sig Ball. I'm not too surprised to see this. I do like seeing it. The ball can feel pretty comfortable on these lanes down first point.
I had a feeling that I was going to see some Tracer on defense, which was kind of what I was hinting at there in terms of focus fire, because Tracer is that number one hero known to get into the backline of another team. So Sucker Punch, when they realize that quickly, they're going to want to make sure that Cabe isn't going to get as much free reign as they want to try to achieve.
Or Sucker Punch will be trying to move very quickly through these that main primary tight choke point. We do see Trqstth's on this sim, interested to see if it sticks or if they just do it for a quick telly. It looks like it's just, no, it's not just going to be for the, it will just be for the quick telly, excuse me. I saw the Zen Shields, I thought it was sim. But Trqstth's going to be going in onto the Tracer, no surprise. She can zip right back with her team and look for that high burst damage. If I'm the Tracer, I might be looking for Neb. I might be looking for Depresso to really try to sink my teeth into. But knowing that Neb's going to be playing with CJ, it's going to make it a lot more difficult.
Sucker Punch, I really like how this rotation is turning out so far. They're going really fast. They're getting that high ground advantage as quick as they can. Ideally, that's what you want. Like every map, you always hear people say, secure the high ground. Cave, though, winning that Tracer battle to start.
Sucker Punch, they are taking their time to get this fight set up in the position that they really want. It's admirable that they're taking their time to be methodical about it, but that's going to burn more and more time off the clock. Look, we're at one fight in and already a minute is done for the side of Sucker Punch. They got one good fight in and it cost them 60 seconds.
You gotta make sure you pay attention to the time bank there, because if you draw out a fight too long thinking that you're gonna win, the time is going to drain right between your eyes. I've seen so many matches where 5 minutes turned into 30 seconds in just the blink of an eye. But Sucker Punch is gonna keep trying here with these rotations, ball on ball battle we're kind of seeing there, because ideally you would want to build up those ultimates as quick as you can before Bay State even has a chance to do so.
It's Bay State looking like they might be a little bit more anemic to hold on point, but it's because they have a lot of those heroes that can be quick responders. They have Cave, who throws out the pulse bomb, doesn't quite stick onto the brig, but Aspect hit by an accretion is going to cause them to burn alive. Depresso coming up with the double kill there. Bay State has a little bit of a fast run back, given that it's Cave who can just blink back and forth. Kinetic Grasp has to be used by Infernal just to try to keep themselves alive. Trqstth trades 1 for 1 with both DPSs. Trqstth and Depresso going down now in this small area. So powerful, especially with this Gravitic Flux coming in. The brig getting shot into the ground and then shot into the grave as Sucker Punch has to regroup. That ball is going to be able to get out, however.
Sucker Punch here in this next rotation with a minute 43 on the clock. Trev might need to make a really great opening play here with that pulse bomb. That could be one of their only win conditions here to start, because we talk about focus fire and getting that right target, and the Tracer pulse bomb is the best way to do so. Maybe even go for Neb. I know you mentioned getting your sights on them, especially since the trans is available now for Bay State.
With that trance being available, it's going to make it so much harder for Sucker Punch to get anywhere that they want. It's going to be the Pulse Bomb comes out, but the stun onto Trev means that they can't get away. That is so unfortunate. Now with the Tracer gone, the ball gone, Mine's on point, Transcendence coming through. A minute left on the clock, and this does not look like a favorable fight for Sucker Punch, but they commit both support ultimates at the same time. That's that crucial aspect of support layering that we don't like to see as casters, especially with Ross getting taken out, Void now getting taken out as well, and Sucker Punch having such a tough time, and now they're not going to have either of those support ultimates moving forward.
I think that Sucker Punch may have thought that they had a chance there because they may have thought that Neb used the trans a little bit too early, because I remember when I saw that happen, Sucker Punch had at least 3 ultimates to work with, but I guess they underestimated that, or a little bit of miscommunication, who knows. But now emerging here in the last fight territory now with like 20 seconds left on the clock.
However, for Sucker Punch, this might be one of their most favorable fights. They have Mines, they have Gravitic Flux. You can layer those two on top of each other, make it really impactful, but not if Void gets hit by the aggression. That is so unfortunate. Infernal now going to be the one with Gravitic Flux online here in just a few moments. And if you're base state, you don't even really have to play on point too firmly. Infernal does eat a rock, which means that neither Sig able to get supreme benefit for their ultimate. Infernal as well missing that accretion and now having to play within a minefield. This is looking so ugly for the tank player, but not bother too much as they can count on the rest of their team to bail them out. Ross trying to just flail away at anybody they can find, but not going to last for long. Neb throwing in the Transcendence, keeping everybody healthy, wealthy, and wise. As Feza tries to do the same, but there is literally nobody there for them. They are just trying to hold out as long as possible. Will immediately be cleaned up. Overtime burns down. No progress for Sucker Punch.
I hate that those things happen to Sucker Punch because it's not even a result of bad play. It's just pure unlucky, like when the Tracer just got stunned and killed by their own pulse, or when the Sigma got hit by a rock, because you're rooting for them to succeed. You really want them to come down in the last second and win it, but then when those unlucky plays happen, you just can't help but just feel like, oh man. But now Sucker Punch is going to be in that situation again where they're going to have to defend with all of their might. Bay State only needing 1 tick to win.
Bay State, they're going to be looking to do it in a 1 push. I have to wonder, perhaps, if Sucker Punch was a little bit more rapid on their initial couple of attacks, would they have more shots to go at it? Would they have more opportunities to find the hidden recipe?
I felt that their rotations definitely had the right idea in terms of getting there quickly. I liked how they went up and tried to secure the high ground. That's not a terrible strategy. I think it was just once they got up there, I don't know if they knew how to proceed or whether Bay State just kind of got there way quicker than they had anticipated. But now Bay State, speaking of, for their attack, similarities but also some key differences. Trqstth looking like they're going to be on the Sombra.
And this Sombra could serve either as an actual selection or just as an early opportunity to get some scouting done. We'll see as the rest of Bay State decides to run out of the spawn. If so, you have to anticipate it's not going to be for scouting. No, in fact, we see that translocator going out, which means it almost certainly is not. As well, Faded looking to cause quite a bit of disruption early off the bat, and Sucker Punch going to be feeling a little bit cagey knowing that that Wrecking Ball is in their backline, and so is CJ, who's looking for a perhaps huge boop. Can't get anybody knocked off that high ground, but with all of Sucker Punch being posted up right onto this high ground, it makes it so difficult for them to keep eyes on every single angle. In fact, Cabe is going to be taking down Aspect, meaning that Dynamite, one of the bigger applications of force here, not going to be applicable for Sucker Punch, but they do come in with quite a few kills of their own. Bay State not going to be having the best run on this first attack, but did come out of it at least with a good read, and they shook Sucker Punch off that high ground initially.
Sucker Punch did have to come off of that high ground indeed, but then when they actually got onto the point, they were still able to hold themselves strong and win that fight with relative ease. So if they can do that, set themselves up again, whether they want to commit to staying on the low ground now, or if they want to try to make their way up to the high ground, it looks like it's going to be Bay State forcing them to stay low. If they can handle themselves in the way of just staying together, staying back, making sure they don't get caught out by any mistakes or whatnot, they should be able to fare well, especially now Trqstth being won by Sucker Punch to begin.
Coalescence is going to be going out. Neb trying to keep their team alive. Clear out the minefield as well. Not a bad option there. Going to be the Gravitic Flux coming through. Hit by another accretion. This time it's going to be the return. Infernal taking cover, making sure they don't fall the same mistake that everybody else has been, that both of these Sigmas have been falling throughout this matchup. And Infernal continuing to try to kinetic grasp up forward. It's going to be the hack from Depresso trying to lock onto the ball. Can't quite make it happen. EMP goes out, however. The Sigma, the Zenyatta, both dangerously low. It's the DPS trying to shake Cave as much as they can, but somebody has to touch point. Otherwise, it's going to go all in favor of Bay State, which it does 3-0 over Sucker Punch.
Nice little alt rush at the end there to close it out. 3-0 Bay State taking Blizzard World and this match. Sucker Punch out of it, but I still want to give them the props they deserve because they held out really well in all of these maps. Like, I really wasn't expecting them to, gonna be honest, I wasn't expecting them to do as well as I did, so I'm very, very happy that they were able to prove me wrong because that just shows they had that ability to adapt within them. Even if it didn't help them out in the end, I still definitely think the signs were there, and that should definitely not go underappreciated.
I certainly agree. And one thing that I myself personally, MFG, will never underappreciate is how many Sigma ults we saw get canceled with an accretion rock. We saw, at least by my memory, which is very poor, 3. 2 for the side of Sucker Punch, 1 canceled for the side of Bay State. And it's just so fascinating to see how these heroes kind of interact with one another, even when you're playing the same hero.
Definitely so. It's those little things that are able to turn the tide of a fight because the fans love to see it, your teammates love to see it when you are able to just utilize the kit in such a way that ultimate gets canceled. Because some ultimates are kind of hard to cancel, like an EMP or a pulse bomb, but if you manage to take down a cancelable ult, that's going to be amazing.
Or in the case of Sucker Punch, if you're able to use somebody's ult to kill themselves, like the Tracer we saw earlier with the Pulse Bomb, that's even better for the side of Bay State. But folks, unfortunately, because Bay State come up 3-0 clean, we are done here for the night. At least myself and MFG are, but we're going to be throwing it over to the desk for a little post-game analysis, perhaps. Thanks for tuning in.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the desk. I'm Newbie, here with my friends from the Vancouver Titans as we just witnessed a 3-0 with Bay State taking down Sucker Punch. And with that, guys, I wanted to talk to you a bit about what we just saw. I think there were some interesting moments. Starting on Lijiang Tower, they had the 6-man comps going, one team running the Reaper Echo.
Yeah. You want to go?
Yeah, you got it.
All right. I think, well, they ran out on, it was Sucker Punch that ran on the Sombra Reaper, right?
Sombra Reaper.
Yeah, and I think against that Echo comp, if they just swapped the Reaper to a Tracer, you'd be able to outpace that Echo anytime, especially in a rush mirror. And I think that would have been their best choice, especially after losing that first fight. I think they lost that first fight.
Yeah,
right? So,
they lost the first fight really handily, which puts them in a really hard deficit for Moira ult, which is honestly a fight winner on its own.
I couldn't imagine their Reaper getting much value when they just constantly kept pushing and pushing. That Echo was just uncontested. So.
Yeah. So, and with that, like going on to our next map, we saw some action on Havana, and there was the big talk about that map was obviously the hold.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think
pretty rough for Sucker Punch.
Yeah, I felt for the Sucker Punch Ryan player. Not having a Mei and having to play into a Mei is very hard.
They put too much into the punch, you know?
Yeah.
And you get off that Doomfist, you can actually walk out and play safe for your team. You know, once in a while you might get that pick on Doomfist, but you have to swap so you can actually get meters on the board.
Yeah, every time they were walking out a wall, either split the team or cut someone off. Having a wall of your own in those situations is so important.
Yeah.
Sure. And then the last map we saw was Blizzard World, and the one thing we were all talking about during the map, and I wrote down, just all the Sigma plays.
Oh yeah, the Sigma ult. Yes, it's.
Coach Moon's gonna be mad.
Coach Moon is gonna be mad about Void getting rocked off of his ult twice, but he did rock Infernal once, so it kind of makes up for it. But at the same time, both Sigs could just play behind their shield. You know, that'd be perfect.
It's like a dance.
Yeah.
Well, it's literally shield dancing, but yeah. And that's what I would love to have seen.
And I heard you guys are starting a podcast, maybe?
Oh yeah.
You should.
It's called Ali and Steven. We just talk about random things.
Whether it's the weather in Vancouver.
The weather, it's sunny out here, and actually it's not sunny, it's cloudy, my bad. And then
is it cloudy?
I think so.
It's cloudy.
Okay. It was sunny in the morning.
Conversations like this.
Yeah. When I got here this morning, it was raining, but I got here at 5:30, so that really Doesn't even count.
Much better.
Talk about the weather.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, very personable people. People watch that podcast.
Just this is so unrelated to Overwatch, but Justin lives like 1 minute away from the facility. He has quite the long commute. It's quite literally like 1 minute.
And I told maybe Justin, 100 paces.
I told Justin he just started a podcast called the 1 Minute Commute. And I think, like, ironically, people would listen to that 1 minute of just air, like.
Because these two live in the same building as the facility, so when I have to take my long commute from a minute away, you got to load up on the podcast for that walk.
Yeah, it's quite long.
I'm just saying, it'll literally just play out like Wordle. Like people would listen for the 1 minute. It's like 1 minute, and people will listen for the 1 minute.
They would.
So before we set off as well, is there anything else you guys wanted to add? Anyone you wanted to shout out to while you were here?
There's a certain individual, you guys may know him as Wheats, but I'm looking forward to seeing his boys play. Most of them are on a team together, so hopefully we'll see them playing in next week's games, and we get some really good games towards the end, and that's what I'm looking for. But shout out to Wheats, he's my boy, miss you, man.
Yeah, I miss you too, Wheats.
Yeah.
I will shout out another person, my boy Cyrus.
Oh, wow. Cyrus.
I believe they've qualified for next week. It's the Redemption, Cyrus, Cucumber.
Shout out.
Yeah, shout out to all of them, Cyrus and Cucumber. Yeah. I know them the best.
Perfect. Yeah. So with that, that's going to do it for us today here on the Questline Open. Thanks for joining us. We want to give a big shout out as well to Bad Pet from our league, T6 Esports, Activision Blizzard, all the players and teams that participated this weekend, all the talent in the casting booth and on the desk as well, all the Questline Esports team here with the production, and especially Harvester as well. We wanted to give him a shout out. And thank you for watching at home. We really appreciate it, and we will see you next weekend back here at Questline Esports at 10 p.m. Eastern. Have a great night, and thanks for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.